Tales from the Terran Republic. Army surplus. Tsunkal shifted nervously, hopping from one foot to the other. The human next to him smiled as she leaned against the hull of the Zeush vessel. "Relax, Big T. You are going to pop out one of your eyes." Sheila chuckled as she took a deep drag on her vaporizer and exhaled, blowing vapor rings. "A state of relaxation is impossible," Tsunkal said miserably. "I am unused to criminal endeavor. We aren't equipped for crime, unlike you humans. And yet, here you are." Tsunkal looked around nervously and checked his sensors. Sheila laughed at him. "Jesus, T," she smirked. "We are on a rock in the middle of nowhere. There isn't anyone or anything in the whole system. Maybe we were followed." Sheila rolled her eyes. "We weren't followed. I checked. It's an empty goddamn system. It's not like we could miss them. They could be cloaked. T, if a cloaked Federation warship were tailing us, they would have gotten us by now. They could be waiting for the cellar." "Yep, they could very well be. We are committing a crime, after all. Fun, isn't it?" Tsunkal started gulping air anxiously. "Oh, by the creators, this was a bad idea. Too late to worry about that now." Sheila chuckled. "Besides, isn't a just cause like yours worth a little risk? If you can't handle this, how the hell can you expect to handle the merchandise once you get it?" The sensor started flashing, and Tsunkal almost fainted. Sheila pulled out a communicator. "Black Dragon, that you?" "Yep. How's it going, Sheila?" "Pretty good. The Zeush is about to shit himself again, but other than that, we're golden." "Great. We are sending a dropship now." Sheila turned to Tsunkal. "See? You worry too much." An angular black ship came into view, and Tsunkal started in alarm. "That's a Raven!" Sheila laughed at him. "Yep, good call. That is indeed a Raven-class assault lander. We use a lot of stuff from the Great War. We built so many warships that we haven't really had to build new civilian ones. You will see battleships being used as tankers if you get closer to Sol." "So you just disarmed your warships?" "Disarmed. You are just adorable, you know that." The Raven landed with the silence for which they were known. The hatch opened, and the biggest human Tsunkal had ever seen stepped out. Sheila trotted up, and the two humans performed some sort of body squeezing that looked affectionate. The big human looked over at Tsunkal. "That the buyer?" "Yep. This is TT, this is Johnny." "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Johnny. You got the money?" Tsunkal was startled by the abruptness, but he reminded himself that he was dealing with humans, and with the criminal element at that. He nodded and produced a small data crystal. Johnny took the crystal, scanned it, and whistled. "It is an honor to meet you too," he replied, and then headed towards the open hatch of the lander, beckoning for them to follow. "I have a wide selection of goods, and I think you will be quite pleased," he said with a smile. Johnny opened a crate. Inside were rows of automatic rifles. He picked one up and tossed it towards Tsunkal. Tsunkal grabbed at it, almost letting it fall to the deck. "What you have there is the Terran Classic, the AK-47. These have been in use for over 1,000 years, and there is a reason. Your physiology is close enough to ours that you should be able to use them with no modification. 30-round magazine. Reliable, completely chemically powered, and will tear right through a personal deflector. They won't show up on sensors, at least at first. We also have armor-piercing rounds specially designed for standard combat armor. Right through the screen, then right through the vest." "Holy shit! Are these relics?" Sheila asked as she caressed one fondly. "You think I would be selling relics to a non-human? These are old stock from early Independence War production runs on Terra. That is why they have the wooden stocks. We were running low on polymers there for a couple of years. Can I have one?" Johnny tossed her an AK, and she squealed in delight. Johnny grinned over at a stunned Tsunkal and opened another crate. "These are Model 1911-45 ACP semi-automatic pistols. The high-mass and low-velocity rounds will cut right through deflector belts. The recoil might be a little heavy for a Zeush, but you should be able to handle them with practice. Johnny opened case after case of human weaponry, showing off shotguns, rockets, and grenades. All of these goodies are completely chemically powered as requested, and all of them are proven effective against Federation, Imperial, and Collective forces, Johnny said proudly. Tsunkal gulped anxiously as he looked at the list that his leader gave him. He started hiccuping. And about the hiccups got worse, cutting off his ability to speak. Sheila and Johnny grinned impishly. Oh, yes. He went to the back and rolled out a trolley with 6 long black polymer cases with bright yellow markings. He opened one. Here they are, he proudly announced. Type 7 tactical nuclear weapons. They are fission-fusion hybrid explosives. I am sure you are familiar with these babies from the war. More speechless hiccups. These are just the warheads, mind you, Johnny continued. You will have to find a way to get them where you want them to go. Boom. Sheila sighed nostalgically as she ran her fingers along one of the cases. She looked up at Tsunkal with misty eyes. Oh, you will like these. Tsunkal was about to pass out. The transaction went smoothly, and several more ravens landed loaded with arms. Sheila inventoried the goods and checked off the shipments. That was actually Tsunkal's responsibility, but he needed a little break and was sitting on a crate of AK-47s, breathing heavily into a respirator. Okay, T, you are all set. Everything is bought and paid for. Schematics, tutorials, and the like are on this, she said as she handed him a data crystal. Hey, Johnny, can I hitch a ride with you? Sure thing. Hop on, Johnny replied. Tsunkal was confused. You aren't continuing to travel with me? He asked. On a ship full of illegal arms, including nuclear weapons, that is heading through Federation space? Are you out of your fucking mind? Later, Tater. Sheila waved as the Raven's hatch closed, leaving a desperately gasping and hiccuping Tsunkal holding his head in despair. I hate humans, he mumbled between hiccups. Tales from the Terran Republic. Damage control. Ambassador John Wintersmith sipped coffee as he watched his holo monitor. Scenes from the Zouche Civil War were playing on just about every Federation news channel. Blown-apart troop transports, shredded habitation pods, crashed landing craft, and of course, pixelated dead Federation peacekeepers had been playing damn near 24 hours a day for the past few days. He smiled. It was the standard Federation clusterfuck. Now the Zouche government forces screwing the pooch he could understand. But the Federation should have learned by now. He turned to an uncensored Federation government feed to watch actual combat footage and nodded approvingly. The Zouche were pretty damn good shots. He had no idea who supplied them, but they had clearly bought the good stuff. They were using front-line hardware, especially those armor-piercing rounds. Those had to be late-generation stuff, at least Mark 12s from the looks of the carnage. The feed suddenly shifted to a static-filled picture of a mushroom cloud rising in the distance. John's smile faded. Who the fuck sold them nukes? One political incident coming right up. He pulled out an edible from the desk drawer and consumed it, savoring every morsel. Grandma made the best brownies. Another mushroom cloud popped up, then another. Fuck. He picked up the analog telephone on his desk and called his secretary. Good morning, sir. Have you been watching the feeds? His Kalesh secretary lisped with undisguised amusement. Yes, I have. Get me in touch with Terran intelligence. I've already started the process. John smiled again. Good old Toby, annoyingly efficient as always. A few minutes later, his phone rang. Hey, John, this is Helen. Helen, hi. The Zouche just used nukes. Is there something you need to tell me? They didn't get them from us, if that is what you're asking. Any ideas? Nothing confirmed. We do know that Sheila Donovan was recently seen in the company of an unknown Zouche, though, Helen replied. John groaned. Can we just arrest her already? For what? Having lunch? We don't have shit on her. We never have shit on her. You guys are intelligence, right? Can't you just make the problem go away? Since the shooting stopped, we are avoiding extra-legal solutions, especially after that fiasco on Io. The best I can do is list her as wanted for questioning concerning matters of Republic Security Category 1, but she has had that dubious honor for a while. Ambassador, Counselor K. Shalta is here wishing to speak to you urgently, Toby said over the intercom. I bet he does. Helen, I gotta do damage control over here. Helen cut off the communication. Toby, let the Honorable Counselor in and make some green tea. Will do, boss. The Honorable Counselor prefers peshka. I'll brew that instead. I do not desire refreshment. I require answers, K. Shalta screamed loudly as he stormed in, his crests fully engorged and pulsing. John rose and bowed politely. Counselor, to what do I owe the honor of your presence? John said with amused courtesy. The sight of an enraged polka is something that always tickled him. Pissing them off was sort of a hobby of his. The edible was starting to kick in, and he had to keep himself from giggling. You know exactly why I am here. Calm down, Counselor. Anger does not facilitate constructive communication. John laughed. K. Shalta used that exact same line on him once, and he loved rubbing his face in it every single time he could. K. Shalta became silent, shaking with rage. Let's try using our grown-up inside voices. Now let's try this again. To what do I owe the honor of your presence? As you are no doubt already aware, Terran combat arms and fusion explosives have been used by Zoush insurgents in their illegal insurrection. Yeah, the Zoush dragoons and your peacekeepers are getting their asses handed to them by some miners. I've been watching the feeds. They are pretty good. You admire them? Now. Inside voices, please. John giggled despite his best efforts. A muppet with inflatable peckers popping out of his head was just too much. To answer the question that his odds are the reason for gracing me with your most august personage is no. No, we did not supply the rebels, and no, we do not know who did. The next answer is yes. Yes, we are looking for them, and yes, we are taking this seriously. John gave K. Shalta a pleasant, lightly stoned smile. This was a fantastic batch of brownies. He made a mental note to call Grandma. K. Shalta quivered with rage. He hated Terrans with a burning passion. Every time he saw one, he immediately remembered slithering over the dead and clawing his way past the living, as he surged towards an escape pod in a blind panic with Terran Marines right behind him, calmly slaughtering their way through the station. That was horrible, but what truly tightly bound hatred to his heart was the short message burned into the hull of his pod as he made good his escape. Your life has been spared by the Terran Republic. He blinked hard, trying to swallow the hate and rage and remain professional. The war was over, and he had to try to move on, but each and every time he saw a Terran, it all came back. And John was perhaps the worst. Most species chose their most polite, most diplomatic, most deferential individuals to be ambassadors to the Federation, but the Terrans, they sent John. To use a human term, John was an asshole. K. Shalta, in his studies of the human's language, had always struggled with human idioms, slang, and obscenity, but the word asshole he understood. John was an asshole. He wasn't posted as ambassador in order to encourage peace and mutual understanding, but more as an enduring, go and fuck yourself, directed to the Federation. Go and fuck yourself was a phrase K. Shalta was also familiar with. It was used by John quite often. What he hated most about John were the medals. He wore all of his decorations denoting his experience and prowess in battle on his diplomatic uniform. K. Shalta had informed himself regarding the meaning concerning each and every one and the bloody swath across the galaxy they represented. The one that was the absolute worst was the stylized silver human skull and crossed femurs on a notched black obsidian background. It was the mark given to a Marine raider, with each notch representing 10 kills. He had seen them before, killing their way across his homeworld in their expressionless, powered exoskeletons. John had a lot of notches. K. Shalta checked the brainwave scanner he had implanted in one of his manipulators. As usual, The brain waves from John were utterly unusable. He did not know whether it was some primitive technology or archaic martial discipline, but John could change the baseline of his mental state seemingly at will. He could somehow make everything seem funny to himself, regardless of the gravity of the situation. All he could detect was mild euphoria and hilarity. Do you honestly expect the Federation to believe that you do not know the origin of those fusion bombs? John looked over at Ke-Shal-Ta and laughed. Do you have any idea how many nukes we produced? No, how many? It wasn't a rhetorical question. We have absolutely no idea how many we made. We were cranking those babies out as fast as we could, and we made them by the millions. John looked at a data screen. From what we can gather, the ones the Zouche freedom fighters are using are between a Type 5 to a Type 8, he continued. Those were belt-fed into mass accelerators and sprayed by the dozen. You remember, right? You are from where? Zarin 7, isn't it? John smiled, revealing his wide, fang-laden mouth. Ke-Shal-Ta lunged forward with a primal hiss, pincers splayed as he nearly leaped over John's desk. John rose from his desk, still wearing that toothy grin. Why, Counselor, you surprise me. Where is that stately decorum for which the Federation is known? You are acting almost Terran, not that I object, of course. He snickered. Green phlegm started bubbling from Ke-Shal-Ta's primary mouth, dripping onto John's desk. Ke-Shal-Ta, shuddering with rage, drew himself up to his full height, and without bothering to wipe the rage phlegm from his face, said, The Federation is disinclined to believe that the distribution of fusion weaponry to those acting against the Federation is accidental and is in fact deliberate. We view this as an act of war. Okay, sounds good to me, John said with a giggle. Ke-Shal-Ta blinked in shock. Do you not realize the gravity of my statement? Sure do. John picked up his toppled cup, went to the coffee maker and poured another drink. Let me explain something to you. He took a long, slow sip. A lot of Terrans think that the war ended way too soon, including myself. A lot of us think that we should have kept going, myself included. A lot of us, including myself, view sneak attacks, especially when we were already weakened due to a conflict with the collective, to be a dick move, and would love, truly and deeply love, watching the entire Federation burn. So forgive me if I don't throw myself down in front of you begging for the almighty Federation to spare us lowly, backward, primitive humans. John advanced towards a bubbling and spluttering Ke-Shal-Ta. If you want to declare war, go right ahead. I'm begging you to do it. He continued his advance, backing Ke-Shal-Ta into a corner. So the way I see it, you have two choices. You can declare war over some surplus from a war that you started coming back to bite you in the ass, or you can take your bullshit threats and fuck off. Tales from the Terran Republic. Precious cargo. Something's wrong. Something is really, really wrong, a young Zouche cried as it nervously paced back and forth. By the creators, Skashal, you need to calm down. You are going to have an evacuation of your bowels, Tsunkal said, as he lounged on a large shipping crate sipping on a juice box. She will be here. She is late. She is less than 1 hour late. We are traveling unimaginably vast distances with the intent of intersecting our paths on this desolate dustball of a planet at this precise moment in the entirety of time. If you think about it in a cosmic sense, the fact that it is possible at all is truly mind-blowing. What exactly is in that juice box? Skashal asked dubiously. Tsunkal just laughed at him. Skashal fidgeted uneasily. They warned him that Tsunkal was insane. He thought it to be an exaggeration since Tsunkal seemed so calm and personable, but the fact that he was still so calm and personable was proof positive that everyone was right. Skishal, I was nervous as the 12 hells the first few times I did this. In fact, I hiccuped and shat the whole way. It gets easier. We have had to run the blockades for weapons and now have to for even more important reasons. He casually pointed with one of his secondary manipulators towards the ship. At least put on a brave facade for the passengers. We are courageous freedom fighters, and it wouldn't do for one of us to literally poop their pants. You pooped your pants. Only a little bit. and that is because I knew exactly how close we were to blowing up. That cloaking device that human friend Johnny provided isn't exactly the most stable. We had a minute left at the most. I envy the humans. They pucker where we squeeze. We had less than a minute left? Shh. Passengers. What? What would you have done if we hadn't cleared the blockade in time? Tsunkal shrugged. I would have uncloaked, surrendered, and spent the rest of my life in a forced labor facility. I would normally say that I would uncloak and make a run for it, but not with refugees on board. My ass becoming one with the universe I can accept, but I am not willing to take them along. You would take me along? Skeshal asked in disbelief. Yep. You signed up for this shit. Freedom fighter. Liberty or death, right? I gotta go. Skeshal rapidly sprinted behind the ship. Tsunkal laughed and yelled after him. Stay clear of the viewing ports. The paper tiger eased into orbit. Sheila scanned for terrestrial objects. She couldn't find them at first, but T had picked a good spot. She smiled. T was getting good at this. Paper tiger to hermit crab. You ready, T? Ready to go, Tsunkal replied, and then turned to Skeshal. See? Everything's cool. Let's start offloading the goodies. They both entered their vessel and started transferring pallet after pallet of white powder. What is all this stuff anyway? Skeshal asked. Methamphetamine. What's methamphetamine? A dangerously addictive street drug that is popular with humans. It's a lot like slaver's dust, but much more pleasurable from what I understand. Skeshal recoiled in shock. We are making slaver's dust? He squeal-buzzed with dismay. Yes and no. It is addictive as slaver's dust, but almost never forced on the victim. They take it voluntarily. That's insane. Well, we are discussing humans. Regardless, this is still wrong. Tsunkal laid an appendage on Skeshal's carapace. Do you want the guns or not? He asked his young co-pilot. Do you want the refugees transported to Terran space or not? Everything has a price, and this is the price. I also understand that there will be chocolate. Come on. We still have a lot of this to offload. Skeshal held his head in his manipulators and hiccuped. This was not what he envisioned at all. There was no glory. There was no nobility. There was nothing but constant worry and moral ambiguity. Fear he was prepared for. Combat he was prepared for. What he was not prepared for was suddenly becoming a drug dealer. Sheila landed the paper tiger next to Tsunkal's vessel, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tsunkal held a rag over his breathing orifice and stepped forward to greet her. Shortly thereafter, Sheila and 6 other armed humans debarked and advanced. Skeshal watched in confusion as Tsunkal strode forward and engaged in an odd, somewhat complicated hand-slapping ritual with the lead human. Tsunkal motioned for Skeshal to approach. Sheila, this is my new friend SS. This is human friend Sheila. She is a very good friend to us. Sheila smiled, displaying her disturbingly omnivorous teeth. It's great to meet you, S. She looked over at Tsunkal. Is he your replacement when you inevitably become one with the creators? Or lose even more of your eyes? Meh, that is why the creators blessed us with 12. He gestured over at the pallets. It is fortunate that we have so much refining equipment sitting idle due to the conflict, he clicked. I trust it will meet your standards? Sheila flashed those disturbing teeth again and approached the cargo with a scanner. Damn, T. You and I should go into business after your war, she said approvingly as she looked at the screen. They may look funny, but those Zoosh could churn out the crystal meth like nobody's business. That is a most interesting prospect. Who would suspect a nervous little Zoosh hauling a shipload of contraband? Tsunkal chuckled. I think you guys have dispelled that nervous little Zoosh stereotype. I honestly didn't think you guys would last a month. How is it going anyhow? All I get is Federation propaganda. Like shit. It's a stalemate. We are neither advancing nor are we retreating. We are just dying. Sheila placed a hand on Tsunkal's carapace and nodded. Yep. Sounds like war. Just don't get too used to it, she said sadly. Moments later, she perked right back up. On a more cheerful note, we have a nice delivery for you. Everything you asked for, plus some presents for our increasingly valuable friends. 10,000 more AKs, all the ammo you requested, and we were able to get our hands on the Mark 15 armor-piercing rounds, which you will absolutely love. Goes through rigid combat armor like a knife through butter or whatever soft spread you guys have. We couldn't get the Mark 7 nukes you guys like, but we did get some Mark 5s, so we threw in another 4. That okay? That's more than okay. Sheila then grinned and did a little happy dance. That's not the best part. It gets better. She grabbed a case off one of the pallets that her associates were unloading and threw it open. Liberators. Liberators. Completely polymer firearms. No metal. Unconventional propellant. Advanced polymer armor-piercing slugs. Virtually undetectable. They are made by Terran intelligence and fucking hard to get, but for you guys, I made it happen because I like you. Ooh, I almost forgot. I got you a present. She ran into the ship and came out with a gun case. This is a 12-gauge pump shotgun, Sheila exclaimed proudly. Not even chemical, totally mechanically operated, and this puppy barks. Let me show you how to work it. After a brief demonstration, Tsunkal was delighted. This is simply... He was cut off by a loud beeping. Fuck! What the fuck is that? Skashal rushed into the ship and a moment later sprinted out, dropping poop from his pants leg. It's a Federation cruiser. Tsunkal looked down at Skashal's leg. Seriously? What are we going to do? Skashal cried in terror. Sheila paced back and forth. Shit, shit, shit. She yelled, then she stopped pacing. This is what we are going to do. Get those Zoosh onto my ship now. I promised I would get them out, and they are getting out. Get the nukes and as many weapons as you can onto your ship. Why? Just do it, Tsunkal yelled as he started pushing the nukes towards his ship. Hey, Major. Landers. Now. You got maybe 5 minutes. A man yelled from the paper tiger. You hear that, Zooshlings? You got 5 minutes to get on board. Go, 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 go! Sheila yelled as she threw open a case and grabbed an AK. Fuck it, Tsunkal said calmly as he also grabbed one. What about the cargo? The voice yelled from Sheila's ship. They are the fucking cargo. Prepare to launch. You got it, Major. But we aren't going to be able to get them on board and launch in time. I'll get you time, Sheila yelled as she chambered around. I'm counting on you, Sergeant. A man ran from the ship and helped the Zoosh board. Welcome to Pirate Cruise Lines. We hope you enjoy your trip, he said cheerfully as he started herding the refugees into Sheila's cargo ship. What are you doing, Lieutenant? Sheila barked. Backing your dumb ass up, ma'am. After the former lieutenant pushed the last Zoosh family on board, he grabbed a rifle. Get your ship airborne the second the Tiger lifts off, Sheila yelled at the 2 Zoosh. The feds will go after the nukes and buy us some time. Skashal, with a loud, wet farting noise, ran towards the vessel. Why am I enjoying this? He yelled as he spun up the engines. Sheila looked over at Tsunkal. How long does he need? If he stops shitting himself, maybe 3 minutes. 2 Federation landing craft came into view. Shit. They're early. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Oh, and tea. I did bring chocolate. Should have delivered it first. Sorry. No worries. It's best for a Zoosh to face this sort of thing on an empty stomach anyhow, Tsunkal said as he ducked behind a pallet of crystal meth. Sheila turned to her comrades and grinned. Okay, boys, it's party time, Sheila yelled as she opened fire. Captain, we are taking heavy fire. We have 3 combatants, 2 human and 1 Zoosh, the Federation strike leader reported. The captain was less than pleased. There are only 3 of them, so what is the issue? They have us pinned down and bang, we are taking bang casualties. Request permission to use lethal force. Negative. We need them alive. We need to know the source of the nuclear weapons. Then we need Captain, this is Strike Sergeant X Klong. The strike leader has been severely injured, and I am assuming they have grenades, assuming bang, assuming command. Sir, the ships have launched and are heading in opposite directions. They have rockets. Get away from... Boom. Sir, we have just lost a landing craft. Sigh. Very well, Sergeant. Withdraw to defensive positions and await reinforcements. Yes, sir. Boom! Sir, we just lost the other lander. The captain mumbled obscenities under his breath and pressed a button on his console. Yes, Captain. Send every damned Marine we have to the surface now. Get a lock on the vessel with the nukes and fire an EMP. We will board it once we deal with the surface. Yes, sir. I'm trying, sir. Trying? His evasive maneuvers are... Wait. I got him. Sir, the other vessel has jumped to hyperspace. Yes, exactly as they planned. The captain growled. Sheila awoke, greeted with a splitting headache. She groaned and rolled over to discover that she was sharing a cell with her compatriots. Fuck! Ow! Is it just me, or have they dialed up the stunners? She mumbled. Tsunkal painfully flopped over. It wasn't so much the setting as it was the number of times we were shot. I know for a fact you caught a couple after you were down. I think they were somewhat displeased with you. Those assholes. Sheila grinned. I wonder why they could possibly be angry with us. Indeed. They have absolutely no sense of humor. Ow. I think I cracked my carapace. The lieutenant groaned faintly. Sheila weakly kicked at him. Dumbass. Big fucking glorious dumbass, she said proudly. Ambassador Wintersmith was having lunch when he got the news. The fucking Federation actually did something effective. They had caught her. Not only had they caught her red-handed, but they caught two Zeush, who were paying for guns and nukes with crystal meth of all things. He was mystified how the feds managed to pull it off, but the important thing was that they did. Now all he had to do was collect her. The Terran Republic had a whole lot of questions for that bitch, and there was no way she was wiggling out of this one. So he quickly boarded his diplomatic craft and headed for Fed Security Station 12, where his prize awaited. He arrived to find Sheila, an unknown human male, and two Zeush, all of which looked scorched and groggy. He turned to the guard, a burly Threen. What happened to them? Nothing. They were just shot with stunners, repeatedly, numerous times, including 2 incidents while in custody. The female is a biter. So is one of the Zeush. Good, John said with a smile. Zap them a few times for me. Oh, where is the security chief? I am here to take custody of the Terrans and would like to request the right for myself or a representative to be present for the interrogation of the Zeush. The guard shifted uneasily. John's good mood started to evaporate. What? It's not my place to say, Ambassador. Well, it is mine, said an unfortunately familiar voice behind him. John's good mood was officially gone. Reminding himself that what he really wanted to do was definitely not a good idea, John turned around and there, every pecker on his goddamn muppet head fully inflated to the point of bursting, was Counselor Ke-Shal-Ta. Behind him were 2 humans in Federation uniforms. John snarled and unconsciously stepped forward. There was nothing in the whole universe more hated by a Terran human than a Federation human. Those collaborating bastards were in no small way responsible for the trumped-up bullshit charges that the Federation used to justify their attack and were exceedingly helpful in making that attack a success. John had murder in his eyes, so much so that Ke-Shal-Ta's pecker crest deflated slightly. If the ambassador behaves in any way that could be considered violent, you have my authority to use any force necessary to resolve the situation, he said to the increasingly uncomfortable Threen. The Threen slumped. Just 2 more hours. Just 2 more fucking hours, and his weekend would start, and he did not need this shit. The Threen had dealt with Terrans before during the war. He did not want to do it again. Those fuckers were evil. 2 hours to go, and now he had the perfect storm of a Terran human and 2 Federation humans. That Terran might be an ambassador now, and he didn't know Terran heraldry. Still, he was pretty sure that they didn't hand out decorations featuring what were clearly skeletal remains of some sort for organizing the office charity drive. Yes, Counselor, he said about as miserably as a Threen could. What the fuck are you doing here, Counselor? John hissed. I am here to facilitate the transfer of these prisoners. All of them. What the fuck are you playing at K-Shalta? He glared at the humans and saw Federation intelligence designations on their uniforms. I am not in the mood for your bullshit right now. Nor I yours, the counselor said with undisguised glee. Now, please be a good ambassador and step aside. Like fuck I will. They may be scum, but they are Terran scum, and I am here to haul their asses off to Terran space for questioning. Oh, you mean these enemy combatants? John blinked. What? Oh, didn't you hear? They bore arms alongside dangerous Zouche insurgents in a direct armed conflict with Federation forces. That makes them enemy combatants, Keishal Ta said in the most condescending tone he could muster. They are directly involved in a current armed conflict with the Federation, and as such are valuable intelligence assets. That is total bullshit, and you know it. In accordance with Statute 7 of... Stick Statute 7 up your ass. This is not over. Yes, Ambassador, it is. Now, these nice intelligence officers will take custody of these enemy combatants and rigorously interrogate them. After that, we will share any pertinent information at our discretion, of course. Counselor Keishal-Ta cackled with glee. Counselor, one of the Federation agents quietly said, and then nodded toward John. Due to obvious considerations, we believed that time was of the essence, so we took a heavy fighter here, and it isn't large enough for the prisoners. We would like to requisition a larger ship for transport of the prisoners and guards necessary to secure them. Of course, Agent. You have my authority. Just report to the transport office. Counselor, we are taking them to a black site, and it would be best if you signed for it directly for security reasons. We don't wish to file an official flight plan. Absolutely. Just hand me the... Why such a large vessel? Unfortunately, after examining the vessels available, it is the only one large enough to meet our needs. Admittedly, it is much too large, and we apologize for the inefficiency, but rather than arrange for something more suitable, we believe it's for the best. The Federation human glanced at John. I believe it best for us to transfer the prisoners immediately. That makes sense? The counselor quickly signed the tablet and grinned at John, utterly unaware of how close he came to dying just then. Thank you, counselor. We will take the prisoners now. Sheila and her cohorts were led away. John stood there motionless for some time, much to the concern of a certain Threen. The next day, John was in his office, absolutely enraged. His calls either went unanswered, or he got a bland response that was basically what the counselor had already told him. The icing on the top of the cake was when his superiors told him to drop it. Apparently they had concerns that it could become a real diplomatic incident. It seemed that everyone thought the easiest answer would be if the whole problem just went away, even if it meant leaving Terran citizens in the hands of Federation traitors. Everyone was satisfied. Everyone except John, of course. Yes, he had inquired about making her go away before, but handing her over to the traitors? He wouldn't wish that on any Terran. He wasn't going to let this one go. Career be damned. Just as he grabbed the phone for yet another round of calls, his intercom buzzed. Ambassador, Toby said hesitantly. Counselor Keishal-Ta is here to see you. Show him in, John snarled. Ambassador, the counselor said, his voice just dripping with glee. I understand that you are still engaged in a futile attempt to somehow manage to change the situation. Now I would normally let you scream and flail until the end of time, but I am getting tired of taking calls about it. You will not win. Those Terrans will be in the Nigerian detention facility until the end of time. John blinked. The what? The what facility? The Nigerian detention facility. John blinked again. Have you ever actually heard of the Nigerian detention facility before? John asked. No, of course not. It is a black site operated by the humans. You have heard of black sites before, I trust. I understand it's an underhanded human way to bypass troublesome regulations. Oh, I have heard of something like this before, John said, trying desperately to suppress a grin. Not that it's any of my business, but exactly how big of a transport vessel did the agents requisition? I see no harm in telling you. It was a Class 12 medium cargo vessel. John couldn't help but chuckle. That's a pretty big ship. Great jump range, too. Very nice. Did they request anything else? Maybe something like an off-the-record small loan or service in exchange for large rewards that sounded perfectly reasonable considering the circumstances? Absolutely not. And I would report such an offer if they did. Corruption is a Terran phenomenon, the counselor said with just a bit too much conviction. John smiled and leaned back in his chair. Well, I know when I am beat. I guess I will just have to accept things the way they are. John laughed. Have a great day, counselor. Counselor K. Shalta refused to be deceived by the wild hilarity displayed by his brainwave scanner and proudly strode, crest fully erect, out of Ambassador Wintersmith's office. Once he left John, let out a long, contented sigh and pressed the intercom. Oh, Toby, would you pretty please get me Terran intelligence on the line? They are not going to believe this one. Tales from the Terran Republic. Crime never pays. Unless it does. The day of the escape. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as their shiny new Class 12 medium cargo vessel entered hyperspace. The Federation female handed Sheila and Jacob, the former lieutenant, cups of coffee. Thanks, Gloria, Sheila said as she took a sip. You look like hell, ma'am. Heh, you should see the other guy. Guys, actually, Sheila grinned. You guys have balls of steel, by the way. No man left behind. We weren't going to leave you to the feds. Besides, it was a golden opportunity, Gloria said as she gestured around. I figured this could be worth a few credits. Sticking it to the feds at the same time was a nice plus. Still, this was some crazy shit. There is no way I would have authorized this. Too fucking bad you weren't around to stop us. Sheila looked around quizzically. Where is the sergeant? She asked. Gloria took in a deep breath. Lieutenant Samuels. Where is Sergeant Roberts? Sheila asked with a slight edge in her voice. Sheila narrowed her eyes at Gloria. What? She asked. He stayed behind. What? Sheila jumped up and grabbed Gloria. What the fuck? Well, you know that pad that the counselor signed? It was a doppelganger. Sheila's eyes widened. She didn't even know they had a doppelganger. When did they get a doppelganger? What did you get? She asked. Everything, Gloria replied with a predatory gleam in her eyes. Full biometric data, signature, decrypted password, diplomatic credentials. We got it all. Sheila slowly shook her head and laughed. So he's going shopping? Gloria grinned wickedly. You could say that. I know that look, Sheila said as she narrowed her eyes and curled her lips into a predatory grin. What exact sort of fucking are we talking about? Sheila sat back down, leaned back and said with a wolfish smile, Okay, tell me what you goddamn pirates are up to. I am certain that we can assist you, Counselor. It is the least we can do in exchange for facilitating that prisoner transfer, Robert said as he and K. Shalta walked down a corridor. K. Shalta was ecstatic. He finally had a way to get John. Oh, think nothing of it. I am always happy to help the Federation. It is my duty, after all. K. Shalta said eagerly. Of course, Counselor. I need not tell you that what we are doing is highly illegal, and your utmost secrecy is required. Should what I am doing be discovered, it would be the end of my career, and I will most likely wind up in prison. Don't worry, Agent. This is not without risk for myself as well. My secrecy is assured. Roberts looked directly into Counselor K. Shalta's beady, Muppet-like eyes. If only we had more true patriots like you. I truly admire your courage, he said, his voice full of admiration and respect. Do you think you will find anything? Absolutely. We have had our eyes on John Wintersmith for quite some time, Roberts replied smoothly. Unfortunately, he has successfully hidden his activities behind the doors of the Terran embassy. If half of what we suspect is true, not only will it be a diplomatic incident of epic proportions, there will be evidence of crimes that will not be covered by his diplomatic status. He will be arrested and go to a Federation prison for the rest of his life. I knew it, I knew that asshole wasn't a real ambassador. Robert smiled and reminded himself to give B. Reen Show, an employee of K. Shalta, a nice bonus. The information that he absolutely hated Ambassador Wintersmith was invaluable. Just the mention of his name had K. Shalta eating out of the palms of their hands. He had always thought that all of the money Sheila threw around was a waste, but this one instance proved that every credit was well spent. Of course, K. Shalta being such an ass didn't hurt. Bireen Show would probably have betrayed him for free. Do you think you could have him taken to this Nigerian detention facility? Counselor, I will personally assure it. Roberts and K. Shalta arrived at a door marked with red Federation security markings. Counselor, it would be best if we had privacy for our endeavor. If you understand my meaning, Roberts said calmly. Don't worry, Agent. I will take care of it. K. Shalta barged into the room, startling two clerks. Get out! Counselor? One of the clerks asked in confusion. I said get out. We need this room for Federation business. But, do you need a new translator? I said get out now. The two clerks scurried away. K. Shalta turned to Roberts with a smile. Sometimes you just have to be direct, he said smugly as his pecker crest inflated. I admire your efficiency, Counselor, Roberts said in an even professional tone. From the secure terminals in this room, I will be able to directly access the Federation's secure quantum network and attempt to hack into the Terran embassy. Roberts looked around in an overly cautious manner. Counselor, he said quietly, I hate to ask you to do such a mundane task, but could you keep watch? As you are aware, breaching an embassy's security is a major violation of both the current treaty and accepted diplomatic practice. Oh, of course, K. Shalta said in an eager voice. Oh, this is exciting. Yes, just stand around that corner and let me know if you see anyone. Once the counselor was out of the way, Roberts wasted little time. He plugged his tablet into the data port of the secure terminal and went to work. The secure terminal and K. Shalta's security clearance and diplomatic credentials made getting into base security effortless. He then promptly erased all records concerning Shelia's arrest. The next order of business was to order all seized weapons and drugs vaporized with top priority, citing safety concerns. Now that their tracks were covered and there was no way to trace the weapons, it was time for some fun. Krilna was having a spirited debate with her co-workers concerning the Federation hologames when her monitor pinged. She turned to look, and her stomachs knotted. It was K. Shalta's face. She really didn't like him. Federation intelligence. How may I help you, Counselor? Hello, K. Shalta said with a pleasant smile. I just need access. I'm having problems with the Terrans again, and I need some up-to-date information and other things. Best to put out a fire before it starts and all that. Okay, Counselor. I have to check your credentials. Krilna braced herself for the usual loud objections about it being a waste of time. Sure, the counselor said with the same cheerful, lopsided smile. Okay. Everything looks good. You now have full access. Thanks for your help. I really appreciate it. Okay. Krilna cleared access for the session and hung up. She looked at the monitor in confusion. What's up, Krilna? Her supervisor asked. Oh, nothing. I just talked to K. Shalta. That wrecked him. What the hell did he want? He just wanted access, but the weird thing was that he was professional. Nice, even. He smiled and everything. Weird? Maybe he was on something? The supervisor laughed. It is strange, though. They both shrugged and rejoined the debate. Robert smiled as the monitor switched off, cracked his knuckles, and went to work. Federation agents, human, all, full records, download. He typed and hit enter. That took only 2 minutes. He was surprised. He heard that these main quantum terminals were fast, but this was fast. He smiled. The primary mission was complete, and he had plenty of time. He started downloading everything he could. He began with anything associated with the word Terran, Terra, or Earth. He filled up the first data crystal, and as he was switching it out with a new one, he saw Ke-Shal-Ta peeking around the corner. "How is it going?" Ke-Shal-Ta asked. "Reasonably well. Their security is more difficult than I expected, but we have the best algorithms there are. It will break soon." "Great. Great. It's just that it's starting to take a little while and—" Robert smiled reassuringly at the counselor. "These things can sometimes take a few minutes," Robert said as he casually pressed resume download. "Okay," Ke-Shal-Ta said as he returned to his conveniently assigned watch. The download was completed, and there was still plenty of time. Roberts raided the archives and downloaded all closed-door sessions of the council. He then grabbed everything concerning the Zoosh. Once that was done, he grabbed everything he could, filling up data crystal after data crystal. Wishing he had brought more crystals, he closed the session. "Counselor, I got him," Roberts shouted. "You did?" "Yes, I have a lot of data. But unfortunately it is heavily encrypted, and I will have to take it back with me for our supercomputers to handle," Roberts said with a smooth smile. "I thank you. This will not only strike a blow against the Republic, but have a definite effect on my career. Perhaps yours as well, Counselor." "I am not interested in such things," the counselor said, his peckers fully upright. "The good of the Federation is what is important. You are an inspiration to us all, Counselor. I apologize, but I must depart immediately." "I understand, Agent. Good travels. I hate to impose, but I was just informed that the heavy fighter we were using failed the turnaround check and will spend at least 24 hours in maintenance. Could you authorize a light, fast craft?" "Oh, absolutely, Agent. I would be happy to. It's the least I could do." "I really appreciate it, Counselor. I have already selected a suitable vessel. Just sign here." The next day, "Ambassador Helen Mongrave is here and wishes to speak with you." John stopped spinning happily in his office chair. "Damn, Toby. When I said get me in touch with intelligence, I meant to get them on the phone, not run out and grab one," he giggled. The doors of his office opened and Helen walked in. She looked down at the cookie tin lying open on John's desk. "Ambassador, exactly how many of Grandma's brownies have you had?" she asks as she reaches in and gets one. "Just one. I'm high on life, baby." He spun again. "That bitch, that glorious, magnificent bitch, she just steals a fucking Class 12 and flies away. She did it right under their noses." John threw his head back and lagged. "Woo! She did it right under your nose too, you know." "Psh! Minor detail. Insignificant in the grand scheme of things." "Well, that minor detail is why I am here." John stopped laughing and spinning. "Oh?" he asked with a surprisingly sober voice. "What's up?" "As far as we know," Helen said as she finished off her brownie, "Sheila Donovan has been captured and is being held at an undisclosed location in Federation space. She is not at large. She, for all intents and purposes, does not exist." "What did she do?" John asked. "Whatever she may or may not have done and whatever she may or may not have given us, or more precisely sold to us for a truly stupid amount of money, is none of your concern." "Come on, Helen, let me in on it." Helen looked around cautiously. "Okay, but you can't breathe a word of this." Toby was filling out his daily report when he was interrupted by loud, maniacal laughter coming from the ambassador's office. "Well, somebody just got fucked," he said to himself before returning to his tasks. Tales from the Terran Republic. Gunboat diplomacy. The Federation ship Magnanimous slowly wound its way through a dense cluster of asteroids. The small asteroids had been towed years ago to surround a mining and ore processing center, but regardless of their original purpose, the rebel Jush had turned them into death traps. These sorts of places had taken many Zoush planetary defense and even a few Federation vessels. It seemed like the insurgents had obtained more than just weapons from the Terrans. They were starting to fight like them as well. There was nothing honorable about them left. They were just a festering wad of pure hate, dirty tricks, and the overwhelming desire to kill. Taking this fortification was not the cakewalk they expected when they arrived months ago. Zoush warriors, The thought was comical. Captain Mozux clenched his mouth ridges in a frown, remembering how he had chafed at receiving the orders to come here. He thought it an assignment beneath himself and his ship. A Horizon-class battleship performing a police action against some rabble. Ridiculous. Now, months later, he just hoped he could get his ship and crew out of here in one piece. He did not want to end up like the hopeful. They proved that even Horizon-class ships weren't safe out here. Make sure you scan each asteroid with everything you have. Miss nothing, he told his crew, trying to keep the nervousness out of his voice. Any of these damn rocks could be a Zoosh hand grenade, a typical-looking asteroid with a little present inside. Those multi-eyed bastards were damn good miners, a fact that initially was disregarded, even viewed with disdain. Simple miners playing at being soldiers? Ha! Now not so much. They could drill down into an asteroid, cut it so it would fragment in huge chunks, and line it with Terran-style explosives or a nuke, all the while making it look completely normal both visually and on scans. Any ship getting too close, regardless of class, could be shredded in an instant. There were hundreds of asteroids close by. Any of them could be serious trouble. They were weaving through this mess, and for what? A fortified factory with maybe a couple hundred Zoosh at most. Even once they got through the minefield, their marines would then have to enter the hellscape inside. They could expect to lose several times more men than they would kill or capture. All of this from fighting some meek little Zoosh. Medical analysis of killed or captured Zoosh explained it. When pushed hard enough, their brains would actually physically change, and they would stop being meek, easily pushed around laborers. Instead, they would become something ugly, almost Terran. It was way too easy for a Zoosh to become feral. The Zoosh government knew about this, of course. It was a quirk of their biology and something that they would quietly treat if someone became troublesome. The treatment was disturbingly inhumane anywhere, but especially in the Federation. The captain flared his nostrils in vexation. He had always considered himself part of the good guys. Now he wasn't so sure. He was considering resigning after this mission. He wasn't sure if the Federation was something he wanted to fight for anymore. He found himself thinking of his father's algae farm wistfully far too often. He could go back. There the filth clinging to him would simply wash off. Yes, he decided. After this one he was done. His father would be thrilled. A loud beeping snapped him back to reality. Captain, we have just detected multiple hyperspace signatures. One of them is huge. What is it? Can you identify them? The sensor operator started hyperventilating. What do you see? The captain asked in alarm. Sir, it's a Terran carrier group. Oh gods, it's the Retribution. The captain's blood ran cold. The Retribution. It was the stuff of nightmares. It was one of the monsters of the Terran War. Its appearance heralded doom. Its escorts were scarcely better. Most of them had names that sent a chill down any Federation captain's spine. It was a demon king leading a monstrous horde. The gates of hell traveled with them. The captain was unable to suppress a shudder. Were we at war again? Dear gods, don't let us be at war again. That fleet could wipe out every single Federation and Allied Zoosh ship in the system in a few hours, and he had absolutely no doubt they would do it with a song in their hearts. There would be no mercy. Get us out of these rocks and into open space. Get me command now! Ambassador John Wintersmith lounged in his office chair with a huge bowl of popcorn, watching all holy hell breaking loose on the Federation networks. It seemed that someone leaked a colossal volume of confidential and classified information to the press. He grabbed another handful of popcorn and wondered how much Sheila sold it for, or if she actually gave something away for once. He shook his head and grinned. This was fantastic. Terran intelligence was probably pissed off that they lost some potential leverage, but who cares? This shit show made it all worthwhile. He raised his coffee mug in salute to the picture of Sheila Donovan he now kept on his desk. God, I love you. I absolutely fucking love you. He drained his mug and returned his attention to the screen. Counselor, do you have any comment concerning the newfound information that indicates that the allegations that triggered the invasion of Terran space were not only unfounded, but that this was known prior to the invasion? Did you lie to us? Do you have any idea how many million people lost their lives? A human was hurrying into a building, covering his face. Another human stepped in the way of the mob of reporters. Counselor Morgan has no comment at this time. Heh, I bet you don't, asshole, John said as he grabbed more popcorn. He looked at his watch. It would be any minute now. He pulled out one of Grandma's brownies. He should get ready to receive a guest or two. Counselor K. Shalta will pop one of his peckers over this one, he thought. He found himself looking forward to that Muppet barging in for once. This was going to be fun. Admiral Adam Nielsen walked onto the bridge of the Retribution. "Hey, Captain, what we got?" "Just peanuts, sir. 2 Horizon-class battleships, 6 Protector-class cruisers, and 53 Zoosh system vessels." "What do we know about the locals?" "Not a whole bunch. They are mostly Corvette and Cutter class. Looks like their primary weapons are Federation phasers. The Cutters also pack torpedo tubes. The Corvettes are a joke, but those Cutters have a good engine-to-mass ratio. That plus the torpedoes make them possibly the biggest threat, including the Horizons." "Yeah, those actually look pretty decent," the Admiral said approvingly as he looked at the screen. "I'm going to launch a few Shrike squadrons. Those should be able to shred their Cutters should they decide to be stupid." "Sounds good. Just remind everyone that we aren't at war and don't wish to start one." The Admiral grinned at the captain. "Not that I particularly give a fuck, but the brass back home will crawl up my ass if it happens." "Yes, Admiral, I will tell everyone to be on their best behavior." "That goes for you too." "Yes, sir," the captain said as he flashed a predatory grin. Captain Mazux just stared at the display. He knew that Terran carriers were huge, but nothing could really prepare someone for exactly how huge. The monstrosity was more like a giant space station than a starship. He kept looking at the measurements, especially the mass, in disbelief. It was the size of an asteroid. How did they even get something like that to move? Its defensive energy shields were weak, much weaker than the Magnanimous, but from what he knew, they were just to deflect debris. Its primary defense was armor, an insane amount of armor. Analysis showed that it was primarily nickel-iron, much like many of the asteroids in the Sol system. It was as if they just melted down entire asteroids to make it. Knowing the Terrans, odds are that is what they actually did. The exact thickness of the armor wasn't known, but battlefield accounts showed it shrugging off impacts that would destroy anything the Federation had. Whether or not they had managed to inflict internal damage wasn't known. What was known is nothing had ever rendered it unable to fight. The main guns of the Retribution were like nothing the Federation had ever seen. In addition to their signature projectiles, the carriers had primitive infrared lasers. They might be primitive, but they were impossibly powerful. They shouldn't exist. Federation scientists simply could not explain them. The exact power output wasn't exactly known. It was simply too great to accurately measure in battlefield conditions. When used for orbital bombardment, they have destroyed entire cities in moments. No deflector screen had a chance. It could cut his ship in half even from the edge of the system if he stood still long enough. A vessel's only defense was movement. It took time to bring that monster to bear. Shit, they weren't moving. "Take evasive maneuvers, now!" The captain shook his head in disbelief. "And we attacked them. What were we thinking? Captain, they are launching Shrikes. How many? 120. What?" Captain Mazux no longer bothered keeping up a pretense of calm. Shrikes. It's not like he didn't know they were on board, but there were so many. The Shrike heavy fighter was just as bad as their AK-47, or perhaps even the carrier itself. Many considered it to be one of the perfect weapons of war. Fast, tough, and armed with Gauss chain guns and rapid-fire fusion bomb launchers, they were responsible for more kills than any other Terran vessel. When used on a planet's surface, there was only one word to describe them: horror. He suppressed an urge to flee. He wanted nothing more than to just jump to hyperspace and then retire in disgrace. It wasn't a bad idea, really. Algae farming. A good, honest trade. But he had a duty to protect this system, or at least try to. They could maybe buy enough time for a few civilian ships to jump. "Get me the Zhush Secretary of Defense." A few minutes later, Kasultaran's face appeared on the screen. "What is going on?" Kasultaran exclaimed. "We have a Terran carrier fleet in the system. You need to start evacuating everyone now. Get as many ships moving as you can. Get everyone out of the cities and do it immediately. And whatever you do, do not have your ships try to engage the Terrans." "We have the right to defend ourselves. Are you an idiot? Do you have any idea what these monsters will do to you? First, they will wipe out your entire fleet and then start tearing apart your planet for kicks. Well, evacuating is not an option. We don't want to start a panic. So you're just going to hope that the Terrans don't do what Terrans do? They won't do anything. It would be an act of war. They would incur the full wrath of the Federation," Kasultaran said, raising himself to his full height. "Are you kidding me?" Captain Mazux replied with a sardonic laugh. Before the Zhush Secretary of Defense could respond, the communications officer interrupted them. "Captain, The Terrans are broadcasting. Captain Mozux hung up on the Jush and turned his attention to the main screen. An old scarred Terran appeared. This is Admiral Adam Nielsen, commander of the Retribution Task Force. The Jush system is now under the protection of the Terran Republic. All Federation and Jush planetary defense vessels will power down their weapons and stand by for further instructions. We come in peace but will not hesitate to deal with any hostile forces in the manner for which we are known. The signal shut off immediately thereafter. Captain, one of the bridge officers asked. Power down weapons, transfer everything to shields, continue evasive maneuvers. They don't seem to be shooting, but when they do, let's not be a stationary target. The Federation vessels are powering down, the Jush ships are not, the captain said to Admiral Nielsen. Well, the Feds know what's good for them, the Admiral said as he surveyed the system display. All the ships are holding position except for that one horizon. It's wiggling like crazy. Which one is it? Based on the engine signatures, we believe it to be the Magnanimous. Those are some pretty decent evasive maneuvers, too. I can't figure out an algorithm, so it's impossible to hit with the BFG. Smart. I like that one. We will communicate with them from now on. Hopefully they have some sense. Ambassador Counselor, Skippy is here to see you, Toby announced over the intercom. Counselor Skippy? Send them in, John said quizzically. Counselor Skippy. This was a new one. A fluffy white thing bounced into his office. John was dumbfounded. Soft-looking fuzzy white fur, long ears, a little pink nose, whiskers, and big brown, oddly faceted eyes. The Federation just called in the fucking Easter Bunny. Greetings, Ambassador Wintersmith, the counselor squeaked in a high-pitched voice. Counselor, Skippy, I presume. Well, my HFY name is Arel at Tilda Kada Ali. Ah, Counselor Skippy, then, John said, blinking with confusion. It took a lot to knock him off of his game, but a fucking Easter Bunny with a name that sounded like a broken hyperdrive pretty much managed to do the trick. Please come in. Why, thanks a bunch, Skippy said with a disarming scrunch of her nose as she bounced across his office and plopped into a chair. I'm pretty sure you know why I'm here, but now I have an even more urgent concern. Oh? John said in complete confusion. What is that? Counselor Skippy asked as she pointed at the bowl on his desk, her cute little nose sniffing urgently. It's popcorn? Could I have some? Sure. Take the bowl. Oh, this is scrumptious, Skippy said as she buried her face in the bowl, munching away. Positively amazing. Popcorn. We need to discuss an export deal. Later, of course. I was expecting Counselor K. Shalta. John was more than a little confused. Things were definitely not going the way he was eagerly expecting. Munch, K. Shalta, Munch, no longer represents the Munch Federation. I'm pretty sure, Munch, you know why, my little sugar snap pea. Munch. Oh? John asked with a smile. Why is that? Don't, Munch, insult my intelligence. Munch. And while we are on the subject, Munch, do you have any knowledge concerning the location of Munch, one Terran known as Sheila Donovan and her Jush associates? I thought she was incarcerated by the Federation. Last I saw, both her and her associates were being led away by Federation intelligence officers. John, finally getting back on track, said with a smile. Aha! Cute. Aren't we a clever turnip? Skippy said with a faint edge to her squeak. Where the fuck is she? Munch. The Nigerian detention center, last I heard. Oh, you are going to get some mileage out of that one, aren't you? Honey bunches of oats. Munch. I don't blame you, though. It's been making Munch the rounds over on our side, too. The time-honored Diz-rank gambit. I'm a fan of the classics, and Munch, it was done perfectly. K. Shalta being a complete moron, Munch did help, though. The biggest security breach in Federation history, and 2 ships as well. 2? Munch. You didn't know about the second one, sweetie. They also stole a Starlancer. Munch. No fucking way, John said with a laugh. I didn't know about the Starlancer, John said as he reached for the intercom. Toby, could you whip up some more popcorn? You are the awesomest. I have no idea why K. Shalta said that you were an asshole, Skippy said with a happy nose scrunch. Oh, before I forget, I meant to ask you something. Why the heck is there a Terran carrier fleet in the Jush system? Captain Mozux's heart sang as he delivered the news to Secretary Kasultaran. What? You heard me, Secretary. They say that they are here to protect and evacuate Terran citizens. What Terran citizens? Kasultaran shouted at Captain Mozux. Well, it seems that contact was made between your insurgents and the Terran Republic, and a number of them have pledged allegiance to the Republic, and their appeal has been recognized and granted. In the eyes of the Republic, they are citizens. They can't do that. Apparently they can. They have reviewed the whole situation concerning this insurrection and its causes and state that they view it as valid. Therefore, as long as their new citizens do not start any hostile actions against the Federation from this point forward, they are not guilty of any crimes as far as they are concerned. They have, however, made it quite clear that their new citizens can defend themselves, and that they will happily assist in that regard. Captain Mozuk said with the first smile he had since he came to this system. Oh, and by the way, more Zoush are pledging allegiance by the second. It's a torrent. They are sending vessels to all stations and colonies in the system and will be landing on your planet shortly in order to process applications. I strongly advise not interfering. This is ridiculous. You can't possibly. They know everything. They know everything about what started this excrement-laden war. And for the record, the Federation knows everything as well. Not just some members of the Council in your pocket. The entire Council knows everything. The Federation public knows everything. I know everything. Yeah, you piece of shit. I know it all. I can't believe that the Federation, that I sent people to die over your excrement-laden government. You can't speak to me that way. You seem to have a problem with knowing what someone can and can't do. The Terrans can accept whoever they want as citizens, and I can speak to you any way that I fucking please, you wasted spawn. You have oppressed your people to the point of rebellion, and you slimy egg thieves managed to get the Federation to assist you in murdering them. I will not stand by while you insult me. I will have your job over this. Good luck with that. After I discharge my duty here and my ship leaves this turd of a system, I am resigning in disgust. I seriously doubt you can get me fired from my father's muck farm, so lick my cloaca. Really get down in there. Considering the filth that spews from your mouth, I doubt you would have any problem. Secretary Kasultaran started spluttering, gasping, and hiccuping in rage. Captain Mozux looked over at his tactical display. Oh, to let you know, the Terran launches are reaching rebel territory and are approaching all other stations and colonies, and will be there within 2 hours. I have also just been informed by the Republic fleet that vessels will be on your surface within 6 hours. We will blast them into atoms. If you won't stop them, we will. I almost wish you would, Captain Mozux said with a laugh. Let me tell you what will happen if you do. In the first hour, all of your planetary defense craft will be gone. I'm not exaggerating. They will be completely destroyed. If we enter the fray, we will also be taken out about as quickly. Then the Retribution will jump in and enter orbit around your planet. Shortly thereafter, all of your surface military installations will boil. Look up the Retribution's main guns if you don't know what they can do. After that, the Shrikes will come, and the fun really starts. Once they polish off any scraps the Retribution left of your military, they will begin the infrastructure raids. Every power plant, every spaceport, every road, every bridge, every monorail station and line, all industry. Every single goddamn thing that keeps your planet running will be gone by day 2 at the latest. Captain Mozux pauses to let all of that sink in. Then comes the landers. I don't know if you are familiar with Terran Marine Raiders. If you aren't, look them up. They are the cleaning crew. Any military you still have left will be torn to shreds. If you are having trouble with some insurgents, you are fucked. These guys are the real deal. During all of this also comes the part that I will actually be looking forward to, should I still be alive. Their special operations teams will start targeted eliminations of personnel essential to the current regime. That is their gentle way of saying assassinations. They will come for the government. They will come for you. Don't think you will be able to escape. They will find you. The only officials that survive this are the ones that surrender. In your case, I wouldn't recommend it because of the crimes you and your bedfellows have committed. You would be subjected to Terran justice, in this case, a trial by your peers. Those peers would be the newly minted Zoush citizens. I'm completely certain that you would all be subjected to your complete re-education, as you so tastefully call it. Personally, I would prefer death. Running is your only chance. Who knows? You might be the first to pull it off. But the Federation... Oh yeah, the Federation will try to stop them, but I've looked at the charts and there are simply not enough ships that can get here fast enough to do much. By the time enough of a force gets here to do anything, your system will be a smoking ruin and you will be dead. What happens after the Federation gets here is the only unknown. There may be war, there may not. Who knows? What I do know is that the Terrans absolutely do not give a fuck one way or the other. They aren't the ones afraid of a new war. We are, and they know it. The Defense Secretary started hiccuping violently. Citizens or not, the Zhush won't be permitted to leave until they have paid off their debts. Are you listening to yourself right now? Captain Matsux asked with a laugh. They have already addressed that little gem too. They say that you are free to sue any individual for any outstanding debts, and they will not obstruct a trial either in the Federation or the Terran Republic, but they are taking their citizens. Oh, and good luck getting a favorable ruling in either court. The company's store isn't going to fly very far at all, I'm afraid. So you are going to just let them trample us underfoot? Yup. The latest from command is to just hold position and observe to ensure that the Terrans don't do anything beyond what they have said they will do. If it is any consolation, Judiciary is reviewing the documents that were submitted, but it looks like they are airtight. Well, airtight enough that we can say they are and pretend that we aren't backing down from an almost certain ass-kicking. Privately, the documents could just be pictures of their genitals, and it would get the stamp of approval. For all I know, they are. They like to do stuff like that. Without our labor caste, we are ruined, Kasultaran said miserably between hiccups. With every fiber of my being, I can say I truly do not give a fuck. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to go shopping for a new mucksuit and snorkel. Councillor Skippy was giggling uncontrollably. Oh, whiskers and snot, that is hilarious. Terran citizens. I've heard of the Terrans' propensity for crime, but to steal an entire population, this is one for the books. Skippy continued to giggle happily. Oh, and I love the brownies. These things are even better than popcorn. Yeah, Grandma makes the best, John said with a grin. Any species that can appreciate a good brownie is almost acceptable in my book. Well, I am touched. A Terran animal considers me almost acceptable. There is no higher praise, Skippy said between giggles. There is one huge concern about all of this that the Federation, and far more importantly, I will have. How do we know the Zhush will be well treated? Oh, they will be better than well treated, John said as he reached into the popcorn bowl. Mineral extraction and processing is our big industry both for export and for our own consumption. We can't mine fast enough in our own system, not to mention all of the untouched dead systems in our territory. Skilled miners, smelters, and refinery operators are in high demand, and their pay, benefits, and working conditions are determined by the most powerful of the Terran gods, the free market. If they aren't happy with an employer, there is always another company that is hiring. With hourly pay, overtime, and bonuses, they can wind up making more than I do. Besides, unlike you, we don't keep captives. If they want to go crawling back to the Federation, they can. If they are willing to take the pay cut, who am I to stop them? Well, that's that then, Skippy said with a giggle and a nose scrunch. Oh, one thing. I know all about you, Colonel, and I know all about the people who put you here. You want a war, don't you? This little stunt in the Zhush system could have easily started the war you are spoiling for, Skippy said in an even, serious tone. Meh, you weren't going to do shit, John said with an intentionally toothy smile. We kicked your ass before, and we will do it again. I like you, but let's get one thing crystal clear, my little Brussels sprout. You kicked the Federation's ass, you didn't kick our ass, Skippy said as she idly stretched out one of her paws, and 3 beautifully engraved long metal-shod claws slid out. We have our own fleet and our own army. The only exteen lie you will see in those Federation PJs are those who wanted to play pretend and couldn't make the cut. The only reason you guys are so bouncy right now is that you didn't mix it up with us. We knew the war was pellets from the start. Same goes for several other systems. You act stupid enough and you might get to meet us, and you don't want that. Oh, and if you ever give me that stupid smile again, I will shove my foot so far up your ass you will have good luck for the rest of your life. Kay? She said with a cute little scrunch of her nose. John slowly started to genuinely grin. Hey, I'm about to go grab some lunch. Want to come? I could eat. I'll take you to Sammy's. They have an excellent salad bar. Sammy's is crap. Let me take you to this HFY noodle shop down in the dregs. You Terrans think you know noodles, but you don't know shit. Okay, now it's on Fluffy Butt. There is no way you can back that up. Let's go. After a long trek through a rundown neighborhood near the starport, Skippy led John into a dimly lit hovel where cauldrons of suspicious-looking oily liquid bubbled away. A ragged-looking ex-Vili smiled and plopped some lavender-colored noodles in 2 bowls and topped them with a scoop of something, and handed it to them along with some mostly clean chopsticks. John cautiously grabbed up a small portion of noodles and tried them. It was transcendent. Holy shit, John said as he looked down at his bowl in amazement. Told you, Skippy said with a grin. Tales from the Terran Republic, Kolvachksa and Smith's salvage and recovery. Sheila's new Federation Class 12 cargo vessel dropped out of hyperspace, and Tsunkal crowded the viewing port. "What is this place?" he asked as he surveyed a massive debris field. "Oh, this is the Saralan system," Shelia said in a matter-of-fact manner. "The Saralan system? The site of the Battle of all the Marbles. This is where the combined Juan Empire and Republic fleets went head-to-head with the collective Armada. This is where we broke their backs," Sheila said as she surrendered the controls to Samuels, the team's best pilot. "The victory was expensive, though, almost Pyrrhic. Out there is around 25% of what was then the Republic's entire fleet, including 2 Vengeance-class carriers, like the Retribution, along with roughly 30% of the Empire's including 6 Imperial dreadnoughts. But they took with them almost all of the collective Armada. Hundreds of thousands died, but the tide of the Great War changed in just 2 days. We stopped them right here." "You lost carriers?" Tsunkal asked. "I thought they were indestructible." "Nothing is indestructible if you throw enough antimatter at it. They weren't vaporized, just trashed to the point they weren't salvageable. The bugs actually fucked up and tried to board them, which didn't work out too well for them. They lost most of their warriors in the attempt." "It sounds truly horrible." "Oh, it was," Sheila said as she bared her teeth in a grin. "It was hell made manifest. In the end, all the plans and strategy broke down on both sides, and it turned into a pure slugfest. A dogfight with battleships and hand-to-hand fighting inside them." "Were you there?" "Nah, I was having my own little party on Korvax 7. Korvax 7? Didn't follow the war at all, did you? We took the Korvax system based on the intel that the bugs were up to something big on the surface. They even had queens down there. It all went smooth, and we put a lot of forces on the ground after softening them up with bombardment and airstrikes. We wanted those queens," she said with a rueful smile. "What we didn't know is that the big thing they were doing on Korvax was making a massive supply depot and command center for their main armada. About 2 weeks into our campaign, the whole fucking armada rolled through. We were cut off and stuck on that fucking rock for over 2 years. 2 fucking years." Sheila paused, looking off into space for a while. "Not many of us survived that. I'm surprised that any of you did." "So am I," Sheila laughed. "We all thought we were toast. Some people tried to hide and wait for rescue. Others, however, decided that we were dead, and that we were going to do as much damage and take as many of those fuckers along with us as we could. We threw together a gang of Terrans, Juan, a few Kalesh, and whatever else managed to survive those first few days, and were up for a fight, and we brought the pain." Sheila laughed again. "The really funny thing is that the ones that tried to hide were wiped out, and groups like ours were the only ones that survived. Life is funny sometimes." Sheila paused to take a sip of coffee. "Actually, a lot of my crew are from Korvax. We looked each other up after that bullshit treaty with the feds. We don't exactly go feral like you Zhush, but certain experiences give us perspective that serves us quite well in our line of work." "Yeah, the Terran doctors have other names for that perspective," Samuels laughed. "I prefer to call it an alternative mentality," Sheila said with a chuckle. "Anyway, it's nothing that a bottle of whiskey and a blunt can't fix. And the next job, of course. Speaking of, I understand we have been put out of business by our beloved Republic. We need to come up with a new angle." "Pity," Samuels said. "You Zhush made us a lot of bank." "Are you displeased that our plight has come to an end?" Tsunkal asked as he flicked his eye stalks in their version of a raised eyebrow. "What?" "No, we would have done a lot more if we could, but we are just one outfit. We were able to get you arms and provide a means to pay for them, but that's about it," Sheila said. "The fact that we were able to profit from the whole deal was a nice plus. Running our own little private war ain't cheap. Not only did you finance your cause, but you provided us with the means to continue ours as well. Our mission involving you is complete. Now we just need to come up with a new one," Sheila said with a predatory smile. "Don't worry. We will find another nice, juicy soft spot to strike soon enough." "You do all of this just to continue to fight the Federation? Do you hate them that much?" "You are goddamn right I do," Sheila snarled. "Those shitstains sat back and let us and the Empire bleed ourselves white fighting back the fucking bugs even though their asses were next if we failed. They just sat back and watched as we protected all of civilized space." She spat as she stood up and started to pace. "Then what do? After we damn near broke ourselves stopping the biggest goddamn threat in our generation, after we lose over 70% of our fleet, 94% of our Marines, and 68% of our army, What do they fucking do? They stab us in the back. They launch a surprise attack on our shipyards, repair stations, and military garrisons. I lost friends, good people. People who survived Korvuks, survived here, survived the whole goddamn hell that was the Great War, only to be murdered while they were sleeping in their bunks or drinking a cup of coffee. They had made it. They survived. My people were supposed to be safe. God damn them to hell. Sheila slammed her fist into the bulkhead with tears in her eyes. Tsunkal backed away instinctively as he witnessed a Terran on the brink. He glanced over to Samuels and saw something even more terrifying, a completely blank, totally emotionless void where a bright, bubbly person once stood. Samuels was gone and something else was standing there instead. We don't care that the Republic decided that they were done with the Federation. We don't fucking care. We aren't done. We will never be done. The Federation will fucking burn, Sheila shouted as blood dripped between her fingers and onto the deck. Goddamn right, Mom, Samuels quietly replied. We will watch them burn. All of them. Tsunkal stood frozen to the spot, unable to breathe. Something deep within him clicked as Sheila screamed. Images of friends, family, the love of his life, worked to death in the mines or killed in their desperate struggle. Senseless deaths. Needless deaths. He had never really stopped to think. He never had the chance, but he realized that he was angry. Oh, he had known he was angry, but only then did he fully realize he was fucking enraged. She was right. They had begged the Federation for help multiple times. The result? The pleas always fell on deaf ears, and the zhush that made the attempt were always imprisoned and re-educated. When things got so bad they finally had to take matters in their own hands, what did the Federation do? Send fucking warships. She was right. They had to burn. It was the only thing that made sense. They had to burn. You are right, human friend Sheila, he said in a calm, even voice. What they allowed to happen to us, what they did to us, what they would still be doing to us except for you and the Republic, it is unforgivable. So many of us died, and not just in our war, but in what came before. They aren't what they claim to be. All of their supposed ideals are shit. They need to be hurt the way we were hurt. They need to be punished. Do you have an opening in your crew? Sheila looked at Tsunkal and sighed sadly. You are a phenomenal pilot and amazing in a fight. I would be happy to have you, but are you sure? Right now you are a noble freedom fighter, a fucking hero. Run with us and you trade that in for something a lot darker, Sheila said as she laid a hand on Tsunkal's scarred carapace. There is no going back. There is already no going back. I've already changed, thanks to the Federation. I'm not the same person I was before all of this. I've lost everything, including myself, thanks to them. I've been wondering for quite some time what would happen to me if we won, and now that we have, I still have no purpose beyond what I have become. I'm a blockade runner, a drug dealer, and a killer. I can't return to polite zhush society, and to be perfectly honest, I don't want to. I want in. Okay, sounds like you really thought about it. It has to be put to a vote, but I'm pretty sure he has my vote even if I don't like the competition, Samuels interjected. That's a compliment, by the way. A vote? Aren't you in charge? Tsunkal asked. Me? I can barely control these animals on a good day, Sheila said as she walked to the medical supplies. I'm in charge in tactical situations. When we plan and perform an op or the shit hits the fan, I call the shots. In our day-to-day operations, we decide things by consensus. Everyone has their area of expertise or official job, and any questions beyond that go to a vote. That includes new partners, but we could definitely use another kick-ass pilot and navigator. We will make it official once we reach our destination as our first order of business, she explained as she bandaged her hand. Where is our destination? In there, Sheila said with a grin as she pointed towards one of the greatest concentrations of debris. Our destination is the Vengeance. Wasn't it destroyed? Oh, it's a burned-out hull now. But once the Terran recovery teams finished clearing out or destroying all of the classified stuff or anything else they wanted, they abandoned it. It was just too fucking huge to vaporize. It was more trouble than it was worth. Enterprising individuals refurbished the main power plant and sealed off enough of it to make one hell of a space station, completely off the map. It's a great place to buy and sell munitions, equipment, and ships, or to just lay low for a while. The hotels and restaurants are a bit pricey, though. We usually just stay on the ship unless we feel indulgent. Even a brigand can use a spa day. We just got the latest approach. Our guys are holed up at Kolvaksa and Smith's Salvage and Recovery. Samuel said over her shoulder as she laid in the new course. That's another nice thing about the Vengeance. There is so much debris, unexploded munitions, and other assorted hazards around it that without the latest information getting to it is a long, slow, and dangerous proposition, Sheila said as she grabbed a mango from one of the pallets of Terran produce filling the Class 12. That's why we like it there. You can jump out once you are clear, but it will take days to get in there without the latest map. We could also go to Saraland too. The bugs never got their hooks into it, so it is still a nice place, but with all the orbital debris, the approach is pretty hairy on the best day, and the prices suck. Only reason to go down there is if you are desperate for outside and you are so much of a fugitive you can't go anywhere else. That being said, we did have a nice camping trip down there once for exactly that reason. Got their hooks into it. You don't know a lot about the Collective, do you? The Collective doesn't conquer or enslave. They terraform. Any pre-existing life is just an inconvenience to them. The first thing they do is completely eliminate the existing ecosystem and put their own in place. Most of the worlds they took are complete wastelands now. Sheila shrugged. I've never seen a bug world, but from what I hear they suck even way they are finished. They didn't make it to Saraland too, so it's still intact. Since it has been mostly abandoned, the world has become true wilderness again. The sight of nature reclaiming the empty Juon cities is absolutely beautiful, Sheila said as she looked over at Samuels at the helm. You know, we should get back down there sometime. Only if you do the piloting. I'm not doing that shit again. We almost got wiped out by what was left of a Shrike, or did you forget that part? Hey, that's what we have the new guy for, Sheila said as she gave Tsunkal's carapace a rough slap. If we all die, then there will be nobody left who can find me at fault. I'm game, Tsunkal said with a casual shrug. Hey, you're fitting in already, Sheila said with a laugh. I'm going to grab a grapefruit. Anyone want anything while I'm back there? Tsunkal's eyes, all of them, dilated in surprise as they approached the wreck of the Vengeance. I knew that your carriers were big, but damn, he said in awe. Yeah, everyone has that reaction the first time they see one up close. The thing actually has a slight gravitational field. That is why all that stuff is sticking to it, Sheila said as they got into their place in line. I am surprised. I wasn't expecting so many ships. Oh, this system is pretty busy. Think about it. With 25% of the Terran fleet, 30% of the Imperial fleet, and all of those collective ships, this is a scrounger's paradise. If you are willing to brave unexploded mines, armed nukes, auto-turrets with self-contained power cells, and whatever abominations the Collective have in their shit, you can still find treasures here. Hell, the scrap metal alone is worth trillions. There are scores of scavengers out there on any given day. And the Empire allows this? Isn't this their territory? Yes, it is, and no, they don't. This system is officially off-limits, but once the Empire and the Terran recovery teams were done securing the good stuff and blowing up what they could, the blockades went on their way. They will come through every now and then and throw out some mines, but it's really more trouble than it's worth for them. They are much more interested in patrolling the borders and rebuilding than they are guarding a pile of debris that kills a lot of the people stupid, greedy, or crazy enough to go digging around in there. Samuels veered out of the line as a huge set of doors opened in the side of the hull. She easily fit the Class 12 into the cavernous opening. Tsunkal just stared as they entered. How thick is that armor? Around 500 meters, give or take. They say they actually beefed it up on the newer ones. The Retribution's armor is so thick that Federation scanners can't penetrate it even if the shields are down. It just shows up as solid on their readouts. How can it even move? I have no fucking idea, Sheila shrugged. The carrier's propulsion and main gun are some of the most closely guarded secrets the Republic has. Nobody I know has even seen the engines, and if you get too close or they catch you trying to scan them, you can expect to suck vacuum for your efforts. Seriously, you have a better chance of getting into Terran intelligence headquarters than you do getting into a carrier's engine room. Here, they turned the huge gaping hole the recovery teams left in the engine's place into a really nice greenhouse and some lovely villas. Don't know much about the engines except that they were huge, Sheila said as she cut into another mango. I haven't seen the engines, but I have seen the power plant. This place can damn near feed a planet. It could be just pure Terran brute force. It has the power for it. Samuels expertly landed the ship next to the paper tiger. Sheila winced. Her ship was partially disassembled with parts laying everywhere. Samuels looked over at Sheila and grinned. Looks like the chief is at it again, boss, she said with a laugh. God damn it. This happens every fucking time I turn my back on him, Sheila grumbled. I wonder how much of our money he spent this time. Sheila opened the hatch and stepped out into a huge hangar bay. Some Zhush children ran past kicking a ball, and a few more were playing with a strange furry creature that ran around squeaking excitedly as some local vendors wandered about hawking their wares. The adults had set up a camp fashioned from shipping containers and tarps, and most were standing around a large open fire grilling meats and vegetables on long skewers. A Zhush female ran up excitedly. "I am so glad you are all safe. I feared I would never see you again." She addressed the entire group, but her gaze was fixed firmly on Tsunkal, who shifted uncomfortably. "Oh, we got away eventually. No worries." Tsunkal mumbled, shifting back and forth. Sheila grinned at him. She hadn't seen him get nervous in quite some time. "Oh, your shell," the female said as she reached out and touched the fresh cracks on his carapace. Apparently a Zhush can blush. Who knew? No big deal. I just grabbed some repair resin when we were on Terra. It's good as new." Tsunkal mumbled and actually hiccuped once. The female giggled and quickly pulled her manipulator away. "You were on Terra?" "Yeah, we had some business there. No big deal." "Wow," she enthused and then hiccuped. I'm going to go and check on the children." She giggled and ran off. Sheila elbowed Tsunkal. "Looks like someone could have a little fun there, T." "What?" "Please, she is half my age." "She legal?" "What do you mean?" "Oh, yes, she can consent." Hick. Tsunkal was hopping back and forth like he was on his first arms deal. "Well, run that blockade, dude." Sheila slapped him on the back while the reassembled crew laughed. "Chief, where the fuck are you?" A eye stalk popped out from under one of the engines. "Down here." "What are you doing under that engine that clearly isn't one of ours? Right next to those other two engines that clearly aren't ours." They are now?" The rest of the crew chuckled as they backed away. "Oh, those are very nice engines," Sheila said dubiously. "John Seraphim's. Very, very nice." The chief quickly pulled his eye stalk back under the engine. "Exactly how much did those cost?" "We got a great deal on them." "How much?" "The improvements to our performance will be amazing." "How much?" "Our old ones were getting worn, and I couldn't change the drive signatures again without extensive retooling." "How much?" 45 million credits. 45 million credits? What the fuck? Get out here." "No, I think I will stay under here for a while," the chief wisely replied. Sheila stomped over to the engine and threw herself down onto the deck, halfway squirming under the engine after him. "It wasn't just the engines," the Kaleshi engineer said defensively as he retreated further into the machinery. "We got a great deal on the engines, but the power plant wasn't big enough, so we got a new one, and then we had to buy some structural components so we can handle the new thrust. Of course, now our acceleration is much better, so we needed some new inertial dampeners." The chief paused for breath and then continued. "Kolvatksa had this great new hyperdrive and cloak that we could get on the cheap that we could now power with the new plant, so that was a no-brainer. Of course, the new hyperdrive needed a new navigational computer to handle the extra jump range, so we absolutely had to get one of those. After all that, I figured why not get a new control console and comms, so our signature will be completely different." "That's more than the fucking ship is worth. We could have bought a whole new ship for that." "Yeah, but it wouldn't be nearly as badass as this one will be once I modify and install all of this new gear." "That's nearly all of our operating budget, you jackass, and we are out of fucking business. The Republic just ended the Zhush insurrection once and for all." "Oh, yeah, asshole, that's right," Sheila fumed. "You better fucking hope I can get a good price for that Class 12 and its cargo or its ramen noodles for all of us." She rose to her feet and confronted the rest of the crew. "And you assholes just fucking let him do this shit?" "We put it to a vote and decided it was a good move. The new engines will let us take off in less than a minute, and the new hyperdrive and navcomp will let us jump in half the time we used to. After our last little adventure, we kinda thought that was a good idea," Greg the quartermaster said. "If we could have done that, we wouldn't have had to bust your ass out of jail. We could have just shoved the Zhush on board and gotten the fuck out of there. Abandoning you didn't sit well with any of us." Sheila just sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. They had a point, and nobody expected the Republic to swoop in like they did. "Well, you knuckleheads have done dumber things with our cash, and that launch time will come in handy. We also got a pretty decent payday from Republic Intelligence for that data grab, so we aren't completely broke," Sheila said with a shrug. She looked around. "Where is Roberts? He get here yet?" Yeah, he beat you here by 2 days, and we already sold the Starlancer he boosted, so that's a bit of coin in our pockets, too. He's in the main station with some of the Juish getting groceries and some toys, clothes, and other sundries for our new guests. They didn't bring much, and a lot of that was left behind when we had to scoot. Nice of you guys. Well, at least we are all in one place and with all of our bits still attached, Sheila said with a smile. Even if our war chest is damn near empty thanks to you asshats. She then turned to face the single eye stalk cautiously peeking out from underneath the engine. How long to get the old gal back together? Should take less than a week. We have the run of Kolvax's shop. He has been surprisingly generous with his tools and equipment, the chief laughed. Oh, I bet he has, Sheila said with an exaggerated eye roll. She then turned to Tsunkal and wrapped her arm around him. Before you assholes give me a stroke, I need a vote on something. Well, that's settled then, Sheila said, after what was probably the fastest vote in their history. Everybody knew Tsunkal and what he could do at the helm, and the shootout after their last deal went sideways sealed the deal. We got a new number 2 pilot and primary navigator. Sorry, Jax. You are warming the bench for now. No worries, boss, Jax said with a shrug. T is solid. Okay, T, go grab some gear. We still have a mountain of stuff we didn't offload before that cruiser showed up. A large, shambling, white, furry mound waddled up and extended 4 beefy arms. Sheila, glad to see they sprung you. I was worried. You should be more worried that I escaped. 45 million credits. Kolvachaksa, I should shank you, Sheila said with a smile as she settled into a huge, warm, furry embrace. You object? Your company was quite specific in their order, Kolvatsksa said as Sheila practically disappeared into his body. Yeah. I've already had a chat with my crew, a muffled voice filtered out through the deep fur. I heard. I figured I would give you guys a few minutes before I greeted you this time. Kolvaksa laughed as he allowed Sheila to escape. So, buddy, my old and dear friend, Sheila said with a big smile as she gestured at the Class 12. What do you say we just do a swap and call it even? Oh, you Terrans and your wonderful sense of humor. I can't give you more than 5 million for that. 5 million? Have you been sniffing coolant again? Just look at that beauty. I am. Federation Class 12 cargo ships are used solely by the Federation. They don't sell them on the civilian market. While I am truly impressed that you snatched one, it is and will always be clearly stolen. Just swapping a few components and recalibrating the engines won't cut it this time, my friend. My only hope is to scrap it for parts. Don't give me that. You can sell it anywhere on the edge. The Federation doesn't touch Imperial space, and the Empire doesn't give enough of a shit to do anything unless they park it next to the palace, Sheila said as she scratched his chin. Hell, I bet you could sell it to scavengers and it would never leave the system. Your scritches won't sway me this time, Temptress, Kolvaksa said as he growled in satisfaction and leaned forward for more. Okay, for you I will make some inquiries and see if I can find a buyer. 25% commission. Thanks, sweetie, Sheila said with a big grin. So how is Miss Smith doing? Growing like a weed. She is nearly as tall as her father was, Kolvachaksa said, preening with pride. He had raised her as his own ever since her father, his first business partner, died while exploring a collective warship. It is clear that she inherited her father's technical ability and business savvy. She is already a valuable business partner and will do the Smith name justice. Great. I will have to deal with 2 of you again if one wasn't enough. Where is the little sprout anyway? Not sure. She should be assessing salvage, but she's probably running around with the Zoosh children again. I shouldn't be so indulgent, but it isn't often she has so many creatures at her point in their development with which to cavort. Well, aren't you just a big old softy? Considering how cruelly you take advantage of me, you should already know that, Kolvachksa said with a laugh. Oh, please. At that moment, a tween with a wild tangle of red hair wearing a greasy jumpsuit ran up. Kolvak, we have a problem. She grabbed him, pulled him away, and started frantically whispering at him. Well, let them in, he said in a rather grave tone. He turned to Sheila. It appears that we have a guest. More precisely, you have a guest. I am out of here. With that, Kolvaksa beat a hasty retreat as the atmospheric retaining field flicked on and the massive bay doors started to open. The doors opened completely, and nothing happened. Nothing seemed to enter. Then they could all hear the faintest humming noise and a stiff breeze blew past. Suddenly, a long, lean, jet-black frigate appeared before them, less than 50 meters away. Well, fuck, Sheila said in a quiet, calm voice. Nobody moved or spoke except for Tsunkal. Shouldn't we arm ourselves? No point, Sheila said quietly. That is an Imperial stalker, a Night Guard ship. Night Guard? Fuck, I like you, T, but I don't feel like another lecture right now. They will kill us. All you need to know. Besides, Greg said, we have a hangar deck full of civvies, and there is a very firm law here saying that you don't directly oppose the Juon Empire when they show up. We won't be welcome here ever again if something happens, even if we do survive. The Stalker made a perfectly silent landing. A hatch opened without a sound, and two Juon exited the ship and approached. Tsonkal cocked his eyes curiously. He had never seen one before. They are so wriggly, he whispered. Yeah, they look funny, but don't be fooled. They will fuck you up. Now please be quiet, Samuels whispered back. Showtime, Sheila whispered as she stepped forward to meet the Juon. Captain Jurel stepped onto the deck along with Lieutenant Guzala. The captain calmly surveyed the scene before him, a Federation craft along with several humans wearing no uniform. Surely the Federation wouldn't be so stupid as to trespass so deeply into Imperial space. But stupid did seem to be the Galactic Federation's stock in trade these past few years. While not officially at war, the Empire held the same view of the Federation as the Terran Republic, and for exactly the same reason. Those Feds were about to die. Is everyone ready, Lieutenant? Yes, Captain. Jurel briefly glanced back at the lieutenant with satisfaction. She was a promising Huona, already a Night Guard officer at her age. Good. Keep ready with that stopwatch. Hopefully we will get to have a nice little live fire exercise. I relish the chance to cook some Federation long pork. Long pork? He glanced back at her. You are unfamiliar with the term? It's what our Terran friends call the humans in the Federation. They are also called porkies. They are quite the slurs. I recommend adopting them. Yes, sir. I will at once. The captain wrinkled his eyes in a smile at her response. He found her formality amusing as always. One of the humans approached them. He casually flipped open the catch on his blade. The human's courage was admirable. He would reward them with a proper death. Porky or not, courage should be respected and deserved ceramic. He felt his pulse starting to rise. He lost a lot of human friends on Red Sunday, and it would be nice to spill a little blood in their honor. He suddenly stopped and stared in complete surprise. His chromatophores unconsciously flickered, and yellow pinpricks of surprise contrasted starkly against his normal disciplined Night Guard black hide. Stand down, repeat. Everyone stand down. Sir? Lieutenant Guzala asked. She was shocked at the speckles of color on her captain's skin. She had never seen that before, regardless of the situation. These aren't porkies, the captain said, his eyes scrunched in the biggest smile she had ever seen. The captain increased his pace towards the human female. The female stopped and her eyes widened. Guzala wasn't completely familiar with human body language, but it was clearly a deviation from how she moved a second before. Major Donovan, Captain Jurel said as his skin started to ripple with yellow waves of astonishment. Holy shit! Commander, fuck! Captain Zhu! The lieutenant looked on in shock as her captain rushed forward and wrapped his tentacles around the human who returned the embrace. She was so stunned that her skin shifted from Night Guard black to a muted charcoal gray for a full 5 seconds. Captain? The woman asked as she hugged Captain Zurel. Damn, exactly how much semen did you have to drink to get that on your collar? The lieutenant's skin flashed red ever so briefly. Her captain just laughed as he released the human. Oh, only as much as your grandfather drank every single day as he knelt before us. Jurel laughed as he swatted her playfully. And exactly how did that work for you? Has the Imperial honor recovered from the ass-kicking we handed you yet? The lieutenant couldn't remain silent. You did not kick our ass. We graciously decided to negotiate a peaceful... Kid, I was there and I know an ass-kicking when I receive one. We lost. The captain laughed, rippling with amusement. We lost, and we lost big time. The lieutenant couldn't control her chromatophores, and green rings of irritation danced across her skin. Yeah, Sheila responded. We weren't conquered and you didn't lose. We each allow the other their illusions, but in truth, the Empire totally rolled over us like a laden transport, and later we completely mopped the floor with your ass. The lieutenant's skin now had green rings rippling past green rings. Relax, Lieutenant, Captain Jurel said with a smile. There is no lost honor. We were fighting the Terrans, a very fearsome opponent on their home turf. He patted a tentacle affectionately. The Imperial honor can handle one loss per 1,000 years as long as it is against something like the Terrans. We'll get them next time. In your dreams, Zhu, Sheila snorted. Too bad we have so many other asses to kick before we can have that rematch. Yes, the universe seeks to keep us quite occupied in that regard. Captain Zurl said with a grin. Speaking of, would you mind enlightening me concerning that Class 12? We thought you all to be porks and were about to have a luau. We stole it, Sheila said, returning his grin. Stole it, Captain Zurl said in confusion. Sir, you need to see this, Lieutenant Guzala said as she handed the captain a data tablet. Wow, Sheila, the captain said as he read the report. I suppose congratulations are in order. You seem to have made the most interesting transition to civilian life. Yeah, we like to keep busy. I'm astonished. For you, of all people, to abandon the Republic, to become a hardened criminal? Yes, the Sheila I knew was many things but a criminal. I resigned my commission immediately after that horseshit treaty. When we decided to just stop and let them off the hook, that was it. My whole fucking battalion was massacred on Red Sunday. Boris, Twitchy, Glitter Eyes, Susan, Skittles, Colonel Lassiter and his entire family. All of them just wiped out. The only reason I'm here is because I decided to take the weekend off. Captain Zurl laid a tentacle on Sheila's shoulder. There was nothing you could have done. They survived Korvux. And all the rest only to be killed in their sleep, Zoo. A lot of good people were murdered for absolutely no good reason after we damn near gutted ourselves stopping the bugs, Sheila said with hate in her voice. Then after a little slap on the wrist, we decided to let the feds off. Fuck that, I just took a walk. Sheila grinned wickedly. So, after becoming a civilian, I came across some like-minded individuals and... just like Korvux. Captain Zurl said, his skin rippling with amusement and malice. Basically, we decided that the feds got off light and we were going to do something about it. And we have. You say that, but I'm not seeing that here, just slimy stuff like a lot of drug trafficking, piracy, and illegal arms sales. Not exactly the noble cause you describe. Hey, waging our own little campaign is expensive. Drugs pay the bills, not to mention that poison goes right into the veins of the porkies. Our drugs have killed more porkies than our bullets ever could. Those arms sales, those have all gone to the hands of the right people. We've supplied a lot of guns, rockets, grenades, nukes, to people who either want to make trouble in the Federation or take a shot at the Federation itself. Arms dealing is a force multiplier. As far as the piracy goes, I can assure you that the targets aren't random, Sheila said as she looked at her old friend. I can see your disapproval, but the ends justify the means. I walked away from honor when I walked away from the uniform. These days, anything goes. If we can do damage, any damage, or make a buck at their expense, then we do it. I cannot condone your actions. I nearly weep to see what you have become, but I do understand your decisions and considering your motive, Captain Zurl said as he looked at the tablet in his tentacle. You have done damage, a pretty good bit of it. Yeah, and you probably don't have the latest information. We just drew blood. We are laying low after what was the single best strike we have ever made, Sheila said with a grin. We also are no longer wanted by the Republic. I just got back from Terra after having a long heart-to-heart with some people. As long as we don't get caught doing something stupid, they won't be looking for us anymore. Okay, I believe you. Again, I won't say that I approve, but I accept it. These are dark days, and I will not judge. You do what you must. Sir, you can't possibly, the lieutenant interjected. Can't possibly do what? We cannot ignore this. These are wanted. I determine that this is an independent paramilitary group opposing the Federation, not simple criminals. They aren't wanted in the Empire, and they maintain that they are not wanted in the Republic. They are officially not our concern. We investigated a Federation craft in Imperial space and have determined that they are not Federation agents, and a stolen Federation spacecraft is again not our concern. But, sir, you only have her word for it, and careful, Lieutenant. I said they are not our concern. I know this human very well, and I know when she is lying and she isn't. How do you know her? I was on Korvux. I ran with her for 2 years. She is a real soldier and worth the benefit of the doubt. You were on Korvux? The lieutenant asked in surprise. Yep. My ship got blown apart, and by some miracle my escape pod survived collective target practice and made it to the surface, the captain said matter-of-factly. I met the Terrans and worked with Major Donovan and Colonel Lassiter for the whole time. She can be guilty as hell, and I would still let her walk, but I do believe her. The lieutenant's skin radiated misery. The captain smiled as he laid a tentacle on one of hers. Look, if it will smooth your colors, I will make a level 1 query to Imperial Intelligence. They will know the truth, he said reassuringly, and then he gestured to the paper tiger. Besides, look at their actual ship. They aren't going anywhere soon. We have time to figure all of this out. Well, I do have one way of verifying my story, Sheila said with an impish grin. She remotely opened the Class 12's cargo hatch and beckoned them inside. Captain Zural's eyes widened in happy surprise. By the Empress, he whispered in awe as he beheld the cargo. Clearly we have been to Terra and recently, Sheila said as she grabbed a coconut and tossed it to the captain. He snatched it out of the air and tucked it under his body as his beak started tearing through the husk. His skin rippled with pure delight as he started slurping away at the coconut water. Oh yeah, he said happily as he demolished his prize. Yep, they have been to Terra. Sheila then tossed one to the lieutenant who caught it and looked at it dubiously. You like coconut? The captain asked, knowing the answer. Coconut was a flavor universally adored by the Yuan. Yes, sir? Well, you haven't ever actually tasted real coconut before. I have, sir, the lieutenant said, rippling with irritation. When I graduated officer school, my creche celebrated with a cake covered with real shaved, just be quiet and eat. The lieutenant cautiously put the odd thing she was given underneath herself. No, like this, the captain said as he grabbed another coconut and tilted himself back, revealing his damp, glossy beak. The lieutenant was scandalized at her captain's inappropriate display. She had never seen his beak before. Rippling with embarrassment, she copied the way he ripped into the coconut. Moments later, her eyes scrunched, nearly closed, as waves of joy danced across her skin. This, my dear lieutenant, is a real, fresh, juicy, delicious coconut straight from beautiful Terra herself. Our dastardly villain has indeed been there. He glanced over at the lieutenant and wondered if she even heard him. I think she needs a minute, Sheila said with a laugh as she rolled another coconut the lieutenant's way. My dear comrade, any chance you may be willing to sell a few pallets of these treasures to some hard-working, loyal servants of the Empire? The captain asked. Absolutely not, Sheila said with a smile. You take what you want, old friend. Your guys deserve a treat. In fact, let's have that luau. Tales from the Terran Republic. Terran hospitality. Toby was making a fresh pot of Terran green tea when Commander Morgana Farston walked into the embassy. Excuse me, I am Commander Farston of Federation Intel. Get lost, Porky, Toby said without even looking at her. Excuse me? You heard me, Toby replied, keeping his back to her. Leave before you spoil the tea. I am an official of the Galactic Federation, and I have important busy... Dressing an animal in people clothes makes for an amusing Galnet video, but usually isn't sent on anything resembling important business, Toby said as he calmly poured himself a cup of tea. Oh, where is my hospitality? He went to the cabinet, pulled out a bowl, filled it with water, and set it down. There. He returned to his desk. Morgana Farston shook with rage. Look, asshole, I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but I demand to speak with Ambassador Wintersmith. Toby ignored her and sipped tea as he lounged on his stool. Morgana started to turn red with anger. I am here on official business representing the Galactic Federation and will not be treated in this manner. Toby just sighed and cocked one eye stalk up at her. He then reached into a desk drawer, pulled out a food bar, flipped it across the room where it landed next to the water and started paging through documents. Don't you fucking dare ignore me! Who the fuck do you think you are? Morgana shouted. I think I am a citizen of the Terran Republic. Unlike you feds, we have standards, and while my position here in the embassy requires tolerance, I refuse to lower myself to the level where I will deal with something like you. I can't throw you out, but I will be damned if I speak to you any further. Wait if you must, but try not to touch anything. I pride myself in keeping the lobby clean. The ambassador will hear of this, Morgana snarled. Toby quietly laughed. Oh dear, please don't do that. He chuckled and then returned to his work. Morgana ranted and raved, but Toby didn't even bother to look up at her. Finally, after a few minutes, she trailed off into enraged silence. About half an hour later, loud human laughter and high-pitched giggling echoed down the hallway outside the entrance. We Terrans have a word for that, John said as he entered the lobby. The Sally just call it a good weekend, Skippy said as they laughed and giggled respectively. Their laughter suddenly stopped as they made eye contact with Commander Farston. Ambassador Counselor, Morgana said as she stepped forward. Skippy just raised an eyebrow at her and scrunched her nose distastefully. Well, John, I don't want to be a witness. Too much paperwork. Later, Skippy said as she booped him on the arm and bounced off. Ambassador, Toby, what is this thing doing in the lobby? Not sure, sir. So I tried giving it water, but it wouldn't leave. John pointed at the food bar. Jesus, Toby, did you feed it? Ambassador, my name is Commander. I don't care what your fucking name is. Get out, John said with a snarl as he headed towards his office. God damn it, you are going to listen to me. Commander Farston shouted as she followed John into his office. Sir, do you wish me to contact security? Toby asked. The day I need security to deal with a slice of long pork is the day I will throw myself out of an airlock. Besides, I want to see where this goes. John said as he entered his office, followed by Commander Farston. Okay, Porky, what the fuck do you want? John said as he sat behind his desk. First of all, you will address me by my name. I am Commander Farston. Okay, Commander Farston, John said with a chuckle. What do you want, Porky? Morgana tried to suppress her rage. Each time she heard the word Porky, she wanted to punch someone in the throat. We would like the Republic's assistance in the location and apprehension of Sheila Donovan and her associates. Oh, isn't she already in custody? John asked with a smirk. I think you already know the answer to that. Nope, I have not been officially notified otherwise, John said with a grin. Is there something you want to tell me? Sigh. Sheila Donovan escaped with the assistance from 2 humans posing as Federation intelligence agents. I'm sorry. I'm a little hard of hearing. Could you repeat that? John asked with a chuckle. It sounded like you said she escaped from a secure Federation facility. Morgana flushed red with embarrassment and anger. That is correct. She growled. That must be terribly embarrassing for you. Anything else interesting happen around that time? John asked while laughing. Morgana flinched but remained silent. I would love to help. I really would, John said with a huge smile. But we stopped looking for her once we thought her to be in custody and closed our investigation. Any leads we have are beyond stale at this point. Sorry, can't help you. Can't or won't? Morgana asked angrily. Same thing, John said with a wolfish smile. We neither have the resources nor the inclination to help you clean up your mess. This is your problem. She is a Republic citizen, and it's your responsibility to... You let her escape. You catch her. It was made quite clear the last time you caught her that our involvement wasn't welcome, so fuck you, John said with a pleasant smile. Letting this Porky in was a good idea. This was fun. I know she is your darling of the week, but she and her crew are dangerous criminals. Their actions can be tied to the deaths of thousands of innocent Federation citizens, Morgana said with righteous indignation in her voice. Sounds like we should give her a medal. You can't be serious. Those were innocent people, you asshole. A lot of innocent people died when you jerk-offs attacked us. So, don't get all high and mighty now. You are in intelligence, right? You knew exactly what you were doing when you guys planned the strike, so don't talk to me about innocent casualties, John said calmly as he typed on his keyboard. Let's see here. Commander Morgana Farston. Ah, here you are. Graduated with a 3.85 from Astor University on Calpha 4. Pity what happened to your alma mater, by the way, John said with a grin. Morgana twitched. Calpha 4, her home, was one of the planets visited by the Republic during the war. The planet was methodically and systematically destroyed by Republic forces. It was going to take decades to rebuild the damage. There was nothing of value left standing when they were done. They even burned down the elementary schools and local libraries. They burned everything. Entered Federation service on your 23rd birthday. You have been in intelligence ever since. John looked up at her as he spoke. You've had a pretty decent career racking up commendations and flying up the ranks. Says here you are currently working as a handler for covert agents working in the Republic. John chortled as he casually placed his hand on his pistol, hidden from view under the desk. Well, that explains all of the free time you have these days. Is that your motive for trying to arrest Miss Donovan? Trying to come up with a new job? John asked with a smile. They are dead, by the way, all of them, John said as he laughed at her. Morgana choked back a scream and kept herself from drawing her sidearm and shooting John in the face. It wasn't a surprise that they were dead, but hearing him say it with such pleasure enraged her. Those were good people, and he was laughing about it. Yes, we know that you got your hands on our files, even mine, Morgana said coolly. If you are fishing for a reaction, you will have to do much better than that. How about this, then? John typed on his keyboard again, and the holo projector in his desk activated. It started playing the executions of her spies, one after another. Morgana leaped to her feet and snarled. You fucking asshole. You think this is funny? It was all she could do to keep from leaping over his desk and strangling him. Those were her people on that holo. Yeah, pretty much. Fine. We will catch her, and when we do, we will find out where she gets her weapons, where she gets her nukes, and then there will be hell to pay, Morgana said as calmly as she could with only the faintest quiver in her voice. The weapons come from any of hundreds of dealers, all of them unaffiliated with the Republic. As far as the nukes go, she probably gets them from Nove, an illegal storage and production facility whose location is unknown. Those assholes collect, refurbish, and even produce nukes. Now that facility is something that we are looking for and will destroy along with the people responsible for its operation if we find them. We want them gone, trust me. You officially finding that out won't blow back on us in the slightest, John said with a smirk. Even if she was signing them out of the Republic arsenal, what the fuck are you do about it? Might I remind you that we are over 100 times bigger than your pipsqueak Republic? We can turn your entire Republic into vapor, Morgana said as she put her hands on John's desk and leaned forward. Didn't you assholes already try that? You think it was bad last time? Pull that shit again and see what happens, John said as he leaned forward in his chair, his hand loitering near his sidearm. We are steadily rebuilding our military, and with each passing month, we are stronger than the Republic that kicked your ass. Bring it, he said with a pleasant smile. It's a moot point anyway, John continued. The people of the Galactic Federation and the council they appoint have absolutely no interest in a rematch, especially after some rather interesting information that has recently come to light. It will be exceedingly difficult to justify another war. In fact, I am willing to bet that it will be impossible for a very long time, John said pleasantly. Morgana started to shake with rage. He was right. The people of the Federation felt very deceived concerning the war with the Republic, and any new accusations, no matter how well proven, would likely fall flat. Any councillors that supported the last war are either already out of office or desperately trying to distance themselves from the mess. Pushing for a new war with the Republic was political suicide. You might be 100 times bigger, but you can't catch a common criminal. 100 times bigger, a huge fleet, a gigantic police force, all of you guys in intelligence, all of that. And you still can't catch one little brigand? Christ, that must really sting, John said pleasantly. You want to catch her? Just wait a little bit. She will be returning to the Federation soon to play with you guys some more. I guarantee it. I wonder what she will do next, John said as he looked into space thoughtfully. I bet it will be fucked up. Better catch her before she does it. Morgana just stood there in silence as the holotapes of executions continued to play in front of her. You had better catch her, John said with a chuckle, because whatever she does next won't be blamed on the Republic. Instead, it will be blamed on humans, and guess which humans are the most convenient? The same ones that are already being blamed for the war, John said with that same infuriatingly pleasant smile. John let the silence build as one of the condemned begged for mercy on the video. Morgana turned and walked towards the exit. As she reached his door, she paused. You had better hope that there isn't a God, she said quietly as she laid her hand on the doorknob. The only God that matters to me is the Republic and her people. Everything else can fucking burn, including myself. That belief is why we won. That belief is what drives Sheila, and that belief is why I won't lift a finger to stop her. Fuck you, Morgana said quietly as she left. She kept herself ramrod straight as she walked away. As soon as she thought she was clear, she slumped against the wall and held her face in her hands, covering the tears. The images of those executions burned in her mind. What kind of sick fuck would play that tape in front of her? Those were her people. Sheila killed them, along with countless others. She had to be stopped. No matter the cost, by any means, legal or illegal, she had to be stopped. Regardless if she lost her career or even ended up in prison herself, Sheila Donovan had to be stopped. And when she did catch that bitch, she would send Ambassador Wintersmith her head in a box. She dried her eyes and stood up straight. This is the way they wanted to play it. Cool. She would play their game. Why the fuck not? So this is what being a Terran feels like, she said as she walked off. The Luau and a History Lesson, Part 1. The Ju-on lounged amid a pile of coconut husks and pineapple scraps as they drank beer and pina coladas and listened to music. A few more were roasting assorted meats, fruits, and vegetables along with the Zoosh and Sheila's crew. Here, I made this for you. A female Zoosh handed to Sunkal a skewer of meat, fruit, and vegetables as she giggled nervously. Oh, hick, thanks, Sunkal replied nervously. The female hiccuped and scuttled away. I don't get you, T, Sheila said. You ran Federation blockades in a jury-rigged ore barge, squared off against whole marine companies, made blind void jumps with no chart, and now a pair of panties has stopped you cold. Panties? That little flap you guys wear over your naughty bits, Sheila said with a laugh. Sunkal just hiccuped in reply. Seriously, why aren't you going for it? Sheila asked. I'm not an expert on such things, but she looks cute. Hick, oh Hick is. Very cute. Hick, but I shouldn't. Okay, T, you do you, literally, Sheila said as she swatted his carapace. Sunkal gave Sheila a rude gesture to the delight of his new crew. There is something I was wondering, Sunkal said, desperately trying to change the subject. The Republic and the Empire are allies, right? Yep. But they conquered you. Also true. And then you rebelled. They most certainly did, the Ju-on captain said as he slid another drinking dish of booze underneath him. And you guys had a war? Sunkal asked. Oh, hell yeah. Jesse, a member of the crew, said emphatically. My grandfather was killed in it. Neither side pulled any punches, Captain Zurl said. I was there. Nearly died myself. He turned to Sheila. You fuckers were downright nasty, he said as he raised his drinking dish. Sheila just smiled and raised her glass. Well, we tried asking nicely, but you fucking wigglies didn't take the hint, she smirked. Setting fire to Imperial ships and facilities is asking nicely? The captain asked with a laugh, ripples of amusement rolling across his skin. And you are now on good terms? Tsunkal asked. Yep, we're tight, Sheila said as she drained her cup. Couldn't ask for a better ally, the captain said as he lapped up his cocktail. I'm sorry, but that doesn't make sense, Tsunkal said confusedly. Well, it was 100 years ago, Sheila said with a shrug. But that is less than a generation for either of your species. People alive on both sides today fought each other. Don't remind me. Captain Zurl laughed as he turned his head, revealing a faint but very large scar. Damn near got my fucking head blown off. Tsunkal just wiped his eye stalks in confusion. Okay, Sheila said as she filled her glass. To really understand, we have to start at the beginning. Yeah, Lieutenant Ghazala exclaimed with a slurred voice, her skin a wild mix of colors. What really happened back then? I'm starting to suspect that we don't have the whole story. Lieutenant, is this your first time experiencing Terran cocktails? The captain asked with a chuckle. Yes, these things are amazing. This pina colada is delicious. It's called a pina colada, and yes, they are. They are also quite dangerous. Remember, Terrans have a higher tolerance for alcohol than we do. So you might want to lay off of those a little. Hey, you are the one who always says I need to relax a little, she said as she poked the captain and settled down into her drinking dish. Just don't say that I did not warn you. Terran cocktails are lethal, the captain said with a laugh. You are going to be very unhappy tomorrow, but at least you have good taste. The Empress loves pina coladas. She does? The lieutenant asked with wide eyes. Yep, that was all she drank when she was negotiating the truce on Hentai Island. Hentai Island? Yeah. That was the prisoner of war camp they set up for us on Terra, the captain said with a laugh. I had the pleasure of being a guest of the Terrans for quite a while. By the Empress, the lieutenant said with huge eyes. Most of his crew had fallen silent, listening intently. You were captured by the Terrans? What was it like? It was awesome, the captain enthused. So they had this wonderful island in one of their oceans near the equator. Coconut trees, tide pools, beautiful sandy beaches, and the guards were incredibly nice. Hell, they would even take us out on their patrol boats so we could go fishing. We had some great housing, but the weather was so nice that most of us just slept outside. They intentionally picked a place where the climate was perfect for us. Heck, a lot of us even stopped wearing clothes. The lieutenant gasped. Hey, we spent most of our time just playing in the water and swimsuits just got in the way. Why were they so nice to you? It makes sense if you know the Terrans. We weren't a threat anymore. I mean, we were on an island in the middle of the ocean. Where were we going to go? The captain shrugged. Also, I think the fact that there were so many mutineers there had something to do with it. Mutineers? Yeah, they don't mention the Terran mutiny in school. We are all trying to pretend that it didn't happen, the captain said with a chuckle. It was the biggest mutiny in recorded history. Hundreds of Yuan service members just quit, not counting all of the ones who were captured under suspicious circumstances. He looked at the stunned expressions of his crew. As Sheila here just said, we will have to start at the beginning to properly explain it. After everyone got their next plate of food and a drink, Sheila stood up. Okay, here is how it went down, she said, taking a long drink from her glass. You Yuan showed up in our system during what was the worst time in all of human history. The Sol Wars. It was beyond fucked up. She took a drink from her cup and continued. We survived 3 world wars, an ecological disaster of biblical proportions, a full-bore nuclear exchange, and countless other things during our long, tragic, stupid, and bloody history, but the Sol Wars. Sheila grabbed a bottle of rum and took a long drink from it. The Sol Wars damn near wiped us out. It was the closest we ever came in recorded history to extinction. We went from a thriving interplanetary civilization to a burning mass of rubble and dead bodies in a span of 10 years. So what happened? Tsunkal asked. Well, we were a victim of our own success. After the big ecological collapse in the 21st century, we finally got our act together and developed efficient fission and later fusion reactors. Once we had those, we started expanding into the whole solar system in a big way. By the late 22nd century, we had reactionless thrusters and a big colony on Mars as well as several on Luna. By the mid-23rd century, we had artificial gravity and massive industrial complexes and other stations across the solar system, housing millions and then later billions of people. We continued to expand happily for centuries. It was a golden age for us. We had limitless resources of every kind and we just kept expanding. Mars became an independent sovereign state in the 25th century, and the war for their independence was the last major conflict we had for well over 400 years. Sheila paused as she took another drink. And we just kept fucking expanding, breeding like fucking hyper-roaches. The big problem that nobody saw was that almost all of those stations and colonies off-world weren't entirely self-sufficient. Oh, they could recycle water easily enough, but most of the food still came from Terra. Good old Terra was the breadbasket of the entire solar system. With genetically modified crops and a depressing amount of the surface area becoming a giant farm, we were easily able to support the 25 billion, Captain Zurl exclaimed. The first census of the Sol system only recorded 500 million humans. There were that many before it happened. I had no idea. Before what happened? Lieutenant Guzala asked. Fucking Yellowstone, Sheila said with a rueful smile. On June 23, 2997, at 3:30 a.m., the Yellowstone caldera decided to go boom. The supervolcanic eruption wrecked the planet. It shot an unimaginable amount of dust and ash into the atmosphere, burying a lot of North America. Home to some major agricultural production areas under a layer of ash and volcanic gases fucked up the climate of the whole fucking world. Basically, it shut down agricultural production on a global scale for 2 years. They say we were lucky. It could have been worse. Do bear in mind, Captain Zurl said. They never independently developed FTL. This sort of thing does happen very infrequently in the Empire, but we can always ship in food from somewhere else. The Terrans only had one world. There was nowhere else. Exactly, Sheila replied. The food stopped. Shit got real, and it got real fast. Adding to the fun was the fact that, believe it or not, there wasn't a single system-wide government that could respond with any hope of managing the disaster. Hell, there wasn't even a single government on Terra. It probably didn't really matter anyhow. Once the food was gone, society went down the shitter. But I don't understand, one of the Zoush said. A geological event on the scale you describe should have been predicted well in advance. How were you all caught off guard? Sheila's crew started muttering obscenities, and the word porky was clearly audible once or twice. Well, that is a very good question, Sheila said with a smirk. Another good question is, how was it that the richest arcologies on the surface and in orbit just happened to have enough food stockpiled for exactly how long the system-wide famine was supposed to be? Another fascinating question is, why did some of the richest and most powerful on the planet have private shelters similarly stocked? Another question is why some of those same people bought up obscene amounts of commodities and then had mercenaries in place to protect them. Yet another great question is, how did Mars, one of the colonies that was almost self-sufficient, have blockades comprised of hastily modified freighters in place the day Yellowstone blew? Sheila said sourly. Oh, those questions were asked by some very pissed-off survivors who were completely unencumbered by the rule of law just a little while later, by the way. Needless to say, it didn't go well. Why? Why would they do that? A Juon trooper asked in a shocked voice. Well, think like a porky for a bit. They thought that civilization would come to an end and that everyone would starve to death. In addition to stockpiling food, a lot of arcologies also recruited people who were, in their definition, genetically superior. Sheila said with a laugh. They were going to let the system die and then repopulate it with their chosen few. It came as a bit of a shock when the truly genetically superior came knocking, kicked in their doors and took their shit. Most of the arcologies were either destroyed completely, their residents slaughtered, thrown out, or enslaved by the new management. Sheila chuckled. There was this one asshole who hoarded a shitload of grain and other commodities and hired a couple of mercenary companies. He was planning on starting up his own little kingdom once things went boom. Jessie, a member of Sheila's crew, piped up. It was a great idea, she continued. It was such a great idea that the leader of the mercenaries decided to kill the guy and take over the show. That is now the country of Hawkins, where I'm from. She beamed. The food was enough to support our founding fathers long enough for them to get a bunch of survivors. A few fusion reactors in place, and big-ass greenhouses built. The rest is history. Wait, you mentioned porkies, Captain Zurl said. Were the Federation humans involved in this? Yup, Sheila said as she took another mouthful of meat from her skewer. Federation humans are undesirables from the Sol Wars. They are either arco-slimes, shelter babies, or people-eating raiders. You know those humans you had to keep in the outer solar system away from the rest of us. It was those assholes. Once the shooting started, they fled to the Federation. They knew what would happen to them if you Wigglies left Sol. Sheila laughed as she drew a single finger across her throat. And thus the porkies were born, Sheila said with a sneer. The scum of humanity lead by the scum of humanity. Oh, they like to pretend they are all civilized and proper. But the truth of the matter is that they are either corrupt elitist shits who fucked over the rest of humanity or fucking cannibal raiders or both. There are pillars of the community over there that roasted and ate their fellow man just a few decades ago. That's why we call them long pork. It's slang for human meat. Their latest stunt just fanned the flames of a fire that almost had gone out. But it isn't the only reason we despise them. Press, Lieutenant Guzala gasped. Believe it or not, by the time you guys came rolling into Sol, things were calming down. Things were calming down. Captain Zorol exclaimed. The whole system was burning. Okay, calming down relative to what had been happening over the last few years? Sheila shrugged. Pretty much everyone who was going to starve had already done so, and civilization was beginning to get back on its feet. How did any of you not starve? One would think that survival would be impossible. One of the Juan asked. Oh, lots of ways, Sheila said as she took another drink. Some were fortunate, like the founders of Hawkins or those who captured the sunrise arcology. Others, well, there is an old joke from ancient times is that the two last survivors of a global catastrophe would be humans and cockroaches. It wasn't far from the truth, she laughed. We looked over at them and said, so it's come to this, Mao, and grabbed a mouthful. There were countless variations on the theme, but what it boiled down to is that we ate whatever we could. Cockroaches, termites, snails, worms, rats, and of course, fucking algae. I hate fucking algae, Sheila said with a grimace. We were salties, she explained. My grandparents were among those who retreated into a salt mine and used the fusion reactors there to culture algae and snails. Every fucking school break, my grandma would haul us down in that hole and make us grow and eat that shit. She groaned. She insisted that it was essential we know how just in case. Laughter erupted from the humans in Sheila's crew as they all recounted similar torture at the hands of their survivalist grandparents. Their ability to subsist on what appeared to be nothing was a huge strategic advantage. You couldn't starve them out. You could blockade a station or have a subterranean fortification under aerial surveillance indefinitely. They were just fine in there, Captain Zorel said, rippling with laughter. If you were involved in such a siege, you had to be very, very careful. If you heard the word pulpo, you ran, the captain said as the older members of his crew laughed ruefully. Pulpo. We bear a very close resemblance to an animal that is on the human's list of edible creatures, the captain said, much to the horror of his younger troopers. One of them gave a nearby human a sidelong glance as they inched away. Then again, just about anything is on the human's list of edible creatures. On Korvik, he said as he poked Sheila. It took you guys, 3 days without rations before you started grilling up the bugs? 2 days, and you do have to admit they are pretty tasty, Sheila replied with a grin. As I recall, you were particularly fond of their brains, but we're getting off topic. When you guys showed up, the fight over resources was mostly over, and we were having a polite little discussion over exactly who was going to be in control of Sol from now on. There were 2 groups left, she said, grabbing a mango. We had countless smaller settlements rallying behind the banner of Tak Nakamura, founder and CEO of the Zeus Corporation, and on the other side you had an assortment of warlords, raiders, and upper-crust arcology and shelter types commanded by Jessica Morgan, a former military officer and politician. She paused as she sliced into the mango. Things were pretty nasty, Sheila mumbled around a mouthful of fruit. It looked pretty bad at first, but the Zeus Corp was winning by the time you guys showed up. The Porkies initially had more ships and guns, but Zeus had working factories, and with those the numbers quickly shifted in our favor. Ah yes, the invisible threat, Terran industry, Captain Zurl said to his crew. These assholes have a reputation for being terrifying warriors, but their industrial capacity is just as fearsome, if not more so. Where a lot of races wish they had 1,000,000 weapons, the Terrans will be loading transports within a day. Yep, Sheila said. An interesting bit of trivia is that Zeus and their factories is why the AK-47 is our weapon of choice. Before everything went to shit, we used Gauss and particle beam weapons, just like many advanced civilizations. Chemical slug throwers were ancient history, she said with a smile. Using them would have been laughable to a soldier before the Sol Wars, she grinned. As crude and primitive as they are, they do have one advantage, ease of production. Making one of those fancy Gauss weapons or a blaster requires all sorts of equally fancy equipment, dedicated production facilities, and increasingly hard-to-find components or yet more dedicated production facilities to make them. A slug thrower only requires a chunk of iron, and any cheap old maintenance robofac can turn them out by the thousands, she said with a smile. You can even make them by hand if you need to. The fact that they were so frighteningly effective was a surprise to everyone, she continued. There were improvised chemical slug throwers in use well before Zeus started cranking them out, But the Zeus AK was the first mass-produced true assault rifle with the ammo to feed it. They changed the game, Sheila said with a grin. They tore through anything, armor, ship hulls, barricades, you name it. With the right ammunition, they could pierce armor, start fires, explode, release any number of chemical nastiness or nanobots. Anything you wanted them to do. Just change the ammo. One soldier could have a menu of options at their disposal, all from just one weapons platform. Slap a grenade launcher underneath the main barrel and the party really starts. The Porkies didn't know what hit them. One day they had the upper hand. The next they were on the run. Sheila grabbed a coconut and expertly popped it open. The same retro trend also extended to our ships as well, she said as she sipped some coconut water. Crude, chemically propelled missiles with basic electronics and a shaped charge or later an EFP warhead tipped the balance of power in space, she said. In ancient times they were used to good effect on the surface, but in the vacuum of space. Yeah, we became quite familiar with those, Captain Zurl said with a laugh. Those fuckers were pure evil until we started to develop ways to deal with them. And even then they were and still are killers. Back then they could punch a hole in just about anything we had except a dreadnought or heavy cruiser. You didn't use Nukish? Lieutenant Gozala slurred. Nope. We didn't have them until halfway into our war, Sheila replied. After we had a worldwide nuclear exchange in our 21st century, we stopped making them and destroyed any that were left over. We damn near killed ourselves and we're not going to do it again. So we had to make them from scratch. Of course, we mastered isotope separation, so it wasn't all that hard, as you guys know very well. I especially love your salted 500 megaton babies and your 10 megaton gamma ray squirters. Those things are simply beautiful. I'm glad you didn't have those during our little dust-up. Well, we learned from the best, Captain Zurl said as he filled his drinking dish. I still remember the first time I saw one go off. There was this huge flash of light, and once my cockpit became transparent again and my senses recovered, a destroyer had just disappeared. We thought you guys were fielding antimatter. We're drifting off topic again, Captain Zurl said. Like Sheila said, the Empire arrived in Sol during what we now know to be the later stages of a system-wide conflict. Humanity was exhausted, pushed to the limit by a planetary catastrophe and the wars that followed. A lot of them were happy to see us, even if they won't admit it in 1,000 years, he said, nudging Sheila. It is said that the Empire didn't beat the Terrans. The Terrans beat the Terrans, he continued. Tak Nakamura spoke for the system and negotiated the terms of their annexation, and that was that. The Porkies were all too happy to agree because they were looking at almost certain death prior to our arrival. We unknowingly saved their asses, he said with a slurp from his dish. Sorry. We should have let you finish up, but it was starting to look like mass murder. You didn't know, and it was mass murder. By that point, we were very comfortable with genocide, Sheila said with a shrug. As Sheila said before, one of the first things we did was separate the two forces involved, relegating the Porkies to Neptune and beyond. We had to, the captain said between slurps of beer. You couldn't have them in the same room with each other back then. Anyway, things went amazingly well at first, Captain Zurl said. The Terrans suddenly found themselves part of a large interstellar civilization and enjoyed all of the benefits thereof. Any descent was buried underneath a seemingly endless stream of transports laden with food that actually tasted nice and cheap consumer goods. Even more importantly, Sol found a bottomless demand for their minerals, isotopes, and alloys to pay for it all. Terrans can't be subdued, but they aren't above a bribe, he said with a wink. He paused while he nibbled on a skewer of roast pineapple. The first Lord Chancellor, Lord Zook Kalbrekel, was a fair and honest Yuan. He also had an uncanny ability to relate with the Terrans, and under his leadership, integration into the Empire actually went too smoothly, as we will find out shortly. Terran industry soon became the hallmarks of productivity and quality, and Terran-ran enterprises quickly became some of the most profitable in the entire Empire. As far as the individual Terran was concerned, the standard of living skyrocketed to levels that most couldn't even dream of before the wars, the captain said. The Terrans may be the lords of minerals, but we are the gods of bureaucracy. If there is one thing we know, it's how to run a system. We set up a system of governance in line with their values and eliminated waste and corruption. As a result, the average tax load for both individual citizens and businesses was less than before the wars, and they enjoyed better services to boot. They joked that we may be alien overlords, but we got rid of the lines at the DMV and they could do their taxes in an hour, Captain Zurl said, scrunching his eyes into a smile. Believe it or not, they actually liked us and didn't mind being imperial subjects at all. In fact, many of them said that we were better than the pre-war governments we replaced. It looked like they were going to be the greatest addition to the Empire in centuries. So what happened? The lieutenant slurred. You should drink some water, my young friend, the captain laughed. Well, in every species, every culture, at any time in the history of the universe, there is that one asshole that ruins a good thing. In this case, the asshole was Lord Kalal Raskalan. Everybody go ahead and grab seconds, because this is where it starts to get good. Tales from the Terran Republic, the Luau and History Lesson Part 2. Do you always travel with such a well-stocked bar? Captain Zurl said as he expertly mixed Manhattans. Nope. We stopped by the liquor store when we bought the meat for the party, Sheila said as she accepted a glass. This place has a liquor store? This place has everything, Sheila said as she took a sip. Too bad that we would cause an evacuation if we stopped by more often. This place is nice, the captain said as he filled his dish. They even have these weird candied cherries. I bet we could get used to night guard if your money is good, Kolvachksa said as he tore into a new skewer. At the very least, I could fill any to-go orders you might have. For a modest fee, of course. Kolvachksa said as he rubbed his hands together in the universal sign for cash. We may very well take you up on that. Terran liquor isn't illegal but it is very hard to get, the captain said. Lieutenant Guzala started to say something, then she took another sip of her pina colada and decided to keep quiet. A little bootlegged liquor isn't going to hurt anyone, she concluded. Booze is one thing we always have in good supply. Pirates are a thirsty lot. I am certain I could fulfill any order, Kolvachksa said as he flared his nostrils in a smile. Geez, Gloria said as she grabbed a Manhattan. You will deal with anyone, won't you? I let you into my shop and you guys are about as hot as a client can get right now. The entire Federation is just dying to have a chat with you. So what did you do this time? Lieutenant Guzala said as she clumsily pulled out her tablet. She and the entire Juon crew broke down into laughter as they were brought up to speed. That wash you, the lieutenant said while giggling. Empress's tentacles. Yep, it was all thanks to our little flaxen beauty here, Sheila said as she hugged Gloria. Fuck you, Gloria said with a laugh as she shoved Sheila away. Flaxen, Captain Zurl asked. Flaxen is what we call the former ruling class of Mars. Her hair, skin, and eyes are all dead giveaways and all recessive. They like to keep things in the family, so to speak. Have all those traits and you are definitely Flaxen. Believe it or not, she is a direct descendant of the fucking head of the Martian industrial group. Her grandparents were part of the Flaxen that got sick of watching people starve just because of profiteering. They were among the ones who turned off the turrets and unlocked the gates. Considering everything wasn't what they were doing suicide, the captain asked. Well, as my grandpa said, sometimes you just have to do what is right and worry about the rest later, Gloria said between sips. Fortunately for us, the leaders of the uprising knew who they were and were able to get them to safety before the violence really got into full swing. How about you? From what I am hearing, you Terrans aren't very nice to those they think to be porkies, the captain asked. It's okay when we are in our dome. Everyone there knows who we are and what we did. We get respect, but we have to stay there. If we want to go elsewhere, we have to dye our hair, skin, and irises, Gloria said with a frown. Yeah, even we didn't know she was Flaxen until we needed someone to sneak onto a Federation planet, Shelia said as she filled up her glass. They only let her into the Republic Navy because the Great War was in full swing and they needed people to pilot suicide sleds. They even went through the prisons. Once those were empty, they accepted her. I really wish I was kidding, Shelia said as she shook her head. Suicide sleds, one of the Juon asked. Moray torpedo boats. We were the first target during a battle, and for good reason. The bugs knew we were packing the big nukes. I have 25 confirmed kills, including 1 battleship, Gloria said proudly. It works out great for us. She puts on some fashionable clothes or a Federation officer's uniform and nobody questions it, Sheila said with a smile. Sergeant Roberts can also easily pass for a porky. They can just walk into a lot of places, like a Federation security station, for example, Shelia said as she raised her glass to them. Why did your family stay on Mars and not flee to the Federation where it would be safer? One of the Yuan asked. Uh-oh, the captain said, moving himself between Gloria and the Juon trooper. It's cool, Gloria said as she waved her hands in a reassuring gesture. We stayed on Mars because we are Martians. It's our home and we fought for it just like everyone else. As far as the Federation goes, we are Republic citizens, even if we do get some static sometimes. If anything, we hate the Feds more than anyone else, she said as she took another drink. Besides, we are safe, even respected in our dome. It's everywhere else we run into problems. It really sucks that my grandparents did what they did only to have to live in what is basically exile. But Sol is our home and things were getting a lot better. Until the fucking porkies and the Federation struck, she said with a growl. Now, in addition to losing my sister in their attack, my little brother had to quit college because of all the harassment. That's horrible, Lieutenant Guzala exclaimed. I thought that the Terrans were good people. We're good, but we aren't perfect. We are very far from it, Sheila said with a frown. We have a lot of problems, hate being one of the biggest. The Sol Wars were only about 150 years ago, and there is more than enough hate to go around even among groups that call themselves Terran. The Porkies were the ones universally hated, but plenty of the groups that are now officially Terran viciously fought each other over that last bushel of wheat, or that last grain of rice, especially in the early days of the disaster, and there are too many grudges to count. Jessie catches static because she had it easy. Eno catches flack from other Africans because some believe that the Pan-African Alliance were wrong protecting some species in preference to people. Jacob regularly gets into bar fights over the Battle of London. Hell, even I cut someone's throat outside a New Orleans bar because the old fucker was bragging about killing salties back in the day, Sheila said with a sigh. Most people have almost forgiven each other, and the newer generations harbor less hatred towards each other than the ones before. But it only takes one asshole to start something. But you forgave us almost immediately, the captain said in confusion. Zoo, my old friend, Sheila said as she patted his head fondly. We are much better at hating each other than we are at hating anything else. We will band together to fight a common foe like the Empire, the Federation, or the Collective. But when that threat has passed, we are just one incident away from violence on a good day. We are just too used to killing each other. We've been doing it since before we developed the writing to record it. Reconciliation is happening, but it's going to take time. We are still a strong republic, and we have far more ties binding us together than pulling us apart. But if some idiot runs their mouth too much, they will probably get stabbed, and someone dying over a century-and-a-half-old grudge doesn't even make the news. I understand to some extent. We are much harder on and expect more from our own species than others. We would never do some of the things we do to ourselves to our subjects. An old saying is that we subject ourselves to tyranny in order to save our subjects from it, the captain said as he slid a skewer underneath himself and took a bite. Well, you kinda did that to us, Gloria said as she spit out a small bone. That we did, and it worked out so very well, didn't it? The captain laughed. Oh, that reminds me. Where did we leave off? We had just annexed the Terrans, one of his troopers said. Oh, yeah, right, the captain said as he mixed and diluted another Manhattan, much to the horror of the humans present. Water! You monster! Jessie yelled. Forgive me for not wanting to die, the captain said with a laugh. For the first 27 years, things went like a dream. The Terrans liked us, and we loved them. Tanker after tanker of deuterium and helium-3, along with untold megatons of just about anything you could imagine, streamed out of Sol. Technology exchanges benefited both the Terrans and the Empire. We go on and on about how the Terrans gained tech from us, but we tend to minimize their contributions to the Empire. Their compact fusion reactors were superior to ours, and every single successful mining or processing company in the Empire either borrows heavily from Terran tech or outright copies it. It was a great time for all of us, Captain Zurel said as he sipped his watered-down cocktail. Then the former Emperor Kal Zerx Belrun Delson II abdicated the throne after 150 years, as is our custom, and named his son Emperor Kal Alrun Kalx Delson IV his successor, the captain said. His crew made raspberry noises. The Terrans were a little shocked. The Juan damn near worshipped their emperors as gods. Yeah, that guy, Captain Zurel said. As you all know, he really screwed the squid. The Terran uprising was probably his biggest cock-up of all. He and his friends were all part of this, for lack of a better word, cult that romanticized the early days of the Empire, or its golden age, as they put it. Yeah, back when we had succession wars and actually had to fight systems in order to actually conquer them. Never mind that we are now 100 times larger. Systems now actively petition for annexation, and we haven't had a civil war in over 1,000 years. Back then was the golden age, the captain said, flashing his chromatophores in the equivalent of an exaggerated eye roll. Why didn't he just name the Kayan Empress as his successor? One of the Juan asked. That is a very good question, and one that he refuses to answer to this day, the captain replied. It's hard to get anything out of him at all anymore. He mostly just stays in his chambers, refusing to leave. Some say that he thought the Kayan Empress to be too gentle and retiring to effectively lead. He was cut off by some startled spluttering from his crew. Too gentle? The Empress. The Kayan fucking Empress, the Juan trooper exclaimed. They say that she was, the captain shrugged. I think the operative word is was. Personally, I believe the theory that she was always the former emperor's favorite child. But he considered her brother adequate, and chose him so she could lead a normal life free from the burden of the Empire on her head. After all, the Empire was in good shape. All her brother had to do was just sit there and be a figurehead, Captain Zurel said as he grabbed another skewer. I think that theory is closer to the truth, but we will likely never know. Their blood is cyan in color, Sheila explained to the Juche, and she most certainly earned that name several times over. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, the captain said as he continued. The new emperor who we shall not name again, he said as he spat on the deck, wasted little time in basically fucking over the entire empire. He replaced people in vital positions, including high military leadership, with his poorly qualified friends, forced the abdication of heads of noble houses in favor of his cronies, rolled back social progress 1,000 years in the making, intimidated rivals and imprisoned or exiled those he couldn't hold under a tentacle, and basically was a giant turd sitting on top of the greatest empire in the galaxy. The noble houses allowed that? Another of his troopers asked. Well, they were in a tight spot. There are checks and balances in place, not the least of which is their private armed forces, but they got blindsided with many of those houses suddenly led by the Emperor's beak cleaners. Those powerful enough to resist were faced with a difficult choice. Either risk civil war or play along and try to use diplomacy to somehow fix the situation, the captain explained. They, and I think wisely, chose the latter. A civil war would have torn the empire apart. Anyway, one of the changes was the removal of the first Lord Chancellor from the Sol system, and replacing him with one of the biggest beak cleaners of the bunch, Lord Kalal Ras Kalan. He wasted little time taking control of all Terran-owned businesses and placing them under the control of his beak lickers. Needless to say, Sheila said with a grin, that didn't go over very well. No, it did not, the captain replied. To say that it did not go over well is a bit of an understatement. They also slashed the Terrans' pay, saying that it wasn't fair that they were doing better than so many Zhuan, and that their new pay was more in line with what was appropriate for unskilled laborers. This also did not go over very well at all, Sheila said with a laugh. Mismanagement of what were some of the most profitable businesses in the empire, coupled with a suddenly unmotivated workforce, caused productivity and profits to plummet. Soon many of them were running at a loss, the captain said as he poured himself a dish of water. Quitter, Jesse slurred. I'm intoxicated enough, thank you. The new Lord Chancellor, may his name be lost, and his little cloaca wipers didn't even consider the thought that they fucked up and placed the blame solely on the Terrans, the captain said, scrunching his eyes in a smile, and, in their infinite wisdom, decided to start to apply increasing pressure on them. The old Lord Chancellor, Lord Zukalbrekal, tried to warn them and the Emperor that something bad was on the horizon, but he was rebuffed and dismissed from government service. The new Terran leadership, wait for it, disregarded his warning because since the Terrans surrendered so easily, they must be weak and easily cowed. The captain smiled and waited for the hysterical laughter to die down. I shit you not. You can actually look up the documents if you like. They said it, the captain laughed. As they continued to apply ever-increasing pressure, they got to encounter the first rumbles of what was to come. The Terrans have a concept that they have had since ancient times, collective bargaining. What's that? Ajush asked. That's when all of the workers in a business or trade band together and form a labor organization that deals with management as a single entity. As such, they can wield some very powerful tools such as a work slowdown involving everyone or a complete work stoppage or what they call a strike. Suddenly, entire mines, then entire groups of mines, then all of the mines simply stopped working. All production stopped almost system-wide. The Zhuan were at a complete loss. This was at the time a uniquely Terran concept and something that they were simply not equipped to handle, the captain said with a laugh. So they decided to pile stupid on top of stupid. Instead of looking weak and negotiating like the Terrans wanted, they decided to be idiots. They first tried to just fire everyone involved and replace them, but that didn't work for two big reasons. One, just because the workers had stopped production, they still were in the mines and factories and weren't leaving. And two, almost all Terrans with the right skills absolutely refused to cross the picket line or go to work in a striking plant. Things were starting to get very, very bad, and violence was beginning to start mostly when trying to get replacement workers into the mines, or when Union supporters were trying to deliver supplies to the striking workers. The Yuan in the Sol system were beginning to meet the real Terrans, and they did not like it. Then they got really stupid, Eno said with a laugh. Stupid is the theme here, and it didn't stop, the captain said with yet another laugh. The Lord Chancellor, may his name be forever forgotten, got the brilliant idea of tying rations to production. Remember the Sol Wars? Going after the food was a bad idea, a particularly bad idea. A chorus of groans and laughter came from the Zhuan and Zush. Yep, the captain laughed. They did that. Unfortunately for the Zhuan in charge, in the years after the wars, Terrans had learned their lesson, and every station of any size now had food production, and there were even station-sized greenhouses throughout the system. To make their great idea work, they had to seize all of them. This was a big problem. They were only using household troops, not imperial ones, to save money and keep better control over the system. Violence and civil disorder became an increasing problem, and this is where a smart evil Zhuan would have called upon the Empire, but they were already losing money and they did not want to admit that they were losing control of the system, the captain said, rippling with both irritation and amusement at the same time. It cost lives on both sides, but we just managed to wrest control of the biggest agricultural centers from the Terrans, and they started to try to put a stranglehold on the workers and everyone else. This went about as well as you would expect. People just turned their backs on the whole affair and reverted to the lifestyle and used the techniques that they had perfected during the Sol Wars. The Juon would show up and entire cities and stations were empty. Off-planet stations started to fortify themselves and running their own food production. The food they produced may have been less than palatable, but every Terran knew what to do and how to do it. The captain chuckled. The Lord Chancellor, may his entire line fall from the Book of Names, had no idea what to do. Still, all was not lost. He could have called the Empire for help or dealt fairly with the Terrans, but no. He decided that stupid was the best course. He started capturing Terrans and forcing them into the mines and refineries at gunpoint, cutting off all food and water for them and their families unless they complied. The captain paused. Never, ever, ever threaten a Terran's family. They will seem to comply, but the first chance they get, they will get you. We can't do this, one of the troopers exclaimed. How did they get away with it? Actually, they could. A lot of the laws that we have are ancient and many haven't been updated in centuries, the captain replied. Back then, the Lord Chancellor of a system had absolute power over a subject state. The only balance in place would be the patronage of an elder house, and Sol didn't have one yet. The Kayan Empress has changed a lot of this during her blessed reign. This sort of abuse is now against an imperial edict, and a violator gets to have a private reception with the Empress herself by her command. She wants to deal with any violator personally, the captain said, making a slashing motion. Oddly enough, nobody has chosen to defy that particular edict, Captain Zurl said as the humans and Juon laughed. Back to the story, the captain said. These people that I'm going to stop calling them Juon. They aren't Juon. These people that the tyrants rounded up were often not skilled. Terran industry, refineries in particular, aren't user-friendly. You can't just press a button and expect it to run on its own. As the barely sapient animals that they are, they don't trust automation. I think the magic boxes scare them, Captain Zurl said, laughing as he dodged a few coconut husks thrown his way. The long and short of it that someone has to know what they are doing. The tyrants got lucky most of the time. Mining and refining were the two biggest industries, with only ecological reconstruction coming close to rivaling them. Any group they captured would likely have at least a few skilled tradesmen in it. Luck, however, is not an infinite resource, and it finally caught up with them, causing the Luna 5 disaster. Poor working conditions and unskilled people trying to operate and maintain the Helium-3 plant resulted in a major rupture of several processing tanks, causing plasma and high-pressure gas to be released, and the main dome ruptured. Vital escape routes were locked in order to prevent Terrans from sneaking away, and the tyrants responsible for those controls fled, leaving the workers trapped. Over 1,000 Terrans lost their lives, and the rest of the Terrans in the system, the captain paused for effect, lost their fucking minds. The party was on, and the tyrants finally got to meet the Terrans in full force. Tales from the Terran Republic. The Luau and History Lesson, Part 3. After consuming a bit more alcohol than they could easily metabolize, most of the Juon were starting to look a little wobbly. I want another, Lieutenant Guzala said as she clumsily slithered towards the bar. I really don't think that's a good idea, the captain said, rippling with genuine concern. Hey, why don't you make her a virgin? You can't make me a virgin, the lieutenant slurred, interrupting the captain. I'm already a virgin. Oh no, the captain laughed. And that's why Terran spirits are so hard to find in Imperial space. When most species encounter them for the first time, they swear off of them for life. I warned you kids that the stuff was dangerous. Here you go, sweetie, Sheila said, laughing from the lieutenant's surprise revelation. It's a virgin, just like you. Anyway, the captain said, returning to the story. After the Luna 5 disaster, the Terrans lost it. There were riots just about everywhere in the system immediately. After that, the whole system shut down. The whole system? One of the Zhuge asked. How did they coordinate such a mass demonstration so quickly? Terrans don't have to, the captain replied. There is this inexplicable phenomenon involving them. They are normally incredibly individualistic, much more so than a lot of species. But sometimes their minds know their very souls link up, and they mimic a hive mind. This phenomenon has been studied for hundreds of years, and no clear answers have ever been found. It just happens. That makes no sense, the Zhuge said, blinking in confusion. Nope, it doesn't, Sheila said as she took a bite from a skewer. You Zhuge are excellent cooks, by the way. These things are delicious. The bizarre thing is that it will infect other species if you get too close to it, Captain Zurl said with a laugh. If it happens, you will get swept up in it just like them. It is like a psychic black hole. Once you cross the event horizon, even reason can't escape. That's a really good explanation, Sheila said, nodding approvingly. This linking can form over the most random things, too. Sometimes it's a good thing, like Project Lifeline, where thousands of Terran civilians took their ships directly into harm's way to evacuate Imperial civilians when the Collective attacked. Sometimes it's just weird or silly, like the Great Nakedness. And sometimes, more than we would like, it's negative. And we get mass protests, and in the worst cases, riots or lynchings. The tyrants got to experience that firsthand. Almost the entire population of the Sol system just went bugshit. Government vehicles and buildings burned. Tyrant businesses and a few of our own for good measure got looted. Ships and even space stations were scuttled. It was one of the best riots in history. Wait, back up there. The Great Nakedness? The captain asked. The humans broke out in laughter. You didn't know about the Great Nakedness? Sheila laughed. Okay, the planet Mars is cold, but with all of the reactors and other machinery, it can get quite warm, even uncomfortably hot under the domes and especially in the tunnels. The powers that be running Mars 12 decided to cut back on the colony-wide cooling in order to save money. You can imagine that there were complaints. Someone, and we to this day don't know who, lost their temper, completely stripped, and started running around yelling that it was too fucking hot. Then a few more joined him, then a few more, then a lot more. Soon thousands took to the streets, completely naked. They were running around, posing for the news cameras, painting themselves, squirting each other with water bottles, just having a great time. Hell, some people rushed to the station just so they could join in, Sheila giggled. Needless to say, the cooling was restored to its former levels pretty damn quick. You can still buy shirts and souvenirs there emblazoned with "It's too fucking hot" to this day. The Zhuan lost it and started laughing hysterically, including the captain. Okay, he said as he finally caught his breath. As Sheila said, the Terrans were running around, and it definitely wasn't the Great Nakedness. As the Terrans like to say, shit got real. Anything resembling law, order, and most importantly to the tyrants, production came to a complete stop. Those people they had forced into working for them, they only had a few guards and automated doors to keep them in line. The guards were overpowered or run off, and the doors were torn apart. Billions, possibly trillions of credits worth of equipment was vandalized to the point that it was unrecoverable. Entire factories and mineral processing centers were completely destroyed. The Terrans that we all know and love had awakened, and all hell was breaking loose. What took the Terrans so long? One of the troopers asked. The Terrans that I know would have been ripping some beaks off long before this. A huge part of it was the first Lord Chancellor, Lord Zook, and Tak Nakamura, Sheila replied. They both wielded a great deal of influence in the Sol system, and they were urging restraint while they tried to work out some sort of diplomatic resolution. Even though he was fired and disgraced, Lord Zook was still going to all of the noble houses strong enough to resist the Emperor and trying to get one of them to get involved. None of them did. They had their own problems and weren't too eager to add a new one, Sheila said. Good old Lord Zook kept at it until he was imprisoned for the crime of being a pain in the ass. Once that happened, people realized that the situation was permanent, and things started to go downhill fast. Even so, Tak still desperately urged restraint while he tried to reason with the new Lord Chancellor. He was also urging restraint for another reason that he wasn't telling anyone about. You will find out why in a bit. Old Tak's word carried a lot of weight. It still does. He ended the Sol Wars, or he would have if you guys hadn't shown up. Something like that gets you respect, a fuckton of it. Azush walked past with a fresh tray of skewers, and Jacob, one of Sheila's crew, started to reach for one. I'm afraid to ask, but what is this? He asked, pointing at the meat. Human friend Jacob, it's Terran chicken. Did you not recognize it? We asked if they had any Terran delicacies available, and luckily they did. We wanted to thank you for everything you have done for us. It doesn't quite look like chicken. Did they say it was chicken, or do you know it was chicken? Oh, it was definitely chicken. It still had the scales on and everything. The Zhush replied proudly. Cool, hand me some more of this chicken, would you? Jacob laughed. Anyhow, Sheila continued, the Lord Chancellor wasted no time sending most of his forces to crush the uprising, as he put it, and gave them orders to open fire. And to their surprise and horror, we started shooting back. Part of the annexation agreement was that we were to disarm. Now Lord Zuck figured that going in and trying to actively confiscate people's weapons would be a really bad idea. So he instead set up a buyback program where once someone felt comfortable, they could turn in their arms, figuring that we would see how nice being an imperial subject was, and that within a few years we would happily exchange our arms for credits. Besides, all we were talking about were primitive slug throwers and crude explosive devices. We might as well be throwing spears, Sheila laughed. Even the wise Lord Zook had no idea what our weapons could do, so he didn't get concerned when nobody turned in their shit. He just figured it would take a little longer than expected, and we would come around eventually. The slug throwers were harmless anyhow. He called them our little security blankets. Lord Zook was smart, but apparently he didn't watch the combat footage. The result was that the Sol system was just loaded with weapons, Captain Jurel said. Far more than we even thought possible. Most Terran families were in possession of at least one firearm, predominantly the AK-47, and many people had heavier ordnance as well. It turned into a bloodbath. As we all know, 7.62 slugs couldn't be deflected by a soldier's screens, and the armor-piercing rounds went through their soft armor like it wasn't even there, the captain said while taking another bite. Their armor could prevent penetration of a few of the early standard rounds, but even then they hit so hard that they would rupture organs. What was even worse for those poor household troopers was that Terran combatants, all of them, were veterans of years, and I mean years of horrible bloody conflict as opposed to poorly trained and equipped household troops. It was a massacre. In less than 24 hours, there were no household forces left on Terra, Mars, Luna, or in Jovian space. They couldn't even evacuate most of them. Every time they tried to do an airstrike or put a lander down, somebody would pop up with one of those fucking guided missiles. It was near 100% casualties. Is this when the Porkies decided to run? Azush asked. Nope. They were celebrating. Sheila laughed. They had absolutely no doubt that the Terrans were going to be wiped out for this, and they would be the ones in charge in just a few weeks. Although, to be fair, we were sort of thinking the same thing. One funeral home actually ran an ad saying that they were taking reservations as a joke. It was the meme of the week. The Lord Chancellor actually collapsed, the captain said with a chuckle. They say he threw up and hid in his room for the rest of the day. If he actually had a brain in his bag, he would have immediately screamed for help, but he couldn't stand the humiliation of getting his ass kicked by rock-throwing savages, so he said nothing. He hadn't deployed absolutely all of his troops, and he had a small fleet of ships. He still thought, or at least desperately wished, that he could get things back under control. This gave the Terrans a few days. Do you have any idea what a Terran can do in a few days? Especially when they know an ass-lashing is coming, the captain said with a laugh. Then when they were ready, it happened. The famous broadcast. The Terrans somehow managed to hack into the hyperspace communications feeds and transmitted a message on all bands. Takashi Nakamura's image was suddenly transmitted across all of the civilized galaxy, and he made a short statement. Terrans, I know all of you know it by heart, so if you would do the honors. The Terrans all rose and in a reverent tone recited in unison, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to fill your head with ridiculous promises of victory. We are going to lose. That's a hard, cold fact. We face an interstellar empire with countless worlds and a military that dwarfs anything we can ever hope to muster. We are going to lose, but we have a choice. Do we bow, throw ourselves at the feet of this new so-called emperor and his corrupt lackeys? Do we grovel and whine, or do we fight? This is not a war where victory can be expected. This is a war with which we will define ourselves. Are we slaves, weak and willing, or are we Terrans? We've been here before. When Yellowstone erupted, did we just lie down and quit? Or did we fight for our survival, doing whatever it took to live just one more day? We didn't just lie down and quit then, and I say don't just lie down and quit now. Yes, we are going down for what we have done. An empire cannot allow us to win, and they will not allow us to win. We will face the fires of hell, but hey, we've done that before. We are Terrans, and Terrans know hell. We are going back to hell, my friends, all of us. We are going to eat bugs, snails, rats, and pond scum again. We are going to watch our friends and family die all over again. We are once again going back to being outgunned and outnumbered in a hopeless fight against the Raiders. But this time the Raiders are going to win. Count on it. They are going to win, but let's make them pay for it. Let's make them fight. Let's make them know hellfire and ash. Let's make them pound this system, which they covet so dearly, into the rubble from which it rose not 3 decades ago. Let's make them pay for every single cubic inch of it. We are Terrans, but what does that truly mean? The rest of the fucking galaxy is about to find out. We may very well find out ourselves. I have a confession, my friends. I am a hypocrite. While I have been urging restraint and peace, I restarted the production of our entire range of arms, using the same fully operational production lines that I pretended to destroy 30 years ago, the day I heard that our only ally in the Empire, Lord Zook Kal-Brekal, had been imprisoned and his mission had failed. I don't know what good it will do in the end, but we do have vast stockpiles of food and munitions here in Jovian orbit, and transports will be on the way. As for myself, I will remain here in orbit around Jupiter, and will run my production lines for as long as I can. During the Sol Wars, I was fortunate. I had supplies, weapons, tools, and a private army. This time my good fortune has run out. Zeus will likely be the first to fall, and when they breach the walls and come for me, I will take up the same weapons I have given to you, and I am going to fight and die alongside my people. It will be my honor and privilege to do so. I hope that I face my fate with a fraction of the bravery and grace that so many of those who have fallen before me have shown. I also hope that I manage to take a few of them along with me. Logistics and a chain of command are already in place, and we will be moving as much material as we can as fast as we can for as long as we can. You will be contacted by your old leadership, your chieftains, your warlords, your patriarchs, your matriarchs, or your military commanders. They know the score. You trusted them then. Trust them now. We have much to do and we don't have much time. To the Empire I say only this. We know what pain is. We know what loss is. We know true hopelessness and despair. We know what it feels like to watch the people we love more than life itself die in our arms. We have choked on fire and ash and we know what hell truly is. Do you? Come cut us down. Burn us, starve us, kill our friends and family. Go ahead. Do it. We are Terrans. We can die and we will by the millions, but we won't break ever. My friends, we have a new Yellowstone. We might as well get to it. Take care and good luck. This is Takashi Nakamura, founder and CEO of Zeus Industries, signing off. The captain and the older Juan started laughing and shaking their heads. The Zeus, and especially younger Juan, looked at them in shock. This was an act of unforgivable disrespect. Then, to their complete and utter surprise, the Terrans started laughing even harder. Well, it's nice you guys can laugh about it now, Sheila said, wiping her eyes. Yeah, you got us, the captain said, his chromatophores flashing in a rueful grin. He looked at the confused faces and turned to Sheila. Okay, we need to let them in on the joke. Takashi Nakamura is a great man, she said with genuine admiration in her voice. In his life, he has been an entrepreneur, an executive, a leader during some of the darkest days in human history, a diplomat and a statesman. All of those have one trait in common, one thing that is absolutely essential to succeed in all of these fields, Sheila said with a wicked grin. You have to be a bullshit artist, and Tak, when he has to be, is one of the best. Do you mean that was all a lie? One of the Juan asked in horror. He was embarrassed and shocked when that triggered another even louder bout of laughter. No! The captain laughed. Every single fucking word is 100% true. Every fucking word. Every feeling it conveys is genuine and truly captured what it was to be Terran at that moment in time, and let us and anybody else in the galaxy know exactly what we were in for. Only one phrase, while technically true, is intended to deceive. That asshole isn't a bullshit artist. He is a bullshit Serals Delkson. He doesn't spread the shit around with a shovel. He paints fucking masterpieces with it. And this message is high mindfuckery in its truest form. I think I'm going to need another drink to wash the rest of this story down. The captain rose and headed to the bar. Hey, I remember that broadcast, a grizzled old Yuan said. My first response was, what is a Terran? So I did a search and said one word, fuck. Then I realized they hacked our communications network and I said double fuck. Those 3 words pretty much described my whole Terran adventure. I'm getting another drink too. Okay, that message had more than one objective, Sheila said with a grin. For us Terrans, it reached out to us. It confirmed our fears, but it also gave us hope. How can any of that give anyone hope? A Juan asked. I get it, a Zeus replied. I really wish I didn't, but I completely understand. Yeah, that sucks, dude, Sheila said, raising her glass to the Zeus. Anyway, it put a fire in our bellies, and it was exactly what we needed at the time. It also told us that there was a plan, and that we had a part to play in it. That was good. It gave us something tangible. Sheila paused to take another drink. It also made it completely impossible for the current Lord Chancellor to hide what was going on. As long as it was hidden, he could do whatever he wanted to us, but the Juan have rules. They have customs, traditions, and honor. That bullshit where he just sent people down and told them to start shooting civilians before they even landed. That's not what the Empire does. That asshole suddenly had a whole lot of questions to answer. His noble house had just been humiliated not only before the Empire, but that message went across the Federation as well. Not only did they lose face big time, but they were also responsible for embarrassing the Empire in front of the Federation. The Emperor himself was demanding answers. The young Juan let out a collective, ooh. Which house was it? One of them asked. House Exploran, Captain Jural shouted from the bar. House Exploran. I've never heard of them. And you won't. All will become clear, my little hatchling, the captain said, returning to the group fresh drinking dish in tentacle. One thing I don't get, a Warner crew member said, is why would anybody think it was a good idea to transmit that? They called out the house and the entire empire, with the emperor of that time behaving like it was millennia ago. The empire and that house in particular would have no option but to act, and back then it would be brutal. That house was humiliated. In those times, the only way to restore their honor would be to respond with force sufficient to restore absolute order immediately, regardless of the cost. The loss of Terran lives. Exactly, the captain interjected. That was the only move House Exploran could make. They would have to use overwhelming force, And that is exactly what that glorious bastard Tak wanted. He wanted his people to die? The Huona asked in complete bewilderment. I shall yield the floor to a Terran. They should have the honor of detailing the complete tentacle knotting that happened next. Sheila stood with a fiendish grin. Okay, to fully understand what happened over the next few days, you have to know a little about Zeus Industries. They are a huge, and I mean huge, chemical refinery and chemical processing outfit operating around Jupiter, our biggest gas giant. They produced deuterium, tritium, helium-3, and a wide range of organic chemicals in unbelievably huge volumes, even by Terran standards. Some of their larger stations are more massive than our carriers. They are fucking huge. If you buy Terran fuel, you probably bought it from them. There are other smaller outfits that produce them too, but they usually just sell it to Zeus for a very fair price, and then Zeus handles the storage and distribution. They are cool like that. Only the big lunar regolith processors are any real competition. Why so far out? Wouldn't having your facilities closer to your source materials be more reasonable? Azush asked. They are right on top of them, Sheila replied. They mine Jupiter. The Jush started to murmur among themselves. That explains the hydrogen and helium, but what about all the rest? Dude, I didn't say they skimmed Jupiter. They mine Jupiter. They can go deep, real deep, and chase down concentrations of what they want. Some say they can get all the way down into the metallic hydrogen, but nobody except them knows for sure. They keep that beyond a secret, both for industrial and strategic reasons, Sheila said. One thing we know for sure is when one of their ships goes down, it can fall off the scanners and not come back up for weeks or even longer. Most of their vessels have isotope separators and other refining equipment on board, and they just stay down till they are full of whatever it is that they want before they come back up. If it's in Jupiter, they have it. If it can be synthesized from Jupiter, they synthesize it. They also do an insane amount of manufacturing out there as well. They are a titan. The Zhush start chittering excitedly back and forth. This was exciting. True gas mining. Do you think we could get involved in something like that? One of them asked. Oh, you like the extreme stuff? Sheila asked with a smile. Then forget Jupiter and head over to the Uranus diamond mines. The chittering turned to squealing and hiccups. Oh yeah, you will fit in just fine, Sheila said with a chuckle. How much do jobs like that pay? Another Zhush asked between hiccups. I understand that compensation isn't caste-based, but depends on something called the free market. Not sure on the exact amount, but it's pretty decent. Hey, Jessie, do you have any data? If I don't, you hired the wrong gal, Jessie said as she pulled out her tablet, her fingers turning into blurs. A few moments later, she said, I pulled up payroll information from all the mines and refineries in Sol. Well, the ones we have, it's a lot of them, trust me. Sorted the various jobs into categories, scrubbed the personal info, 'cause you know there are people out there who will steal your shit. And Bunny did her thing. Bunny is her AI, Sheila explained, shaking her head. Bunny did her thing, and this is a conservative estimate for each field. The data is a bit old. It's been a while since I did a deep dive. But Bunny and I did account for— Jessie, shut the fuck up and hand it over, Sheila shouted. Sorry, she is always like this. Okay, Jessie said, grinning from ear to ear. Now don't freak out. She handed the Zhush the tablet. The Zhush freaked out. They all freaked out. Much freaking out occurred. While everyone waited for the squealing, hiccuping, and frenzied flailing and jumping to subside, the captain turned to Sheila. Hey, you said that you didn't do stuff in the Republic, but your friend there seems to have some stuff that's— he said quietly. Sheila just shrugged. You never know what you will need to know. We aren't going to do anything with it, probably, Sheila explained. Besides, it's impossible to control Jessie. What she has even scares me sometimes. They both paused to watch Jessie chasing around dancing Zhush, who were tossing her tablet back and forth, completely oblivious to the increasingly agitated human female who seemed to be dancing with them for some reason. Once everything calmed down and Jessie finally got her tablet back, Sheila continued, or she tried to. One question, Zhush said in a slightly sad voice. That is what Terrans make. What can we honestly expect to earn? My little Zhushlet, Sheila said. Species discrimination is against Terran law, and we take that shit seriously. Also, while everyone assumes that Terran means Homo sapiens sapiens, Sheila pats her chest, the Republic considers any Republic citizen a Terran. Chief over there is a Terran, and if you try to tell him otherwise, you will get a wrench shoved up your ass. You will be a Terran the second you raise whatever you guys raise and take the oath. I've seen you guys fight, and I know what you do when your backs are against the wall and there is nowhere to run. You are Terran enough for me. Those numbers you see are for you as well. Terrans get Terran pay. A little more happy freaking out occurred, but they soon turned silent as the full weight of what was said sank in. Sheila continued. Those gas miners are huge, and they are built to withstand the truly stupid conditions in which they operate. They have massive armor, crazy shields, insane thrusters, stupid inertial dampeners, and gigantic power plants to run all of that, plus the fucking refinery inside. They are a cross between a refinery and a fucking battleship. They are so tough they don't need hardpoints. Just stick whatever you want, wherever you want. And Zeus has a fleet of them, Sheila said with an impish grin. I am starting to see where this is going, one of the Juons said. Yep, Zeus had dozens of gigantic, easily fortifiable stations. A fleet of ships with better stats than a lot of battleships that can hide inside a fucking gas giant. And last, but not by any means least, the entire solar system's stock of the new short, medium, and long-range guided anti-ship missiles. Weapons that the Empire had never seen before. Fucking thousands of them. They had been running the lines 247 for a while. Sheila laughed. They really should have noticed that Zeus's labor problems evaporated the fucking day that the news that Lord Zook was arrested reached Old Tak, Sheila said with a laugh. They also probably should have remembered that Zeus Industries was the only organization of any kind that remained in operation throughout the entire Sol Wars. The fucking Sol Wars couldn't take them out. The audience let out a collective ooh. Old Tak didn't lie. Zeus was likely to be the first to fall, compared to fucking planets. She laughed. Anyway, the Lord Chancellor and House Exploran had been thoroughly shamed, and the Emperor wanted results. They promised that they would deliver and decided to make fucking sure of it. They sent their entire fleet of ships and all the soldiers they could cram into them to Sol. Their primary target was Zeus, just as was anticipated. They were informed, and you can guess by who, that Zeus also had the largest number of transport vessels in the system, and they were just sitting there like sitting ducks, Sheila said with a predatory smile. That was all well and good, but the household also wanted Tak alive, just as we planned. They figured if they could catch him, they could break him and parade him around like a trophy, just as we expected. While he was completely serious about fighting to the death, he put that line in there for a reason. Taking Zeus in a fashion that would allow them to subdue him would require a lot of men. They would have to storm the place so hard and fast that no resistance was possible. Oh shit, Ahwana said. Right into the missiles. They should have had you in charge, Sheila said. The Porkies did their part too, exactly like they were supposed to do. They happily provided all the stale intel and carefully engineered misinformation their spies were given. Both the Porkies and household were beyond overconfident, which was a very nice plus. They had no doubt in their mind that absolute victory was at hand. Once they crushed Zeus Industries, they would then subdue the entire system. Their only concern was taking Tak alive and not damaging the priceless industrial center too much. Somehow, inexplicably, one of their spies just happened to find out exactly where Tak was hiding, right in the middle of a formation of carefully positioned megastations. They thought they were good to go, Sheila said with a grin. Weren't they afraid that the spies would give away the whole thing? Azush asked. No, we wanted those spies. Perfect way to feed misinformation to the enemy, Sheila replied. The weapons production area and the other military stuff was completely self-contained and sealed away from everything. Almost every employee had absolutely no idea what was going on. The details of what they did and how they did it would fill a book, but they pulled it off. When it came time to deploy the missiles and arm the gas miners, the whole place went on lockdown, and they wiped out the spies. Type 4 Juon gravitational transmitters powerful enough to be readable several planets away are kind of easy to detect if you know what you are looking for, especially the old cheap ones the Porkies were given. We weren't going to detect them. Seriously. It was kind of insulting. Empress, why didn't they just have them send office emails? One of the Juon laughed. Well, the household fleet showed up right on schedule, Sheila said with a classic Terran toothy grin. They easily shrugged off the weak improvised energy weapons that were put in place. The fleet passed easily through the defenses with no losses. Once they were within spitting distance and every ship had been targeted, the biggest missile salvo of the entire war was launched. The household ships didn't even try to dodge. The last message sent was, "Oh look, they are throwing spears at us." Oh fuck, how bad was it? A Juon crew member asked. Well, I gave you a hint, Sheila said. I said the last message sent was, "Oh look, they're throwing spears at us." They lost everything. Every single ship. Everything they sent into Zeus Industries space. The vast majority of not only the expeditionary force but the household's actual entire fleet was completely wiped out. All of the rockets were set to impact their targets simultaneously. No ship had any time to react before they were hit themselves. Even we didn't know exactly what the result of a missile impact would be, so we decided on overkill. The number of missiles used was comical. Hundreds were launched, with each normal ship targeted with anywhere from 5 to 50 rockets. Their flagship had 200 aimed at it. That fucking many, Captain Zuril exclaimed. You guys should have more confidence in yourselves. I know, right? Sheila laughed. Now that Stage 1 was complete, we shifted directly to Stage 2. Just as the complete shock of their fleet getting fucking atomized was setting in, the hidden gas miners ripped up out of the atmosphere and charged towards the remaining vessels and the household's main station. While they didn't have jump drives, those monsters had truly unbelievable acceleration and were soon moving faster than the missiles they were carrying, and the household space station and the rest of the ships were only about as far out as Saturn. The miners were coming in disturbingly fast, and they looked terrifying. As you can expect, full panic set in. The support ships and any remaining combat vessels jumped out of the system. Some of them ran so fast they had to jump back to assist with the evacuation of their station. As soon as the household fled and the station was blown up, the gas miners turned towards the inner solar system and floored it. They had all been loaded with tons and tons of cargo, weapons, ammo, big industrial robofax, tiny desktop robofax, raw materials for the robofax, hundreds and hundreds of tons of food. Oh, we didn't forget the food. Not after last time. Computers with every single schematic for every single product, military or otherwise, that Zeus produced, including all of the data concerning their secret reverse engineering project of FTL drives and navcomps. With that one haul, they made themselves redundant. They could fall, not that they were planning to, but they could. And with that one strike, all Imperial forces were completely repelled from Sol, the captain said, shaking his head. Complete shock ripped through the Imperial military. Well, the parts of it that were allowed to know that a serious ass-lashing just happened. The destruction was so sudden and complete we didn't even have good data on exactly what happened. The few household troops and staff left could only say everything exploded, and the infamous, "Oh look, they are throwing spears at us." Lena, not a whole lot to work with. So while we were scrambling around shitting ourselves. "You guys do that too," Azush interjected. Sheila's crew exploded with laughter. "No, not like you guys," Sheila said, crying from laughter. "Now be quiet and listen." While we were scrambling around being very confused and upset, the captain said, taking care to be a bit more specific, the Terrans wasted absolutely no time at all. They did have logistics in place and used the time distributing arms, tools, rations, and equipment across the whole fucking system. They gathered, organized, and deployed their forces. They built fortifications and dug warrens. They evacuated civilian personnel as best as they could, and worst of all, the captain said, rippling with emphasis, they delivered the supplies necessary to build their first shipyards to concealed locations across the whole system. He took a sip and looked at his crew gravely. Allowing them to set up those hidden shipyards is what lost us the war and changed the fate of the entire empire. "How?" Azush asked excitedly, bouncing up and down. Unlike everyone else, the Zhush couldn't touch the alcohol. It would actually kill them instead of just making them pray for death. "That is going to have to wait until morning," Captain Zurel said with a laugh as he poked the now motionless, misshapen lump that was once Lieutenant Guzala. Ish okay, just resting my eyes. Well, some of the others have drunk too much, and I don't want to have to tell the rest of this story twice, so we will leave it off here for now," the captain said with a laugh. "At least tell me about the porkies," the Zhush said. "Did they start running now?" "Yes, they most certainly did," Sheila said with a laugh. Tales from the Terran Republic. The Luau and History Lesson Conclusion. The next morning, Captain Zurel and Shelia were lounging against the side of the Paper Tiger, sipping Terran coffee while some of Kolvatsk's workers were transferring cargo between their ships. "Oh, this shit is as nasty as I remember, and every bit as effective," the captain said as he slurped. "What do you mean?" "This is Kona," Shelia replied groggily. Hell of a party last night. The lieutenant get to bed okay?" The captain just laughed and shook his head. "Eventually. She spent a few unhappy hours jettisoning her cargo, but she survived," the captain laughed. "While she will be feeling that today, I think as her memory clears, that will be the least of her concerns." "Ah, yes," Shelia said with a grin. "The fair maiden. You should really take care of that. The way she was ogling you, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. She was flashing those colors." "We will just pretend that didn't happen," the captain laughed. He turned to watch pallet after pallet of produce leaving the Class 12. "Are you sure this is okay?" he asked. "Oh, please," Shelia said dismissively. "You saved my ass at least twice. A few pounds of goodies is nothing. Besides," she said as she gestured to the pallets of ammunition, "you are a paying customer after all, even if you are going to use these premium Mark 15s in those sorry rifles of yours. The Harbinger assault rifle is superior to your antiquated AKs in every parameter that can be measured," the captain said, pointing a tentacle at her. "Better recoil management, lighter weight, superior optics. Recoil management because you can't handle a real gun, and optics because you Juan can't shoot. Care to have a little competition?" "Not against Night Guard," Shelia laughed. She turned and looked towards his ship. Are you guys supposed to be shaped that way? She asked as she pointed towards Lieutenant Guzala, who was miserably crawling towards them. Good morning, Lieutenant, the captain said with a chuckle. How are we feeling today? I'm well, sir, the lieutenant said miserably, barely able to look him in the eyes. I have the payment prepared as instructed. She handed him a data crystal carefully so as not to touch him. The captain took it with great amusement. Are you sure this is permissible? She asked. It is if I say it is, the captain said as he handed the crystal over to Shelia. This pittance for a mountain of premium Terran ammunition is a bargain. I don't suppose you have some spare gyrojet slugs lying around, do you? Shelia asked as she pocketed the crystal. Now that is definitely not permissible, the captain said with a laugh. Besides, the new gyrojet rounds no longer chamber in a Terran shotgun. We have the new prototype launchers. Oh, can I see? Can I see? Shelia exclaimed as she jumped up and down excitedly. I see no reason why you can't, the captain replied. As they were setting out some targets, a Zhush approached them. Excuse me, the female Zhush hesitantly asked. Have you seen Tsunkal? No, can't say that I have, Shelia said with a grin. Last I saw him was at the party. Oh, thank you, the Zhush said and scuttled away stiffly. Shelia watched her leave with a huge grin on her face. Well, you go tea, she laughed. The captain looked at her, slightly confused. What? Sue, you freaks do things differently, Shelia said with a laugh. For the rest of us, there are certain things we have in common, and that, my friend, was a pissed-off mom. By the time lunch rolled around, everybody was finally up and moving, even if they were a little red-eyed or misshapen, depending on the species. As everyone was gathering for a communal meal, the leader of the Zhush approached the Terrans. I must apologize, he said. What for? Jacob asked. The meat we purchased was not chicken as we were told. Human friend Jesse showed me an image of a chicken, and it is a bird, not a six-legged reptile. Don't worry about it, Jacob laughed. It's the thought that counts. It was good no matter how many legs it had. As everyone was sitting down and eating, one of the Zhush, barely able to contain herself, asked, So what happened next? Ah, yes, where were we? The captain asked. The Terrans had just driven all of you out of the system. Yes, well, the military high command was beside itself, the captain continued. The fact that so many high-ranking positions had been replaced by incompetents certainly didn't help. It took weeks to put together an expeditionary force. They gave the Terrans weeks to dig in. He shook his head. Weeks. One doesn't give the Terrans weeks to prepare. It probably wouldn't have made all that much difference, but it certainly didn't help. No, it didn't, said an old Juan first sergeant. You were in that first group, weren't you, old man? The captain asked. Old man, you are just as close to your 1 in 50 as I am, the Juan laughed. A full Juan military career is 150 years, Shelia explained to the Zhush. They consider 150 years lifetime service. Yeah, and I'm getting close, the old Juan said proudly. Not many make the full stretch. Anyhow, I was just regular infantry back then, and just a kid at that. Hadn't even seen combat. Not that there was much combat to see back in those days. Just rogue outposts or pirates. We didn't get much but overconfident shit from official channels. But our commander gave us the real scoop, so we knew it wasn't going to be a fish dinner, he said as his chromatophores flashed in wry amusement. We knew about as much as anyone, but that wasn't much. All we knew for sure is that they utterly destroyed the household troops, and that they used ancient weapons, but that those ancient weapons worked. At least we were somewhat prepared, unlike a lot of others. He stopped to eat a few mouthfuls. Those first few days went well, the captain said while the other Huon ate. There was no real opposition in space except for mines and drones. That being said, both the mines, which were missiles set to target anything within range, and those damned drones were both very dangerous. And while no ship was destroyed, several had to leave the system after getting too close. The first place they targeted both for tactical and pride reasons was Zeus. When they got there, they encountered their first real fight. The place was bristling with missiles, and several ships were lost, but we claimed our first victory. Sort of. Once we started taking the stations, we found out they were deserted. There was nothing there but traps and auto-turrets, no people. We fought a battle against nothing but AIs. Yeah, I heard from the Marines that taking those stations was hellish. No people, like the captain said, but those empty halls killed a lot of Juan, the old first sergeant said. We were starting to see the pure evil cunning that we were up against. He paused while he sipped on some kelf tea. When we finally took the place, it was weird. It looked gutted. You could see where they had just torn stuff off the walls, the deck, wherever. It's like they ripped out parts of the factories and took them. We didn't know what happened or where they went, but all of the gas miners were missing. We quickly found out that they took what they could and retreated into Jupiter itself. They modified those miners and turned them into flying factories and shipbuilding plants, and went down where we couldn't reach them. They turned Jupiter itself into a fortress. Yeah, Shelia said. In case anyone was wondering exactly how long one of those Leviathans can stay down in Jupiter, the answer is forever. In classic Terran fashion, they were over-designed so that they could stay down as long as they needed. In this case, they were down there the whole time. What did they eat? One of the Jews asked. Jovian rice, the one thing they would never run out of. Oh, I love that stuff, one of the Juan enthused. It makes the best sushi. Well, it should, Shelia said as she ate. Jovian sushi rice is designed to do just that. It's genetically engineered, the Juan asked. Shelia just laughed. I didn't say that it was genetically engineered. I said that it was designed. Jovian rice is a synthetic edible polymer. It's plastic. Yep, but it's an easily digested, nutritionally complete plastic, Shelia said. It's what really ended the Sol Wars. Once they got production up and running, they could produce an unlimited amount. It ended the famine. The guns were secondary. So you had gigantic flying factories with unlimited food in a place that couldn't be reached by the Imperial forces. You might guess that would cause some problems later on. That they did, the first sergeant said. But that was later on in the story. At this point, things were going okay. Zeus was neutralized, or so we thought, and we took the surface of Mars and Luna. The fighting was pretty heavy and we took a lot of casualties, but we in the end won that battle. What we didn't know was that the Terrans expected to lose. They didn't commit a lot to keeping the surface of either. They knew that it was a losing fight. They just wanted us to pay a price in blood before they retreated underground. He sighed heavily. We thought we had the upper hand until we fucked up and tried to go into the tunnels. Those warrens, it was like chasing a venom eel into its den. We didn't get 100 yards before we started dying in droves. We had been issued heavy combat armor, and it did hold up well against their small arms for the first couple of months. But it wasn't small arms in those tunnels. We had our first introductions to Terran heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mines, and all the other assorted nastiness that you guys know, love, and have occasionally been issued. The old Juan laughed ruefully. Needless to say, our first encounter with that shit did not go well. In every case, our forces were driven out of the tunnels. In the end, all we could do was hold the surface to keep them down, and even that sucked. The fuckers. He waved his tentacles around angrily. Standing guard around those eel holes just opened us up to raids from below. They would boil up out of the ground somewhere, usually someplace we hadn't found yet because it wasn't there yesterday. Hit us hard, dive back down a hole, then blow up the passage, he snarled. Then a couple of days later, the whole thing would happen again. He flashed anger. Holding those positions was just an exercise in attrition, just like the whole ground war. Those goddamn idiots in charge had no idea what they were doing. He stopped to sip more tea. At least I wasn't on Terra. Poor fucklings. They didn't have a chance. He started to mutter and sip tea. Yeah, we knew that holding the surface of Mars and Luna was a lost cause, but Terra, we decided we were going to hold that shit, Shelia said almost sympathetically. That is where we decided to really fight. Mars and Luna were just places to hide people and factories below ground, purely a defensive fight. Terra, on the other hand, was hell, the old Juan continued. We thought we were warriors, he said, shaking his head. Just because we could march in a parade or that our uniforms were perfect, we thought we were good soldiers. He flashed his chromatophores in a wry smile. Our drills and war games were pathetic, nothing like what we do today. Maybe a unit had participated in attacking a pirate outpost with 10 times the forces that were needed, because units were desperate for a ribbon on their pennant. We weren't warriors, not like you kids. The Terrans back then were warriors. They were, if anything, even harder than their grandchildren today. Those fighters, they had a decade of fighting in unimaginable horror. They didn't blink. They didn't flinch. They didn't miss. We had a very rude awakening pretty damn quickly. He paused for another sip of tea. They were like ghosts, vengeful spirits. One second they were there, pelting you with fire, and the second they were gone without a trace. They would even take their dead if they had any. You couldn't scan for them? One of the Juan asked. If anyone turned on an active scanner, they would likely be beaten to death, the first sergeant said with a rueful laugh. Scanning with the crap we were issued back then was the absolute last thing you wanted to do. We made the mistake of thinking of the Terrans as a primitive, backward people, but they weren't. They never were. They were a sophisticated, technologically advanced race and had 30 years to study our tech. They knew exactly what they were doing. With their scanner camouflage, we were lucky to pick up anything at 500 meters. Usually we had to be within 200 meters to pick them up, and by then we were well within range. What made matters worse was that they could detect our active scanner signals from well over a kilometer away. Just perfect for their mortars. They would have a mortar team behind their skirmish line. Turn on a scanner and get a shell on your head. Thank the lineage that they weren't like the ones they have now. Mostly it was just frag, until we fucked up. Fucked up? Yeah, we did the one thing you should never ever do. We got into an atrocity contest with the Terrans. The Terrans had these villages, the old first sergeant continued. They were these small settlements all over, mostly populated with the young, the old, and people who didn't want to or couldn't fight for one reason or another. These places were clearly marked as non-combatant and just kept to themselves, growing food and trying to survive as best as they could, the old Yuan said. We had them under surveillance and could confirm that the only contact that took place between them and the fighters was when the fighters dropped off people too wounded to fight anymore and supplies. That's right, the fighters supplied them, not the other way around. They were 100% not involved. I don't like where this is heading, one of the troopers said grimly. You would be right. After over a year of getting absolutely nowhere anywhere, the leaders decided that those villages just had to be helping the fighters. They were making food after all, the old Yuan spat. That was their official reason. Actually, they were just pissed off that they were getting their asses handed to them. They also really didn't get the Terrans. They figured that if they started reprisal attacks that it would damage morale and force them to surrender. The old Yuan smiled grimly. Of course, that wasn't what happened at all. Never get into an atrocity contest with Terrans. Speaking of, he said as he turned to the Terrans, I am proud to be your ally and will always remember what you did during the Great War, but what you did to the Feds, that was just wrong. Hey, they pissed us off, Sheila said matter-of-factly. Besides, we couldn't fight a conventional war. We would have lost. If we let them mass their entire fleet against us even, we wouldn't have been able to hold the line, she said, then flashed the evilest grin. So we figured that since they had no problems with surprise attacks, they would be okay with us returning the favor. If we started just popping into random systems and proceeded to fuck some shit up, they would have to guard everywhere and still fight us. A few Moray missile boats zip in and nuke a few space stations here. A few stilettos pop in and wipe out some shipping there. A fucking carrier group or a Sovngarde-class battleship pop in and just keep destroying until they can mass enough of a force to try to stop them. Each strike diverted forces and had every system in the Federation screaming for ships to protect them in case they were next. It also made it very personal. It would be one thing if the war was a distant thing. They could ignore it, saying that they were probably in the right. It was completely another thing when they woke up every morning wondering if that day was the day they were going to get a visit. It got people asking questions. Sheila shrugged. It was fucked up, but it worked. They weren't Terrans. They weren't used to the idea of everything burning like we are. It wasn't long before they didn't want to play anymore. Operation Fuck Some Shit Up was a success. Personally, I think we should have kept at it. Yeah, but blowing up schools, libraries, universities, hospitals, cultural landmarks? Hey, we told them to evacuate in plenty of time, and yes, cultural landmarks. That 15,000-year-old temple. Gone. That ancient palace. Bye-bye. Anything and everything that allowed a planet to operate on a daily basis or defined the species as a people was systematically destroyed. We got that shit down to a science. Give the retribution a couple of days and there would be nothing left. A light strike group could do tremendous damage in a few hours. It was fucked up, but so was going for our throat when we were in the state that we were in. Fuck 'em. See, the old Yuan said as he gestured to Sheila. They don't even feel bad about it. This is the game we started with these evil fucks. He shook his head. It had what was perhaps an even worse effect as well. He sighed heavily. I am an Imperial soldier. I will fight and die on command. Tell me to attack a collective warrior unarmed, and I will do it without hesitation, he said, and then paused. I am not, however, part of a death squad. I am not a murderer. I am not a terrorist. Telling Imperial soldiers to wipe out unarmed children did not work. Hell, Terrans won't do that. He paused again and looked at the Terrans. Right? He asked with just a touch of uncertainty in his voice. Not even porky kids, Sheila said firmly. Not even the piglets. Even during the Federation War, when we burned down the schools, we made damn sure they were empty. And that was us at our most pissed off. Right, the old first sergeant said. A lot of us flat out refused. So they called it a mutiny and arrested entire companies of soldiers who refused en masse. Other Yuan would go to one of the targets, and as soon as the first Terran fired a shot, they would surrender. The old Yuan laughed for the first time during the story. It was fucking hilarious. One old Terran would capture 20 Yuan troopers at once. Fighter pilots would suddenly lose control of their ships and crash. It was a complete shit show. The Great Mutiny, as we called it. He laughed some more and then stopped. Unfortunately, some soldiers followed their orders. He sighed and looked at his crew. We didn't know something very, very important. Long ago in ancient times, a war was waged which was so horrible that after it had ended, The nations of Terra met in order to make some rules to at least try to prevent the worst of the horrors they created. When the Terran war chiefs and generals met to plan the war, they decided to follow this convention. They were treating us as a legitimate foe and were following those rules. He stopped and took a sip. Once we started hitting civilian targets, those rules went straight out the window. He shook his head. It was like they started having a competition on who could be the most fucked up, and each week there was some new horror coming out of their underground factories. Most of them, you know. White phosphorus aerosol rounds packed with all sorts of hell, fragmenting toxic bullets, chemical and biological weapons, and all the rest of the 40 hells we now have in our arsenals as well. Almost everything that we used on the bugs was used on us. Then they perfected the art of fucked up with the red tip and red mist. A collective moan issued from the Juon. "What's a red tip and red mist?" Tsonkal asked. "One of the few things I can't get my hands on and wouldn't sell if I did," Sheila replied. "Those are kept under lock and key in the vault of fucked up toys with the rest of the fucked up toys. It's nanotech. Thousands of nanomachines designed to tear apart a target from the inside, starting with the nerves just to be nasty. Once hit by a red tip round, there is nothing anyone can do to help a victim except euthanasia. I have 5. I used to have 6. I am never doing that to someone again." She shuddered. "They work great on bugs, though," she said cheerfully. "It's fun to watch them twitch. Red mist is the same thing in grenade or mortar form," the old Juon said quietly. "It drills in from the outside." "Yeah, got to see an airstrike with that stuff on some bugs once," Jacob said with a smile. "It's the only time I felt sorry for them. Fortunately for the whole galaxy, they are expensive as hell to make, and even we Terrans have some limits. Unless you are a bug," Sheila said while smiling entirely too much. "Yeah, we thought we had it bad before. Now we were going through a living hell," the first sergeant said grimly. "Each day another unit got hit with something right from the depths of the abyss, and often it was something brand new. Casualties were heavy. Very heavy, as we somehow tried to adapt." He paused. "Thank the Empress I was on Mars. Terra had turned into the fires of hell." "Yeah, I heard about it from my grandmother," Sheila said. She was part of one of the surface strike teams. "Even that old monster felt bad about everything that went down. And she has human skulls in her house as decorations." "Sheesh," the old Juon said. "She have any beaks?" Sheila said, looking away. "Figures. Back in the day, Terrans were about 10 times worse than they are now." "They were fucking monsters," the old Juon said without malice. "Speaking of 10 times worse," he said, "our brass was entirely made up of the Emperor's hole lickers eager for glory. They kept throwing yuan and resources at Terra. We were almost grateful when the long-range attack drones started flying out of Jupiter and hunting anything that moved. It meant that they couldn't throw reinforcements around as freely, and even they weren't safe in their comfy ships and station anymore. It's fucked up, but we took great satisfaction in the fact that they started getting hit. A general even got eaten by red mist in his own ship." The Juon laughed grimly. "I hated that whole liquor," he said as he laughed even more. "It was about that time that the Emperor was getting tired of no progress and replaced his buddies with officers that were worth a fuck." The old Juon flashed colors of relief. "The first thing they did was stop the reprisal attacks and pulled everyone off of Terra. The ground forces there had turned into nothing but moist targets by that point," he said with a shrug. "We never set foot on Terra again. The only thing we did was blockade the planet and do long-range bombardment and airstrikes to keep them in their holes. And even that was risky. Their drones were getting better each month. We were losing good pilots to AIs. It wasn't good for morale, I will tell you that." "Yeah," the captain said. "It was about then that the next big expeditionary force was sent. I was a Lancer pilot and had the dubious honor of being a drone dancer. Our job was to engage the drones and take them out. You had to be pretty good to do the job and not get nailed, especially after they started arming those squids. It's funny, a missile with its own missiles. I remember when they started shooting back. It was quite the surprise." The captain chuckled as he looked off into space. "AI or not, fighting those bastards was the most fun I have ever had." "Well, I'm glad that at least one of us was enjoying themselves," the old trooper said, making a rude gesture. The captain laughed. "Sorry, I forgot myself there for a moment." He continued, "Things stayed like that for almost another year. We were at a stalemate. We got better at dealing with the drones, and they got better at defending their holes. They did eventually lose Luna. We did achieve that small victory. We didn't manage to dig all of them out, but they had to cease operations and just hide deep under the surface. For a while, Mars was mostly neutralized. There would still be attacks, but the casualty rate was down even if we still couldn't take the tunnels." "No, we couldn't," the old Juon said. "If we managed to get too far, they would just blow the tunnel, collapsing it on top of us. So we took advantage of that by using AI-controlled attack bots. With them, we could force them to blow their own tunnels, keeping them at bay at least a little bit."
"We seem to be making progress, slow, expensive progress, but definite progress," the captain said. Morale was high, casualties were down, the Terrans were reduced to hiding in their holes, or so we thought. He paused to take a sip of coffee and winced at the taste. "Gods, this stuff is awful." Then things took a definite turn for the worse. From Jupiter and Terra, spacecraft launched. The Terrans had finally built their first fleet, he said as he shook his head. We weren't too worried at first. The first thing that started popping up is something you guys would recognize today. They haven't changed all that much, the humble turtle light cargo vessel. He laughed ruefully. We thought it wasn't that big of a deal. Sure, they made things a little difficult. They could jump between Terra and Jupiter and go deep enough into Jupiter's atmosphere that one of the miners could come up and get them without being exposed for too long. Big deal, right? Wrong. That meant that Zeus got metal and other resources that greatly increased their production capacity, which meant more ships. We also thought that the turtles just had interplanetary capacity. Wrong again. Every now and then a turtle would go somewhere else. The captain chuckled. They went to what is now the secret Terran shipyard, which is Empress knows where. They were now free to set up big high-capacity factories and huge shipyards. And we all know exactly how industrious Terrans can be when they want to, and they wanted to believe me. The captain refilled his coffee dish. I seriously don't know why I drink this shit. Caffeine is one hell of a drug, Sheila said, raising her own mug. Blee, the captain said as he took another sip. Things went downhill and downhill quickly after that. There was now no limit to the Terran's production capacity. We were now fighting Terran industry, a fight nobody wants. A few ships became dozens and not just turtles. The first spacecraft that are now the Moray patrol craft appeared, and we had to contend with fast missile boats with real jump drives that could effectively raid our shipping not just on Terra but on our supply routes. Then the fun really started. The Shrike Mark I's appeared. They don't have interstellar drives, but a modified turtle can haul one. Those early Shrikes weren't anywhere as deadly as the Mark 12s, thank the lineage, but they were still nasty. We now had a real fight on our hands, the captain said as he sipped his coffee. Then the first Stiletto corvettes popped up, and those fuckers were every bit as nasty as they are now. Combined Stiletto, Moray, and Shrike attack groups started to prowl the inner solar system, engaging anything that got too close. We were knocking them around pretty good, but as soon as we took one out, 2 more jumped into the system. There was no end to them. Then, we got the shock of our lives, the captain said as he took a sip and looked at his crew. The first nukes. Suddenly, even a little Shrike was a threat to anything we had. To use my favorite Terran phrase, shit got real. We had a very real battle now. Not only were we trying to hold space against an enemy with a seemingly endless supply of spacecraft, but with space superiority contested, our surface forces once again were being attacked and attacked for real. The Terrans had just been buying time, and now they were attacking in force with an army much larger and well-equipped than we could imagine. Yeah, the old first sergeant said. Mars became a real battleground. Those bastards had built armored vehicles, Shrikes, heavy weapons, the whole thing, and boiled up out of the ground like flesh flies. We didn't know what hit us. The old Yuan said as he sipped his tea. Thank the creators that they had calmed down a bit from our stupid reprisal attacks. They actually took prisoners and treated them according to the Convention of Geneva. Even with reinforcements, we ultimately lost Mars. Luna was getting invaded as well as the survivors there were counterattacking. So the surviving Mars forces were transferred there in an attempt to somehow hold it. But space superiority that close to Terra was iffy at best. We couldn't keep Terran forces from landing. We did give them hell, though. We were on Luna for the whole war. They never could take it. It was around year 3 that things came to a head, the captain said. Terra wasn't the only system that was suffering under the new Emperor, and several planets had gone from civil unrest to full-bore resistance groups. Suddenly, Terran weapons and equipment started appearing in other systems. The Kalesh system, suddenly very well equipped with both arms and spacecraft, exploded into full revolt, and the mucks soon followed. The Terrans had started reaching out to other Imperial systems and were handing out an unending fountain of arms, spacecraft, supplies, rations, you name it. Turtles were swarming like Karga all over, and Stilettos and Morays were being handed out like party favors. It was like 100 Sheilas were dancing around the Empire, the captain said with a hearty laugh. Things were going downhill fast, and not just in Sol anymore. The problems were starting to spread, and turtles were spotted in over a dozen systems. We were looking at a real problem. 100 Sheilas, Tsunkal said with a laugh. Now there's an image. Right? The captain laughed. Well, the Emperor was losing it. Everyone was blaming everyone. The military high command was freaking out. Terra was bad enough. But now 3 systems were in full revolt, and AKs were starting to go bang in a dozen more. The Emperor then gave the order to turn Terra into glass, Talk about a complete and utter waste of time. Massive bombardment of Terra, Luna, and Mars did take place, but what the hell did they hit? There was nothing on the surface. It was a complete and total waste of time. They were shelling 2 lifeless worlds and a planet that was mostly ash and dead scrubland. Any remaining civilians had been relocated out of the system or moved underground into an ever-expanding deep tunnel network. There was nothing on the surface left to hit. In return, they placed ship after ship in range of surface drones, and Terran attack craft were jumping in and out of the system constantly. Losses were mounting, and Terran weapons and ships were still being exported en masse. The real target worth hitting was not in Sol, and we had and still have no idea where it is. Yeah, the whole Empire was being shaken, the old first sergeant said. There were only 3 systems where there was any real revolt, and a few more where there was now an armed resistance. It was just a little smudge compared to the entirety of the Empire, but this had never happened before. The Emperor was now nearly insane and was making genocidal orders left and right. Terra was pretty much immune, but Kalesh and Mux were vulnerable, and the loss of life was getting serious. The murderous orders from the Emperor did quell a lot of systems, but the Mux and the Kalesh were damn near Terran. And it just made them more violent, and just like on Terra, a lot of the Imperial forces balked at genocide, the captain said. In fact, reports of Imperial forces turning on the death squads and defending the civilians were starting to become more and more frequent. The Great Mutiny was spreading just like Terran arms. But this mutiny wasn't just quitting or surrendering. The soldiers were actively engaging the death squads. The great houses were starting to become very uncomfortable, and there were rumblings that something was afoot. Imperial forces were already starting to turn, and the great houses were starting to mobilize their soldiers. We were looking down the barrel of a full-bore civil war. Damn, Jesse said. I had no idea it got that bad. Oh, it did, the captain said. Sol was becoming an Imperial scrapyard. Mux and Kalesh were in complete revolt, and several other systems were starting to fall apart. Imperial forces started shooting other Imperial forces, and the great houses were getting concerned to the point that their private armies were mobilized. The Empire, which had stood for 2,000 years, was in more peril than it had been in centuries, perhaps longer. The captain sipped some more coffee, and ripples of revulsion danced across his hide. And thus, he said, we come to the rise of the Kayan Empress. The Empire was falling apart. Terra was a complete shitshow, with Kalesh and Mux catching up quick. Her brother had completely lost it, and the great houses were starting to really consider a coup. One night she decided that enough was enough. That night she went to the Royal Museum and took Keralux, the Maraxel wielded by the Black Emperor 1,500 years ago. The next day she traveled to Asteria, the location of the Golden Palace, and summoned the heads of the great houses. They arrived, and she had a little chat with them. Nobody knows for certain what was said, but in the end they ceased their mobilization and pledged fealty to her. A few days later she returned to the Royal Palace. The captain looked over at his crew. You guys probably know what happened next. The next morning the Emperor, who often slept until noon, was awakened by his servants and was told that he should go to the throne room. He, with some annoyance, eventually showed up. To his shock, his sister was sitting on the throne in a pretty Kayan dress, Keralex in hand and their father behind her. He was then told that his reign was over, his bags packed, and a ship was waiting. He laughed and told her that there was no way that this would happen. He had too many lords behind him. The Empress had a long table carried in covered with a cayenne-dappled sheet. She then said, "Oh, you mean them?" and had the sheet removed, revealing the severed faces of all of his supporters. "Don't look so surprised, brother dear," she said as he vomited. "You wanted the grand old days back. This is what we did back then." He then realized why her gown was cayenne. That was the last anyone saw or heard of him. The captain paused and smiled. There are plenty of rumors, but all anyone knows for sure is that neither color nor tentacle of him has even been seen again. "I've always liked her," Sheila said with a laugh. "She has style." "That she does," the captain said with a laugh. In keeping with the "you wanted the old days back" theme, what happened next was one of the bloodiest purges in recent history, with a lot of it done by her hand. Turns out that she is a blade dancer and studied the martial art as part of her royal education. It isn't a true combat style, but she is a walking food processor. She went from system to system, planet to planet, and on each one that suffered she had the Juon responsible hauled before her, and she sliced them apart, always wearing the same cyan-stained gown. The captain chuckled. She wasn't fucking around either. That little Golden Age cult? Most fell to her blade as she sardonically quoted their philosophy back to them. "Nice," Tsunkal said, rubbing his mandibles in a chuckle. "I like her." The shooting on Terra, Kalesh, Mux, and the other systems in conflict stopped immediately, and all troops were withdrawn, the captain said as he gagged on another sip of coffee. She personally showed up in Terra and called for the leader of the Terrans to come forth. It should come as no surprise that Tak Nakamura was selected to speak for Terra. She landed on Hentai Island with no real notice, the captain said, giggling. Remember when we said that many of us had stopped wearing clothes? No, one of the troopers exclaimed. Yes, the captain replied. She landed on the beach and beheld dozens of naked Yuan, myself included, he said while laughing so hard he was shaking. We didn't know what to do. Half of us ran for the water and the other half of us bowed. What did you do? Well, I did a combination of bowing and trying to bury my naughty bits in the sand as fast as I could. What did the Empress do? One of his crew asked as they were all laughing and gasping for breath. Well, at first she was furious, the captain said, still laughing. She thought we had been stripped. Then she saw piles of clothes on the beach and she laughed her beak off. While laughing nearly uncontrollably, she announced that she would debark again in 10 minutes and then, giggling like a hatchling, went back into the ship. It took a while for the Yuan, the captain included, to stop laughing. Remember that the next time you are so embarrassed that you feel like throwing yourself out of an airlock. The Empress saw me naked, Captain Zural said with a laugh. Well, after 10 minutes passed and we had fled, she once again debarked and toured the camp. She was quite pleasantly surprised at how nice our accommodations were, and after getting a pina colada, she settled herself down into a tide pool and drank while she nibbled on starfish and sea urchins. Tag showed up pretty quickly, and once he did, she had the new Lord Chancellor and the first military commanders hauled out, and she said, "These people do not represent the Empire nor our values." She then hacked them into pieces in front of him. The captain chuckled. You have to admit, that is one hell of a way to start negotiations. She and Tak hammered out a treaty over the afternoon. She started things off with, and I quote, "You fuckers are not worth the trouble. You want out. You are out." The rest of the time was stuff like possession of dead systems and the like. She made the same pronouncement across the entire Empire, saying that she promised change. But if any system wanted to leave the protection of the Empire had better things to do than stop them. The captain paused to refill his dish. "Why am I still drinking this?" he said. In the end, only the Kalesh system chose to leave. The Mux voted to remain. Kalesh and Saul are conveniently close, so a new treaty was drawn up to include territory between them, and the new entity was recognized as the Terran Republic, the captain said with a thump of his tentacle. And the rest is history. I still don't understand why you are allies, Azush said. Well, Sheila responded, there are two big reasons. The first is what happened after the shooting stopped. The Porkies had wormed their way into the Federation, and no sooner than we had the Empire out of our hair, the Federation showed up with a fleet and invited us to join. They then presented us with a long list of bullshit requirements like disarming and a maximum size to our defense forces, and last but not least, the restoration of property unlawfully taken from its original owners. Needless to say, we told them in no uncertain terms to go and fuck themselves. While they were trying to negotiate terms that we would accept, the imperial companies we used to do business with started getting back in touch, wondering if we could do business again. On one hand, we had a lot of bullshit, and on the other we had multi-billion credit contracts. Sheila shrugged. It went without saying that we turned our backs on the feds and started making those sweet, sweet credits. Business ties grew into social and cultural ties, and in a few years we all decided to let things slide, and in a few more we actually did. The other big reason is that we are culturally much more similar to the Empire than the Federation. We have a lot of the same cultural values. It's weird, but true. We do. The Juan and Terrans eat the same things, find the same things funny, we even curse the same. Once we got past the whole "we tried to kill each other" thing, we found out how alike we were, including our ability to get past the whole "we tried to kill each other" thing. Sheila paused to drink some coffee. We were on very good terms, but we weren't true allies until the Great War. Project Lifeline turned to direct military involvement pretty quickly. I'll tell you one thing, the captain said with a smile. I will never forget the Japura system. We were fighting a losing battle, about to lose yet another world. And suddenly the Terrans tore into the system, guns blazing. The captain smiled. It was the first time I actually felt hope in a long while. I guess it does make sense, everything considered. One of the Zoush said. Well, as much as anything involving the Terrans does anyhow, the captain said. He then turned to his crew. Okay, guys, you have the rest of the day to get yourselves into something resembling fighting condition. Then we have an actual job to do. He turned to Sheila and in a much quieter voice asked, So what's next for you guys, or do I want to know? There are some jobs we have been thinking about but haven't done because we didn't want to draw too much heat, Sheila said with a smile. Now that we are Federation enemy number 1 and can't really get any more heat than we already have, we are going to step things up a bit. She smiled impishly. I don't want to give away the surprise, but you will see it on the news. Tales from the Terran Republic.
The Zeus used to be so nice.
Oh gods, I think I'm going to be sick, Detective Freela said as she clamped her antennae tightly against her head. Her superb sense of smell, usually a great asset in her line of work, was overloaded with the stench of blood, viscera, and something else. An acrid chemical smell that seemed to cut through the mucus that was desperately trying to shield her sensitive chemoreceptors. Yeah, this is a mess, Inspector Sean Vance said as he surveyed the scene. 24 life forms, mostly humans, scattered about in an industrial warehouse. He calmly pulled out a multi-scanner and started to survey the scene, careful to avoid scattered viscera and detached limbs. There are reports of rapid multiple explosions from people in the area, Detective Freela said as she also started her scan. I wouldn't doubt it, the inspector said as he crouched and scanned a small metal cup. Terran 45 caliber ACP from the looks of it. There are plenty more of them too, he said as he surveyed the room. Short tactical shotgun casings as well. Too many of both to be semi-auto. Terran, Detective Freela asked. Here. Why not? They are surprisingly easy to get. It's just that most of us Federation types don't use them. Do you think it was humans, maybe Terrans? Doubt it. Or at least it wasn't just humans, the inspector replied. He pointed at a human that had been literally torn in half. I don't know of any humans that can use what did that. What did that? Well, the inspector said as he walked over to a masonry wall with a huge slash across it. He took a stylus from his pocket and scraped the wall, and it crumbled at his touch. We will need the lab geeks to confirm it, but my money is on a modified ultrasonic jackhammer. One powerful enough to do this sort of damage would be big, heavy, and more importantly, the vibrations would be far more than a human could handle. Definitely non-human. He looked at the carnage. Whoever did this could wield it like it was a glow stick. Just look. I see your point, Detective Freela said as she looked at the string of pulverized bodies. The inspector surveyed the scene with a practiced eye. He had been a lawman for nearly 150 years. He had seen similar scenes, but most of them were from the Saul Wars, not on the capital streets. He suppressed a flashback until he realized that it was important. Grenades, he said. What? They had grenades. Look, he said as he pointed to the worst of the mess. He carefully walked over and started scanning. Yep, slivers of metal wire all over. It was hot too. Plasma grenades with fragmentation. What? Do those even exist? Where would they get something like that? They didn't get them, they made them, the inspector replied. It's an old human trick that was quite popular with the Terrans. You get a high-capacity power cell, usually one for a weapon, hack it, disable the safeties and regulator, and then a simple circuit can get the whole thing to instantly discharge, causing a plasma explosion. Wrap it in wire and presto, one plasma frag grenade, he said, continuing to scan. You really need to know what you are doing, though. One slip up and it goes off in your face. Even I wouldn't risk it anymore. I'm too rusty. So, Terrans did this? As much as I would like to say yes, my gut says no, the inspector said. He had plenty of reasons to hate the Terrans, plenty of them. The fact that he and so many other arcology dwellers had absolutely nothing to do with what happened didn't matter to them. Hell, he would have arrested the assholes responsible himself. If there was any court left anywhere in which to give them a trial. It didn't matter. They were hunted down and killed just because they were guilty of being able to pay the rent, or even if they just had a job in one like he did. They were driven right into the clutches of the raiders like sheep to the slaughter. Gods, he hated them, but he had a job to do. He would hate them on his own time. Terrans haven't made plasma balls in a very long time, the inspector continued. If they wanted a grenade, they would just use a Terran grenade, not fuck around with a power cell. Plasma balls are more the providence of insurgents. Terran weapons, Terran techniques. Fuck. I know who did this. Who? Zeus. No. Yes. This has Zeus written all over it, even the jackhammer. Terrans don't use those. They use explosives. Sonic jackhammers are Federation mining tools. But the Zeus, they are so nice. Not all of them, not anymore, the inspector replied. They were fighting for quite a while, plenty of time for the nice to wear off. The inspector continued his scan. The people who did this were experienced professional soldiers, not thugs. He walked over to the doors. They blew the doors open, using Terran detonation cord, he said as he scanned the shattered frame. Then they hit them with the grenades and swept in with Terran boarding shotguns and 45 caliber submachine guns, with the jackhammer taking care of anyone who got too close. These poor bastards probably didn't even know what hit them. The inspector then went over to a knocked-over table and pointed at some bags on the floor. They didn't take the drugs. He then scanned the room again and pointed at another bag on the floor across the room. Or the cash. They were already paid. This was a hit. We are dealing with a mercenary squad. This is bad, really bad. A Zouche mercenary squad? The detective said incredulously. I just can't get my head around it. Better start bending that noggin. It makes perfect sense. After any war there are unemployed soldiers. The Zouche would be no exception. A group of them join up and start selling their skills to the highest bidder. Hell, even I almost did it after the Sol Wars. Really? Yes, I was all fucked in the head and just couldn't shift gears. I had been fighting for so long, not as a lawman, but just as a killer at that point. Killing was all I knew for a very, very long time. It took a whole lot to be able to crawl out of the abyss. My Martha was what saved me. If it hadn't been for her, things could have been a lot different. These guys, I get it. Nowhere to go. Unable to go back, and someone is willing to pay good credits for them to keep on doing what they do best. Now we have a team of professional killers scuttling around the capital, and we only have ourselves to blame. We are going to be dealing with these guys and others like them for a very long time. I still just can't believe it. The Zouche were just so nice.
Hitting the road.
You're doing it wrong. I've been doing this for over 60 years, kid. I think I know what I am doing, a somewhat vexed Kalesh said to the red-headed tween who was lounging on top of one of the engines. Well, you're still doing it wrong. The Kalesh turned one of his eye stalks to face the kid. Child, I have been working on these since before your dad was born. Yeah, on that Republic garbage, not a real engine. You are about to get a spanking and don't think that I won. Snap. Oh, God damn it! The tween just started laughing. I told you. Don't you have some scrap to price or something? Mr. Kolvac told me to help. He wants you assholes out of here ASAP. Did you get that potty mouth from him? No, I got it from my dad, the girl said, her lip quivering slightly. Oh, Jesus, kid, I'm sorry. The girl just pointed and laughed. Gotcha! Why, you little shit, Chief Jacqueline said, making quite a rude gesture. The girl just laughed louder. If you insist on being a pain in my ass, then go and get my micrometers and a new ion channel, Jacqueline said as he tossed a broken component across the deck. Do you even have an ass? Miss Smith laughed as she hopped down from her perch and scampered off. Oh, that little bitch, Jacqueline said with a little chuckle. Just like her father, Shelia said with a laugh as she walked up and handed him a cup of Kalesh tea. Yeah, she is, Jacqueline said, wobbling his eye stalks. I miss that fucker. Is that expensive? Shelia asked as she pointed at the cracked ion channel. No more than a few thousand credits, tops. You must really like fucking Jovian ramen. I'm sorry. I didn't fucking realize you were the new fucking quartermaster, Jacqueline said with no small measure of annoyance. Shelia, knowing when the chief was about to go Yellowstone, just quietly backed away. Miss Smith trotted up with a new part in one hand and an ornately crafted box in the other. Here you go. One Type 8 Mark 15 ion channel, she said as she whipped out a tablet for the chief to sign. After all we've paid, you are going to charge me for this, Jacqueline grumbled as he signed the invoice. When I'm able to squat and shit one, I will start handing them out for free. Until then, pay up. Yeah, you are a chip off of the old block, aren't you? Jacqueline chucked. Now hand it over. This is the last one, so don't screw it up. Just hand me the goddamn part and fuck off. Are you sure you don't want me to do it for you? Miss Smith said as she opened the wooden box. Holy shit, tell Careth Vernier scale micrometers. How much do you want for these? You have good taste, Jacqueline said with pride, but they are not for sale at any price. 10,000, Miss Smith asked hopefully. 20,000. Exactly how big is your allowance? Jacqueline asked, as Miss Smith reverently handed him the 6 centimeter. 25,000. When I'm able to squat and shit out a precision tools company, I will sell these. Until then, fuck off. 30,000? She asked as she ogled the measuring instruments. You are far too young to look at anything that way, and when I said no, I meant it, the chief said firmly, then he smiled. But if you stop being a pain in my ass and give me a hand, I might have a Telk Careth Vernier caliper that I might be persuaded to part with. Miss Smith lit up like a Christmas tree. Really? Really? Now install this fucking channel for me. Kolvachksa and Shelia were leaning against the hull of the Tiger, drinking a cup of flavored mineral oil or coffee, depending on the species, and watching a small pair of boots and some wide Kalesh flippers underneath one of the new Juan Seraphim engines. They seem to be getting along well, Shelia said with a chuckle as a steady stream of invective echoed around in the empty hull. Actually, they do, Kolvachksa said with a laugh. She doesn't use half of those words around someone she doesn't like. Why don't we just use fucking Juan power conduits? Miss Smith asked in an annoyed voice. Because we don't have fucking Juan power conduits, Jacqueline said in an exasperated tone. Sure we do. Class 7, 500 credits a meter. Are you being an engineer or a salesman right now? I'm being a not wanting to spend the whole goddamn day trying to get a Terran to fuck a Juan right now. Fine. Get the fucking conduit. Sure thing, Miss Smith said cheerfully and wiggled out from under the engine. Damn, Smith, Shelia said as she sipped her coffee. You certainly saw him coming, didn't you? Hey, the Juan conduit will work a lot better than trying to reuse that Terran shit, Miss Smith said with a grin. Hell, we will even buy the Terran garbage we pull in case someone besides you are stupid enough to be flying around in a Terran space turd. Language, kid, Shelia said with a laugh. And what exactly is wrong with Terran spacecraft? Well, she began. Don't start. Just go get the conduit, kid, Kolvachksa said with a fake growl. He turned to Shelia as Miss Smith ran off. She has some rather firm opinions concerning Juan and Terran spacecraft. I can tell, Shelia said with a laugh. Hey, Chief, need help from a kid now? Fuck you, the Chief said as he crawled out and poured himself some Kalesh tea. That kid has skills, and tiny little hands. With her help, we will get done a few days sooner. Good to hear. Hey, Jacqueline, Miss Smith said as she was measuring some crystals. You guys are equal to the Terrans, right? We are Terrans, kid, but to answer your real question, yes. We and the Republic humans are equal. Any Republic citizen is equal. Nominally, the Chief responded. Then why do you guys get all the shit jobs? What? What do you mean? I mean, you guys are all waiters, secretaries, taxi drivers, shit like that. Hey, first of all, those aren't shit jobs. We just like service occupations. It's just something about us, I guess, the Chief said as he tightened some bolts. These fucking Juan fasteners. It's not like we have to fill those jobs, we just like them. Anyone who thinks we are pushovers because of it will get a nasty surprise. More than one visitor to the Republic has had a drink poured over their head or smacked with a tray if they get too pushy, or an entire empire gets punched in the gut if they think they can jerk us around. Weird. You Terrans, I mean humans, have no room to talk about weird. I'm not Terran. I'm an Imperial, Miss Smith said proudly. You're a weeb. Zan. Oops, I almost just threw your micrometer across the hangar. Hey, I didn't mean it like that, Chief Jacqueline said hastily. I was just surprised, that's all. I had no idea Smith was an Imperial. Yep, we sided with the Empire when everything went down. Grandpa was an interpreter and intelligence analyst. What the fuck? He stopped speaking to us when I was just a baby, but Dad said that Gramps was afraid that Sol would plunge right back into hell if the Terrans won. Makes sense, I guess, Chief Jacqueline said, shaking his eye stalks. Takes all kinds, I suppose. Tsunkal walked in with a tray of food and drinks. You two missed lunch. I thought you would like some food, Tsunkal said as he laid the tray on a crate. Not to overhear, but there are humans that are Imperial citizens. Yep, the Chief replied. But you seem not to hate them. She's holding one of my micrometers hostage, so I'm just being nice, the Chief laughed. No, seriously, we don't hate them. We just think they are... Careful, Miss Smith said with a laugh. Different. Let's just go with different and leave it at that. But the Terrans don't hate them even if they betrayed them, Tsunkal said with confusion. They didn't betray us. They sided with the enemy from the start. They were straight-up enemies, not slimy porkies. There is a real difference there. Well, some were enemies. A bunch more jumped ship and immigrated to the Empire after the shooting stopped. A bunch of us Kalesh either sided with the Empire or split after the war was over too. I won't say that any of them, human or Kalesh, are particularly loved, but they are certainly not hated by most people, the Chief explained. Hell, we fought alongside Imperial human ships and ground units during the Great War. Their ships and their infantry kicked some serious ass. I have nothing against them. So we hate porkies and don't hate Imperials. Right. This is getting confusing. Yeah, you might want to start taking notes, the Chief said with a laugh. After a few days, the paper tiger was starting to look like a ship again, and the crew were making preparations to depart. Okay, Kolvachksa, Shelia said as she handed him a tablet. I'm leaving the Class 12 and what's left of the cargo with you, Standard Commission. Pleasure doing business with you as always, Kolvachksa said with a smile. Pass along my thanks to Chief Jacqueline. Miss Smith is, what is your phrase, over the moon. With his gift. It has rarely left her hands. I'll be sure to pass it along, but I think the squeals, tears, and hugs were a dead giveaway. As the Jush were gathering their belongings and loading them into the paper tiger, the crew were approached by two unknown Jush. Shelia looked over at them curiously as she unlatched her sidearm's holster. One of the Jush raised his large manipulator and called out, Hey! Is 8 Eyes over there? 8 Eyes, Shelia responded as Tsunkal stepped forward and waved back. Kolkalkern, great to see you, old friend, Tsunkal called out in return. He turned to Shelia. It's okay, they're friends. Friends or not, how the fuck did they know we were here? Shelia hissed at Tsunkal angrily. Please, our passengers have been sending messages left and right. I saw no issue with sending one of my own, Tsunkal replied dismissively. We are going to have a little chat about this later, she hissed, and then waved happily at the approaching Zhush. Hi there, she exclaimed brightly. I guess you know this criminal? She asked as she hit Tsunkal's backplate. Hard. Shelia, this is Kulkalkern and Zulralshka. They are former associates of mine and are like-minded individuals, if you get my meaning. Oh, really? Shelia asked, her cheerful tone becoming a bit more genuine. Not planning on participating in the hiring frenzy on Sol? Not exactly, Kulkalkern said, rubbing his mandibles in a laugh. Not exactly. It's one of the reasons I sent them here to meet with us, Tsunkal said. They need to know about places like this if they are going to go into business, if you get my meaning. Shelia gave the pair an appraising glance and liked what she saw. Okay, nice to meet you. Now what? Well, Kulkalkern said with an eye flick, we are primarily interested in your drug contacts. It would be a real shame if the drug epidemic facing the Porkies was to dry up, and we are considering expanding our horizons a bit. There are doubtless countless other substances that would harm countless other species and put a few creds on our crystals in the bargain. We would also be interested in getting in direct contact with arms dealers and manufacturers, since it seems that our arrangement is running its course. So you want me to help you be direct competition? Yes, that is exactly what we want, Kulkalkern said with an eye movement that Shelia knew was a grin. Cool, not a problem. Since you had the nerve to ask, I assume my blabbermouth here, Shelia said as she gave Tsunkal another heavy swat, has filled you in on what our real objectives are. He has, and it is exactly what more than a few of us are discussing. Needless to say that there are those of us that aren't exactly happy with the Federation either, and have absolutely no intention of returning to our previous occupations. Making a lot of credits while causing trouble sounds absolutely delightful. We may be able to do business, and I have no problems making a few introductions, she said with a chuckle. But there is one thing you need to remember, she said in a less friendly tone. I have no problem helping you guys out, but if you ever fuck me, she paused while looking them in the eyes, you will wish you were dead. Likewise, Kulkalkern said in an even but menacing tone. Shelia grinned. That's what I like to see. I think we will get along just fine, she said. Jessie came trotting out of the tiger tablet in hand and turned it over to Shelia, who started paging through the contents. Oh, see, you have been a naughty, naughty boy, haven't you? She said with undisguised glee. You too, Z. Very naughty indeed. Okay, you have your credentials in order. You're legit. She handed the tablet back to Jessie. One of the first things you need to learn is how to be just a bit more tidy. They got your genetic info. Hey, Jessie, get a box of Sani Clear, would you? Jessie scampers into and out of the tiger with a box. This, Shelia said as she pulled out an unassuming spray can, is Sani Clear. Its real purpose is medical or hazmat cleaning and sanitation. What we and anyone in the game with a half a brain uses it for is to clean and sanitize other surfaces. It breaks down organic material. Not only does it absolutely kill those annoying microbes, it also denatures whatever identifying genetic codes your species uses. Don't buy it at a store. They will want ID, but it is all over the black market. Buy it. Use it. Oh, and another thing. Actually, you might want to sit down and take some notes because I'm about to lay some knowledge on your asses. After a long and very enlightening lecture from one of the masters of the trade, the Zhush sincerely expressed their thanks and were starting to walk away when Shelia called out to them. Hey dudes, she started. Those friends of yours, any of them hired guns or mercenary teams or anything like that? A few of them match that description, Kulkalkern replied cautiously. Why? We are considering a job that might require a few more guns, Shelia said with a smile. We would be very interested in talking to any guys you know who would be up for some fun, preferably ones that old Eight Eyes over there could vouch for. It should go pretty smooth, but if the shooting starts, there is going to be a lot of it. What sort of job? Piracy, Shelia said with a grin. Tales from the Terran Republic. Morgana Farstan returns. Rise and shine, sweetie, Morgana Farstan said as she yanked the scraggly human's head up by his hair. You back with us? It's rude to drift off like that when we're having such a pleasant chat. Hurts my feelings. You can't do this to me. I have rights. Morgana tilted her head, her smile never wavering. Do you see a badge? Does this look like a police station? She leaned in closer, her voice soft and almost sweet. Let's take it from the top. Shelia Donovan supplies your drugs, right? Fuck you, the captive spat, literally catching her on the cheek. Morgana wiped it away with the back of her hand, still smiling. You must really like pain. Without missing a beat, she reached for a small device, a simple controller with a dial connected to wires already attached to him. She clicked it on. No, wait, ah! She held the button for a moment, then released it. In case you're curious, that was only halfway, she said cheerfully, showing him the dial. This little toy's designed to make you wish you were dead without actually doing the favor. She sighed, tapping the device thoughtfully. Now I've got one wire left. I wonder, where should it go? She let the question hang in the air, her grin sharp enough to cut steel. You know what? Doesn't matter. The fun isn't where it's placed, it's what I do with it. The captive trembled, his breath ragged. They'll kill me if I talk. Morgana's smile grew colder. Oh, honey, I'll do worse. Before he could respond, she pressed the button again. And again. Jakulsha cocked his head as the screams echoed down the hallway. That woman is not right, he said. Mulshakal looked up from working on a sonic jackhammer. Well, she is paying us to commit mass murder. Of course she is not right, she said. Yeah, Balcircula said as he cut open another power cell. She is not right, but her credits are good. What's the problem? Something just does not add up. Where does she get those credits, and why is she so interested in this gang? Jakulsha asked. She's probably in a rival gang. They do shit like this all the time, right? Ray Shelzun asked as he cleaned his shotgun. Does she look like she is in a gang? It seems to me she is more used to wearing a suit than wearing that outfit she is wearing now. It's almost like it's a disguise or something, Jakulsha replied. If she is in a gang, it is a suit and tie sort of gang, not this street crap. And since when do gangs pay people like us to do their work? Don't they handle their own business? How the hell should I know? The only gangs I know about are the ones on video, same as you. Maybe this gang pissed off the wrong people, Mulshakal said as she closed the top of the jackhammer. This shell shaker is ready to rock, she said with satisfaction. They definitely pissed someone off, Ray Shelzun said with a shrug. Only thing that worries me is that we are low on ammo. Don't think we can just pop out and buy a few hundred rounds at the corner store. Already on it, said a voice from behind a computer monitor. We will have a shipment coming in within a week, but it is starting to get pricey. We need to find another source. Another thing. I'm looking at the board and it says we should start using something called Sani Clear, so we don't leave our genetics all over the place. What do you think all that mist was when we left? I didn't make that aerosol grenade for my health, you know, Balcircala said as he started to solder wires onto the power cell. It was proteolytic enzymes and some other shit, so we didn't leave anything. That shell wax was also for the same reason, you know, the stuff I insisted on you wearing. Do you guys listen to a single word I say? Zosh, we listen, but we don't understand half of it. You said wax ourselves, so we did, Mulshakal said, and then she added in a flirtatious voice, I just thought you were being kinky. Yeah, I'm kinky. Not getting caught really turns me on. So what's in that wax anyway? Mulshakal asked. My shell has never been shinier. It really brings out the colors. Oh, it's a combination of enzymes and chemicals that denatures the upper. And I just lost you. Yup, she laughed. Makes shiny. No catchy. Got it. They all paused as a fresh set of screams drowned out their conversation. Look, lady, I'm telling you the truth, the gang member sobbed. Yeah, we get the stuff from Shelia, but only the boss talks to her. I don't know nothing. The boss says we gotta pick up the shit and we pick up the shit. They ain't even there. It's just sitting under a tarp or something. Well, you aren't being useful at all. Pity. At least I can have some fun with you before I kill you, Morgana said as she pulled out a knife and set it on the table beside her. Wait, please. Maybe you have something else I can use. Morgana asked with blank, soulless eyes. The Zhush all fell silent as Morgana entered the room. Hello, my friends, she said with a smile. I have another target for you guys to handle. She then placed a data crystal on a table. Here's the info and your pay. Oh, could you do me a solid and take out the trash? She pointed towards the room where her captive was kept. And to be clear, I mean take him somewhere and dump him alive. Alive? Jakulsha asked. You sure about that? Absolutely. I need the little bird to fly back home to his nest. I don't like that. Best we off him. The customer is always right, my friend. Fine, alive. Jakulsha grumbled as she left. Inspector Vance was looking at his computer monitor. Jesus, Freela, have you looked at the Zhush? No. 360-degree vision, chitin plating thick enough to stop stunners, internal organ systems that can take a couple of shots, and the worst part is what happens to them when they finally decide to not be nice. Here, look, Inspector Vance said as he turned his monitor so she could see it. Shit. So that's what we might be dealing with? High pain tolerance, high reaction speeds, enhanced metabolism, dampened emotions, fucking killing machines. Terrans are still worse, a lot worse, but these guys, why are we just finding out about them now? Sounds like they would be the perfect warriors. They also get very hard to control. Manage to piss one off and it would kill their own officers. Hell, they might do it anyway just for fun. They don't let even their own military turn. It's too dangerous. I guess they have some way of preventing it. How the hell did the insurgents get anything done then? Freela asked. Hell if I know. Maybe if we manage to catch these monsters, we can ask them. Oh, I forget to ask, did the lab geeks find anything? Nothing we didn't already know, Detective Freela replied. It was a jackhammer like you said, and those were plasma fragmentation grenades. They didn't find one molecule of usable information. We still don't know for sure if they are in fact Zoosh. It's like they Sani cleared the whole fucking room. Even the corpses were cleaned. So that's what was tearing up my antennae. That shit was nasty. What fresh hell is this? Never heard that one. Is it a humanism again? Freela asked. Yeah, and a very apt one. Hey, you should know. Was it Sani clear? No, Sani clear I can stand. That shit was rough. It was like Sani clear on pixie dust. Great, they make their own grenades and mix their own cleaner. Just great. A police officer approached the inspector's desk. Inspector, an officer said grimly, I think your suspects just struck again. Fuck, Inspector Vance said and then turned to Detective Freela. You don't have to come. No, I will grab some spray on the way there. I want to see this one through. Jesus, Inspector Vance said as he entered the crime scene. This is worse than last time, he said as he surveyed the carnage. He turned to Detective Freela. Same cleaner. Yeah, same cleaner, she said as she sprayed her antennae again. It smells a little different, but it has the same burn. You going to be okay? Yeah, it's not that bad. Smells like it's had more time to settle. You are right. It's been longer, Inspector Vance said as he looked at his scanner. Did they come in through the roof? Freela asked as she looked up a large hole. Yes, he pointed at the corpses near the door. The victims had guards posted inside and out, so they just came in from above this time. I'm detecting traces of Terran high explosive compounds, he said, and then paused. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. He turned to the crime scene lab techs and pointed up. Give me an isotope analysis on the explosive residue. What's wrong? Detective Freela asked with concern. I think they manufactured the explosives here in the capital. What? Detective Freela asked in alarm. It's not a modern commercial Terran explosive. This stuff is an older compound, much easier to make. Oh, Christ. Inspector Vance trailed off in mid-sentence as he looked at one of the more intact corpses. I'm getting tired of saying this, but what? Look at this poor son of a bitch, Inspector Vance said as he opened the guy's mouth and scanned inside. Yeah, that cleaner they used last time. They led with it this time around. Imagine getting lungfuls of that stuff, the inspector said grimly. It was probably eating their lungs from the inside out before our killers even hit the floor. It explains the mess. They had more time to use the jackhammers. Creator's mercy, Detective Freela said, covering her mouth. Monsters, even scum didn't deserve this. It must have been horrible. She looked at the inspector with curiosity. How did you know they led with the cleaner? I've seen poison gas before, the inspector said grimly. That bitch was crazy, the scraggly gang member shouted from his hospital bed. Inspector Vance and Detective Freela were in his room taking notes. Okay, Inspector Vance said calmly. So what exactly happened? Did they test my nerves? Is my junk okay? Yes, and again yes, the inspector said with annoyance. They have checked your nervous system twice and nothing is wrong. I feel weird. My junk feels weird. Look, you got worked over by a neural inductor, the inspector said. You are going to feel weird, but I promise you that you are perfectly fine. She said my junk. Interrogators say all sorts of things. She stopped before she did any real damage. So my junk? Okay, I'm done. We're leaving. Good luck out there. Wait, you can't turn me loose. I'm a dead man. Then you need to give us something we can use or we are out of here, Detective Freela said. You feel ready to talk about something besides your junk? The guy nodded. Okay, Detective Freela said. Let's start with your name. What is your name? Gerald. Okay, Gerald, tell us exactly what happened. I was like just walking along minding my business, and the next thing I know I'm stripped naked and tied to a chair with these wires all over the place. Did you see who grabbed you? No, it's just like I said. 1 second I was walking along and the next I was in the chair. Has his blood been tested for any memory blockers? The inspector asked a nearby nurse. I don't think so. That isn't part of the standard workup, he replied. Check. Sounds like he got a dose of something. And then what happened? Detective Freela asked Gerald. And then that bitch zapped me for a bit and started asking about Sheila Donovan and how she knew my gang got their drugs from her. And do they? I want a lawyer. Okay, you are free to go. We have nothing to charge you with, so there is no need. Yes. We get our drugs from her. Can I get locked up now? Sounds like we are getting there, Detective Freela said pleasantly. And once you are in there, we can place you in protective custody. Protective custody? Yeah, I like that, Gerald replied. So she wired you up and convinced you to talk? Yeah. And what did you tell her? I told her that we get our stuff from Shelia, but only the boss knows how to talk to her or when to get the stuff. And by stuff you mean drugs? Yeah, Gerald said as he dropped his head. Yeah, drugs, lots of them. Then what? She got mad. Well, not mad, just really scary, and then she said that she was going to kill me after burning up all of my nerves, even my junk, Gerald said with fear in his eyes. She certainly found his weak point, Detective Freela said to Vance. He's human, it's a pretty safe bet, the inspector said. So what happened then? She said that unless I gave her something I was going to fry, and then she started asking me about our hangouts and where we handled the stuff. The drugs. The inspector and the detective exchanged glances. Locations? Detective Freela asked. Yeah, like the Green Block warehouse. I'm going to need protection. I ratted on the Red Teeth and I'm as good as dead. I'll give you anything. Yeah, I told her about the Green Block warehouse. I don't care about jail. I just want protection, he said, actually shaking. Detective Freela felt a little bad for him. A violent gang on one side and these monsters on the other. She had never seen a better definition of the word fucked before. Look, I don't normally do this during an interrogation, but you don't have to say anything else until you get a lawyer about any crimes. But I need to know. Did you see anything other than a human, something that looked like this? She asked as she showed him a picture of a Zhoosh. No, I didn't see nothing. I got zapped from behind and the next thing I knew I was behind a dumpster. Do you remember anything, no matter how insignificant it may seem? No. Wait. I heard something weird. It wasn't footsteps, it was kind of scratching. Scuttling. When he gets safely behind bars, find some sounds of Zhoosh footsteps or something and see if he recognizes it, the inspector said. You got it, boss, Detective Freela replied. So, who do you think the woman was that he was talking about? Detective Freela said after they returned to the station. We've shown him just about every damn picture we have, and he neither consciously or unconsciously recognized any of them. A bounty hunter? She was looking for this Shelia Donovan, it seems, the inspector replied. One hell of a way to look for her. What is the death toll now? 53, the inspector replied. Creator's mercy. No bounty hunter would do something like that. 53 counts of premeditated murder. There would be a bigger bounty on them than their target. Something is fucked here, Detective Freela said. Especially since there isn't a bounty on Shelia Donovan, the inspector replied. There has to be. Isn't she in the top 100? I could have sworn I heard that name before. Yeah, I've heard it too, the inspector said as he started typing. Now this is fucked. She had a Federation-wide APB, armed and dangerous, military force recommended, level 1 and a 7-digit bounty, but both have been rescinded. Rescinded? By who? Doesn't say. It's just gone. The inspector's brow furrowed and he started typing again. Oh shit. I am now truly hating saying this, but what? Look at the date it all went away. Pull up the media feeds for the couple of days prior. Shit. You think it's connected? Hell of a coincidence, the inspector said. A massive data leak, most of it classified. And then suddenly all warrants and bounties were withdrawn. My guess is that they don't know what else she has, or they do know, and they don't want her getting arrested, getting processed, going to trial and having the chance to say or release anything else. The inspector looked up. We have been removed from the equation. Arrest warrants have been turned into kill orders. They don't want her arrested anymore. They want her dead, and any bounty hunters that have accessed those sorts of bounties are certainly not registered in our databases. Even so, Federation intelligence wouldn't do something like this. Let's hope not for all of our sakes, the inspector said grimly. It doesn't matter one way or the other. We are going to catch these bastards, and then we will find out exactly what is going on. This is our city, and we will protect it regardless of who or what is behind this. The next big job. Ah, this is the life, Shelia said as she sipped coffee and grabbed a beignet. It's nice to actually set foot on Terra again. Yeah, Jacob said as he grabbed one. But why did you have to drag us to this humid, bug-infested hell? Watch your mouth, Sheila said with a laugh. You are talking about my homeland here. What the fuck is in this coffee? Jesse said with a sour face. It tastes like ass. It's chicory and you just don't know what's good. I like it, Tsunkal said as he took a sip while he nibbled some chocolate. This chocolate is amazing. Why didn't you bring me this stuff? Because, my dear Zhushling, chocolate isn't illegal. If it were on the black market, I could hook you up easy, but I either had to grab whatever shit was laying around a spaceport or ask for a favor from a smuggler. If it had been drugs, guns, or nukes, I could have gotten you the good stuff, Shelia said. That's incredibly funny. Tsunkal chortled as he picked up another truffle. Are you sure our passengers are going to be okay? Oh, they're good, Eno said with a reassuring smile. We dropped them off with the Red Cross, and they will be transported to one of the refugee processing centers. I hear they are nice. And, Shelia said with a grin, we ensured that they will get priority as far as processing goes. She raised her mug. To Corruption, one of our best friends. Ah, yes, good old Corruption, Tsunkal said with a nasty click. It's nice to be on the right side of that for once. Get used to it, Shelia responded. We like to cultivate friendships wherever we go. It makes things go much more smoothly. It's amazing what a few credits in the right places can do for you. Speaking of, she said with a grin, I think it's about time we harvest a couple of those friendships. Oh? Greg asked. What do you have in mind? Our next job. What exactly do you propose? Eno asked suspiciously. I have learned to mistrust that particular smile. Ladies, gentlemen, and zhushlings, I think it is time for us to hit the White Star. Are you fucking serious? Jacob asked in alarm. Didn't we decide that was too much to tackle? We have already cased the thing, and it wasn't that we decided that it was too difficult, Shelia said around mouthfuls of beignet. We decided that it would draw too much heat on us. And now, since we really can't get much more wanted than we already are. What's the White Star? Tsunkal asked as he poured himself more coffee. It's one of the biggest, fanciest luxury starliners in the Federation, Eno said. It is worth, I don't know, billions, maybe even trillions. With everything in it, I bet it's worth more than $1 trillion easy, Shelia said, her eyes glittering. It's a flying piggy bank just waiting to get hammered. Flying piggy bank? Tsunkal asked in confusion. It's a figure of speech, Jessie said in her normal, rapidly paced voice. It means that there is a whole lot of money in there. See, Shelia said, the White Star isn't just a fancy high-dollar flying resort for the rich. It also has the distinction of never entering inhabited systems. To get to it, you have to be flown there by one of its launches, and its exact location is never disclosed. It's its big gimmick, absolute privacy without any hassles. She pauses while she stuffs another beignet in her mouth. It's a favorite with celebrities, the uber-rich politicians, and last but not least, wealthy fugitives. Shelia, while happily bouncing up and down, continues. That's not all. People like to hide money there, too. It has its own bank, complete with a whole bunch of lovely encrypted numbered bank accounts and good old-fashioned safety deposit boxes. And for dessert, there is even a lovely casino that will be a nice soft target, even if we can't crack that bank open. All we have to do there is put a gun to somebody's head. Same goes for a slew of high-end shops and shit like that. She swirls the last of her coffee in her mug. The thing is absolutely stuffed full of bounties, credits, and highly ransomable individuals. And incredibly effective automated defenses, and a shitload of heavily armed guards, and literally thousands of automatic blast-proof doors, and probably tons of shit we don't even know about, Jacob says, shaking his head. Taking it is impossible. Nothing is impossible, sweetie. Where is that army spirit? Shelia asks with a smile. That army spirit is exactly where it needs to be, keeping our asses alive and out of the joint. Speaking of, Shelia says to Jessie, exactly how hot are we? Hang on, Jessie says as she pulls out her tablet. Just have to get to a hyperspace terminal. And access Federation police. Gonna be a minute, she says as she sets her tablet down on the table and grabs more beignets. The gang debate back and forth about the sanity of going after the White Star as the minutes pass. About an hour later, Jessie's tablet beeps. Here we go, Jessie says as she reads the results. Oh, we are pretty goddamn hot. We are so hot that all arrest warrants and bounties have been pulled. Oh shit. We really did it this time, Eno says as he flags down a waitress. Excuse me, ma'am, could I get some coffee without the chicory? Sure thing, the Kalesha says brightly and scooches off. Why did they pull our arrest warrants? Tsunkal asked. One would think they would add more. Oh, they would if they wanted us arrested, Shelia said with a chuckle. They don't want us arrested anymore. They want us dead. The police are off the case and Fed Intel is on it. This is going to be fun. We have a difference of opinion as to what constitutes fun, Jacob says with a wince. I can certainly see the appeal, Tsunkal says calmly as he sipped his coffee. Less chance of minor hassles, and when we do run into an issue, he said, making air quotes with his manipulators, we won't have the entire system searching for us like we would if we killed a cop. Besides, I would feel really bad about killing an honest police officer just trying to do his job but wasting a fucking Fed. I think I could live with that. See, Shelia exclaimed happily. Old Eight Eyes over here gets it. I'm still voting against it, Jacob said, with more than enough quiet nods from the others to kill the plan. There is one more reason why I want to do this and do it now. Jesse, tell him. Oh, right, Jesse babbles with a grin. I have it on good authority that none other than Counselor Morgan, you know, the asshole who really pushed the whole fucking war. That asshole? He's about to get his pee-pee stomped because of the stuff that we leaked. He is hiding from a Federation inquest at this very moment. Anyone want to guess where? Everyone looked at each other for a few moments. Okay, Jacob said with sigh. If, and I mean if we do this, we have to do it right. We need a plan, and it needs to be a fucking good one. Well, let's get started then, Shelia said with a wolfish grin. Cyrus Red was standing outside of his limousine with 6 of his henchmen in a deserted capital city construction site, when Morgana Farston appeared out of the shadows. I have to hand it to you, Cyrus said. You got a lot of balls showing up here. Well, Morgana said with a pleasant smile, we have some things to discuss. You shoot up my guys and mess with my business? You are goddamn right we have something to discuss, like why I don't show you why we're called the Red Teeth. Yeah, you used to eat people during the Sol Wars. Boring, Morgana replied. You have a lot of balls just showing up with just 6 people. At that moment, 6 vans drove into the lot at high speed. Now that is a bit more interesting, Morgana said with a soulless smile. That bitch is fucking crazy, Jakulsha quietly buzzed. No argument here. Shit goes south, she's dead before we can even pull a trigger. Balsar Kala said as he adjusted the scope on his sniper rifle. What do we do if that happens? Mulshakal asked. I'll tell you what we do, Jakul Shah whispered. We put a 50 caliber slug in her head for good measure and split. He turned to Reshalzun. That mic that brainiac over there made? Is it picking everything up? Works like a charm, Reshalzun replied. You sure they won't detect it? Jakul Shah quietly asked. Give me some credit, Balsur Kala scoffed. I seriously doubt they have the right stuff on hand to properly analyze that beam's wavelength and modulation. It should just look like background noise from all the communicators in the city. They are much more likely to pick up your bitching, so please, for the love of the creator, shut the fuck up. So, bitch, what do you want? Cyrus said, as a few dozen of his men surround Morgana. Not much, she replied. I want Shelia Donovan. I understand you can get her for me. What? You fuck with me just to get to that bitch? Cyrus spat. You're fucking crazy. That observation has been made more than once, Morgana laughed. Now you are going to lure her in, or I'm going to take apart your entire organization piece by fucking piece. Okay, stun this bitch. We are going to have a barber. Morgana flicked her wrist, and as she did, the head of the guy right next to Cyrus exploded into a fine mist. Fuck! Cyrus yelled as he dove for cover. Hold your fire. Have you and your little friends been vaccinated against Type 6 hyper-accelerated Staph aureus? She asked as she pulled out an aerosol grenade with a large biohazard symbol on it. I have, just in preparation for this little meet and greet. I understand this stuff is kind of nasty. Everybody froze as the pin hit the ground with a little plink. Okay, just calm down, Cyrus said as he got back to his feet. Feel like actually having a reasonable discussion now? Morgana asked. Look, lady, Cyrus said, dusting off his suit. I can't just whistle and have Shelia show up like a dog. I have to set up a meet and that takes time. Okay, you have a week. I've been playing nice up until now, Morgana said. Next week things get really fucked up. She picked up the grenade pin and then turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Cyrus snarled and turned to his men. Find out who that bastard is and find out who is working for her, he said, breathing heavily. And get me in touch with Shelia. I want to talk to that bitch. Tales from the Terran Republic. Pirates meet. Jesse is leaning against the side of a rental car on an abandoned hill when a sleek grav car flies overhead and settles on the gravel next to her. The gull-wing doors open and a thin reptilian in a loud floral patterned shirt climbs out. Avast! Ya matey, Jesse calls out. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of dum, the flink replies. Jesse just facepalms. No, it's... You know what? I like your version better. She laughs. The lizard walks over, its 4 independently focusing eyes darting in all directions. So how have you been, you dumb chameleon? Good. Business is booming. So how are you explaining that? Jesse asks, pointing at the grav car. You are running out of distant relatives giving you inheritances. Did you win the lottery again? Oh, I'm pretending that I am being irresponsible with my money and am in debt over this one. I do actually get a decent paycheck from my real job, you know. Single, no kids, I can explain a lot. You are throwing up all sorts of red flags, my scaly friend. You need to be a bit more careful. Jesse looks out over the teeming city below and at the huge holographic religious sigil hovering above it all. You know, she says. If you didn't know what that thing meant, it would almost be beautiful. On the other hand, the lizard responded, all that religious oppression is good for business. If we became a free society, I would go out of business overnight. All hail the great egg. May it forever be peeping into our bedrooms. Jessie just laughs in response. So what do you have for me? She asks. Oh, the usual, the lizard says, pulling out a small box. The latest Federation shipping routes, navigational hazards, detours, patrol schedules, and locations of most of their fleet, plus a few crystals full of the latest deep dive that I did. I grabbed tons of shit, but I'm not entirely sure what's all that's in there. Excellent, Jessie chirps. She then pulls out a transactor, loads a crystal with credits, and hands it over. The lizard smiles and pockets it. Pleasure doing business with you, as always, he says. Oh, I have something you may be interested in, Jessie says with a huge grin as she pulls her tablet. Oh, is it filthy? Oh, it's filthy all right, she chuckles. 12 hours of the latest animated flink porn, all brand new. I know that because I commissioned it. Pretty good stuff, too, she says as she pulls up a few clips. Oh, this is nice, the flink says, drooling slightly. Quality stuff, this. It gets better, Jessie laughs. I also have 6 hours of live action stuff. Live action, the flink stammers. Yup. Jessie plays a scene and holds up her tablet. The flink's eyes pop wide open and his tongue shoots out, adhering firmly to Jessie's tablet. Whoa! What the fuck? Jessie exclaims as she starts to have a tug of war with the flink. Sorry, it was the nathadenth. Well, let go, goddammit. I can't. What do you mean you can't? Let me have the tablet. I'll fix this. Jessie reluctantly hands over the tablet. After a few moments, the tablet is freed with an audible pop. Jesus, dude, Jessie says, wiping off the screen. Buy me dinner first, she laughs. So I take it that you are interested. I am, the flink says, wiping a truly excessive amount of sticky drool from his mouth. How did you get that? Well, Jessie says, still laughing, there might be a few flink universalists who decided to flee to the Republic in search of religious freedom, and a few of them may have really embraced all of the freedoms we offer, and were also keen to earn a few credits. And so I have 6 hours of the raunchiest, most perverted acts they could come up with. They say some of it even isn't in the sodomy laws because the priesthood hasn't thought of it yet. How much? Oh, wait, my little pervert, it gets better, Jessie says, pulling up another screen. I also happen to have the entire contents of GameSource Fire's game library, and I mean all of them from Happy Puff Puff Farmer to the entire contents of the Blood Vault. She looks at him suspiciously. You aren't going to splooge all over my tablet again, are you? She asks as she hands the tablet over. The flink pages through the contents, his eyes getting wider and wider as he does. Oh, Jessie says with a grin. Those games in the vault? Those little skulls next to the title aren't for show. Those are the most twisted, most dark, most violent, most perverted shit a Terran mind can come up with. Some Terrans have actually needed professional help after playing some of those 4 and 5 skull games. Holy shit! The flink exclaims as he continues to scroll. You have Federation fun time, with all of the DLC including Species Master. You can indulge in the absolute best VR carnage using your own species no less. Jessie smiles as she looks at the flink paging through the titles in awe. All of it completely cracked, all copy protection and licenses removed and ready to go. I even put in a custom license generator so you can sell it by the copy without them being able to undercut you, unless they are as good as we are, of course. You will be able to buy a dozen of those fancy grav cars in a week. How much for all of it? Not how much, Mr. Drooly, what? Jessie says with a malicious smile. Oh shit, the flink says, looking at her with suspicion. What do you want? The engineering firm you work for did all of the controls for the White Star, right? Oh fuck. I want everything, and I mean everything. I want all of the source code, all of the wiring diagrams, all of the structural drawings, all of the training simulators, the location and nature of every single sensor, the nature and location of all automated defenses, location of and control programs for all automated doors, all you have about their drives and navcomp, all of their AI and anything else you got. I want every single 1 and 0, all of it, and I do mean all, Jessie said as she took back her tablet. The flink just made a deep trilling sound with his tongue and looked skyward for a few moments. Done. I can do that, no problem. I will need a couple of days and a crate to hold all the crystals, but consider it done, the flink says, wiping away some more drool. He squinted his eyes at Jessie. Do I even want to know? Probably not, Jessie said. I will say this. Cover your fucking tracks on this one. You absolutely do not want this coming back on you. I always do, the flink says with a smile and a trill. This is going to be fun. Sheila collects a debt and John gets a visit. Horace Green finally closed his computer screen and left for the day. It had been a long day at Axion Lines. He absolutely hated having to deal with pampered, rich, entitled assholes day in and day out, who acted like the slightest detail being not to their absolute liking on their cruise was the end of the fucking world. He had spent 2 fucking hours trying to rectify the fact that a customer didn't think the thread count of their bed linens was what it definitely was. He had to pull the ship's engineer from his duties to personally scan the goddamn sheets, and the bastard still wasn't happy. Fortunately, a few passes with a sonic cleaner made them soft enough for his entitled ass. God, he hated them. As he was walking towards his smart car, he saw some bitch leaning against it. Great. If that asshole put 1 scratch on his car, they were going to pay for the detailing. As he got closer, he recognized her, and turned around immediately only to find that 2 more people, a gigantic black man and a slender blonde, a flaxen, closing in behind. The flaxen pulled out a switchblade, and there was a distinct click as the blade shot out. He turned towards the lot, the only other way out, and there were 2 more men standing there. One of them pulled out a gun. He froze. He always knew and dreaded this day would come, and now it was here. Horace, Shelia said, shaking her head as she approached. Is that any way to greet an old friend? You are hurting my feelings. What do you want? I don't have the money. Who said anything about money? We never said you had to pay us back with money. We just said that you owed us and one day we would collect, and here we are. It won't cost you a single credit. Horace's knees were literally shaking with fear. He didn't know who these people were when he got a loan from them. He was desperate. He should have asked some questions or found out who they were beforehand. These were bad people, very bad. His bookie just laughed when he described them and told him that he was better off getting his legs broken. So, Horace, how have you been? Keeping your nose clean? Haven't been gambling again, have you? Horace just flinched. Oh, Horace, poor Horace, Shelia said sympathetically. So how much do you owe this time? 50,000, he said without thinking. He winced again. He shouldn't have said that. Jessie, dear, Shelia said to a woman beside her, would you be a darling and cut off another 50 for our friend here? Sure thing, Jessie said as she pulled out a transactor. I don't want your money. Nonsense, Horace, Shelia purred as she moved far too close to him. It's the least we can do considering the little favor you are about to do for us, and you are about to do a favor for us. Love you. What do you want? Nothing really, Shelia said softly as she stroked his face. He stiffened with fear. You are just going to lend us your badge and tell us your password, that's all. Won't hurt a bit. Horace was about to pass out. Giving out that information could land him in jail. It only works for me. Then there won't be a problem. It's a small thing to ask for all the money we have given you plus the extra 50, Shelia purred. Oh, I do have one teensy little question, though. What biometric data do you need to log in? I can't tell you, Horace whined. Please. He suddenly felt something sharp poke him in the back. I really think you should answer the woman, Porky, the flaxen lady whispered in his ear. I would really hate to get blood all over my new blouse. A handprint. We use a handprint, Horace said as he clenched his eyes shut. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Shelia asked with a predatory smile. Jessie scampered up with her tablet and presented it to Horace. Just log in like you would at work, she said brightly. Horace meekly did just that with tears in his eyes. There you go. See, that didn't hurt one bit, did it? Shelia asked, backing away with a smile. Your debt has been paid in full. Everyone turned and started to walk away. As they did so, Shelia paused and turned around. Oh, one last thing, she said, smiling pleasantly. Not a word about this. Not one word. You run your mouth and we will kill you, eventually. Jessie, please remember to turn the security cameras back on this time. Geez, forget one time and you just won't let it go, will you? Jessie asked, completely vexed. With that, they all walked away. Horace fell to his knees and wept. Toby was sitting at his desk polishing the embassy's silverware. He pulled out a scanner and examined a fork closely. He then started polishing it again while happily humming to himself. The door opened and a mechanical spider with a huge water-filled globe in the center containing a large eel-like fish entered. Toby rose from his desk. Good afternoon, Director, Toby said pleasantly. To what do we owe the honor? It isn't often that one such as yourself descends from the heavens to bless us lowly mortals with your divine presence, Toby said with just the right amount of sarcasm. Stuff it, Toby, Director Axlia said with a laugh. Is the asshole in? Yes, he is, Toby said as he pulled out a power bar extreme from his desk and whipped out a Terran-style combat knife, expertly slicing it into cubes. Oh, Toby, Axlia said as the top of her globe opened. Always the gracious host. With that, she approached his desk. Using one of the forks conveniently on his desk, he skewered a cube and lowered it towards the globe. Axlia poked her head out of the water and grabbed it. You didn't make me stretch for it this time. The joke was getting old, just like yourself, Toby said pleasantly. I wouldn't want you to strain something. Ha! Axlia said as she happily received another cube. Honestly, Director, why don't you just buy these? You can get them at Republic Goods. Oh yes, the Director of Federation Intelligence just walks in to get a Republic product. My picture would be on the front page. Well, it just so happens that I have an entire box of these right over here, Toby said as he walked to a cabinet and pulled out a large box of the bars and handed them to Axlia. Holy shit, Toby. Director Axlia enthused as she stowed them away in her bot. You didn't have to do that. Nonsense, we Terrans are known for our hospitality. Axlia filled her globe with bubbles. She laughed so hard. I wish I could stay and chat, but I have to save some of my capacity for carp shit for your boss. Before I go, are there any state secrets you want to let slip? Toby looked both ways and then leaned in to whisper. The Republic doesn't like you very much at all. Wow. Damn, Toby. After a leak like that, do you need any protection? We have a safe house nearby. With a laugh, Toby pressed the intercom. Ambassador, the Director of Federation Intelligence is here, wishing to speak with you. By all means, let her through, John replied in a pleasant voice. Director Axlia, blinking with a little confusion, walked into John's office. John rose to greet her. Director, what a pleasant surprise, he said with a smile. Who are you, and what did you do with— Fuck. You assholes got your hands on the classified closed-door briefing I had with Federation Defense and the Council, where I told them exactly what I thought about planning an attack on you dickheads, didn't you? I had absolutely no idea you used words like those, Director, John said with a grin. I especially liked the part where you told General Mluxor where he could put his strategic assessment. Director Axlia just sighed. You know, K-Shalta is going to do some serious jail time for that monumental fuck-up. God damn it! What didn't you assholes get? Well, we don't know the exact diameter of your asshole, but that's about it. Want to measure it, cockface? You know, if you acted like this before, we could have gotten along a lot better, John laughed. So what do you want? I know you didn't come all the way down here for a power bar and to get laughed at. Well, Axlia said with a gusty, bubbly sigh, we have a problem, a somewhat large problem, and it involves you. More precisely, it involves your ability to be a complete and total shit. Oh, do tell, John said as he stood up from his desk. Hang on, I think I'm going to need some coffee for this one. He filled his cup. Okay, lay it on me. I don't know if you remember Commander Farstan, Axlia said, blowing a few bubbles of annoyance. Who? The, Porky you showed all of those executions to? Oh, her, John laughed. I remember her. She left here almost in tears. That was a good one. Yeah, asshole, it was, Director Axlia growled. It was so good that you broke her. She has gone completely and totally bug shit. She has gone, what is your term? Oh yes, rogue, she has gone rogue. Rogue, you say? That's interesting. Almost as interesting as you telling me about it. Well, there is a story there, the director said. She started acting erratically, so much so that she was assessed and found unfit for duty. She was a good agent, and we didn't want to lose her, so she was placed on leave while she attended therapy. One day she didn't show up for her session. A few days pass, and she misses another. Come to find out she had vanished, not a trace of her anywhere. Now here's the part I am not happy about, Axlia said, blowing a stream of bubbles. Since she was in charge of Terran operations, she had access to various caches of credits, weapons, shit like that. Somehow she was able to reach a pile of credits before she disappeared. You can bet some heads rolled over that one. Anyway, we have it on pretty good authority that she hired some grade-A mercs and has started her own little operation. Director Axlia slides a data crystal over to John. Damn, what did she hire, Drax? John said as he looked at images of the two attacks. Nope, altered Zush. Fuck. Those little bastards are good. I know, right? This is one hell of a mess, John said with a smile. Now why the hell are you telling me all of this? In her sessions, your name came up quite often, the director said, usually associated with violent dismemberment. We are concerned that she might try to take you out. Needless to say, the fucking ambassador for the goddamn Terran Republic getting messily killed by a rogue Federation intelligence officer would be a diplomatic mess of titanic proportions. It could even rekindle hostilities. We can't have that. A kill order has been placed on our side, and we thought you would like to do the same. I like the rekindling hostilities part, John said with a grin. Fuck you. We are prepared to compensate the Republic if you manage to get to her first, Axlia said as she blew bubbles of resignation. We would be willing to discuss the release of several of your field agents should you manage to help us with this little issue. It might come as a shock, but we don't just slaughter captured agents like other governments I might name, dickhead. They were porkies, and there were too many to conveniently process. Besides, I really don't consider hooking someone up to a neural inductor for a few weeks particularly civilized either. Please, we only use the inductor on dissidents. For agents, we use fatigue and drugs. The director laughed. How civilized of you, John said, rolling his eyes. Everything we are willing to release concerning Farstan is on that crystal I gave you. Do with it what you will, Director Axlia said as she turned to leave. Thanks for the heads up, bitch, John said as she was walking away. No problem, cockbite, Axla said as she left his office. Once she left, John buzzed Toby over the intercom. Yes, Ambassador. Get me Terran intelligence. Something interesting just came up. One more thing, that armored limo we use for dignitaries, get it fueled up and ready to go, John said as he chambered around into his sidearm. And start packing heat. Things are about to get fun. Tales from the Terran Republic. Project financing. Deputy Colin leaned back in his desk pod, bouncing a hard rubber ball against the wall. He sighed, flaring his vestigial gill slits as he did so. Gods, I'm so fucking bored, he said as he caught the ball for the 100th time. Boredom is good in our line of work, the chief said as he surfed the world net. Boredom means nothing messed up is happening. Nothing messed up ever happens in this pond scum town. What about Matron Galoria's kid getting all hopped up on Zip and swimming around in the town pond naked last week? The chief said with a chuckle. That happened. It took both you and Parson to haul him in. Yeah, that was fun, Colin said. That kid okay? Yep, got out of the hospital today, the chief said and then chuckled again. Wouldn't want to be him when he shows back up at school tomorrow. They both laugh. An unfamiliar electric car drove up and parked right in front of the doors. The chief frowned. That was beyond rude. It wasn't even a marked parking space. He was definitely going to write them a ticket. The doors of the car opened and two bipedal creatures dressed in long coats and wearing dark sun visors almost completely covering the top half of their faces got out. The chief grinded his plates. He was not a xenology expert, but everyone in the Federation knew what a human looked like, and everyone in the Federation knew that humans meant trouble. He snarled. First it was some Jolpura moving into Slolmathu, and now humans showing up here. The whole planet was going to pot. The humans entered the station. May I help you? Deputy Sinelth asked as the doors to the station opened. Yes, sorry for troubling you, Jacob said pleasantly through his visor. What are you doing here, humans? The chief asked in a less than hospitable voice. Our vehicle is acting strangely, Jacob said pleasantly. I think the navigation software is off. Either that or I messed something up, he laughed. Kind of hard to mess up a navigator, the chief said in even a less pleasant tone. You tell it where you want it to go and the car takes you there. Pretty damn simple, even for a human. The deputies looked at the chief in complete confusion. This wasn't like him at all. Jacob said, looking at the chief and then at Greg, his companion. Greg nods slightly and slowly starts to move his hand into a coat pocket. Look, we aren't looking for any trouble, not looking for trouble. Half of you start a pond-sucking war and the other half of you tear the Federation apart and you aren't looking for trouble. The waters help us all if you one day do decide to look for it. Hey, we had absolutely nothing to do with that, Jacob said, backing away slightly and glancing around the room. We are just a little lost and are looking for help, he said as he slipped one of hands into a coat pocket and gripped the handle of a small stunner. Keep your hands where I can see them, humans, the chief yelled as put his pads on the grip of his blaster. Both Jacob and Greg immediately complied, and both removed their hands from their pockets and let their arms hang loosely at their sides. Don't be this way, Jacob said. It doesn't have to be this way, please. Don't you move, the chief said, his pads still on his blaster. Show me your papers. Sinelth, Colin, cover me. Chief? Colin asked. You heard me. Cover me. Dude, please, it doesn't have to go down like this, Greg said calmly. Yeah, don't, Jacob said as it took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The chief started to walk forward as his deputies, still really confused, put their pads on their blasters. Let's all just calm down, Greg started. The deputies started to draw their blasters. As soon as their weapons started to move, the hands of both humans turned into blurs, each one drawing a Terran submachine gun and opening fire. The explosive rounds tore the chief and his deputies open before they could even get their blasters out of their holsters. The humans then moved through the entire station like wraiths, clearing each room with unearthly speed, surprising an unlucky communications officer who was gunned down before he could even get out of his pod. Fuck! Jacob yelled as he kicked a wall. Yeah, that could have gone better, Greg said as he looked down at what was left of the communications officer. Fucking hate it when this happens. He laid his hand on Jacob's shoulder. We followed protocol. Skip the stunners once real weapons come into play. Jacob just shrugged. What's done is done. Jacob pulled out a communicator. Strike team, this is TAC 1. The target is secure. We've had complications, he said calmly. Fuck. How many? Sheila asked. 4 if you count the one manning the radio. How many does that leave unaccounted for? We just have the 2 patrol cars, Jesse chirped brightly, bringing up their locations on your HUDs now. Based on their patterns over the past few days, they shouldn't be a problem. Shift operation from clean to wet, Sheila said calmly. Jacob, Greg, Roberts, cover the area and eliminate any threats. Move and fire at will. Paper Tiger, start selective signal jamming and hold position. Advise if gravitic communication is detected. Strike team, be advised we have switched to a wet operation. Let's go. It was just like any other day at the bank. I was just sitting there trying to help Matron Clonth with the exact same problem she had last month, but was having a really hard time paying attention. In just a few hours I was going on a date. Yes.
Hey.
A date. A real date. I met this cute guy online and we were going to meet over in Slolmathu for dinner. I really wasn't paying attention because I was so excited and had to start over, but whatever. Poor Master Zorth was just standing there, patiently waiting for me to get my act together. I like him. He gives out the best treats at the Harvest Festival. They are awesome. The security guard, Old Master Horthen, was sitting in his favorite pod drinking tea. We didn't think we needed a guard, haha, but he's been here like forever and nobody wants to let him go. He's nice. When he says I look nice or that he likes my dress, it doesn't feel greasy, you know. The bank manager, Matron Zallen, she's really nice too. I mean, she is a tough boss, but nice about it, you know. Started to come out of her office to wait on Master Zorth when a van pulled right up in front of the doors and 4 humans wearing real live Terran light combat armor, just like in the video games. Just ran into the place. This is a robbery, a female shouted as they all pointed real live Terran weapons at us. 2 AK-47DS, a rocksteady-ass 4 boarding shotgun, and a Wasp SMG if the game bug spray is correct. Everyone keep their hands where we can see them and nobody gets hurt. A robbery. What? A real live bank robbery? I just couldn't believe it. Poor old Master Horthen jumped up and tried to shoot his stunner at a big human. And Terrans are already big. This guy was huge. The giant just grabbed him and threw him to the ground. I swear Master Horthen bounced like a couple of centimeters when he hit the floor. I'm surprised he didn't break something. You are lucky I knew that was a stunner or you would be dead right now, the big Terran said to Master Horthen, and there is absolutely nothing in here worth dying over. What part of wet do you not understand, Eno? This other Terran, a female one, said in a scary voice as she stopped next to Master Horthen and drew a real Martian skull splitter, just like the one I had when I played Red Sunset. The skull splitter had an amazing, intricately etched and inlaid blade that seemed to dance in the light as it moved. Even as it was being raised to murder Master Horthen, I couldn't help but think how beautiful it was. Hey, the one in charge yelled. Gloria, can you not be a psychopath just this once, please? She said to the scary one. Without killing anyone unless you have to, get everyone next to Sheriff Dumbass over there, she said, pointing to Master Horthen. I looked over at my boss and then over at the silent alarm button that's under my counter. She looked at me and shook her head a little. I don't know what I was thinking, but I slowly reached under there and pressed it anyway. Stupid, 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 stupid. Bowhead, a smaller female said as she pointed at my bow. Just triggered an alarm. How did she know that? I still don't know how she knew that. Before I even had time to blink, the one in charge grabbed me and threw me clear across the lobby. I really hurt my arm when I landed. It's still really sore. I'm just glad the scary one didn't get to me first. On the floor now, the leader yelled as they pushed everyone, even old Matron Clonth, right down really hard. The leader turned to the one that told on me and asked, The alarm, is it going to be a problem? It goes to the local police station. Giggle. We better hurry, giggle. They could be here any second. Giggle. Oh, shit. We are in trouble now, the scary woman chuckled. I didn't know why they thought it was funny at the time. Poor guys. I went to school with 2 of them. They were nice. Well, one of them could be a jerk sometimes, but even he didn't deserve that. They said it looked like firecrackers went off in their guts. Okay. You, the leader said as she pointed at my boss. You look like the manager. Come here. My boss started scooch like a snail towards the human. The human made a strange noise. She sounded like she was in pain or something. You can stand. Stand up and come here, she said while she put her hand on her visor and shook her head. Right, first off you and Jesse over there, she said as she pointed at the one who snitched on me, are going to empty your local credit repository into her transactor. Then you 2 are going to go into your office. Do exactly what she says, exactly how she says it. Don't try to be smart because she's smarter and will kill you. Sheriff Dumbass and Little Miss Tattletale over there have used up all of your stupid points. Yes. No problem. Just don't hurt anyone, please, Matron Zalon said as she was led over to my counter. She tried to enter the password, but her pads were shaking so bad she kept screwing it up. I think the fact that the human called Jessie was holding a submachine gun to her head didn't help. She finally got it right and dumped our entire buffer onto a crystal. It's a lot of money, tens of thousands of credits at least. I thought it was a whole lot of money and what they came for. Boy, was I wrong. Cool, we have beer money, the one called Jesse said in a happy voice. Now we do the fun stuff. Come on. With that, my boss was marched into her office with a real submachine gun pointed at the back of her head. I don't exactly know what they were doing in there, but Matron Zalen looked really scared and confused, and it looked like Jesse was getting really impatient. I got a little worried. I know from Terran movies that those guns can go off just like that, and the human was just waving it all around as she yelled at my boss. She didn't shoot her, though, and a few minutes later my boss was marched right back out into the lobby. Now you just lay there, Jesse said in a snippy voice. You are capable of that, right? You really need to learn your damn job. She then turned around and started to stomp back into the manager's office in a huff. Well, I am fucking sorry that my ignorance made robbing us inconvenient, my boss yelled. Everybody just stopped. I couldn't believe it. I've never heard my boss say any bad words, and she used a really bad one. The humans just busted out laughing. I like her. Try not to kill her, the one they called Jessie said as she walked back into the manager's office. She then plugged this fancy-looking tablet into the old office computer and started typing really fast. You look confused, the leader said to my boss. You didn't think we set all this up to swipe 150,000 credits? Wow, 150,000 credits. We had that much? Holy poop, that's a lot of money. I thought at the time. Well, it is a lot of money, but it isn't a lot of money. You didn't? My boss asked. That leader woman made this noise like she sneezed in her helmet. Yeah. We traveled to this planet, picked this town, did a tactical insertion, and took over your bank for a measly 150. Do you even know how the banking system in the Federation works? She asked. And then she cocked her head oddly. Guys, she said, we have a customer incoming. I looked, and it was Felix Rowe, a friend of mine. She came by a lot just to say hi. The doors opened, and she walked in and just stopped. What are you guys doing on the floor? She asked, really confused. She didn't notice the huge armored humans with guns. It was us all having a lie-down that interested her. I love the girl, but I swear. That's when she got grabbed and plopped down next to me. What's happening? She whispered to me in a terrified, squeaky, she always squeaks when she is nervous, voice. We're getting robbed, I whispered back. She breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thank the waters. I thought we were getting invaded, she whispered. I couldn't help but giggle, but shut up real quick when that one they called Gloria looked at us. I couldn't see her eyes, but boy could I feel them. Is that a skull splitter? Felix Rowe whispered to me. Quiet, I hissed at her. It was too late. Gloria walked over to us and crouched. How do you know what this is? Gloria whispered in a very, very scary voice as she held the skull splitter entirely too close. This is it, I thought. We are going to die. Red Sunset, we play it a lot, Felix Rowe said cheerfully. I could have killed her if Gloria didn't do it for me. Last thing we wanted to do is say we can identify anything. And she let people know we played video games too. I love her, but pond scum. She can be so stupid sometimes. Excellent historical accuracy, but the engine sucks, Gloria said in a much more friendly voice. Now shut the fuck up. She stood and stepped away. Where was I? Their leader said, right. Believe it or not, banking is something that the Federation does right. They use normal communications for basic shit, but the actual transactions, the credits, go through a completely independent network. Their own hyperspatial relays, the works. There are only 3 ways to get into that network. A terrestrial network hub, a hyperspatial relay, or a bank. The network hub and that hyperspatial relay, those are among the most secure locations in the Federation. Fighting a Fed cruiser is easier. Banks are the only practical way to access it. Of course, in a bank, there is a lot of extra computer security shit in the way. If I felt like torturing you, I would have Jesse explain it. What our little firecracker is doing right now is trying to bypass that security and access accounts directly. Once she pulls that off and we can start making, pardon the pun, bank. You mean you will be able to start emptying entire accounts? My boss asked, looking kind of sick. Yep, down to the last credit. We're doing some fundraising for a little project we are working on, their leader said happily. Don't worry, we aren't going to steal from you guys. Each account takes time to breach and has a whole new layer of security. Takes too long to go after little fish. You guys are safe. Some other assholes are going to have a very bad morning tomorrow. Don't feel too bad for them. They deserve it. Wow, I did not know that's how it worked. Nate! Then it hit me. They weren't here for thousands. They were here for millions. By the waters of the eternal pond. I don't know how much time passed. It felt like forever, but the police never came. I still hadn't figured out why. I knew was definitely going to stand up my date. This was the worst. He didn't believe me when I told him what happened until he saw it on the news. You bet he called me right back after that. Too bad he turned out to be a total jerkface. Clock's ticking, Jesse, the leader said. How much do you have? Coming over to your HUD. HUDs are neat. They show you stuff inside your helmet. I learned that from video games too. Fuck it. That's going to have to do. We gotta go, their leader said. We just had someone show up early for their shift. That early bird just got a couple of worms. Sucks to be them. Okay. And done. It was right then that I realized why the police weren't showing up. I still get the shakes thinking about how I set off that alarm. I could have been killed. I should have been killed. A cargo van pulled up next to the door and the side doors opened. Pleasure doing business with you folks and sorry about the cops. We honestly didn't want it to go down that way, the leader said, and then they all bolted out of the door and into the van. They turned the whole system inside out looking for those guys. They never even found the van. My boss told me later that they stole over 16 million credits. 16 million. The odd part was that they stole it from other humans. Weird. We just had the last funeral yesterday. People are all talking about taking up a collection so they can post a bounty. I don't have the heart to tell them they are just wasting their time. Those guys are long gone and probably have plenty of bounties on them already. A lot of people are also talking about getting blasters or something in case they come back. I just shake my head. They aren't coming back, and if they do, I really don't think some hick with a civilian pop gun is going to be able to do anything besides get some firecrackers in his guts. That looked like Mark 6 light combat armor, and you need at least a Class 4 energy weapon to get through that stuff. A normal person can't get that sort of thing around here. Oops, I don't want to sound too much like a separatist, a cultist, or a tomboy. I just really like Terran video games. Don't tell anybody. My parents would freak. The bank and the Federation are just about done investigating. Rumor has it they didn't find a single thing. Doesn't surprise me. Boss says we are going to reopen next week. My mom doesn't want me to, but I'm going back to work. A girl has to eat, and I would much rather get thrown across a bank lobby than move back in with my parents. There is no pooping way that is going to happen. I get back from lunch with my boss. She is so happy I'm staying on I'm getting a pooping raise. There is a knock at my door. There's a kind of shabby-looking guy there holding a box. Yes, I ask as I open the door. Here. The guy just hands me the box and walks off. Wait, I say, but he just keeps walking. That was weird. I take the box inside and open it. Holy waters of the eternal pond. A skull splitter. A real one. It has the pattern welded laminated Terran steel blade, bone handle, and everything. There is also a crystal in there. Pads shaking, I load it into my computer. It's Federation fun time. Oh, scum. With Species Master. Oh, double scum. I have a few days before I go back to work. I know what I will be doing until then. Tales from the Terran Republic. Grabbing another piece. So where do we stand? Shelia asked as another platter of sushi was delivered to their table. The last job gave us some breathing room. We didn't fully achieve our mission, but 16 million should get us there, excluding all of the hardware Jesse claims is needed, Greg said as he helped himself to some sashimi. It is needed, Jesse chirped. We are talking about a complete virtual recreation of the White Star. This isn't some VR game bullshit. This is the real deal. A true virtual model down to the nanogram and nanometer that will act exactly like the real thing, down to the temperature of each wire and RPM of each rotor. That's a pretty tall order. Add to that recreation of all of the AIs and other control software, plus standard intelligence and personality modeling of the security personnel. And now it's getting tricky. Top that with complete physics and hyperphysics modeling good enough to predict not only exactly how it will react, but what the force and strains will be across a ship of that size. Fuck. Now it's fun, she babbled. I mean, we could cut a few corners, but we could also blow up when we try to jump or wind up actually lost in space instead of kinda lost in space. The lost in space part doesn't concern me, Tsunkal said as he dipped some yellowfin into soy sauce. I can probably get us out of that bind. The blowing up part doesn't sound fun, though. Yeah, you are the Lord of the Void Jump, Gloria said as she sipped some sake. You've jumped into and out of interstellar space more times than anyone else has many times over. How do you do it? Most people would have cashed in their chips by now. By knowing hyperspace, Tsunkal chuckled as he went for the salmon. Most navigators don't really know hyperspace, not really. They are just equipment operators, no offense. None taken. You are absolutely right. You have to know hyperspace, embrace it, Tsunkal said, buzzing quietly. And to embrace hyperspace is to embrace madness. Void jumps are terrifying, and terror makes people timid. It's too easy to shrink back and blindly rely on ship's readouts and what some computer tells you is the right thing to do. That won't work. That will get you killed. You have to measure things yourself by hand. You have to calculate things yourself by hand. The answer you get will be wrong. Every instinct you have will tell you it's wrong. The computer will tell you that it's wrong. That right there is what kills the void jumper. They trust their fear and they trust the computer. Do that and you are dead. You trust your skill, your measurements, and your math, nothing else. So what exactly kills you? Eno asked. I just know that a void jump equals never making it home again. They just keep missing. Well, yeah, Tsunkal said, sipping some tea. That is one way to go. Someone just keeps jumping and jumping, making the same mistakes over and over until the ship runs out of energy or the drive breaks, but that's not the only way. When you are jumping in and out of real space, you aren't just dealing with location. The whole universe is moving. You are moving when you go into hyperspace, and you will be moving when you leave. A perfect jump would have absolutely no change in acceleration from beginning to end, but no jump is perfect. That is why you hear a ship groan or you feel that weird lurch when you pop out. The ship and everyone and everything in it is catching back up to real space-time. Screw it up, and that little lurch can be a few thousand Gs and everyone goes smush, or that little groan is a spin or a twist that tears the ship apart. Jesus, Eno said. Of course, there is another possible outcome, Tsunkal said with a chuckle. There is also the distinct possibility that you could enter hyperspace and never leave at all. It would be just the same as running out of energy or starving, but I think it adds a new level of dread to the whole thing. If you die outside of the universe, what happens to your soul? Okay, now you are just fucking with us, Greg said. Nope, Gloria said as she knocked back some more sake. That can happen. Probably won't, but it can. Shit. Okay, we want Jesse and Tsunkal to be happy before we do this one. But wait, Robert said as he grabbed the better part of a tuna roll. Didn't Tsunkal say that computers were worthless? I said that a normal navcomp can't be trusted, not that computers are worthless, Tsunkal said around a mouthful of nigiri. Most people don't know what a navcomp really is. It is basically a very, very detailed database of star systems. It determines your exact location and velocity based on the known parameters of the system you are in. It then accesses its memory to get the exact location and velocity of your destination, and then it uses a few boiled-down, highly specialized equations that are completely dependent upon a lot of assumed information. The AI crunches down digital equivalents of what really aren't digital equations, and then converts all of that back into analog signals that the actual hyperdrive uses, and then you go pop. As an added bonus, both the star that you are leaving from and the one that you are going to both leave little dimples in space-time that make stopping, starting, and the math all that much easier. A void jump is completely outside of its normal operating parameters. All of them have an emergency function that tries to compensate if it winds up in the void, but it is woefully under-equipped for it. I think they should just leave it out myself. Yeah, Jesse babbled. To get a real true super-duper hyperspatial navigation computer, you would need one hell of a supercomputer. I don't mean like Bunny's home. I mean a real supercomputer, maybe one bigger than anything currently running. And then the software. Jesus. That would have to be one hell of an AI. It would be a monster before we even considered. I'm gonna have to stop you there, Shelia said, waving a hand in front of Jesse. My head's already full. Are we going to actually have to make one of these super nav comps? Oh, fuck no, Jesse chirped. God, no. Nothing nearly as much as all that. We just need to make a simulacrum of the White Star. A real live virtual recreation of the vessel, perfect in all respects. With that, we can do spatial and hyperspatial modeling and testing. It's a completely different thing. It's much easier, and Bunny can do it with the right software, all of which is easily obtainable. Basically, Tsunkal said as he waved down the server for another order. With Jesse's dream machine, we could easily test maneuvers and go into and out of hyperspace virtually before we do the real thing. It would also come in really handy during the actual job as well. I think Jessie is kind of hard to follow, but she says it will. I still don't see the difference, Shelia said, downing some more sake. It's a huge difference, Tsunkal said, buzzing happily. The main difference between what Jesse and I envision and what you would consider a navigational computer is mainly that the hyperspatial physics in relation to space-time— Okay, stop. Just fucking stop, Shelia said as she poured more sake. The whole plan hinges on this working. Tsunkal, Jesse, can you do it? Yappers, Jesse chirped. Tsunkal nodded confidently. What do you need to make this happen? Well, Jesse said with a grin, you know that thing, the thing that I want. You finally have an excuse that justifies us getting it, don't you? Yep, Jesse chirped with glee. Dr. Slocum was giving a recent donor a tour of the Advanced Orbital Observatory Farsight, the only remaining structure Astor University had intact following the Terran War. He normally hated catering to donors, but he was really enjoying himself this time. Miss Parker was fun, smart, and engaging. The fact that she was drop-dead gorgeous didn't hurt either. And here it is, the Astor supercomputer, he said with pride. When the Terran animals entered the system, some very brave men and women lost their lives saving this wonder. As long as we have this, he said as he lovingly stroked the case, Astor University remains alive. All of our records, all of our research, all of our archives, everything. We were able to transfer it all to this miracle before the bombs fell. He paused, choked up with emotion. They destroyed our campus, but they did not destroy our spirit. Our spirit, he said as he touched the case once more. Our spirit is right here. Amazing, the woman said as she beheld the supercomputer. And it's so small. You would think that it would be huge. It may be compact, but it is one of the most advanced quantum supercomputers in the Federation, Dr. Slocum said proudly. Pound for pound, it outperforms most computational devices in the Federation and thus the entire galaxy. There is no way that the outdated Empire could produce something like this, he said proudly. And it goes without saying that those Terran animals couldn't even come close. They probably couldn't even figure out how to switch it on, he laughed. No doubt, the woman laughed. With this, he said regarding the supercomputer fondly, we have managed to remain operational and even continue classes. We have lost all of our classrooms, but with this supercomputer we have been able to switch everything to online. All of our professors and students can interface with this, and with VR it's completely like a traditional setting, he said proudly. That's not something to brag about in and of itself. But the fact that we are able to do it with our entire university simultaneously, as well as completely simulate all labs allowing our full range of classes, is noteworthy. It's a shame that we have to use this wonder for such mundane tasks, but until we can rebuild our damaged infrastructure, such things have become its primary function. He turned to smile at his guest. We are even donating capacity to other educational institutions across the system. Countless primary and secondary schools are able to operate in a virtual environment just as we are. Those Terran dogs just wasted their ammunition. Just this one little thing does all that. Truly marvelous, the woman said in an impressed voice. It does far more than that. It is also able to perform many essential tasks for the system's government as well. As you are no doubt painfully aware, the Terran bastards in their so-called infrastructure raids destroyed vital governmental systems at all levels. With this, he stroked the supercomputer's case with love. We have greatly reduced the impact of the damage system-wide. The entire system was able to transfer vital operations to this miracle. Communications, emergency services, space traffic control, law enforcement, as well as all normal operations of the system's government are all hosted right here. Believe it or not, after all of that, we still have plenty of capacity to perform some of the research for which this thing was created. Truly remarkable, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Slocum said, preening with pride. With this one machine, we are able to keep the spirit of Astor University alive during these dark days while we rebuild, and we are rebuilding thanks in no small part to generous donors like you, Miss Parker. Please, Doctor, the woman said as she drew a tiny pistol from her pocket. Call me Gloria.
Why John likes Axley, a transcript.
This is a transcript of the classified meeting of the Federation Security Council, the Federation Defense Force, and Federation Intelligence that was held prior to the ill-fated invasion of the Terran Republic, and why John and Toby like Director Axleia. Director of Federation Intelligence, Director Axleia. Gentle beings, this is the absolute dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard come out of any of your voice holes, and that is saying something. This is a joke, right? This has to be a fucking joke. Tell me that you assholes are kidding. Head of the Federation Security Council, Councillor Gizkal. Please watch your language, Director. And yes, this is the decision that the Federation Security Council and the Federation Defense Force have made. We will launch an attack upon the Terran Republic. Now is the perfect time to strike. Chief of Staff, Federation Defense Force, General Mulksor. We are confident that we can achieve a quick victory and force. Director Axleia, laughing. You are out of your fucking mind. A quick vic, Councillor Gizkal. It was not your turn to speak. General Mulksor had the floor. Director Axleia, I don't fucking care who has the fucking floor. There is no such thing as a quick victory against the fucking Terrans. They don't do that. They have never done that and they never will do that. A quick fucking victory. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You can't seriously be this fucking stupid. Councillor Gizkal, we have an obligation to intervene when such widespread suffering is taking place. The people of the Terran Republic deserve to be free. This so-called republic is in fact a despotic oligarchy comprised of the leadership of Zeus Industries and several other powerful Director Axleia. Cut the carp shit, Counselor. There isn't any press here to admire your plumage. Let's call it what it is. Nobody here is happy with the new military alliance between the Empire and the Republic. I'm not happy with it. You aren't happy with it. It sucks. Once they regain their strength, they will definitely be stronger than we can ever hope to be without making some drastic, painful changes to our economy. It's happening. Live with it. Besides, it's really nothing more than a formality anyhow. All of our simulations have clearly predicted a military alliance when either the Empire or the Republic were actually threatened. They are too intertwined for anything else to take place. They have been all but the same economic entity almost since the moment the shooting stopped. The only chance we had to stop that was to get them to join, but we fucked that all up, didn't we? Security Council member Counselor Morgan. Hey, legitimate grievances had to be addressed before any serious... Director Axlia. Carp shit. Apparently, unlike anyone else here, I actually know what happened during the Sol Wars. And to be honest, them agreeing to not killing all of you was about the best thing that we could have reasonably asked for. There was no fucking way your legitimate grievances would be considered. And before you even start, there was also no fucking way we could have liberated the system either. These are hollows of the surface of Terra, Mars, and Luna taken during the Terran War of Independence. Look at them. Look, this was the state of their system, and they were not only still fucking fighting, they were fucking winning. They were beating down the fucking Empire. They brought them to their knees. They brought them to their knees without their army, without their fleet, without a fraction of the industrial capacity that they have today. If you have never listened to me before, do it now. We do not want a war with the Terran Republic. General Mulksor. We have carefully considered all possible outcomes and tactics that the greatly weakened Republic can take, and based on their standing army and navy, and even with their overrated industrial capacity, victory is assured. If you will actually read my strategic assessment, you will clearly see, Director Axlia. You can take your so-called strategic assessment, shove it repeatedly up your ass. It will be a much less savage of a fucking than you will get the second one of your ships enters Terran space. General Mulksor. Even they, with all of their greatly overestimated combat ability, cannot hope to prevail considering the difference in the size and strength of our fleets. They will be crushed in a matter of days. Director Axlia, you have to be absolutely the dumbest fucking slug to ever wear a uniform if you possibly think that. A matter of days. Are you fucking serious? You stupid Counselor Jizkal, Director. You will remember where you are and what your place is. Director Axlia, my fucking place? My place is to safeguard the Federation and ensure that its interests are secure. That is really fucking hard to do when you assholes want to drive the whole thing off the cliff. That is the Republic. These Terrans aren't like our fat and pampered humans, these things. Counselor Morgan. Just because you are for some reason afraid to... Director Axlia. You are creator damn right, I'm afraid. These Terrans aren't like us. You, of all people, Counselor Morgan, should realize exactly what these monsters really are, but you are too blinded by greed. Counsel Morgan. Excuse me? Director Axlia. I'm the Director of Federation Intelligence, both foreign and domestic. I, like anybody else here, save the General, know full well who will be gaining the most from the laughs, victory. It will be you and your associates. I seriously question why you are even here. If you had the barest shred of ethics, you would recuse. Counselor Jizkal. Director, that is enough. Director Axlia. Sighs. Look. It's my job to know exactly what is going on in the Federation, and unlike a lot of you, I actually do my job and do it well. Certain individuals, including many sitting here today, have already started to carve up the Terran Republic for themselves, and are apparently too blinded by the credits dancing before them to be thinking clearly. I won't name any names and never will, but this will not go well for you, for any of us. The Republic, its people, its military, and the pure adulterated evil that it is capable of should never be underestimated. Counselor Jizkal. That evil is exactly why. Director Axlia laughs. There is some evil that you seek, and there is some evil that you want no part of, and the Terrans are the latter. Have any of you actually studied the Terrans? I have. It's my job. Those beings aren't like us. Their history is one of pure hell, and they were the winners each and every time. Here is a photo of a noted philanthropist and activist. Look behind her. Those are engraved human skulls on her bookshelf, and she is one of the good ones. They kill each other for fun. Here, this is a diagram showing their per capita rates of violent crime. Look at it. This is normal for them. Here is a photo of some Terran police. That's not riot gear. They aren't responding to some unusual freakish event. That is what they wear every single day, and do you know why? It's because they have to. Do you know what their favorite sports are? Tune into their sports channel at least once before we do this, please. Do you know what they consider a perfectly fine sport for not only their high schools, but even their elementary schools? Paintball. It sounds a lot gentler than it is. It's simulated ground combat using marker projectiles, and they play for keeps. Speaking of their primary and secondary schools, tactics and strategy are part of their regular curriculum. That's right. The average Terran civilian has more tactical training the day they graduate from their mandated education than most of our ground forces ever get, and they are armed. All of them. It's why their police wear combat armor. Furthermore, I've looked at your so-called strategic assessment, and you don't even take civilians and civilian shipping into account, and that is a huge mistake. These aren't some long-suffering populace who pray for our help. Save that cop shit for the press. These are some very well-armed and well-trained people who like things exactly the way that they are and will fight us. Those civilian vessels, all of them are armed by law, A Terran ship has to be armed or readily armable. At the very least, they are fitted with compliance tubes, boxes or tubes preloaded with a missile completely ready and able to fire. You need to expect a lot of those compliance tubes, and I mean a lot of them. Counselor Jizkal, General, is this true? Are all of them armed? General Mulksor. Yes, but I don't consider an untrained, undisciplined mob of civilians a threat to our well-trained and equipped forces either on land or in space. Most will retreat or surrender when faced with a real threat. A few stray bullets or missiles won't— Director Axlia, laughing. The Empire thought the same way not that long ago, you know. General Mulksor. The Empire didn't know of the guided missile threat, and we do. All of our vessels are perfectly capable of shooting down a rocket. Director Axlia, a rocket, sure. How about 1,000 of them all at once? People, this is going to be ugly. The most probable outcome is that we will lose and lose big. You say that you considered all possible tactics. You haven't. We don't think like they do. Not even I know what they will do, but I know it will suck and that we aren't ready for it. We simp, Counselor Morgan, sneering. You don't know what they will do? I thought it was your job to know. Director Axla, I know my job, asswipe. I know them well enough to know that none of us, even you porkies, truly know what they are capable of. You Counselor Gizkal, shouting, Director, such language is uncalled for. That is a very distasteful slur and one that I am shocked, no outrage to hear coming from you. This will be reported. Director Axlia, report away. When someone is acting like a slur, I call them a slur, Featherhead. We are standing on the brink of possibly the biggest mistake in centuries, and you are focusing on my fucking language. Don't you fucking get it? Billions of us are going to fucking die because you are blinded by pride, greed, and convenience. They are going to murder us by the billions. And this, Director Axlea gestures at the tactical assessment. There is no mention of the Sovngarde, the Alduin, the Akatosh, or the Talos. Where are the carriers' malice and spite? Only the carrier group hostility is listed at half strength. You are missing some of their most dangerous capital ships. General Mulksor, you claim to know your job, give me the same courtesy. You should know that they are not present in any of the Republic systems or anywhere else. We assume that they were lost or are no longer spaceworthy. Your own reports concerning these vessels indicate that they were heavily damaged to the point of not being serviceable. Director Axlea, sighing heavily. General, have you ever heard of the Terran Grand Dry Docks? We have never found them, and we know for a fact. General Mulksor, the Terran Grand Dry Docks are a myth. If anything of that scale existed, we would definitely know by now, if you were doing your job, that is. Director Axlea, okay, I don't know where they are. That being said, I know for a fact that they exist. They exist, and that is where all of those ships are currently being repaired. I also know that construction of at least one other carrier, the Retribution, was planned and underway, and nothing like that has been found either. I'm telling you that those ships are still out there. It's beyond stupid to General Mulksor. I've had enough, and so has everyone else here. The attack on the Republic will take place. Counselor Jizkal agreed. We are getting nowhere. Unless you have some actual intelligence, not some fairy tale, that drastically changes the strength of the Republic's actual forces, then we are done here. I trust you will do your part. Director Axlea sighs. Idiots. Fuck. Okay. Yes. I will of course continue to do my job to the best of my ability, regardless if I am actually listened to or not. I will support General Mulksor and the rest of the Defense Force as best as I can. Nothing will please me more than to admit I was wrong about this. Creators, I hope that I am wrong. General Mulksor, I know that you are wrong, Director. When can I expect your report concerning current locations and strength of our enemy, and any actual opinion-free input concerning our current plan? Director Axlea, you will get it first thing in the morning, General. You realize that all of you are about to fuck the Federation hard, don't you? Counselor Jizkal, we have all tired of your opinions regarding this, Director. From now on, please restrict your statements to facts and figures and leave policy to those above you. Director Axlea, oh, by all means, let the record show that I am in no way involved in this policy decision. This is all on you. If you will all excuse me, I have a very successful first strike to help plan. Fucking idiots. Counselor Jizkal, Director, you are on notice. Continued disrespect or insubordination will threaten your position. The attack is approved and will proceed according to the timeline laid out by General Mulksor and the rest of the Federation Defense Force. This meeting is adjourned. Director Axlea, fine. For the record, if you find someone better suited to my job, give it to them. I was eligible for retirement over 10 years ago. The only reason that I'm still here is that I just happen to give a shit about the Federation, so fuck all of you. However, you might just want to wait to fire me for a little bit so you can throw me to the beach once this all blows up in your faces. Might be the only way to save your asses once the torches and gaff hooks come out. Counselor Jizkal, I said that the meeting was adjourned, Director. Transcriber's note. The meeting was adjourned. However, Director Axlea continued to say some very rude, unprofessional, offensive, and disrespectful things as she left. She also struck the door with one of her transportation bot's arms hard enough to damage it. This damage will be billed to Federation intelligence. Tales from the Terran Republic. Azush's tale. Hey, Brainiac, Mulshakal said as they were packing up their gear. Yeah, Vibes. I've been meaning to ask you, how did an upper caste college boy like you fall in with us killers? That's a kind of fucked up story, Balsur Kala said as he was packing up his glassware, and one that I don't really like to talk about. Come on, she said. Spill. Okay, Balsur Kala said as he sealed a box. I was attending to Kalbarak's academy and— Ooh, fancy. You really were top caste, weren't you? Yeah, big house, gardens, got a grav car for my graduation and everything. The whole crawl. Doesn't even feel real these days, you know. Damn, you really did fall from grace, didn't you? Jakul Shah said as he was carefully cleaning a submachine gun before packing it up. I consider it more like I rose to grace, Balsur Kala said as he poured himself a cup of tea. I was 100% part of the problem, entitled, prejudiced, spoiled, completely blind to what was really going on in our society. I was every bit what we despise. I was fucking awful. He clicked his mandibles in discomfort. Gods, I was such a little shit. I always pegged you for one of those bleeding hearts on campus. You didn't participate in dressing up like us lower-caste dregs and occupying the campus gardens and shit like that? Mulshakal asked with a laugh. No, Vibes, I didn't. I was a complete clean-clawed golden boy. I considered you dissidents as nothing but inferior dirt crawlers who didn't know their place, he said with a rueful laugh. So what changed? What sent a soft-shelled upper crusty over to our side? Balsur Kala sighed and slumped a little. Ralsha happened. Ralsha. It was a girl. Yeah, Balsur Kala said, looking downward. It was a girl. Not just any girl. Ralsha was special. She worked in the Academy's canteen. Creators, she was so beautiful. Oh, Mulshakal said with a click of disdain. Went slumming, did we? Took those little claspers for a little drag through the mud. Balsur Kala hissed and buzzed with such anger that Mulshakal backed away. When an altered made those sounds, you took it seriously. No, he hissed. It wasn't like that. I loved her. He spat, then he took a deep breath. Sorry. I know what it looks like, but that wasn't it at all. She was bright and funny and smart. Oh, she was so fucking smart. She was smarter than any of those inbred glitter shells that I went to class with. Hell, she was smarter than I was. Smarter than you. That's hard to believe. Sure, that's not your claspers talking. Absolutely. She was without a doubt absolutely brilliant. That's why she got a job at the academy. She just wanted access. Even a bottom tier like her could get a library card if they wanted. She couldn't set foot in the actual building, of course, but she could access anything available online. She read everything, and I mean everything. I think she knew more than a lot of the professors, he said with a faraway look in his eyes. That's how we met. I saw what was on her tablet one day as I was ogling her. It was some of the same stuff I was studying. I struck up a conversation only to find out she was way ahead of me. He laughed. One conversation led to two, and two led to a dozen, and before I knew it, I was done. I fell hard. Fuck, he said. If only I hadn't looked at that fucking tablet. If only I had kept just trying to peek around her apron. What I wouldn't give to go back and change that day. Why? Because of how everything turned out, Balsur Kala said as he looked into the distance. I should have never gotten involved with her. I was a stupid, selfish kid who never considered for a moment that there would be real consequences for anything I did. And there were consequences. What happened? Mulshakal asked. A golden-tiered boy from one of the best families in the system falling in love with dirt. I am a Kala. Yeah, one of those Kalas, he hissed. Of course we got caught. We tried to be careful, but you can't avoid every single eye. We have a lot of them, you know. One of her co-workers ratted her out and the academy promptly called my parents, he said with an evil buzz. Creator. I should have just played it off as a dirt drag. That's what I should have done, but no. I told my parents that we were in love and that I was going to marry her. Oh, shit. Yeah, oh shit, Balsur Kala said with a shake of his head. Oh, fucking shit. My parents completely lost their minds. I just caught some static and suffered the unimaginable fate of getting my grav car taken away and my allowance cut. At the time, I thought the fucking world had ended. My selfish, ignorant ass never bothered to think about what would happen to Ralsha. Oh man, what did they do to her? Mulshakal quietly asked in horror. They arrested her. What? The insurgency had started in the outer system, and the powers that be were coming down hard on anything they considered remotely seditious, he snarled. Before the shooting started, she had been a little vocal concerning workers' rights, and had marched in a demonstration or two. Once things shifted from a demonstration to an actual insurgency, she, like a whole bunch of other Jush, wisely stopped doing anything that could be construed as supporting the rebellion, at least publicly. at least publicly. Yeah, privately she still supported the cause but kept it to herself. She was the one who really opened my eyes to what was actually going on, especially in the outer system where you guys were. I honestly didn't know what we were doing. Again, being stupid, I actually made an anonymous donation or two. Huge mistake, Balsurkala said quietly as he started to box up electronic components. Of course, I wasn't the only one who made mistakes. She was just as much in love as I was, and wasn't as secretive as she could have been either. Neither of us knew exactly how dangerous of a game we were playing. Anyway, she got arrested on charges of sedition and supporting the insurgency. The trial was a joke and was almost more about how she seduced and took advantage of me and conned me into giving financial support to the rebels, as it was anything else. People that she thought were her friends came forward and happily betrayed her. Half of their testimony was complete bullshit. It didn't matter, though. She was convicted and sentenced to re-education. Fuck, dude, I'm sorry, Mulshakal said as she laid an appendage on Balsurkala's shell. He shrugged it off and turned away. Of course none of this happened until I said that I was going to marry her. Stupid. So fucking stupid. I should have just taken her and run. I had the cash. We could have gone to the capital or to the Republic. We even talked about it, but I couldn't stand the thought of actually having to work for a living. I wanted to finish my degree. Why didn't we just run the second we were caught? We could have made it. Fuck. Is that what did it? Did that make you turn? No, not right away. After they were done with the re-education, they brought her right back to the academy and put her back in her job, completely brain-burned. I heard that it was so that she could serve as an example to remind the other laborers to mind their place or something. He buzzed quietly. I got to see her every day when I went to eat. I got to see what was left of her anyway. Every single fucking day. Creators, Mulshakal said quietly. I tried to approach her, but she would just flinch and back away in complete terror, he said with a quiet hiss. They must have said something about me while they were... Fuck. It was my fault, Balsurkala said completely without emotion. You okay? You aren't going to grey out on us, are you? Jakulsha said with concern. Nah, Balsurkala said in a monotone. I'm good. Of course, everybody fucking knew. I would get hissed at by the other workers. The higher caste employees would be cold and nasty, and the professors, creators. I even had one of them assign my class a paper on caste relations and proper behavior while grinning right at me. I started getting the headaches within a month. The body pain started shortly thereafter. At first, I didn't know what was going on. I almost went to the doctor. Thank the creators that I didn't. Then the anger started to set in. Fuck, and you were alone, Mulshakal said. You were absolutely alone when it happened, weren't you? Yeah, completely on my own. There was nobody to guide me through it. At least I suffered that much, he said with an emotionless voice and a shrug. It was less than I deserved, but at least it was something. Anyway, a few days later I aced a test. That's when I knew. You acing a test was what let the great Brainiac know you were altering? Yeah, Balsurkala laughed. At the sound of his laughter, the rest of his crew breathed a sigh of relief. I wasn't the great and powerful Brainiac back then. I barely held on to a B average. I suddenly was acing everything. Studies that were agonizing suddenly became boring. The change doesn't just make us meaner and stronger. It makes us smarter. I have a few theories concerning alteration, one of which is that our brains become very plastic again, like when we were kids. And whatever we are doing when it kicks in is what we become good at. In my case, it was science and engineering. I started studying everything and everything started clicking. The only problem was the rage. You guys remember. The rage. You remember what it was like at first. And there wasn't a guide, nobody to stun you and lock you in a room or dope you up. Creators, how many Zhush did you kill? 3, Balsurkala said with a shrug. The first one was a campus security guard. He always had lusted after Ralsha. After the re-education, he saw his chance and took it, and her. One night I couldn't sleep, so I was walking around campus in the middle of the night and he walked by. It would have been okay, but he just had to run his fucking mouth. He turned to me and said, I can see what you saw in her. She is a great clasp. That was it. I saw grey. I ripped up one of the concrete pavers and smashed his fucking head in. And you were off. Yep, at a full sprint. It felt great. You remember your first kill. It was like all the pain and rage were gone and I felt normal again. I was sitting on the hill next to the library watching all of the flashing lights around the scene when I realized that I needed to get gone. I was fully altered and even my precious last name wouldn't save me now. It was pretty clear where I needed to go and what I needed to do. So what happened next? Well, my family had a launch, of course, he laughed. It wasn't FTL, but it had a decent life support system and good acceleration, so my next move was to head home. Oh. Shit. Yeah, you know where this is going. 1 down and 2 to go, he laughed ruefully. I called a cab. It was around sunrise when I finally got home. My parents were in the kitchen having breakfast when I walked in. As soon as I laid eyes on them, I knew that they had a lot more to do with what happened to Ralsha than I thought. I don't know how I knew, but suddenly it just clicked. I just croaked out her name and started towards my father. He actually was stupid enough to say it was for your own good. Next thing I know, I was smashing his head into the kitchen table over and over and over. Balsur Kala said calmly, and my mother, she just wouldn't stop screaming. Right in my ears. Screaming. She just wouldn't stop screaming. Oh, fuck, Mulshakal said in horror. And she became number 3, Balsur Kala said completely without emotion. I threw her against a wall, grabbed a kitchen knife, and just kept stabbing her until she finally stopped with the fucking screaming. Thank the creators my sister had started college that semester, or she would have probably wound up dead too. Anyway, I then took a shower, packed, loaded up some food and water, disabled the launch's transceiver and remote kill switch, and blazed a trail for the outer system. At full acceleration, it took less than a week. I had a good 4 days head start before someone finally called the police to check on my parents, so by the time they found me, I was home free. The rest is history. The old me was gone and Brainiac was ready to set up shop. So what happened to Ralsha? Mulshakal asked. Oh, she is doing okay. Well, about as best as she can be doing, Balsur Kala said with a shrug. She has met a nice guy who treats her well, and I arranged for both of them to move here to the capital. She will never again be the Ralsha that I knew, but she's comfortable, safe, and at peace. About the best that I can hope for. And what about you? Me? He asked with a chuckle. I'm exactly where I want to be, doing exactly what I want to do. This is me now. As long as the credits keep flowing and the bodies keep falling, I'm good. Morgana Farstan walked in and looked around in confusion. What's going on? She asked. We are pulling up stakes, Jakul Shah replied. We got a better offer. You can't do this. We have a deal. No, we had a deal. We had a deal, and now that deal is over. You paid us by the job, and we did the jobs you paid for. Now we are doing another job. It's how the world works. You are going to regret crossing me, Skittles, Morgana said angrily. Really? Mulshakal asked as she idly pointed her jackhammer Morgana's way. You sure about that? Morgana just fell silent and stormed off. We should probably kill her, Balsur Kala said after she left. Walking out on a client is one thing. Killing them is another, Jakul Shah said as he boxed up the last of their stuff. Let Shelia or the Red Teeth take care of her. Crazy as she is, she ain't gonna last long, and the mess she kicks up will cover our tracks nicely. We let Shelia know what was what. That's all we have to do. The rest will work itself out without us having to twitch a pincer. Yeah, Salzarash said as he was carrying his computer gear to the van. And we got this sweet gig out of the deal as well. We'll see how sweet this job is once the shooting stops. She ain't dropping that many creds just for ratting out some bitch, Jakul Shah said as he sealed the last box. Okay, Zush, let's get this show on the road. Shelia does customer service. Cyrus, baby, you need to calm down. You are going to give yourself a stroke, Shelia said to the holoscreen in front of her. Some bitch shoots up my men, fucks with my business, and you want me to calm down. Cyrus, sweetheart, Shelia said as she opened a beer. We aren't in the hugs and cuddles business. Things are going to get a bit bloody every now and then. Try to keep some perspective here. You got hit. These things happen. They don't happen to the fucking Red Teeth. Well, apparently they do. So exactly why are you bugging me about this shit? I thought you assholes could take care of yourselves. Because she wants you, not us. Yeah, so you've said. Still don't see how it's my problem, though. It's going to be your fucking problem if you don't make this right, bitch. You need to remember who the fuck you are talking to, Cyrus. Do you really want to go there with me? Shelia said as she sipped her beer and smiled malevolently. Thought so. Listen, dude, I like you. Unlike a lot of porky trash, you are honest about what you are, and we've done a lot of business together. It would be a bit inconvenient to replace you, so I'm going to do you a solid. I know who this bitch is, and I know who she hired. Her name is Morgana Farstan, and I've already hired her kill squad out from under her. I'm sending you all the info I have. She is fed intel, but from the looks of things, she probably isn't working for them anymore. Probably. Oh, and just in case you are thinking about taking things out on the Zhush in the capital, don't. You have only dealt with 5 of them so far. Run around and act stupid, and you will be dealing with 5,000, not to mention that I am considering introducing a few of them to you as potential new suppliers. Don't go throwing away millions because you are having a tantrum. This still don't make it right. You owe me. I'm not your mommy, Cyrus. Don't come crying like a little bitch when someone bloodies your nose. You have a problem with her. You deal with her. If you can't, then there are plenty of other scumbags that I can set up with those new suppliers I was talking about. Jesus, Cyrus, I am really disappointed in you. Put yourself in my shoes. What would you think if I called you pissing myself and crying because somebody took a few shots at me and begged you to come running to bail my sorry ass out? Yeah, think about that, Shelia said with a smirk. As a professional courtesy, I will keep this moment of weakness to myself, but damn, Cyrus, get your shit together. That bitch is dead. That's the spirit. Go get her, Tiger. And with that, Shelia terminated the call and shook her head. Someone needs some testosterone pills or something, she said to her amused crew as she polished off her beer. She then turned to Tsunkal. These guys we just hired away from that Morgana bitch. They as good as they say that they are. They're better. I either know them or know of them. All of them are exactly what we are looking for, he said as he grabbed a cup of instant noodles from the pantry. Excellent. We are almost ready then, she said with a smile. Tales from the Terran Republic. Maybe video games are a problem after all. I look at the 3 different outfits that I brought with me, and I just can't decide which one is the best for today, darn it. It's a big day after all. I finally pooping made it to Flushing Terra. Whoa! I wasn't sure I would make it, but I did. I still can't decide. I guess I will start with some accessories. I open my box of bows, and yes, I think the lavender one with the teal sparkles will work. That means that I will go with the lavender dress with the flowers. There, the bow looks pooping perfect. Now just a little sprinkle of glitter on my face. Not too much. I don't want to look slutty or anything. I look in the mirror in my little cabin and, well, that's going to have to do it. I pack up my stuff and take a deep breath and step outside. All the guys are there waiting for me. They looked pretty scary when I first hopped onto their freighter, but it turns out that they are all great guys. I sure was lucky after those other jerk faces. I had to zap them. Bet they weren't expecting that. I guess this is it, huh? Borsch says and gave me a big furry hug. He gives the absolute best hugs. I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss them all, actually. Yeah, I say, trying not to tear up. Scum. I'm really going to miss these guys. Too bad you can't stay on with us. You make a good deckhand. We'd keep you except for, you know, Captain Hollister says as he gave me a big squeezy human hug. Humans are every bit as strong as they look. We got you something for you. Hope it doesn't come in handy. He then gives me a little gift-wrapped box covered in glitter. You guys, I say, starting to choke up a little. You didn't have to do that. I open the box in holy waters of the eternal pond. It's a pistol, a real live Terran pistol. It's so tiny. This is a .32 ACP. You won't be knocking over any banks with it, but it's light and comfortable enough to keep on you all the time. Just a little something to remember us by. It's a double-action, only semi-automatic. I know you already know how to use it. Oh, scum. This is too much. I start to cry. I didn't want to do that. Oh, it's perfect, I gush, and I mean it too. It's just perfect. It fits my pads perfectly. It's perfect. We had to pay extra for the pink grips, Clyde says as he grins underneath his beard. I throw my arms around him and give him a huge hug. I'm going to miss you, little frog, he says as he hugs me back. Hope you have a great life here. Oh, I know I will, I say with a little squeak. I squeaked. Pond scum. I hate it when I squeak. Well, this ain't going to get any easier, Captain Hollister said. Come on, let me help you with your bags. I look back at the guys and wave, trying not to tear up too much. They have been just great. I couldn't ask for a better crew to crash with. Well, I guess there is no sense in lingering. Terra is just on the other side of the cargo doors. Agent Closton was walking along the docking bays with his tablet and George, his K9. The bloodhound trotted alongside, wagging his tail. He had a powerful scanner, of course, but old George would occasionally pick up on something that he missed. Unlike dogs trained to find chemical and biological weapons or other contraband, not that there is a whole lot illegal on Terra, George was trained to find the weird stuff. Old George got a workout most days. Agent Closton looked at his tablet. We have Hollister in Base 6. Let's start there, George, he said as George looked up at him happily. Closton looked down at the dog and smiled. Come on, there's no telling what that bastard has this time. Bet you find something weird. Let's go. George, sensing upcoming fun, started bouncing about. Hollister was a porky, but you wouldn't know it. He was good people, even if he did sometimes try to sneak things past customs. Then again, that did make him seem at least a little Terran. He and George entered Docking Bay 6, and there was Hollister, and standing right beside him was something. She was wearing a long old-fashioned-looking dress and a huge sparkly bow on the top of her head, and had a comically large handbag. She was clutching a single suitcase that actually looked like an old-fashioned suitcase. George immediately took an interest. A new species, definitely something weird. Mornin', Hollister, Agent Closton said, cocking an eye stalk at the strange alien. What do you have for me today? Hey, Agent Closton. Great to see you again, Captain Hollister said with a smile. Just some assorted consumer goods for the discriminating Federation emigre and one passenger. This is Shaloran, a Plath, and she hitched a ride with us and is looking to enter the Republic. Hi, the little Plath said in a timid voice. Nice to meet you. May the waters grant you good fortune, she said with a nervous-looking smile. Thanks, Agent Colston said, wiggling his eye stalks in the Kalesh equivalent of a smile, and then turned his attention to Hollister. No unregistered produce, potentially invasive life forms, or exotic pets this time. Hell no, not after the hurting you bastards put on me last time. I damn near had to hawk my ship. Hollister laughed. I thought you Terrans were supposed to be laid back. Well, we are, except when we aren't. Agent Colston laughed and cocked an eye stalk towards Shaloran. So what has a nice person like you running with these criminals? Well, Shaloran started when Captain Hollister cut her off. Oh, she was a little light on the funds, so we let her work for her passage. She can wax the hell out of a deck plate, Hollister said while shooting Shaloran a meaningful glance. Agent Colston said with a suspicious flick of his eye stalks as he watched Shaloran fidget nervously. I see. Well, let's get you processed. Come this way, please. Hollister, you're going to have to wait. Agent Colston led Shaloran off to an interview room and sat behind a desk. All right, let's get you set up, Agent Colston said with a wiggle of his eye stalks. We like to interview people who arrive through non-standard methods a little more closely, but this shouldn't take too long. Just relax and answer the questions truthfully and to the best of your abilities. Okay. Shaloran smiled nervously. Normally people who arrive in the back of freighters aren't just visiting. Am I correct in assuming that you wish to take up residence in the Republic? Perhaps become a citizen? Oh, yes, please, Shaloran said with a big smile. I've always wanted to come here. Good call. The Republic is a fantastic place to live and work. We definitely need more residents. The more the merrier, Agent Colston said as he started to type on his computer. Are you interested in citizenship, or do you just want permanent resident status? I would like to become a citizen, please. Another good call. Now, first off, do you have any weapons on you? If so, please put them on the desk. Shaloran pulled out her skull splitter from her handbag, a bright purple plastic pistol decorated with flower petals in clear resin that had a scorched and melted barrel from her waistband, and her brand-new .32. Agent Colston's eyes widened in surprise. He definitely did not expect the splitter, or the pistol, or what was definitely a zapper, an illegally modified Federation stunner. 1 second, he said pleasantly as he picked up a telephone. After a brief pause, he said, Chief, I think you want to come down here. I think we have a good one. His suspicions were confirmed as Shaloran shifted uncomfortably in her seat. He knew a good one when he saw one. In his job, he had gotten good at spotting the interesting cases, and he bet this was going to be good. Is everything okay? Shaloran asked nervously. Oh, of course, he fibbed. Nothing to worry about, just a formality. It didn't take long for the chief to arrive, his eye stalks glittering with anticipation. When Closton said he had a good one, he usually had a good one. He took one look at the little Plath and then at the table, and he just couldn't wait for this one. Hello, I'm Chief Zareln. I run this little patch of insanity. And you are? Shaloran. My name is Shaloran. And what species are you exactly? I haven't seen one of you come through here. I'm a Plath, she said nervously as she fidgeted. Interesting. I always like meeting a new species, he said as he entered Plath on his tablet. Wow, you are certainly a long way from home, aren't you? Yeah, she said in a small, quiet voice. So what brings you to the Republic? The chief asked. I want to come and live here. Any reason why? I always wanted to come to the Terran Republic, she said in a tiny little voice as she looked away. Any reason in particular that encouraged you to leave your home? A definitely non-Plath move. Travel across the known galaxy in the back of a freighter full of suspicious characters, and show up here today? They aren't suspicious characters, Shaloran said, regaining her confidence. They are actually really nice guys. And you are actually really deflecting my question, the chief said, almost shaking with anticipation. This was about to get really good. Any reason like, oh, I don't know. Something like being a fugitive. Shaloran just fell silent and looked down. Ah, the chief said as Colston started typing again. A fugitive from justice, or what passes for Federation justice anyway? The chief looked at her with sympathetic eyes. It's okay. We get a lot of Federation fugitives, and it doesn't necessarily mean you can't come in, but you need to tell us the truth from now on, okay? Shaloran just nodded. The chief pulled out a scanner and passed it over the splitter and let out a low whistle. This skull splitter is the real deal, human bone and everything. How in blazes did you get this? That's a really funny story, Shaloran said, perking up a bit. I worked in a bank back home and it got robbed by real-life Terrans. One of them was a Martian and mailed it to me later on along with a copy of Federation Fun Time. A bank robbery in this day and age? Yeah, they cleaned out our local buffer and then accessed the Federation banking system and stole millions. Well, learn something new every day. I didn't know you could do that, the chief said, his eyes sparkling with joy. And we're off, he thought to himself. And the zapper. Oh, I made it, Shaloran said with pride. A bank teller made a zapper. Yep, Outland Bound has a fantastic crafting system. I just did it like I did in the game. You learned how to modify a stunner into a potentially lethal weapon from a computer game, the chief asked incredulously. You betcha, Shaloran said with pride and then added sheepishly. I really like Terran computer games. She then brightened back up. I guess I don't have to keep that a secret now, she said happily. I absolutely love Terran computer games. Colston continued to type as he shook his head. This was new. I see, the chief said. I didn't peg you for a computer gamer. He then realized that his son played Outland Bound. Maybe he should look into that. Oh, I am. I play all the ones I can get my hands on, though that was hard back home. I bet, the chief said with a smile. Though I am willing to bet you aren't on the run over a computer game. Actually, I am, Shaloran said with a bit of annoyance. Well, that's what started the whole thing. Okay, I sense a story here. Just start from the beginning, the chief said with an expectant smile as Colston continued to type. Okay, Shaloran said, warming to the tale. It all started with that bank robbery. I told you that one of the robbers, probably a Martian because she had a splitter. It was a really nice one, too. Well, she found out thanks to my dummy of a friend, I love her, but sometimes I swear, that we knew that it was a skull splitter and we played games, so after they left she sent me the splitter and a cracked copy of Federation Fun Time with Species Master. Federation Fun Time? Oh, it's a bad one, Agent Colston interjected. It has a full 5-skull rating. 5-skull rating? The chief asked, completely confused. That means it is one of the worst, most violent, most completely messed up games ever written. I played it and it's pretty nasty. I returned it. It was just too much. The chief looked over at Shaloran. And you played it? Oh yes. It's the best. And with Species Master I can play it as my own species, Shaloran gushed. They even say that the Species Master DLC was a move by Republic PsyOps to encourage violence in the Federation. You don't say, the chief said as he idly moved the weapons out of Shaloran's reach. Okay, you got a copy of Federation Fun Time. Then what? Well, I traded copies for stuff, movies, other games, realm coins, you name it. Everybody wanted it. Realm coins? Oh, those are an in-game currency for Blue Pond, a Plath online game. You aren't supposed to buy or trade outside the game for them, but everybody does it. Okay, so we have software piracy. Not usually something to put someone on the run unless your system is really strict or something. Nah, they were so clueless that they really didn't know how much of it was going on. At least at first. Oh? Okay. Here's what happened next, Shaloran said, getting angry. Some basement-dwelling butthole went on a shooting spree and killed like a dozen Plath. Never mind that he had real problems. Should have been in jail except his parents had some pull, and somehow got his grubby little pads on a Class 3 blaster. Oh, that didn't matter. They found a copy of Federation Fun Time on his computer and everybody lost their pooping minds. He had a pooping game, so that was the problem. Shaloran huffed in annoyance. So anyway, like I said, everybody lost their pooping minds and were saying that the game was the reason he did it. Of course, the whole Republic PsyOps thing came up, and one mention of you Flushing guys, and it was Flushing pitchfork time. They started tracing the game back and actually started arresting people. They even got pooping Federation intelligence involved, and the pooheads actually showed up. Everyone was looking for the evil monster who brought such horror to their perfect little world. That would be me, by the way. Shaloran ranted. They were even saying that when they caught the person responsible, that was me, that I was going to be charged as an accessory for all of those deaths, and they were even charging me with gross perversion and treason and poop. So, software piracy and now accessory to multiple Plathsides, treason and gross perversion? The chief asked, absolutely overjoyed. Oh, this was getting good. Shaloran was so mad she didn't even notice Agent Closton typing up a storm. They were talking about locking up the treasonous pervert for life. Flush that. I didn't want to spend the rest of my Flushing life in a Flushing prison. It was time to get the poop out of there. Makes perfect sense. I would hit the road too. So how did you escape? If Fed Intel was on the case, they would find you pretty quick. I ran pretty quick, Shaloran replied. I figured that booking passage on a passenger liner wouldn't be a good idea, like in Grand Theft Vehicle. If you get a level 2 wanted rating or higher, you can't use a liner to escape a system. You have to go underground and bribe a freighter captain. So you based your escape on Grand Theft Vehicle? The chief just squinted his eye stalks in amazement. Uh-huh, Shaloran replied. And it worked too. I see. Anything else? This story doesn't sound like it's over. Well, no, Shaloran responded. Well, I didn't have any pooping cash. I didn't have enough for a liner, and I certainly didn't have enough to bribe anyone. Here it comes, the chief said to Closton. So what did you do? Well, I had just enough for a stunner. The chief was almost holding his breath in excitement. That one, he asked, pointing at the bright purple zapper. Well, yeah, but I hadn't hacked it yet. It was just a stunner. And what did you do with the stunner? I robbed a bank. You robbed a bank? Yeah, Shaloran said sheepishly. I kinda had to. It was the only way I knew how to get the pooping creds. I had to somehow get across the entire pooping federation, and that wasn't going to be cheap. No, I suppose not, the chief said, almost giggling. So how did you do it? Well, I worked in a bank, so I know how things worked, Shaloran said. So I picked a nice big branch in a city near a train stop, put on this huge bonnet that hid my face, and just walked in and asked to withdraw some creds from my account. Then what? Once the teller entered the password and fingerprint, pew! I hit her with the stunner. Then I spun around and pew. I got the security guard and then pew. The bank manager got one. I then jumped over the counter and downloaded the entire pooping buffer and got the poop out of there. Then I took off the big-ass bonnet I was wearing and just walked to the train. Okay, so now we have armed robbery and an actual bank robbery, the chief exclaimed, absolutely beside himself with delight. I'm almost afraid to ask. How exactly did a bank teller pull off rapid-fire accurate shots like that? I assume the guard had a stunner. You had to hit the teller and hit him before he could get a shot off. I had a friend in Slowmathu, it was the nearest city to where I lived, who had a pooping awesome VR rig. Oh, scum, it was nice. We would all hang out and game all weekend, especially when I showed up with Federation fun time. Of course. So how much did you grab? 238,000 credits. What? Damn. Armed robbery, bank robbery, and armed level 1 grand theft. When you decided to stray from the straight and narrow, you didn't fuck around, did you? I had to get gone. I figured that they were going to lock me up for life anyway, so why not pooping do it right? It's not like I killed anyone. Yet, the chief said as Shaloran fidgeted once again. He pointed to the zapper. It looks like that got some use. You aren't going to insult my intelligence and tell me it was target practice, are you? Well? Shaloran sighed heavily. Okay, it went like this. I was having to hang out in some really shady places, and I figured that a little stunner wouldn't cut it. Any armor at all would stop the little pooper I had, so I hacked it and jacked up the output and removed the stun modulator and replaced it with a charge emitter from a mini cooker, and presto, one zapper. I didn't know you could do it that way. Learn something new every day. And you learned this from what? That game. Outland Bound, Shaloran said helpfully. And, well, the first jump went okay. I found some Threen who had a little ship who were happy to get me a few systems over, and boy was that a relief, she said. And then, problem. There were these 2 humans who said that they had a freighter and were heading to the Republic, and they wanted a pile of credits, but I had them, obviously. Shaloran laughed nervously. Anyway, I was supposed to meet them in a docking bay that night. When I got there, they were standing outside, and they started throwing off some bad ripples. They started asking all sorts of questions, who I was. Why did I want to go to the Republic, how much money I had on me, that sort of thing. Thing is, it was dark, but I could see that there was nothing in the Flushing docking bay. These big anime eyes aren't just for Flushing show, you know. She fidgeted as she spoke. Anyway, I told them that I changed my mind, and one of them made a grab for me and the other went for something. And pew? The captain asked. Pew. They both went down hard, and I got the poop out of there. Good call. So now we have software piracy, accessory to multiple plathsides, treason, gross perversion, armed robbery, bank robbery, armed level 1 theft, and 2 possible homicides. Shit, girl. Agent Closton's keyboard was just merrily clattering away. After that, everybody was really nice to me, Shaloran said as she fidgeted. People offered to buy me drinks, started introducing me to people, actually helping me where before they wouldn't even talk to me. Makes perfect sense. Word travels fast in pits like those. After you threw down some electrons, you were legit. Yeah, just like in Grand Theft Vehicle. Anyway, that's when Captain Hollister walked up and offered me a ride. He seemed okay, so I climbed aboard, and that's how I got here. Well, that's a whole lot of crimes. I mean, we usually don't sweat the small stuff, but that isn't small stuff. That's big stuff. Shaloran looked like she was about to cry. But, hell, it was pure Federation bullshit that got the ball rolling, and frying a couple of porkies is actually a plus. Welcome to the Republic. Welcome, Agent Closton said as he started a new form. Really? Shaloran asked in a squeaky voice. Really? Sounds like you will make one hell of a citizen, the chief said with a wiggle of his eye stalks. Just don't go robbing any banks, okay? Deal, Shaloran squeaked. Tales from the Terran Republic. Morgana makes her move. Ambassador, this is inadvisable, Toby said to Ambassador John Wintersmith as he drove their armored grav limo along the capital streets. This meeting could easily be held at our embassy. And look like a scared little bitch? Not happening, John said as he reviewed his notes in the back seat. We don't even know if it's a legitimate threat. For all we know, Axlia is just rattling our cage. Unlikely, Ambassador. True, John said as he patted his sidearm. Regardless, we must carry on with business as usual. We need to make an appearance every now and then just to show we don't give a shit. Last thing we want to do is hole up like a bunch of pussies. Besides, this meeting could be quite profitable. It's popcorn, sir. We are exposing ourselves over popcorn. It's not popcorn. It's a trade deal with the HFY. They seem to almost be worth a fuck, but they have the same view of cowards as we do, John said as he scrolled over to a new page. And I know for a fact that Skippy somehow knows we have a bull's eye on our backs. We don't want to look like porkies now, do we? He said with a grin. Besides, I haven't met their ambassador yet, and this visit to their embassy would be a good opportunity to schmooze a little. Pop up some popcorn. Maybe build up a little goodwill. Goodwill, sir? Are you feeling... Thoom! The limo rocked from a massive impact that wiped out the shields and blew a hole through the hood of the vehicle. Toby expertly spun the damaged vehicle perpendicular to the line of fire as the limo, belching flames and smoke, lost power and slid to a halt. He grabbed a Harbinger assault rifle from a rack overhead and leapt from the vehicle. John quickly punched the driver's partition and a panel fell away, revealing an AK-47 and an ammo pouch. He grabbed them and dove from the vehicle just as a second massive impact nearly caved in the armored window next to him. It seems that you have an admirer, sir, Toby said as he clamped a sensor to one of his eye stalks and started scanning rooftops and windows. Toby, what is that? John said as he pointed at the Harbinger. Is now really the time, sir? I guess not, John laughed as he leaned against the wrecked limo. See any thoom? The entire limo was knocked several inches backward and spun a few degrees from the blow. John was thrown away from it and onto his face. Fuck! He yelled as he held the small of his back. Shit, we have company! He yelled as humans armed with military blaster rifles started to spill out of two alleyways behind them. John immediately opened fire in controlled bursts, hitting several attackers before they could even get out of the alleys. All of the victims immediately fell to the ground, screaming and violently convulsing, blood starting to seep from their eyes and ears. Toby spun around moments later as blaster bolts started to be hastily fired in their direction and hit 3 more with carefully placed shots. Those unfortunate souls joined their comrades, violently thrashing around on the pavement. Red tips. They have fucking... A warning cry was cut short as another round hit home and another victim started seizing on the ground. The survivors fled in terror and were cut down as they tried to run. Nobody escaped. Thoom! Pieces of the limo flew into the air as another massive impact shook the area. Just like old times, eh, Toby? John said as he slammed another magazine home and chambered around. Unfortunately. At least they are slower than the Thoom! The trunk popped open as another round struck the side of the limo directly in front of John. Did you get eyes on our friend? John asked, peeping over the side of the wreck. No, sir, and for fuck's sake, get down! Toby yelled as he snaked the sensor-clad eye stalk over the hood. Thumb! The next round hit the hood, ripping off Toby's eye stalk. Toby fell over backwards onto the pavement. Shit, Toby said calmly. That was our only sensor. Never mind the fucking sensor. Are you okay? John asked as he raised his rifle, trying to spot the gunner. I'm fine. It wasn't my shooting eye, Toby said as he pulled out an auto-injector and jabbed his destroyed eye stalk. A mix of drugs and nanobots quickly stopped the bleeding and inhibited shock. He looked up at John in alarm as he rose above the wreck, searching buildings along the line of fire. Sir. Morgana Farstan looked at the scene through the scope of the Gauss anti-tank rifle she had set up on the roof of a nearby building. She frowned. Those guys she hired were absolutely useless. Best guns in the Federation, my ass, she thought to herself as she watched their death throes. It was supposed to go smooth. She knocks out the limo, then they sweep in behind and wipe them out. So much for the best-laid plans of mice and men, she chuckled while redirecting her attention to what was left of the vehicle. If nothing else, she could just hammer it to pieces, but she had to be quick. It wouldn't be too long before the cops showed up. At least she managed to hit that little shit of a receptionist. Oh, hello there, she whispered to herself as she saw a little flash of Terran khaki starting to emerge from the rear of the limo. Sir, get out, Thoom! The round hit the limo in the area around John's right arm, blowing it off almost at the shoulder and throwing him down onto the street. Fuck! John yelled as he ripped an auto-injector from his jacket pocket. That was my fapping hand, you fucker! Sir, may I take this opportunity to call you one stupid fuck? You may, Gunny. Feel free. John said as he fought back a wave of nausea which quickly subsided as the drugs kicked in. Thoom! The vehicle slid back another foot from the impact, and one of the doors bulged outward between John and Toby. Any tactical genius would be deeply appreciated, sir. Well, I only have one idea, John said as he took an inhaler out of his pocket. Sir, no, Toby said as he took one look at the stylized skull and shield on the cylinder. The sniper wants me. Let's let them have me, John said as he snapped the cover off of the inhaler. I am going to make a run for that alley over there. Each time they actually hit us, it took them around 2.5 seconds to line up the shot, more or less, and I'll be moving, he said as he grinned, shaking the inhaler. They will track me and try to take a shot. While they are doing that, you take that Juan crap you are carrying and hit them first. Sir, you are going to take a hit of Berserker, sprint out into the line of fire, and bet your life on me being able to spot and hit them in 2.5 seconds. Thoom! That one went clean through both armored windows directly above John's head. Yep, Toby just gripped his rifle. Ready, sir. Toby racked his brain trying to remember the layouts of all of the buildings and trying to think where he would set up if the roles were reversed. John looked back at him and put the inhaler between his teeth. We go after the next impact, John said as he triggered the inhaler and breathed deep, his pupils turning into pinpricks. Oh, hell yeah, he screamed. Thoom, John took off at an insane pace and Toby popped up. Toby saw a flash of radiation and movement through the Harbinger's enhanced optics and opened fire. Just as Morgana fired, she saw that asshole John making a run for it. Just like a Terran coward, she thought, as she tried to quickly move the heavy weapon to line up a shot. He moved into her sights. Gotcha, she hissed, but before she could pull the trigger, multiple rounds impacted all around her position. She reflexively jerked, causing the shot to miss, blasting a crater into the pavement behind her target. John fell as chunks of concrete tore into his legs and back, but before she could line up another shot, she recoiled in horror. From every bullet hole, something was flowing out and oozing slowly towards her. She dove for cover as more rounds hit uncomfortably close. It was time to go. Abandoning her weapon, she dove to the ground and, using the edge of the building as cover, crawled away as the red tips were zipping harmlessly above her and slamming into the wall behind. Director Axlia walked into the embassy and blew a few sad bubbles as she looked at a new face behind the reception desk. May I help you? The human female asked politely. How's Toby? Toby, ma'am? The Kalesh who used to sit there. Oh, the female said happily. You mean Gunnery Sergeant Jokant? Oh, he's fine. He's on his way back to Terra to get fitted with a new eye. Well, that's a relief, Axlia said with a relieved, bubbly sigh. Wait, Gunnery Sergeant. Shit. Missed that one. She wagged her head. Wouldn't have pegged him for a Marine. You would have if you had him as your gunny, trust me, the woman said with a grin. He could be pure evil. God help you if your gear wasn't up to his standard, not the Marine standard, his standard. Really, he seems so nice, Axleia said. And then the image of him using a scanner to inspect spotless silverware popped into her head. Dang, she thought. The woman just laughed. He was tough, but he was a great... Wait. She pulled out an old-fashioned notebook and flipped through it. Eel-like, bought with a globe. Shit. She then promptly clammed up. Surprise! Director Axleia said with a flourish of 2 of her feet. She then looked at the woman expectantly. Any other notes about me in there? The woman flipped the page. Oh, yes. She then opened a desk drawer and pulled out a Power Bar Extreme and the same sort of knife that Toby had and sliced it up. Axleia frowned slightly. She didn't do it right and didn't tease her before handing them over, but she snapped up the ragged chunks just the same. Thanks, Axleia said happily. Is the the ambassador available? Let me check, she said to Axleia. Ambassador, are you up to receiving a visitor? The woman said as she pressed the intercom. Who is it? A groggy voice answered. May, cockbite, Axleia said into the intercom before the woman could stop her. Yes, send the bitch in. Axleia looked around in surprise when she entered his office. His desk and chair had been replaced by a hospital bed and nightstand. John was laying there reviewing reports from a large screen suspended at the foot of his bed. He looked like shit. I can't believe you let some porkies fuck you up like this, she said with a malicious bubble. Fuck you. Oh, I got your flowers, he said, gesturing to a lovely bouquet with a huge silvery balloon emblazoned with cute pink hearts, and in a pretty flowing script the words, I hope it hurts you miserable fuck. I wasn't sure what was appropriate, Axleia said with a chuckle. It's the thought that counts, right? Bitch, John laughed. Oh, we got gun camera footage off of Toby's piece of shit. It was Morgana behind that goddamn cannon. Surprise, surprise, Axleia said, wagging her head. On the bright side, looks like she lost her zwoosh. Thank God for that, John said. Yeah, we had to pressure wash enough of your Terran ass off the streets as it is. What the fuck was she using? An adjudicator anti-tank gun. Well, that explains it, he said, rubbing his stump thoughtfully. Don't worry, we are going to get that bitch, Director Axlia said with a snarl. Oh, don't concern yourself overmuch, John said with a grin. He was waiting for this part. I'm going to be in the shop for a little bit, so they are sending a temporary replacement. She will be handling the investigation on our end. Fuck, Axlia said. And just who will that be? John just laughed. Patricia who? Axlia's globe filled with bubbles. You gotta be shitting me. Nope. They remembered which layer of hell they banished her to and dug her up especially for this. She's not dead yet. Are you kidding? She is too evil to die, John said with a chuckle. She's wasting a trip, Axlia said. Morgana Farstan will be dead before she gets here. Better hope so, John laughed. If not, you will have Patricia Hu with full diplomatic immunity and a mandate from the Republic on your hands. You are behind this! You did this just to fuck with me. Hell no. Do you think I want that monster running around here? I tried every goddamn thing I could think of to stop this. I even said nice things about you, of all people. Want to know the worst part? She's staying. Fucking what? Yep, she's going to be the new deputy ambassador to the Federation. Old Morgana royally pissed off the wrong people back home. They wanted to ensure this doesn't happen again. Oh, fuck me. Fuck both of us. It was around midnight when Cyrus arrived at the same abandoned lot he did the last time he met with Morgana. He smiled to himself. He was finally going to get that bitch. The best part was he wasn't going to have to lift a single finger. Morgana saw him pull up with only 2 people this time. He had called her earlier that day saying that he set up a meet with Shelia. Finally. It took him long enough, but I guess the thought of more of his business going up in flames finally got him to get off of his ass. She thought to herself. She checked the stun rifle in her hands. He said that she usually showed up with only a couple of people. Her guys, her new ones, were going to take out her cronies, and she was going to stun the bitch and take her time with her. She might even join old Cyrus for a little barbecue. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed an odd distortion. Optical shielding! She whirled and fired, hitting the blur dead center. The shield dispersed, revealing none other than Director Axlia herself. Shit! She yelled and went for her blaster. It was too late. A single gunshot rang out. Suddenly she was in agony. It was as if her entire body was on fire. She fell down and started to convulse. Axlia walked up and stood over her. I was going have it done clean, but you have no idea how much trouble you have just caused me, Axlia said. Goodbye, bitch! Morgana screamed as the blood started to weep from her eyes. She screamed for a very long time. Morgana was still screaming when Axlia walked up to Cyrus. That her? Cyrus asked, grinning from ear to ear. Yes, red tip. Good. Serves her right, Cyrus said with a laugh. I was hoping to have a barbecue, though. Oops. It's all good. You get rid of a pain in my ass and owe me a favor. Not a bad night. Yeah, Axlia said. About that, one of her feet shot up with blinding speed, grabbed Cyrus's head, and crushed it like a grape as a blur suddenly shot down from above, cutting down his 2 henchmen. A blood-splattered Exmi Eli wiped off its claws and turned to Director Axlia. Sounds like she is having fun, he said as he nodded towards Morgana. Red tips are a bitch, Axlia chuckled. So everything else is in motion. Yes, Director, the XVLI said calmly. By morning, the entire Red Teeth organization will be dead. Not just here, but on all worlds on which they operate. And their families, the XVLI said with some distaste. Problem? No, just a question, the XVLI said evenly. Why the families, even the children? Especially the children, Axlia said. Xriknek sees that you are a good agent and have a real future here, so I will give you some advice. Axlia said calmly. When you are fighting humans, even porkies, all flames must be extinguished, all loose threads cut, all family killed. Leave nothing behind you. It's the only way to be sure. It's the only way you can win. She paused to listen to the screams echoing across the lot and smiled. The XVLI just looked at her with a mix of admiration and horror. It was easy to forget exactly why she was the director of intelligence. Only every now and again did one get a reminder. You hungry? Axlia asked. There is this great little diner open in the Crystal District. They have the best sausage. Might as well, the XVLI said with a chuckle. I just found out how it's made after all. Tales from the Terran Republic. Getting ready for the big job. Shelia walked onto a small raised platform and surveyed the group of various life forms that were assembled. Good morning, gentlefolk, she said in a loud and clear voice. Everyone fell silent. Now I know you're all just dying to know what the job is, but first we need to cover a few things. First off, we are reaching the point of no return. If anyone has any second thoughts and wants to split, now is the time. You will be taken to the Vengeance and given enough bus fare to get wherever you want to go. She paused for a few moments, and as expected, nobody left. Excellent, she continued. From this point onward, nobody can leave. You can still back out, but you will be staying with us until the job starts. You will be compensated for your time with 10,000 credits plus room and board. Jesse, Gloria, and Jacob started walking through the groups handing out tablets. Almost immediately there were shouts and murmuring as everyone saw the first page with the words White Star in big print. That's right, Shelia said with a grin. We are taking out the White Star. She gestured to the array of VR stations in the large room. We have an excellent plan and have a high probability of success on this one. These stations have full layouts of the entire ship, battle plans, and training simulations for all of you to get your roles down pat. I expect all of you to get a lot of simulation time in and pay attention to the briefings. The better prepared we are, the better chance we all have of getting this done and getting home alive. This isn't what we were expecting, a human yelled. This is nuts. Well, look over the plan, and if you are still unhappy, take your 10,000 and put your feet up for a couple of weeks, Shelia said with a smile. Of course, there is another surprise that is nuts. Your pay has gone up. Each of you hired guns can expect to bring home 1 million credits minimum with bonuses depending on how much we get. Still too insane for you? I'll get back to you, the human said as he grabbed a tablet. Okay, now we will start the first mission brief, Shelia said as a large hollow projector switched on displaying a large three-dimensional image of the White Star. After an hour of briefings, Shelia stepped outside and looked at the forest around them. Saraland, too, was even more beautiful than she remembered. A bunch of hardened Zouche warriors were scampering around, squealing and frolicking like a bunch of children. She couldn't help but smile. Tsunkal walked up with a cup of coffee and handed it to her. They seem to be having fun, Shelia said with a laugh. For some of them, this is the first time they have ever been on a planet's surface, or at least one as verdant as this, Tsunkal said with a happy click. Many of us were born, lived our entire lives, and died in the mines. For some, this is the first time they have truly been outside. They may have been in cities or a space station, but as far as this, he waved his claws towards the trees. This is new. Huh, hadn't thought of that. A man approached the pair. Shelia turned to him and smiled. Hey, Logan, she said as she trotted over to him. It's been too long. She raised up on her toes and gave him a kiss. He replied. So why did you have to set up the camp here on this goddamn planet? Well, she said, if you couldn't get down here, then you aren't the pilot for the job. She grinned. I think your crew's cut is worth the hassle. She took a sip of coffee as she looked at him fondly. So you get a void jumper? Yeah, I'm all set. Didn't see anyone new at the briefing. Oh, she will show up sooner or later. Shelia raised an eyebrow. Not terribly professional. Logan said. All she has to do is jump. I wouldn't trust her with a gun anyway. Oh, speak of the devil. An oddly dressed old human woman staggered up wearing dark-tinted glasses and a beaded headband. Oh, no. No, Shelia said, pinching the bridge of her nose and shaking her head. Hi, Shelia, the old woman said, barely able to stand upright. How's it been, girl? Hello, Dolores, Shelia said, and then grabbed Logan and dragged him off. Why the fuck didn't you tell me? 'Cause you would have said no, Logan said with a laugh. I know what you think of her, but she can do the jump. I'll keep her out of the way. She won't be any problem, promise. She is the problem. She is a walking problem. Problem is her fucking spirit animal. Hey, girl, the woman said as she staggered over to them. Just whipped up a fresh batch of Dreamweave. Want some? She asked, producing a small vial of clear liquid. No, running naked and screaming through one starport is enough, thank you. Meh, lightweight, the woman said as she opened the vial and drained it. How many fucking hits was that? Shelia asked in horror. Dunno, all of them. Giggle. The woman stood stock still for a little while and then said, Ooh, those trees. Trees, and then ran off into the woods. Ugh, Shelia said in disgust, and then heard a chuckle. She turned and saw her entire crew peeking out from around the doors to the main hall. You, all of you, come here, Shelia yelled as her laughing crew fled with Shelia in hot pursuit. Creators, Mulshakal exclaimed as she was filling her plate from the buffet. Is this what college was like? No, Balsur Kala replied as he surveyed the feast. I think this is actually a little worse. I mean, why the hell do we need to know anything about power distribution? Seriously. Oh, fish, Mulshakal said as she grabbed some sashimi. Well, I can see how it could come in handy. I guess. And what's this about written exams? Well, I think the only thing we need to know is that we really want to pass. I understand that if you fail out, you get the 10,000 credit vacation, Balsur Kala said as he selected some fresh fruit. Fuck, I'm so screwed. Don't think like that. You are plenty sharp when you want to be, and don't forget, you have the almighty Brainiac on your side. You have any trouble, just let me know and I'll break it down for you. Really? Mulshakal asked, her eyes glittering. You think I'm sharp? Sure. Our little jobs haven't exactly been simple. You got those plans down, didn't you, and you didn't survive the war by being stupid, Balsur Kala said as they headed over to where the rest of their crew was sitting. He gave her a little tap on the back. You will do just fine. If Balsur Kala had been looking, he would have seen her blush. They both settled down with the rest of their gang. So what do you think, boss? Balsur Kala asked Jakkul Shah as he started to eat. Don't call me that. I ain't nobody's boss. Yeah, Big Zoosh, you keep on thinking that, Balsur Kala chuckled. But seriously, what do you think? Jakkul Shah just looked around and sighed. I'm telling you, Zoosh. Fuck. I thought we had our shit together, but these guys... This is a whole nother level. Shit, all these pieces, all these plans, all this information, this setup. Fuck. Just fuck, he stammered. This is how it's fucking done. Never mind the cash, just to be a part of this. To be able to learn from them. He shook his head. This, he said as he waved a claw over the whole scene. This is what we want to be. We could do this, become this. Yeah, right, Salzarash laughed. There's no way. No, there is a way, Jakkul Shah said, punching Salzarash playfully on the shell. Think about it, who we have. We have you with your computer shit, Brainiac with... Well, Brainiac shit, the rest of us ain't no soft shells either. We got plenty of smarts, we just got to use those smarts. Smarter. Well, the payout for this job will certainly get us heading in the right direction, Balsur Kala said thoughtfully. And if we do well and gain their confidence, we could have more and better opportunities, as well as perhaps gain their mentorship. And the creds will mean that we won't have to scrabble and risk our shiny little shells over scraps. We can take our time and pick our jobs, Mulshakal said while she ate some sashimi. This fish is raw. Good though. I wonder how much it costs. Well, things going well, we will find out for ourselves, Rachel Zun said happily. For any of that shit to happen, we have to get this job down and get it done, Jakkul Shah said as he tried some of the sashimi. Hey, this raw fish is good. He then turned to Balsur Kala. You gotta pull out some of that brains and pass it around. We gotta ace these tests. Well, Balsur Kala replied, does anyone have any questions? So, what do you think? Shelia asked Greg as he was poring over some spreadsheets. Well, most of the units are experienced professionals and know what to do. Even so, we are going to be cutting a few of them loose if these test scores are any indication. But we should have more than enough to fill our roster. So how about those new Zosh squads? Not bad, Greg replied. Most of them had at least a little bit of a technical background before they became warriors, and it shows. They also seem to be a bit more willing to cooperate outside of their individual crews. There is this one guy. I think they call him Brainiac, who is damn near running his own training camp in our training camp. They all go to him with questions, Greg said as he pulled up their scores. It's almost a problem. They go to him instead of us. That being said, these scores speak for themselves. I'll talk to them, but that's a great problem to have, Shelia said, looking at the results. How about the simulators? They are operating well and getting plenty of use. People like video games. The results, however, he pulled up another screen. Yeesh, Shelia said. We're going to have to crack the whip. I think we need to eliminate at least one group of low performers earlier than planned. Show them that we are serious. Well, I think I know who that will be, those former army fucks. You know the ones I'm talking about. Yeah, let's cut them loose. Give them their 10 grand and ship them to the hotel. This is total bullshit, a human male yelled as the sun set on the first day. Yeah, a woman hollered. Sorry, that's just how it is. We don't need you, Shelia said as she held out half a dozen crystals. Here's your pay and there is a truck outside. Grab your shit. This isn't over, bitch, their leader yelled. Oh, Shelia asked in a menacing tone. The arguing continued as the fired group raised holy hell, just like Shelia wanted. Mulshakal walked over to Jakkul Shah. What's that all about? She asked. Looks like the first gang just got their 10 grand, Jakkul Shah replied. Oh shit, do you think we are okay? Well, there is only one truck outside. I think we are good, for now. Where's Brainiac? Mulshakal asked urgently as she looked around. I gotta go over some shit. That was nice, Shelia said as she rolled off of Logan and curled up next to him. We should meet up more often. Yeah, it's been too long, baby girl. Ugh, you know I hate that, Shelia said as she punched him in the side. Ow, that's why I say it. Logan laughed. So how is the taskmistress doing? Whipping all of the little guys into shape. Bleh, Shelia said as she snuggled in closer. Looks sort of okay so far. Had to cut some assholes loose today, but I was gonna do that anyhow. She raised up on one elbow and played with his hair. Speaking of little guys, she said with a smile, your crew didn't exactly ace anything either. You need to put a boot up their ass. Relax, Logan said with a laugh. I'll talk to them, but is it really that important? We are just flying and hauling. Don't piss me off, Shelia said as she started pinching him. Everybody has to know their shit, even you fucking pirates. Okay, stop it, Logan laughed. I'll apply leather to backside first thing in the morning. You better, Shelia laughed. I gotta go. I still have some shit to do before bed. You know, you could just stay here, Logan said, smiling. Tempting, but the taskmistress needs get her whip ready for tomorrow. She got up and got dressed. She opened the door and turned to him, smiling. See you tomorrow night. Can't wait. Logan smiled as she left and then pulled out his tablet. He pressed his hand to the screen and typed in a password. A Federation sigil appeared on the screen. Sorry, baby girl, he said to himself. Tales from the Terran Republic. The delightful Patricia Hu. Dawn Newson, formerly a member of the Terran Marines, was sitting at the embassy desk trying to figure out these damn reports. Gunny made it seem so simple, but damn, this was tough. She pulled out her notebook and started flipping away. Okay, now where does this get emailed to? She said to herself as the door opened. She looked up and her jaw dropped. In walked a woman clad in a tight black, beautifully embroidered slit skirt wearing some sort of sword with a red cloth coming off the pommel and a pistol on her other hip. She was beautiful, completely flawless with green almond-shaped eyes, porcelain skin and long, tawny blonde hair, and moved almost as if she was floating. Hello, welcome to the Terran Embassy. Can I help you? Dawn asked. I hope so. I am here to see Ambassador Wintersmith. Certainly, Dawn said happily. Who may I say is calling? Approaching. I get the idea, the woman laughed. It sounded wonderful. It made Dawn happy inside. Tell him that Patricia Hu is here to meet with him. Dawn's eyes widened. You are her? Wow, but aren't you supposed to be like really old? Patricia raised one of her eyebrows slightly. Well, my dear, the surgeons can perform marvels these days, she purred. Women are vain creatures after all. I'm sure you understand, but you are still so young. How I envy you. Youth is so beautiful in and of itself. No matter what you see when you look in the mirror, I can assure you that you are nowhere as unattractive as you think. Revel in your youth. Patricia then glanced down at her as if looking at a bug. And your beauty. Dawn stammered and fumbled for the intercom. Ambassador, Miss Hu is here to see you. John said. Show her in, please. Yes. Okay. She looked up at Patricia Hu and right into her green eyes. It was like all the air had been sucked out of the room. She felt like she couldn't breathe. She rose shakily to her feet. Please this way, ma'am. The short walk to the door felt miles long. She opened the door and Patricia glided past her as if she didn't exist. Dawn sat down at her desk trying to gather her wits. Was she unattractive? She certainly didn't think so, but... She looked down at her slight build and pulled at her short hair. God, she wished she had a mirror. Was she ugly? She wasn't, was she? She just sat there staring off into space for quite some time. Ambassador, Patricia said, nodding her head slightly. You are looking, well... John just laughed. You go a couple of rounds with an anti-tank rifle and let's see how you... Oh, wait. Never mind. You probably have. They both laughed. So you are here, Patricia Hu, the blood drinker, the butcher of China, the horde mother, the queen of the damned, the weigher of souls, John said as he nodded his head. My personal favorite is a more recent one, Vlad the Stapler, Patricia laughed. Oh, Christ, John laughed. I hadn't heard that one. Patricia bowed gracefully. I seem to make an impression wherever I go. I wonder why, John laughed. So you are here to make sure that another attack doesn't happen. How exactly do you plan to do that? Well, she said as she glided over to his bed and drifted down like a swan's feather to rest upon the side. One of my big strategies is simple deterrence, she smiled. If you were to be killed, I would naturally assume your duties. Director Axley absolutely detests me and will do anything, and I mean anything, to prevent it. We turn a potential threat to a legion of bodyguards. She laughed, and it sounded like birds singing. You suddenly become the most protected being in the Federation. John laughed so hard he coughed. I had not considered that. I almost feel sorry for that scaly bitch. I, of course, will also lend my experience and abilities to further safeguard this embassy, and the Republic's interests, of course. Of course, John said, raising an eyebrow. I am looking forward to working with you to determine what are in fact the Republic's interests here in the Federation. More precisely, I am looking forward to finding out what you and the people who put you here consider the Republic's interests to be. Patricia smiled and looked directly into his eyes. Oh, I'm sure you will find out soon enough. I'm sure, John said, returning her smile and her gaze. Looking forward to it. Patricia Hu said with a wicked twinkle in her eye. Actually, for the first time in a while, I'm looking forward to it as well. She stood and walked over to a chair and pulled out her tablet. So, down to business. What do I need to know before you depart for Terra? Inspector Vance walked through yet another home. It was like all the rest he had been through over the past few days. No sign of forced entry, minimal or no signs of a struggle, everybody dead. It was like nothing he had ever seen, and it happened a lot of places over the span of a single night. In the capital city alone, there were hundreds of dead, and it wasn't just in the capital. Across the Federation, thousands of people, mostly human, were dead. Entire families were simply snuffed out. It made absolutely no sense, at least at first. You were right, Inspector, Detective Freela said as she walked up with a data tablet. This man was also affiliated with Cyrus Red. He was one of his construction foremen. They were erased. The entire organization has been erased, Inspector Vance said. Can we find anyone? Anyone who is still alive? Wait, what about that guy we put in protective custody? What was his name? Gerald. Let me check, Detective Freela said. Moments later, she simply said, Oh, he's dead. What? How? They are calling it a suicide. My wrinkly ass. Let me see. Inspector Vance took the tablet from Freela. Son of a bitch. Sort of an odd move for someone so desperate to stay alive, isn't it, Inspector? Any sign of Cyrus Red yet? Not yet. Everyone in his mansion is dead, but he still hasn't been found. Well, the inspector said, considering everything else, I'm willing to bet he is dead too. Probably we'll never find him. The inspector paused and looked into space for a moment. Detective, let's get a list of all construction sites and other such areas owned by Red Industries. Sure, but why? Places like that are secluded, often with barriers blocking access and view. Perfect places to conduct less than legitimate business or dispose of things you want to disappear. Drop something into the hole before the foundations are poured, that sort of thing. It's yet another old human trick. Okay, Inspector. I will have them compile a list for us. Now on to something even less pleasant. We still have to see if we can actually get into the Terran embassy and maybe get some answers about that whole mess. The department really needs to get a statement from the ambassador or his driver. Yeah, I could use a break from this. I thought the Zhush attacks were bad. This is just, she said as a small child was carried out of a bedroom with a single hole in her head. She just closed her eyes and turned away. Who the fuck did Cyrus Red piss off? The inspector asked to nobody in particular. That morning, Dawn was sitting at her desk, shifting uncomfortably. She spent hours that morning trying to do her hair and makeup, but it still just didn't look right. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make it look right. He pulled out a small mirror again and looked at herself and frowned. Ugly. No doubt about it. She was ugly. She wanted to cry. She just shook herself and opened up some reports trying to take her mind off of things. She wished she was back in the Marines. Maybe she could go back. She wasn't that injured after all. At least there she belonged. She thought she belonged here, but she now looked at herself and at everybody around her. They were so professional looking and so well put together, and she was a mess, just a pathetic fucking mess. She wasn't just ugly, it went deeper. She was worthless. Even in the Marines, everyone had to look after her. The gunny, the captain. Well, now the colonel. Or ambassador, or whatever. God, she was such a burden. How could she not see it until now? How could they put her out here where everyone could see her? Why were they being so cruel? Was this some joke? Were they laughing at the poor, pathetic, fucking ugly mess who thought she could be one of them? Oh God, Miss Hu just walked in. She wanted to hide her ugliness, her inadequacies, her incompetence, herself. I want to die, she thought to herself desperately, trying not to burst into tears. Oh no. She was looking at her. Oh God, her eyes. Maybe I should die, she thought. Maybe it would be for the best. Oh dear. Oh, no. What have you done to yourself, child? Patricia Hu asked Dawn as she walked up. Dawn started to quietly cry. Patricia scooped her up and led her into the ambassador's office. Shh, child, it's all right. It's going to be all right, Patricia said in a warm, loving voice as she pulled out some towelettes from her clutch and started to wipe Dawn's face. You tried so hard, didn't you? Dawn just nodded miserably. It's not your fault, child. You just didn't know what you were doing. Here, let's get all of that off of you. Patricia gently cleaned Dawn's face as she stroked her hair. There, Patricia said with a note of satisfaction. Now you look presentable. Presentable, Dawn thought to herself. She said that I was presentable. Now you come right over to my quarters this evening after you wash out, whatever that is in your hair, and I will help you. I will show you how to do this right. She will help me. Yes, Ambassador. Deputy Ambassador, dear. Yes, Deputy Ambassador. She's going to help me. Me? She is going to help. Dawn looked at her with eyes full of happiness and hope. Now, Patricia said as she adjusted Dawn's collar, you take a minute, clear your head, and get back in the game. I want you at your best out there. Patricia gave her a smile that felt like she had pulled back the curtains and let sunlight into the room. She wants me. Yes, Deputy Ambassador. Dawn was happily tearing through reports and reviewing correspondence. Why did she ever think this was hard? When Inspector Vance and Detective Freela walked in. What do you want? She asked as she looked at Inspector Vance with disgust. How could one of them even come in here? How could they dare defile the same building that had people like Miss Hu in it? The nerve! The thought of Miss Hu having to breathe the air that something like him tainted made her almost physically ill. The inspector just turned towards Detective Freela. It looks like we're going to have to play the messenger game again. Oh, I hate that game. It's so tiresome. Well? Dawn asked impatiently. Please tell this nice woman that we want to speak with the ambassador concerning the recent attack, Vance said to Detective Freela. Excuse me, Detective Freela said in a very tired and slightly condescending tone. We would like to speak with the ambassador concerning the recent attack. I'm afraid you just missed him, Dawn said directly to Inspector Vance. He just left for Terra for treatment. You know, for the attack that happened to him in your city, you know, the one that you are supposed to be protecting? She practically spat out the words. Now I am quite busy actually doing my job properly, not something that you would be familiar with. Unless there is something else I can do for you. People, she said, looking at both of them with disdain. I need to get back to it. Inspector Vance just gritted his teeth. Oh God, he hated Terrans. He fucking hated them. Well, speaking of someone not doing their job, he snarled. We never got a statement from any Terran representative concerning the attack, and we need one. That's why I am here. It's my job. Believe it or not, I actually do my job, even when privately I couldn't care less. I even do my job even when I privately wish that it was his head instead of his arm. Detective Freela just looked at Vance in complete shock. Inspector, perhaps we should... Want to say that again, motherfucker? Dawn shouted as she rose and drew her combat knife. Say that again. Inspector Vance reached into his jacket. Detective Freela jumped in between them as embassy security approached from all sides. Detective Freela said nervously. Why don't we all just take a deep breath and... Going for a gun, you pussy. Dawn snarled as she stepped around her desk. Miss Hu wanted her to be at her best, and she was going to get it. Go for it. I'll gut you before you get a shot off. Or after. I don't give a shit. She turned to the embassy guards. Back off. This fucker is mine. In accordance with Terran custom, the guards removed their hands from their weapons and stood back. She invoked dibs. Don't want the stunner? The inspector asked. Fine. He whipped out a telescoping steel baton. Looks like the little girl wants a spanking. Everyone, please, Detective Freela yelled. She turned to the guards, who just shrugged. Hey, she called dibs, one of the guards said as he took out his camera phone. The door to the ambassador's office opened, and Patricia Hu stepped out her hand on her dao. Well, this certainly sounds interesting, she said in a happy voice. Inspector Vance just froze. No, no, he yelled as he backed away in horror. You! No, it can't be. She locked eyes with him, rooting him to the spot. Don't let me stop you. I just came out to watch. A decorated Terran Marine against a worn-out old arcology rent-a-cop. This should be amusing. Dawn's heart swelled with pride. A Marine. A decorated Marine. Yeah, that's me. I'm going to kill him. Dawn started to slowly circle Vance, who stood completely paralyzed, lost in the horrors of the past. One nightmare after another tore through his brain as if his mind wasn't his own. He saw the young woman circling, getting closer, but he just couldn't move. Why couldn't he move? Move, damn it. Move.
Okay.
That's it. Detective Freela whipped out her blaster. Call her off or I'm going to put a hole through her fucking head, diplomacy be damned. Oh, now this is fun, Patricia said as she drew her dow so fast it was a blur. Nobody interfere. The rent-a-cop is Dawn's and this, whatever, is mine. I will cut you in half before you can pull the trigger, animal. Patricia took her gaze off of Vance, who, now able to move, threw his baton to the tiles. No, we aren't playing this bullshit game. Freela, holster your weapon. They won't attack now. We are leaving. Send a report to the department or don't. I don't give a shit. Vance turned to leave. You're crazy. All of you are fucking crazy, Detective Freela shouted. Pussy. Dawn snarled and then looked over at Patricia for approval. Well put, dear, Patricia said, patting her shoulder. Now sheathe your knife. You will have to feed it another day. Yeah, I will have to feed it later, she thought. Vance just kept walking, his heart beating out of his chest, his breaths coming out in ragged gasps. Inspector, what the flying fuck just happened? Detective Freela asked. The inspector remained silent as they walked to their vehicle. Inspector. Once inside, the inspector just pulled out his tablet and started typing. He then closed his eyes and let the tablet fall. Detective Freela saw the page. It was a picture of Patricia Hu with the caption, "The Federation welcomes Patricia Hu, the new Terran deputy ambassador to the Federation." Inspector, who is that woman? Evil, he muttered. The inspector kept his eyes closed and remained silent. Inspector, Detective Freela asked, where should we go next? I don't care. I just don't care. Just drive. You did very well today, child, Patricia said as she carefully applied cosmetics to Dawn, artfully recreating her in her own image. I did, Dawn asked eagerly. Oh yes, I was quite impressed, Patricia said as she lightly brushed Dawn's eyelids. Not many people these days would be a true Terran in a situation like that, she sighed. We're getting too complacent these days. Too many of us are enamored with nonsense like peace, diplomacy, and coexistence. It's sad, really, she said as she stroked Dawn's face hypnotically. Sad, Dawn murmured. We made quite the team out there, Patricia said as she started to carefully paint Dawn's lips. We did, Dawn asked breathlessly. Hold still, child, Patricia said. And yes, we did. You with your knife and me with my dao. We were going to spill some animal blood just like the good old days. Patricia sighed happily. It's just too bad that old piece of long pork was gutless, just like all the rest. We could have bathed in their blood. Dawn murmured. Oh, well, there will be plenty of other opportunities, trust me, Patricia said happily. Don't worry, plenty of opportunities. Ah, there, done, Patricia said with some satisfaction and swiveled Dawn's chair to face the mirror. Dawn gasped. She was beautiful. It was as if she were a completely different person. She looked up at Patricia with absolute devotion and gratitude. See, child? Patricia said as she stroked her hair. You are nowhere as unattractive as you thought you were. You are beautiful. Dawn burst into tears. Oh, child, you will make a mess of yourself. We mustn't cry. It ruins all of our hard work, dear, Patricia said as she expertly dried Dawn's tears. We just need one more thing, Patricia said as she went to her jewelry cabinet and pulled out an exquisite string of pearls and draped them around Dawn's neck. Oh, I can't. It's nonsense, dear. Consider it a reward for being a true Terran today. Besides, I need my assistant to look the part. Your assistant? Well, I need one and we are already working together. After bearing steel together today, I definitely want to continue that. If you do, of course. Yes. Yes, more than anything. Please. Patricia smiled a smile that filled Dawn with warmth. She had never felt so valued, so supported, so loved. Okay, assistant, Patricia said in an official voice. You will come here each morning before you report for work so we can work on your appearance and have our own little private meeting. I would also like for you to start training with me. Your marine training is quite good. A quite good start, I mean. Only if you want to, of course. Oh, yes. 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 1,000,000 times yes. Oh, wonderful. There are so many wonderful, amazing things I can share with you. We get started tomorrow. Now get some rest, my assistant. Yes, Deputy Ambassador. Tales from the Terran Republic, unhappy reunion training days, and an unholy alliance. Maybe. Director Axlea walked into the Terran embassy carrying a neatly wrapped gift box. She looked over at the desk and the smartly dressed woman sitting there. Had she seen here before? She wasn't sure. Welcome, Director, the woman said in a sharp, less than welcoming tone. What brings you to the embassy today? the woman asked crisply as she pulled out a Power Bar Extreme from the desk and swiftly carved it up in an almost predatory manner, her razor-sharp knife murdering it. The bar wasn't mangled. It was cut into neat little blocks, but the director could almost hear it scream. She had little doubt that the woman would do the same thing to her if given half a chance. The atmosphere was definitely different than it usually was. There was no good-natured hostility, just cold politeness. For some reason, the bar seemed less than appetizing today. "Hello, I'm here to speak with the Deputy Ambassador, and I've brought a little gift, something that I should deliver directly to her." "I will have to examine it for security purposes," the woman said as she rose from her desk. "Place it here," Dawn said in a tone that conveyed that it wasn't negotiable. Director Axlia just wiggled in a shrug and placed it down. Dawn sliced open the ribbon and paper and opened the package. Inside was Morgana Farstan's head. Dawn didn't even blink. "How thoughtful," Dawn said as she pulled a scanner from the desk and examined the head. Red-tip nanites, but they are all dead. It checks out." She closed the package and pressed the intercom. "Deputy Ambassador, the Director of Federation Intelligence is here wishing to speak with you and has a gift." "Oh, by all means," a warm, pleasant voice replied. "Show the Director in." Dawn strode over to the door and silently opened it. Ignoring the food bar, Axlia walked into the office. "Well, Director, this is certainly a surprise," Patricia said as she smiled coldly. "It has been quite a while, Coffee Guppy. Forgive me if I don't fetch it this time, bitch." "You certainly have done well for yourself, Guppy. Director, congratulations." "I brought you something," Axlia said as she placed the box on Patricia's desk. "It looked a lot nicer before your person inspected it, but it's the thought that counts, right?" "Well, what do we have here?" Patricia asked with a happy smile as she looked down at Morgana's head. "What a lovely housewarming gift. I know exactly where to put it." "I have a few suggestions as to where you can stick it myself," Axlia said, smiling back. "So I assume this has some significance." "Yes, that belonged to Morgana Farstan, proof that we have dealt with her. Impressively harsh punishment for failing at her mission." "Excuse me?" "Come now," Patricia said with a pleasant chuckle. "Almost immediately after she fails in her attempt to kill the ambassador, you somehow miraculously find her after looking for weeks. What fools do you take us for, Director? You know Creator damn well that isn't how it went." "Do I?" Patricia asked, looking at the Director like she was an insect. "Do I now? Oh well, I guess it can't be proven one way or the other. Pity she failed. Ambassador Hu has a nice ring to it, don't you think?" Director Axlia just let out a long, slow stream of bubbles. "I'm glad you dropped by, Guppy. There is something I need to discuss with you," Patricia said, the corner of her perfect lips curling into a slight smirk. "Due to the increasingly hostile situation here in the Federation, as evidenced by the recent attack on the ambassador, the position of Deputy Ambassador has been created. The duties of this position include acting as the liaison for intelligence and security. As such, instead of bothering the ambassador, you should deal with me in the future." "I'm sure the ambassador will let me know if that is the case," Axlia snarled. "He will. It has already been decided. If he hasn't been informed by now, he will be soon," Patricia said, her green eyes glittering with malice. "Things will be changing around here, Director. John's antics were certainly amusing when this whole embassy farce was a magnificent joke at your expense, but now, after a direct attack upon the Republic at the hands of one of your own, that joke is over. You should be grateful that there is still an embassy at all. If I had my way, the Retribution and her sisters would be paying you a visit, and it wouldn't be for those laughable infrastructure raids." Axlia just glared at her. "Yes, your fondness for needless slaughter is well documented." "Oh, darling, I'm just getting started," Patricia said with a cold smile. "John may not like you and would enjoy a new war. I hate you and know exactly how to make that war happen. Cross us one time, put one little metal toe out of line, give me any tiny little excuse, and your entire Federation will learn what you already know. That you are a soulless, psychotic bitch who values personal power and her own perverted desires over the interests of her own people. Is that what you actually think of me, or is that what you desperately pray that I am?" Patricia said with a little condescending laugh. "What I meant is that they will learn exactly what Terran humans are capable of. What you saw during your Federation's initial visit. That will be here. Those stories that the Porkies told you with tears streaming down their pudgy little cheeks, those will be experienced firsthand by all sorts of animals under your banner. Big talk, but you are nowhere near strong enough to pull off that shit. We are still far more powerful than you will ever be. They will listen to me next time and hit with everything at once, hard. We will burn your systems to ash." "So much the better," Patricia said in a cheerful voice. "The children have lost their way in a foolish dream and need to be awakened. Our stations destroyed, our planets burning. Mothers clutching dead children in their arms. Starvation, fear, hate, rage. These things are the real lifeblood of humanity. Fire, chaos, war, and death. Our true natural habitat. Burning our systems to ash will cleanse the Republic of all of the xeno-vermin polluting our worlds, and create a new purified generation of humanity. The survivors will be strong, even stronger than we were, and will descend upon you like the fires of hell. We will feast on your flesh and slake our thirst with your blood, Patricia said, her eyes gleaming with delight. And we will be there to guide them, the last of us, the true children of Sol. Creators, void, abyss, and all the rest, Axleia said in horror. You're fucking serious. Just a happy dream, nothing more, Patricia said, folding her slender hands and leaning back in her chair. Even I don't have the power to make that dream a reality. Yet. For one thing, it would require the Federation to act as we do, and you simply do not have the resolve. She said, her beautiful eyes cold with disdain. We had hoped that our tactics during our little playfight would have been enough to provoke you into waking up our children. Instead, you just took it like the little bitches you are and came crawling like worms begging for peace, Patricia said, sneering coldly. You really disappointed us. You were supposed to burn and destroy, but instead you just soiled yourselves. Pathetic. Sorry, not going to do your work for you. You are going to have to wake up the kids yourself, you sick fuck. You only have to make one mistake, Coffee Guppy. One little mistake is all that I need. The Federation will make it. All I have to do is watch, wait, and prepare. All it will take is a little time. Yeah, speaking of time, Axleia said, narrowing her eyes. You seem surprisingly spry for an old hag. I'm getting a little loose-scaled myself. What's your beauty secret? The cosmetic surgeons on Terra can do marvels, Patricia said, laughing. Under this taut skin and perky breasts there is a creaky old lady, trust me. Yeah, I guess time gets us all in the end. Well, I would love to stand here and listen to your megalomania and psychosis all day, but I have a job to do. Nice to see you again, Coffee Guppy. Patricia laughed as Axleia turned to leave. Your boss is a lovely soul, Axleia said to Dawn as she passed by. Yes, a truly great woman, Dawn said, her eyes filled with absolute devotion. Axleia took one look at Dawn's eyes and then took a covert picture of her. I'll probably be seeing you around, Axleia thought to herself as she walked towards the door. As she was leaving, a well-dressed, grey-haired human male walked past. Axleia paused and watched as he approached the desk. He stopped in front of Dawn and discreetly showed her his ring. Dawn just nodded and he walked unannounced into the ambassador's office. Interesting, Axleia thought. She walked out of the embassy and into her grav car. Once inside, she quietly spoke into a microphone. I want a full detailed bioscan of Patricia Hu, top priority, and I mean detailed. There was also a man who entered shortly before I left. He is wearing a ring. Find out who he is, and I want as detailed an image and scan as possible of that ring. She then drove back to her office. During the drive, she received a call. It was from Councillor Markle. Yes, Councillor, she said as she answered. Can you tell me why my human constituents are losing their minds? The Terran Republic just appointed a new deputy ambassador, someone called Patricia Hu. Yeah, just left her office, actually. She's a real sweetheart. Most humans in the Federation are probably having a nervous breakdown right about now. Why? Let me tell you about her. On Saralan 2, Shelia stood on a platform overlooking a field covered with marked lines holding a stopwatch, putting squads of mercenaries through their paces. Squad 1 to Point Theta, move, she yelled, clicking the stopwatch. A mixed group of humans, Threen and Drax, sprinted across the field. Squad 3 to Point Gamma, move! A group of Zoosh tore across the ground. Jessie walked up holding her tablet. Check it out, boss, she said. Shelia took the tablet and shook her head. God damn it, Cyrus. When I told you she was fed intel, it was supposed to be background information, not a fucking suggestion to get them involved. Shit. She turned to Jessie. Great, now we need to set up a new drug channel. Just fucking perfect, she said in exasperation. How about Gloria and Roberts? Our two darlings are en route to the White Star. Their tickets have been bought and their IDs are a go. As if there was ever any question, Jessie said with pride. Well, at least there is that. Shelia looked back across the field. Squad 2 to Point Epsilon, move. I fucking love paintball, Mulshakal yelled as she ran up to the rest of her gang, covered in a rainbow of splatters. Yeah, but I think the point is not to get hit. Balsurkala laughed, wiping himself off. At least we did better than most, said Rachel Zun. Shelia's team is fucking brutal. We at least reached the first objective before getting pounded. Better than most ain't gonna cut it, Jakul Shah said as he took off his helmet. After dinner, let's get back out there and practice those runs. We want to look good. We don't want to clasp the pebble during the real thing neither. More paintball. Yes, Mulshakal enthused. What is Field 2 doing lit up? Shelia asked Greg that evening. Oh, a few of the Zhush teams are out there throwing paint, Greg replied. Apparently getting their shells decorated today didn't sit well with some of them. They also really like paintball, it seems. Well, shit. Good for them. Yeah, I went over and checked it out. They are really going at it. I had to remind them if they got hurt they would get their 10 grand. Greg laughed. Seems that team that has that Brainiac guy on it set it up. That team again, huh? I think I need to check them out. Oh, I put in an order for He3 with Kolvachiksa. We need to have our tank full just in case, Greg said as he pointed at a cell on a spreadsheet. Christ, that shit is expensive, Shelia grumbled. You think I don't know that? Greg laughed. But we have already fought that battle with the chief more than once. You know perfectly well he won't allow 1 atom of deuterium on our ship. Yeah, Shelia laughed. I don't know what's worse, the throne wrenches or the physics lectures. So why the White Star, really? Logan asked Shelia later that evening as she snuggled him. I know it's not just that counselor. What was his name again? Counselor fucking Morgan. He was the jack-off really behind Red Sunday. He's reason enough. As long as we break even, I'm happy. Yeah, but what else? I know you guys all too well, Logan said as he stroked her hair. What's the big score? All you have to know is that the big score is big enough to pay your big cut, Shelia laughed. What? You trying to fuck your way into a better share? If so, you are going to have to put in a lot more work, she said to him, her eyes sparkling. Well, I guess I'd better get started then, Logan laughed as he kissed her. Around the same time, Bal Surkala was sitting on a small hill overlooking the forest, gazing up at the near-constant shower of meteors that lit up the sky. There you are, Mulshakal said as she scuttled up. What you doing? Oh, nothing really, just thinking. What about? Smart stuff? Mulshakal said as she plopped down next to him. Nah, Bal Surkala said, just remembering shit. Bad stuff, Mulshakal said, putting her manipulator around his shell. Good and bad, he said, like how I haven't seen trees since, well, you know. He looked back up at the sky. It's really weird how I got here, how we all got here, I guess. Yeah, it's weird, Mulshakal said as she scooched in a little closer. It's like it's not even real sometimes, you know. Not that long ago I was just some soft-shell college nerd. Now I'm like a fucking super soldier or something, Bal Surkala said, looking up as a huge chunk of debris hit the atmosphere. Wow, that was a nice one. Yeah, I know. It's like I should be smashing ore, not cramming for one of your college exams. I think I have the security tactics down, though, Mulshakal said as she idly moved one of her legs around behind him. Oh, good. I know that was giving you some problems. Wait, what? Bal Surkala said as he looked over at her. What? She asked, moving closer. What are you doing? What does it look like? She asked as she moved in even closer. It looks like a really bad idea. Yeah, Mulshakal laughed. So what? Bad ideas are our thing. We let ourselves turn. We decided to fight the entire fucking Federation. When it was over, I could be making good money in a mine somewhere, and you shit. You could have gone back to school or gotten a job anywhere. Instead, nope, more bad ideas. So what's one more little tiny bad idea? She leaned in and chirped in his ear. It's just... What? You don't want me? Mulshakal pulled back a little. No, you are amazing. It's just that I haven't been with anyone since... Chirp. Chirp. But... Chirp. Mulshakal gently stroked his shell. Bal Surkala turned to face her, pressing his body against hers. Chirp, he replied. The following morning, Dawn, wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants, walked into a large spare room in the embassy. Waiting for her, wearing loose-fitting silk trousers and shirt with a wide silk sash around her waist, was Patricia Hu. Okay, child, show me what you have. Come, Patricia said with a smile. Ma'am? Attack me. But... I said attack. Dawn carefully approached in a sparring stance and threw a controlled, soft punch. Patricia snarled, slapped Dawn's hand away and stepped back. What the fuck was that? She asked sharply. What? Do you have the audacity to think you can hurt me, child? Patricia asked, her eyes burning with anger. Dawn shrank away under her gaze. Now we will do this again, and if you do not come at me trying your best to kill, I shall cast you from my sight and never speak to you again. Do you want that? No. No, please. Then attack. Show me your resolve. Prove yourself to me. Dawn swallowed hard and then charged. She launched a devastating strike. Suddenly, Dawn felt herself flying as she was hurled a good 5 meters from where she stood. She instinctively rolled and sprang to her feet. Acceptable, Patricia said with a smile. However, I didn't say to stop. Dawn yelled and charged again and again and again. Each time she was effortlessly hurled away or struck down by an impossibly painful blow. Eventually, she wound up on her side, vomiting. She struggled to stand and collapsed back into her own bile. "Get up," Patricia said. Dawn tried again, but her arms gave out and she fell face first into her puke. "Get up now." Dawn screamed and commanded her beaten, exhausted body to obey, slowly struggling to her feet. "Again," Patricia commanded. Dawn stumbled towards her master, her mentor, her everything, legs shaking, barely able to walk. Patricia smiled a wonderful, warm, approving smile that filled Dawn's heart with joy. "Good child. Very, very good," Patricia said happily. "You did very well." "I did, but I didn't." "You actually expected to hit me?" Patricia laughed pleasantly. "No, I'm afraid that isn't possible for you just yet. You did, however, prove your strength of resolve. You proved your worth." "I proved my worth," Dawn thought. "You have proven yourself to be someone worth teaching. Your strength of resolve is remarkable. You are very special, Dawn." "I'm special," Dawn thought, completely overjoyed. She said that I am special. Most people would have quit in defeat, given in to the frustration or the pain. I did inflict pain, didn't I? Dawn just silently nodded. She was in a lot of pain. Even breathing hurt. You, however, kept going until you couldn't, and then still rose when you should not have been able to do so. I am so very proud of you. She is proud of me. This was a test, an entrance exam, if you will. A test that you passed with flying colors, Patricia said as she stepped forward and embraced Dawn. Dawn hugged her tight, overcome with joy. The actual training will be far less uncomfortable, Patricia laughed, stroking her hair. Thank God, Dawn sighed. Patricia laughed the most wonderful laugh in the world. It made Dawn so happy it felt that her heart would burst. Patricia stepped away and looked down at herself, still laughing. I think we both need to go and clean ourselves up, she laughed. She then walked over and picked up a bag from the corner of the room. Here, put all of this in your bath and take a nice long hot soak. It will help, and then take the day off. I think you could use a little rest after this morning. No, I will be fine. I'll take my bath and report for duty. Please. Your resolve is admirable, but don't question me. You need to rest after this morning. Take a nice long soak in what I gave you and rest. I want you healed and rested for tomorrow. The place will still be standing despite your absence, I promise. Yes, ma'am, Dawn said with a disappointed voice. Dawn just stood there, her eyes glowing with devotion and awe as Patricia walked away. I'm a Marine Raider, the best of the best, she thought, and I couldn't do shit. I tried to kill her and I couldn't even touch her. I have so much to learn. I can't wait, she thought, barely able to contain her glee as she collapsed. Ow, she laughed as she started to spasm and dry heave. Patricia lounged in her office that day, smiling to herself. That girl is more than she appeared, she thought happily. She actually got up. Not only that, but she still wanted to serve despite the agony that I gifted her with. She is more than some disposable little plaything. I can make something out of her, she thought with a happy little laugh. The intercom buzzed. Deputy Ambassador, a man's voice said. Miss Salvatore is here to see you. Oh, wonderful. Let her through. The door opened and a silver-haired but very fit woman entered, approached the desk and nodded slightly. Patricia, lovely to see you again. Lydia, it has been too long, Patricia said as she walked around her desk and gave her a quick hug, kissing her on both cheeks. So you are here, blood drinker, Lydia said with a smile. Patricia laughed. She looked Lydia up and down. You are looking well. Yes, good clean living and all that. They both laughed. Patricia returned to her desk and Lydia took a seat across from her. So, down to business then, Patricia said with a chuckle. Who stands with you? Lydia smiled and slid a single sheet of paper across to her. Patricia took it and read. Wonderful, Patricia exclaimed, her green eyes shining with delight. This is much better than I had hoped. Indeed. So, any instructions? Lydia asked, producing an old-styled notebook and fountain pen. Patricia's ruby lips parted into an excited smile and her eyes blazed as she started to relay her commands. Lydia took careful notes. Simple enough, Lydia said, rising to leave. Consider it done. Take your time and do it properly. Time is, after all, on our side. Got it, Lydia said with an elegant smile. Ever find it funny that after everything we now stand together? It's fucking hilarious, Patricia said with an evil chuckle. I wonder if others will appreciate the humor as much as we do when we get to the punchline. They both laugh as Lydia Salvatore departs. Oh yes, we now stand together, you porky whore, Patricia thought as she chuckled. She pulled out an old locket from her clutch, opened it and gazed at the hologram inside. For a full 2 seconds, Patricia looked human. She then closed the locket and put it away, her eyes full of hate. She picked up the sheet of paper that Lydia handed her and read it again with an evil smile. Later that day, Patricia's phone rang. Hello. Oh, hi, Mark, Patricia said in a cheerful voice. It didn't take that guppy long, did it? I guess I made quite the impression. What? She laughed. Yes, as a matter of fact, I did say that. Oh, we got into a little pissing match and she said that they could turn our worlds to ash. What was I supposed to say? Oh no, please, miss, anything but that. I'll be a good girl, promise. She chuckled. It's best they think we are at least a little bit crazy. Put the fear of terror into them, you know. What? Of course not. I mean, I know I have a little bit of a reputation, but exactly what sort of monster do you think I am? She laughed as her lovely green eyes sparkled wickedly. Tales from the Terran Republic. The Love Boat. Robert strolled along the glittering promenade of the White Star, a luxury liner dressed up like a floating city. Hollow signs shimmered overhead advertising boutiques, bars, and a dozen ways to spend a fortune. After a long day of scouting for potential crew members, and finding absolutely no one worth hiring, he'd decided to indulge in some window shopping. He paused outside a jewelry store and wandered in. "Good evening, sir," said a young woman behind the counter, smiling as she took in his tailored suit and easy confidence. "Looking for anything in particular tonight?" "Just browsing," Roberts replied, returning the smile. "Maybe a watch. Something refined. Something that makes me look like I know what I'm doing." "Oh, I'm sure we have something that fits you perfectly," she said, pulling out a tray of sleek, polished timepieces. Her voice had that smooth, professional warmth of someone who'd practiced charm like an art form. Roberts picked up a watch, understated, platinum finish, mechanical movement, and tried it on. It looked good. Too good. "That really suits you," the woman said, genuinely impressed. "Yeah," he said, admiring it under the light. "I think it does. Trouble is, I never buy anything on impulse. Last time I did, I wound up with a coffee maker that sings show tunes." She laughed politely. "That sounds unique." "Exactly the problem," he said, jotting something in his notepad. "But I'll be back. I like this one. I'd rather buy it from you anyway." "Oh, I'll be here until 10, she said, a little more eagerly than she meant to. "Good to know." Roberts gave her a friendly wink before heading out. She watched him leave, half amused, half disappointed. Charming guy. Probably trouble. Roberts continued his stroll, making a few more notes. Silk suits, cufflinks, even a ridiculous cashmere coat that cost more than a shuttle. His list looked less like a shopping plan and more like reconnaissance. The man wasn't buying souvenirs, he was casing the place. He checked the time, smirked at the irony, and ducked into one of the clubs lining the promenade. Leaning on the bar was Gloria, black dress, silver accents, every inch of her calculated. She caught his reflection in the mirror before he even spoke. "Hello, gorgeous," Roberts said with mock charm. "Can I buy you a drink, or are you too rich for gin?" "How could any woman refuse an offer like that?" Gloria said, smiling with her eyes but not her mouth. He ordered 2 drinks, a gin and tonic for himself, a Manhattan for her. He slid the glass across. "Oh, my favorite. How'd you guess?" "Lucky intuition," he said. "So," he leaned in, voice lower, "how's the fishing?" "Well," she started, smiling coyly, before her eyes flicked past him. A uniformed officer approached, all clean lines and jealousy. "This guy bothering you?" he demanded. "Oh, no," Gloria said sweetly. "He was just being polite." She plucked the cherry from her drink and bit into it slowly. "You got us a table, honey." The officer nodded stiffly. Gloria shot Roberts a smug grin as she let herself be escorted away. Roberts sighed. "Why do I even bother?" "I know the feeling," said a voice behind him. He turned. A brunette sat hunched over the bar, nursing a half-empty glass pressed against a bruised eye. "Damn," Roberts said, amused. "You try to buy someone a drink, too?" "Nope," she said with a raspy laugh. "One of Counselor Morgan's goons didn't like my questions." Roberts raised an eyebrow. "Let me guess, journalist?" "Helena Sterling," she said, offering her hand. "Investigative, freelance, and apparently indestructible." Paul Roberts, he replied, shaking it. Professional scoundrel. Nice to meet you, professional scoundrel. You wouldn't happen to have a spare camera, would you? Sorry. Left mine in my other morally questionable jacket. She snorted, then winced at the pain. They took my camera. Took my credits, too. I can't even afford to get drunk properly. Well, Roberts said, flagging the bartender, that at least I can fix. Wow, that's actually interesting, Gloria said, tilting her head with mock fascination as she sat across from the officer in a candlelit restaurant. So you really work on the bridge? Like an actual starship bridge? Well, not the helm exactly, the man said proudly. But I do manage the communications array and oversee the night watch. Wow, Gloria said, dragging the word out just long enough to sound convincingly vapid. So, are there big windows? Like in the movies? He laughed. Actually, bridges don't have windows. They don't. Then how do you see? He grinned, flattered by her ignorance. Cameras and sensors, mostly. She smiled, sipping her drink. One wrong word and he'll tell me his service code, she thought. Every time he got a detail wrong about his own ship, she took another small sip. By the fifth, she was half drunk on laughter. Meanwhile, back at the bar. And then, Helena said, security hauls me off, takes my gear, and reads me the riot act. Roberts chuckled. You're lucky they didn't toss you out an airlock. Oh, I gave them my best daddy's gonna cut my allowance face, she said. They backed right off. Slick, Roberts said, genuinely impressed. Not bad for a day's work. Hey, I've talked my way out of worse, she said, tipping her glass toward him. And you? What's your scam? Freelance problem solving, Roberts said vaguely. Sometimes the problems don't know they need solving yet. She gave him a long, skeptical look. You talk like a rich kid trying to sound dangerous. And you talk like a dangerous woman trying to sound broke, he shot back, grinning. Helena blinked, then snorted a laugh. Okay, that's fair. They clinked glasses. As the night rolled on, the drinks flowed freely. Helena's initial guardedness dissolved into passion and outrage. It's the same people, you know, she said, gesturing wildly with her glass. The same smug bastards who screwed up the planet. The ones who made the war happen, and now they're getting rich off the cleanup. Sounds about right, Robert said, his grin fading slightly. Some things never change. They get away with everything, she went on, leaning closer. They did it 100 years ago. They did it during the war, and they're still doing it now. And everyone just lets them. You'd be surprised how short memories get when the drinks are good, Robert said. And how long grudges last when they're not. Helena stared into her glass for a moment. You really get it, huh? Probably too well, he said softly. Her anger softened into a weary smile. You know I could almost trust you. Almost, he teased. She pointed a finger at him. That's the trick. Keep almost where it belongs. He raised his glass. To almost trusting people. To almost, she agreed, clinking it. Across the ship, Gloria laughed sweetly as her dinner companion handed her his officer's badge to show her what it looks like. She smiled, scanning it discreetly with the bracelet hidden beneath her sleeve. Data packet secured. Leaving so soon, she purred as he started to rise. I, have to report for shift, he stammered. She smiled, leaning in close. Then I suppose I'll just have to wait for you, won't I? His face turned bright red as he left in a daze. Gloria smirked, tucking the scanner away. Men, she thought. They make espionage almost too easy. Back at the bar, Helena's words were starting to slur. You know what really burns me up? She said, staring at the floor. I was right. I was chasing this story for years. All the corruption, the war profiteers. And then some hacker blows it all open overnight. Everything I worked for just dumped online. I should have felt vindicated, but all I felt was tired. Robert smiled sympathetically. Sometimes you dig a tunnel for years and someone else drops in through the ceiling. That's exactly it, she said, laughing bitterly. I worked myself into the ground for the truth, and some punk with a keyboard stole the thunder. Hey, Robert said gently. You still went after it when everyone else was scared to. That counts for something. Helena looked at him for a long moment, then snorted. You're dangerous, Roberts. You say nice things and you almost make me believe them. Almost, he said again. She grinned. You catch on fast. Her voice grew soft. You ever feel like the universe keeps giving you the same test over and over just to see when you'll finally give up? He tilted his glass toward her. Every day. They drank to that. Then she looked at him, tired but smiling. You know what? Your trouble. Let's get out of here. The next morning, light spilled through the cabin blinds, cutting neat golden lines across the room. Helena groaned and rolled over. Her head was pounding, her mouth dry. She blinked at the unfamiliar ceiling, and then at the man sitting in an armchair across from her, reading a digital tablet like it was a lazy Sunday. Good morning, sunshine, Robert said cheerfully. You survived. Oh no, she muttered, clutching her forehead. I died, and this is my punishment. Robert set down the tablet and lifted a small tray from the minibar. Breakfast of champions, he said, handing her a glass of water and a small pastry. Helena squinted at it suspiciously. What's the catch? No catch, he said, smirking, unless you count hydration as charity. She sat up, the blanket slipping slightly. Don't tell me You didn't, Robert said quickly. Not unless you count your dramatic reenactment of a collapsing satellite. Helena exhaled in relief. Thank the stars. You did, however, Roberts added, grinning, decide my couch was the safest place to fight gravity for a few hours. Helena flopped back with a groan. So basically I embarrassed myself in new and exciting ways. Repeatedly, he said. It was impressive. Later, after she'd cleaned up and accepted coffee as a form of salvation, Helena appeared from the small cabin washroom wearing one of Roberts's oversized shirts, sleeves rolled to her elbows. I'm going to need to burn this, she said flatly. Laundry bag's already out, Roberts said. I took the liberty of throwing your dress in there too. She glanced at him. You're disturbingly efficient. I'm a professional, he said with a grin. Besides, you left it in distress. She rolled her eyes. Ha! Ha! By the time they reached the promenade, Helena had embraced her fate, walking confidently in the borrowed shirt and a borrowed sense of humor. Good morning. Lovely day, she said to a group of passengers who stared at her in amused horror. Good morning to you too, Roberts said, barely hiding his laughter as he followed behind. You're enjoying this way too much. Oh, absolutely, she said. If I have to be a walking cautionary tale, I might as well do it with style. They passed a small child who tugged at his mother's hand. Mommy, why is that lady wearing pajamas outside? Because she's free, Helena said, grinning. The mother hurried the child away. Roberts nearly doubled over laughing. Helena turned to him and whispered, This is officially the best morning I've had in months. Later the two of them sat at a quiet breakfast table by the observation window. The white star drifted past a nebula, a soft pink hue washing across their plates. I don't get you, Helena said suddenly, staring at him over her coffee. That's because you passed out halfway through our deep philosophical debate, Robert said lightly. No, I mean it, she said, smirking. You don't move like a trust fund brat. You move like someone who's been trained to watch everything. Maybe I'm just observant, he said, stirring his coffee. Or maybe you're hiding something, she countered. Wouldn't be much fun if I weren't. She leaned forward, studying him. Were you military? Roberts raised an eyebrow. Do I look like the type? Yes, she said without hesitation, but not the regulation kind. You have that, she gestured vaguely, I know exactly where every exit is vibe. He laughed softly. I played lacrosse. Uh-huh, and I'm the Queen of Mars. He smiled but said nothing. After a moment, she set down her cup. You know, you're impossible to read. That's either really attractive or really annoying. Why choose? Robert said. Helena sighed. Fine. You win. Tell you what, Robert said, standing. We both got a few days before docking. You hang around with me, try to figure me out. If you can, I'll tell you the truth. Deal. You're baiting me, she said. Absolutely, he said, grinning. But I'm good company. She hesitated, then smiled. You are that. All right, Roberts. Deal. They shook hands, and just like that, two broken cynics had found something neither of them expected. A partnership built on curiosity, caffeine, and the shared suspicion that trouble was about to find them. Tales from the Terran Republic, the point of no return. Roberts was relaxing in a hot tub when Gloria slid in.
So where's your little pet? Gloria asked, grinning.
She's changing into her new swimsuit, Robert said with a laugh. She has been staring at the pool without a suit for days. I hooked her up.
So she's your dress-up doll too? Gloria chuckled.
Hey, Roberts laughed. She just needed a swimsuit. That's all. Gloria just rolled her eyes. As a reminder, we are the ones who are doing the playing. We aren't here to get played, especially by some porky slut. Robert's eyes flashed with annoyance.
Ooh!
Hit a nerve there? Gloria laughed. Never mind, Roberts grumbled.
So I take it you aren't just here to show off your scrawny ass and to be a pain in mine?
Yeah, Gloria said. Our evening meetings need to be rescheduled.
My little piggy's shift ends in the afternoon and you, she said, looking at him disapprovingly, have that little slice of bacon glued to your hip 24/7.
That little slice of bacon just happens to be an investigative reporter who has been on the ship for days.
She has a lot of useful information.
Sure thing, killer, Gloria snickered. Whatever you say.
Oh, while we have a minute, I got a letter from Aunt Sheila.
Everything's a go. They will be here in 7 days. That long? She wants Morgan to go down on a Sunday. Poetic. I like it, Robert said, nodding in approval. So for us, say a visual check-in around noon on the promenade and anything important via encrypted email. Jesse's encryption is better than mil-spec and nothing will be happening till Sunday. Works for me. Oh, look, your fuck toy is here, Gloria said with a smirk. Helena was striding along the walkway leading to the pools, feeling pretty damn sexy in her new bathing suit. It was a one-piece, but it showed her off very nicely. She looked around and saw Roberts and that same flaxen slut, who always seemed to be sniffing around alone in one of the hot tubs. She was leaning in far too closely for comfort. Cannonball! And she yelled as she ran up and jumped into the hot tub, being sure to douse that little tramp. She then planted a big wet kiss on Roberts, wrapping her arms around him while looking at the flaxen bimbo triumphantly. Why, hello there, Gloria said pleasantly, and then glanced at Roberts with a little smirk.
Oh, what happened to your eye? She asked Helena as she made a big show of looking suspiciously at Roberts.
Oh, I just fell into a door, Helena said, immediately realizing how that sounded.
Shit. No, seriously, I got...
Well, I'd best be moving along, Gloria said, glaring very convincing daggers at Roberts as she got out of the hot tub.
Pig!
She spat at him as she walked off, grinning as soon as her face was turned away from Helena.
It wasn't like that, you flaxens,
Helena yelled as she stood up. Who cares what some flaxen bitch thinks anyway? Screw her. Roberts laughed as he pulled her back into the hot tub. Grr, Helena grumbled. I don't like her. Why? You don't even know her. Maybe not, but I know trouble when I see it, and that slut is trouble with a capital T. Sure you aren't jealous? Roberts asked, pinching her playfully. I'll show you jealous, Helena yelled as she started to splash and tickle Roberts in response. I give. Okay, Logan, Sheila said, holding a tablet. I'll transport squads 1 through 6. You handle squads 7 through 11. You got it, boss, Logan said, giving her bottom a pat. So how do you know where the White Star is anyway? That's something they don't exactly throw out there. We compromised Axion lines a while back, Sheila said proudly. All we had to do was log in and look. Slick, Logan replied. How did you pull that off? You've been asking a lot more questions than usual, Sheila said, looking at him curiously. What's up with that? You usually just want to know the bare minimum, and now you are... actually trying to learn something? Exactly, that's not like you. Well, maybe I'm tired of being a 2-bit operator and want to make a real score, Logan said. Ambition? You? Sheila said, laughing. Hey, I'm not going to be young and beautiful forever, baby girl. I need to start thinking about the future. Who are you, and what could you do with Logan? Sheila laughed. Good to see you are actually thinking with the other head for once, she smiled. I guess I could allow you to enter the Sheila Donovan School of Business. So what do you want to know? So how do you set up an operation like this anyway? It involves something that you truly despise, Sheila said with a chuckle. A lot of boring, good old-fashioned hard work. Ugh, I was afraid you would say something like that, Logan laughed. So seriously, how do you do something like this? I'm busy right now getting everything moving, Sheila said while she looked at her tablet and frowned. Tell you what, tonight, before we do our thing, I will start to clue you in. Let you know how we set this baby up. Sheila looked at him and grinned. It's a lot of boring detail work. Intelligence gathering, planning, budgeting, resource allocation, shit like that. I can't wait,
Logan said sarcastically. But yeah, I want to know how you bring in the big bucks. Okay, Shelia said, looking at him approvingly. I guess even you have to grow up sometime. All right, we get started tonight. Great, Logan said enthusiastically as he walked off. Shelia took a moment to admire the view as he left. On Terra, Toby knocked on John Wintersmith's hospital door and entered. Hey, Toby, John said. Love that eye. Yes, Toby said, flexing a metallic robotic eye stalk. I'm quite pleased with it. Should have gotten one blown off sooner. Upgrades? Yes, sir, quite a few, Toby said with a smile. I had them pack as much in here as would fit. That should come in handy. Does it have a plug-in for your toy gun? As much as I dislike to admit it, the Juan Harbinger is a super... You shut your whore mouth, John laughed, waving his new metallic cybernetic arm emphatically. I see that you have taken to your new prosthetic, sir? Yeah, it's pretty nice, John said, flexing the gray polymer-covered fingers. I've had to switch to old Lefty for my fapping needs, but other than that, I like it. Too much information, sir, Toby laughed. And how is the back? Fortunately, the spine is intact, mostly. I won't need any cybernetics back there, but the bone and tissue regrowth is going to take a few more weeks. That bitch shredded my ass pretty good, but they say I'll have a full recovery without implants. Good news, sir, Toby said with a sigh of relief. You looked pretty bad when we scraped you off the street. Toby paused. I've come by to bid you farewell. I'm heading out today to return to my duties. Are you sure you want to do that? I'll only be a couple of weeks. We could return together. One of us needs to return as soon as possible, Toby replied. I do not like the thought of Patricia Hu running around my embassy unsupervised. Be careful, Toby, John said. That woman is dangerous. All the more reason for me to return. Watch your back. I will be there as soon as I can. You're a professional athlete, Helena said to Roberts as they left a comedy show. Nope. I know. Federation intelligence. Hell no, Roberts laughed. Helena looked around and then leaned and whispered, Terran intelligence? Roberts just laughed some more. If I was intelligence of any sort, would I be hanging around with one of the few people on this ship who could blow my cover? Helena pondered. Well, I know you were military. And just how do you know that? Each time I mention it, you stiffen up just a little bit. Not much, but it's there. Damn, Roberts said, concealing his concern. You should play poker instead of writing a bogus advice column. Okay, you got me. I did serve in the military at one time. Which branch? You tell me. Come on, give me at least a little to work with here, Helena said as she swatted him playfully. You're the investigative reporter, Roberts laughed, so figure it out. Roberts paused in front of an art gallery, walked inside and started to examine the merchandise. He paused in front of a small glass figurine, pulled out his notebook, and jotted down its location. And why do you do that? Do what? Roberts asked as he started to put away his notebook. You write it down when you see something that you like, Helena said, grabbing for the notebook. Roberts quickly put it in his jacket before she could get to it. What's up with that? Oh, no big deal, Roberts said. I see something that I like, and I write it down for later. That's not how rich people do it, Helena said, looking at him oddly. They see it. They buy it. That's not how I do it. Helena mused. She then looked at the figurine. Holy shit, she exclaimed. They want that fucking much for a little glass duck? It's very, very old and worth every bit of that, Roberts replied. What the hell are you going to do with it? If I manage to grab it, I will give it to a friend. She has a collection of these. A friend? Helena asked, trying to make it sound nonchalant. Like a wife or girlfriend sort of friend? She asked, more than a little annoyed with herself. It mattered far too much to her for her comfort. You just met the guy, she reminded herself. No, just a professional associate. She likes antique glass, and I thought it would be a nice thought. One hell of a nice thought, Helena said halfway to herself. If I managed to grab it? What the hell does that mean? She thought to herself. God, I hate these porky scum! Helena grumbled over lunch and then glared at a couple who was staring at her in disapproval. Got something to say? They looked away quickly and left shortly thereafter. Slow your roll, Che, Roberts laughed. You are on the Porky Express here. You are going to get us into... And here it comes, Roberts said as a man in a ship's uniform appeared. Excuse me, the man said, looking at Helena with disapproval. We have been receiving complaints concerning your behavior on this cruise. Yeah, so? I'm a paying customer, so bite me. That may be the case, but there are limits to what is considered. We are terribly sorry, Robert said discreetly, slipping the man a 1,000 credit poker chip. We will be more careful in the future. Oh, well, thank you, the man said happily, pocketing the chip. Everyone has their opinions, but please do take care not to upset the other passengers. With that, he calmly walked away. Why did you do that? Helena asked in annoyance. What? Why did you pay that asshat off? Because I would like to enjoy your company a bit longer, Robert said with a shrug. That happened to be the head of ship security. He can toss your ass off this barge, and he wasn't dropping by to ask you nicely. He meant business, so I conducted some. It's amazing what a few credits can do for someone's patience. Spoken like true porky scum. Well, it worked, didn't it? Gah! It always works! That's the problem, Helena fumed. These assholes, the same ones that— Shh, Roberts laughed. I can only throw so many poker chips before they stop working. The same ones, she hissed a bit more quietly. The same ones. She was cut short by a breadstick bouncing off of her head. I have a whole basket of these, and I'm not afraid to use them, Roberts laughed. Yes, we've covered this before, more than once. It's the same scum. No argument here. Oh, they think they are so perfect, she hissed, glaring around the dining room. The shit they get away with, and nobody ever makes them pay for it. God! Do you know they have a whole fucking bank hidden on this ship? Nothing but numbered bank accounts. Creators know how much dirty money is hidden on this ship, not to mention all of the shit that is hidden in safety deposit boxes. They say there is even a vault here holding all sorts of shit that was stolen from Earth back in the day. That might not be the brightest idea, Robert said with a grin. Those numbered bank accounts aren't like normal accounts. In a normal account, the credits are stored in the whole system. In one of those fancy numbered accounts, the actual credits are encoded directly into the drives. If something were to happen to this ship or those drives, the credits would just disappear. Those bank drives are just like loading a few credits onto a crystal or a card. Lose it and they are gone. Ha, wouldn't that be nice? Helena said with a big smile on her face. Oh, the squeals of lamentation. I would fucking love that. Roberts just smiled at her. Who knows, every now and then the hammer falls on the right people. How can you say shit like that with a straight face? She snarled. Porky scum gets away with the same shit every day, every year, every decade, every century, and the same poor saps get screwed. Figuratively, if you are lucky. Did you know about the human trafficking taking place here? No, Robert said, raising an eyebrow. Well, there is this lovely spot called Bruce's Emporium, just off of this golden promenade where the sex workers aren't exactly there of their own free will. Well, that's definitely some bad karma there, Robert said calmly. Perhaps it will catch up with them one day. Yeah, well, I'm going to write up an article all about it when I get back, but it won't do a damn bit of good. I got no proof, no camera, nothing, she grumbled. Even my tinfoil hat-wearing faithful won't care. They will just laugh because the victims are Terran. Terran? Roberts asked icily. Yeah, it's sort of their whole thing. Some assholes go on this cruise just to go there, Helena snarled and hit the table. Even if I manage to break the story, which I won't be able to. Most people would just laugh. Fuck. I would probably just wind up giving them free advertising. She looked up at Roberts helplessly. And this is why there will never be peace. We aren't human beings anymore. We are either Terran or Federation. I'm sick of it. We start a bullshit war because some porky scumbags want their toys back. We knife the Republic in the back after they and the Empire stopped the Collective from killing all of us. The Republic gets pissed, and rightfully so. Then they go on a tour of porky planets and blast us back to the Stone Age. I went back to my hometown and it's gone. Like I mean gone. She looked up from her rant. Sorry, you probably went through the same thing. Yeah, Robert said as he cut into his steak. When I came back, everything was ash. There was nothing left. Hardly anyone survived. It was dumb luck I wasn't there when we got hit. Oh, Jesus, you were in the military, weren't you? Helena said as she reached out and took his hand. Fuck! Here I was about to cry into my cheeseburger over how they burned the college library and you— She looked at him with genuine sympathy and pain in her eyes. Hey, Robert said calmly, it was war. People die in those, you know. He shrugged and drained his beer. Helena looked at him helplessly. Shit, she thought. She really put her foot in it this time. Fuck. You are right, though, Robert said quietly. It is like we are two different species now, and I think that's how it's going to be from here on out. Despite everything, he continued, if I were promised another Terran Federation war, I would drop my business, my wealth, and go right back in just for the chance to— Well, I guess it doesn't matter, Robert said with a faint snarl. There isn't going to be another war, not for a long time.
You would go back?
In a second. We would go out of business overnight.
We?
Shit, Roberts thought to himself.
Yeah, a lot of people that I work with were also in the military. Different branches and stuff.
It's why we work so well together, he said as nonchalantly as he could.
I think almost all of us would go back into service, or at least try to if we could have another shot at them. He looked over at Helena sadly.
Hate, rage, grief. They are more powerful than a lot of people, myself included, and will twist you up, ruining anything that was ever good about you. You can try to move on, tell yourself that what's done is done, but deep down, no. You don't get to choose when it is over, no matter how badly you want to.
Well, what does? Helena asked. What does choose when it's over?
I'll let you know when I find out.
Damn!
Helena looked at herself in the mirror as she shook her head. How could she have been so stupid? Fuck! Take a nice day and just flush it down the toilet. Hell, he probably won't even want to talk to me anymore, she thought. Lunch went downhill after her little foot-in-the-mouth incident. Even a real, like from a moo cow cheeseburger tasted like shit, and she didn't know what to say, what to do. She wanted to scream. He was hurting so fucking bad, and for the life of her, she just didn't know what to do. She wanted to hug him, shake him, tell him that it was over and that he made it, and that he was still a good person. But every single line she, the self-proclaimed queen of bullshit, could come up with was, well, bullshit. So she ran. She mumbled something about needing to write on her story about human trafficking, but it was pretty clear that she just bailed. He didn't really try to stop her either. The best guy she has met in a long time, possibly ever, and she just split. I wonder how many times someone has done that to him, she asked herself. Maybe that's why he didn't say much, just looked at her with those damaged eyes. She was going to fix this. She marched towards the door, but as soon as her hand touched the latch, she just froze. What was she going to say? Maybe give it a few hours, she thought to herself. Maybe we'll meet for dinner and we will be back to throwing breadsticks and bribing the cops. Yeah, right. She pulled out her battered laptop and opened up her notes on Bruce's Emporium and just looked at them hopelessly. Then she blinked and looked off into space for a little bit. Trafficking of Terrans wouldn't mean anything without context. Her thoughts drifted towards Roberts as she sat there looking off into space, her mind drifting. How many veterans of the Terran War did she interview, completely missing the point? She, like just about every other word-slinger out there, wrote countless articles about the horrors of the war and gave lip service to the service members of the Federation's military, human or otherwise, mostly human. But it was never more than just so much drum-beating and confetti-throwing. It didn't mean shit. It completely missed the point. She couldn't fix a goddamn thing, but by God she could report it. She opened a new document with a one-word heading. Hate! She started to type. Roberts was leaning against the railing, staring at one of the fountains. Real smooth, he thought to himself. Scare off someone actually worth a fuck and damn near give away the whole operation. I'm a fucking idiot. Probably for the best, he thought to himself. She was wonderful, damn near perfect, but then what? A few more days of being happier than he had been in a long time then. Surprise. I'm a Terran monster! Watch as we murder a whole shitload of porkies just like you! Hey, after I'm finished with the slaughter, how about we go smash in some jewelry cases and raid the fridge? Idiot. Trouble in paradise, killer? Gloria said as she leaned against the railing next to him. Nothing I can't handle. You sure about that? Gloria asked, looking him in the eyes. I wasn't going to say anything, but I don't like what I'm seeing. You okay? Your head screwed on, right? We can't fuck this one up. We won't even have a chance to warn them if we do. We fuck up and everyone goes down. I think you are the last person to talk to me about professionalism. Exactly what is that supposed to mean? Gloria asked with a cold gleam in her eyes. Nothing. Sorry, you are right. I'm just in a piss-poor mood. Well, unpiss-poor your ass, killer. This isn't like you. Come on, what's wrong? Seriously, you can tell me, and if you say nothing, I'm going to throw you over the railing. Just sick of the waiting. I want this one done already. You sick of abusing the expense account? You feeling okay? Want me to take your temperature? Gloria said as she elbowed him. You do, don't you? A little prostate exam, maybe? Eh? Eh? She laughed as she elbowed him repeatedly. Robert started to snicker. Keep your grease-covered hands to yourself. He laughed as Gloria gave him a quick shake. Look, my little piggy gets off work in just a little bit, but if you are in trouble... No, Robert said firmly. I'll survive. Do what you gotta do. I'll be fine. We have a mission. I'll just be a lot happier once the bullets start flying. For once. I kill a few porkies and everything will be back to normal. Good, Gloria said, the concern not entirely gone from her voice. That's what I like to hear. Listen, these inside jobs can get a little weird sometimes. Just don't do anything stupid, okay? I won't. You guys and the mission come first, as always. A fifth of bourbon and one of these high-dollar escorts and I'll be right as rain, Robert said with a grim smile. Oh, speaking of escorts, my little fuck toy, he said unsuccessfully, trying to convince himself that it was all that Helena was to him, came across with some very interesting information. Sounds like one of your jobs will be called for. Oh? Gloria asked with a vicious curl of her lips. Do tell. As they casually chatted, an elderly woman, the same one who gave Helena that high five, idly watched them from a cafe across the promenade. She said to herself, this looks interesting. Helena was on fire. She was writing, finally really writing. She was writing something real, something besides barely substantiated conspiracy theories and rants about porky scum, something besides make-believe dating advice. It felt good, really good. It was like she was back, finally back, and she never even knew that she had left. It was still a rough draft, and some research needed to add it here and there, but what she had on the page was something good, something real. And perhaps even more importantly, it was something that she could show to Roberts, to Paul. She could show him that she understood. Maybe, just maybe, her writing could communicate what her clumsy, stammering spoken words failed to do. Some of it was about him, after all. A lot of it was, actually. She couldn't wait to show it to him over dinner. She looked at the clock. Fuck, she said to herself. It was after midnight. She smiled. It had been quite a while since she did that. Lost track of time. Maybe he is still awake, she thought eagerly. Fuck it. I'll just wake him up. She grabbed her laptop, jumped up, and ran to the door. So I'm just going to sit here and look pretty then? A redhead said as she lounged on Robert's bed. I paid for the night, no sense in rushing, Robert said as he poured both of them drinks. Besides, I heard a nasty rumor that not all of the escorts here are, consensual. You are talking about that fucker Bruce, the escort said with a sour expression. Yeah, real piece of work there. A lot of us would love to put a blaster bolt through him. So why don't you? Oh, I don't know. Something about an airlock, maybe, the escort said and then smiled. However, I can assure you that I am fully independent. Good to know. I'll let you know if I change my mind, Robert said as he brought her a drink. So, the escort said a little confused, if you aren't planning on utilizing my services, then why exactly am I here? Well... Roberts was interrupted by loud, rapid knocking on his door. One moment, he said as he answered it. Sorry I was gone for so long, Helena trailed off into silence when she realized he wasn't alone. Shit, sorry, she stammered. Yes? Roberts asked with a polite smile, managing to keep his cool. Idiot, I'm such a fucking idiot, Helena stammered as she ran off. Roberts shut the door, then leaned his back against it and closed his eyes. Oh, I see, the escort said as she looked at his face. Classy. I did her a favor, Roberts said as he downed his drink. He turned to the escort. So fully independent, huh? Back on Saraland 2. Shelia stepped up to a podium and spoke into a microphone. All right, assorted lifeforms, we are now at the point of no return. If anyone suddenly feels the need for that 10,000 credit vacation, now is the time. She paused for a moment and then smiled. Great! Good to see that greed has clouded your good sense. Laughter and clicking filled the hall. Load up your shit. Double-check your gear. And most importantly, everybody go now because once we are in the car, we aren't stopping. There was more laughter. Once the Zoosh were filled in on the joke, clicking and buzzing ensued. Okay, everyone, Shelia shouted. Let's go to the White Star. Tales from the Terran Republic. A raging case of the Porkies. Roberts looked up at the ceiling of his stateroom with the escort, Chalya, curled up against him. The look in Helena's eyes still burned in his memory. It wasn't the first pair of hurt, betrayed eyes that he had looked into, not by a long shot, but this time it was different. This sucked. Everything sucked. He wished that it was Helena next to him, but he had taken care of that, didn't he? God, he wanted this whole nightmare to be over. It was still far too many days before he could finally get out of this trap. Too many days before he could lose himself in violence and greed. Too many days before a lot of poor innocent bastards get snuffed out before they even have the chance to realize they are fucked. Whoa, where the hell did that come from? He got up and went to the bathroom, splashed some water on his face, and looked in the mirror. These are porkies. They deserve this, he thought as he stared into his worn, haggard face. This is war. A war that they started. Yeah, but Helena didn't start shit, and she is going to be right in the middle of this. How many other Helenas are on this ship, and how many of them are going to die? Badly. Roberts walked to the minibar and poured himself a stiff drink. He sat in a chair and sipped his gin and tonic. It's too late, he muttered. The mission has already started. He downed the drink and poured another. It's a good target. He took a deep breath. It's like Gloria said, these inside jobs do get a little weird. Once this bullshit is over, everything will be back to normal. It wasn't like him to get all soft and sentimental over a little collateral damage, especially porky collateral damage. If you asked him last week, he would have told you that there was no such thing as collateral damage as far as porkies are concerned. Get your shit together, Roberts, he said quietly to himself. Helena was just a fling. This was a good target. Porky's dying is a good thing. The mission is everything. The mission is everything. He nodded with clenched teeth. That's right, Roberts. You are on a mission. Your team's lives are at stake. What's more important, your team or some bitch you just met? He swirled the gin in his glass, watching the dim light reflect off of it and the ice, and nodded. Remember the mission. He smiled and took a drink. This ain't nothing but a thing, he thought with a grim smile. Helena was a beautiful dream, nothing more. In another life, another galaxy, maybe things would be different, but right here, right now, he had a job to do. It was a job that he was very, very good at. He walked over to the wardrobe and retrieved his tablet. He returned to his drink, and just as he unlocked his device in order to review ship's schematics, a quiet beep issued from his ship's communicator. Wondering if it was the message from Gloria, he accessed the message only to find out that it was from Helena. I should just delete it. His finger hovered over the message. Don't, he told himself as he opened the message despite himself. Hey, Paul, I don't really know what's going on, but it's pretty clear you don't want me around anymore. I don't know what I said or what I did, but it looks like I screwed things up. I do that. All I really know is that you are hurting. I wish that I could somehow help, that I could hug you and just make it all go away, but I can't. I know I haven't known you long, but I really care for you, Paul. I really do. There, I said it. I kind of fell for you, you know. It's stupid, but I did. Just know that I'm here for you if you want me to be. It doesn't look like you do, so don't worry. I'm not going to go chasing you all over the ship like a lovelorn puppy, even if I feel that way. Like I said, it's stupid, and I know it is, but that's just how I feel. I'm writing something based on what we've talked about and other shit that I was working on. It's an article that I am going to post whenever I get back to the real world. I would really like for you to read it. I'm not sure why, but I feel that it's really important that you do. Attachment, hate. Roberts paused for a moment, his finger hovering over the attachment. He should just delete the message. He knew that. Still, God damn it, he muttered to himself as he opened the attachment and read it. On the paper tiger, Shelia was walking through the cargo bay, checking up on the squads and making sure that everything was going okay. She walked up to Jack Kulsha, who was pouring himself a cup of tea. Hey, Jack Kulsha, right? She asked. Yeah? Jack Kulsha said, trying to look like he was standing up straight with his hands behind his back like her people did when she was talking business. You're the leader of a Squad 6, aren't you? I ain't nobody's boss, but I'm in Squad 6, yeah. Well, you might want to talk to your guys then, Shelia laughed. I asked who was in charge and they pointed me your way. Ugh, why do they always do that? Jack Kulsha buzzed in annoyance. Okay, yeah, when the shit goes down I do the yellin', but that's about as far as it goes. Ain't nobody in charge of those animals most days. I feel you, dude, Shelia laughed. I know that feeling all too well, trust me. She slapped him on his shell. Well, I just wanted to say that I've heard good things about you rock-eaters. Yeah, Jack Kulsha said happily. Yeah, Shelia replied. Top scores across the board and the other Zoosh squads, and at least one non-Zoosh team look up to you guys. You did a lot of above and beyond shit during the training, and I wanted to tell you that it didn't go unnoticed. You do a good job on this gig, and we will definitely be talking afterwards. Yeah? Okay, Jack Kulsha said beside himself with happiness. Don't worry, we'll cover our zones and whatever else you need. I don't doubt that for a second. Greg walked up and interrupted them. Hey, Shelia, can I talk to you for a little bit? In private? Greg said uncomfortably. Sure, step into my office. Sorry, Jack. Looks like I gotta take care of some shit. So sure, Jack Shah said, snapping to a rough approximation of attention. Shelia gave his shell another swat and walked off with Greg. Holy shit, Jack Shah said happily. Hey guys, guess what? He clicked excitedly as he ran back to his team. Okay, Greg, what's up? Shelia said after she closed the door to her quarters. Look, I didn't want to say anything, but I don't like Logan. You never like Logan, she laughed. No, I mean this time in particular. He's acting strange. Normally he just sits around and gets drunk or stoned and wanders around you trying to cop a feel. This time he, well, was actually interested in what was going on. Exactly, and then some. He was snooping around a lot. A bit unusual, don't you think? I asked him about it, and it turns out that he just wants to actually make something of himself. Finally. Did you just listen to yourself? Logan? Wanting to make something of himself? Logan? I see your point, Shelia laughed. So, when you asked Jessie to put him through the ringer behind my back, did she find anything? That little rat? She didn't tell me shit. I just know you, dude. So find anything interesting? Not a goddamn thing. So you just don't like him like usual? It was something in his eyes. I don't like it. Got a bad feeling. Look, he's fine. He was all questions for once, but it was pretty innocent shit. He won't be a problem. I'm certain of it. Shelia, I love you, and you have one of the finest brains I have ever encountered. But your twat is really fucking retarded. I'm telling you, we might have a real problem here. While I'm certain you are wrong about this, I am even more certain of something else. Ignoring your NCOs is a great way to get you and your entire team dead. Shelia grumbled, and then pinching the bridge of her nose, she said, Okay, Sergeant Major. Let's say, for the sake of argument, he's a rat. How do we find out for sure, and what do we do about it if he is? Helena stood in front of a vending machine looking at the various meager offerings. She sighed and selected a cup of instant noodles. At least those would fill her stomach until supper. She found a nice spot near the fountains and sat down with her laptop. She fucked everything up, but at least she had something to write about. Art is suffering, right? She chuckled to herself as she grabbed a forkful of noodles. She started to type a bit as she ate. Not much of a breakfast, an old voice said behind her. Oh, hey, high five, lady. How they hanging? Very, very low these days, dear, the woman laughed. She pointed at a chair next to Helena. Do you mind? Sure. Suit yourself, Helena replied. The elderly woman sat down next to her. So, where's your raider boyfriend? Oh, probably hanging out with my replacement, Helena said glumly. He went and got himself an upgrade. Oh, speak of the devil, she said as she gestured towards Roberts and Chalya as they entered the promenade. Wait, raider? She thought to herself. What was the old bat going on about? Oh, sweetie, he didn't get himself an upgrade. He hired one. What? That darling ginger is Chalya Rask, a long-time resident of this ship and a professional escort. She's a whore? There is a bit of a distinction between an escort like Chalya and a common street whore, but yes, you are essentially correct. That's not like him, I think, Helena thought. Roberts glanced up and they briefly made eye contact. He quickly looked away, but not before Helena saw pain in his eyes. She stifled an instinct to go to him. One thing I have learned through an entirely too long of a life is that one regrets what they don't do much more than what they do most of the time, the woman said, looking into Helena's eyes with a sad smile. Watch my shit, Helena said as she got up and jogged towards Roberts, towards Paul. Roberts saw her approach at a trot. He silently cursed to himself. Unless he did something stupid and attention getting like running away, she was going to reach him in moments. Hell hath no fury incoming, Chalya said moments later as she stepped away. There was no way she was getting anywhere near this garbage fire. Helena ran up to him and wrapped her arms around him, hugging him tightly. Roberts returned the hug, holding on to her as if his life depended on it, for a moment. Then he pushed her gently away. Look, Helena. Paul, you're hurting. I don't know what exactly is going on, but I know pain when I see... You don't know anything, Helena. Bullshit. I know you, Paul, and... A few days together, we fuck a couple of times, and you somehow know me? Yes, goddammit. Don't ask me how, but yes, I do. I don't know what exactly is going on or what exactly you are dealing with, but I know that you are a good person, Paul. You are. She lunged in and hugged him again. It's over, Paul. It's over, and you made it through. You survived. You made it, and you are a good person. Roberts shoved her away roughly. Stop calling me Paul. My name is Roberts, and you don't know a goddamn thing about me. If you did, you would run. There is absolutely nothing good about me. Nothing. Paul died a long time ago. Don't say that. Paul, you... God damn it! Don't call me that, Roberts yelled. Get the fuck away from me and stay the fuck away. There is a launch leaving this ship tomorrow. Be on it! If you do care about me as much as you say that you do, then you will get on that launch and not look back. Paul! Go, Paul shouted and then deflated. Look, just walk away, Helena. Please, just get on the launch and go home. Leave, please. Helena just stood there helplessly for a moment. Roberts, Paul, okay, be in pain. Suffer if that's what you want, but goddammit, you don't have to. You don't have to live this way. Be this way. It's over, Paul. You survived. It can be over if you just want it to be. That's what is so fucked up. It doesn't have to be like this. You don't have to hurt anymore, she said as tears started to fall down her face. It's over. No, it's not. It is not over! It will never be over, but do you know what is over? Roberts asked, narrowing his eyes into angry little slits. We are. You think you know me? You think you know what I've been through, what I've done? You think that you can somehow say it's over. And you are a good person, like they are some magic words that will make everything better. Are you actually that fucking stupid? Just go. With that, Roberts turned his back on Helena and started to walk away. Helena just sobbed and ran off. As soon as she left, Roberts just slumped against the railing, gripping it with a white-knuckled hand. Chalia just stood there, quietly waiting for her client to regain his composure as she smiled. Rebounds were great for business. She did feel bad for that brunette, though. Real heartbreak sucks. Gloria sat at a small cafe across from the whole debacle and scowled as she sipped her coffee. Christ, that was a mess and a fucking public spectacle to boot. All that plus Roberts just slipped up big time. This is not good. She glared at Helena as she ran, sobbing her eyes out while everyone watched her. That little porky-saw cunt, she thought, hurt my friend and fuck with my mission. Looks like there are 2 special jobs on the schedule now. Helena sat at the bar and took another shot. You old bitch, Helena said. That whole you will regret the things you don't do line is fucking bullshit. At least you tried, dear, the old woman said as she motioned the bartender over. Years from now it will make all the difference. Well, right now it fucking sucks. Oh, here's your laptop, the woman said as she slid it over to Helena. I took the liberty of reading what was on your screen, powerful stuff. Yeah, for all the good it did. You wrote it for him? Yes. And no, I just hoped it would get through to him. He probably didn't even read it, and after that, fucking train wreck. It probably wouldn't have made a goddamn difference anyway. Well, sometimes the die is already cast. The timing is probably not the best. Odds are nothing could change things now. Huh? It doesn't matter, the old woman said with a tired smile. Whether or not he read it, people should read this. All of it, the woman said. But you are going to make a lot of the wrong people very unhappy with you if this gets posted, though. Fuck 'em. Assholes like them get away with shit because everyone is either in their pocket or afraid of crossing them. You know what? I'm fucking tired of it. Maybe it's because my career's in shambles, or maybe it's because my heart just got ripped out and stomped on, but I honestly don't give a fuck anymore. Someone has to say shit like this, and I guess that's going to be me. Brave words, but are you really sure? Helena looked straight into the woman's eyes. More sure than I've been about anything in a very long fucking time. We are damaged. Not just people, all of us. All of fucking humanity is damaged, and someone needs to say it. Maybe he's right. Maybe it never will be over, but God damn it. Helena pounded down another shot. God damn it. The old woman patted her hand lightly in sympathy and summoned the barkeep again. Tell me, you were around before Yellowstone? Yes, I was. Were we always like this? Were we always this fucked up? Oh, no, dear, the woman said sadly. No, we weren't. She laughed. You wouldn't even recognize us as human back then. Not even us porky scum you like to yell about. She looked off into the distance and sighed. War, real war, was a distant memory. The vast majority of us, all 25 billion of us, had everything we needed and most, if not all, of what we wanted. Things weren't perfect, of course, but it was nothing like today. We knew peace and real safety, and real freedom from want. She looked over at Helena and laughed. Even when some scandal broke about what you now call porky scum, it was often something so trivial that it would give you the giggles because everyone took it so seriously. No shit? No shit, the old woman then frowned. Maybe that's why we made such terrible mistakes when, you know what, I think I will join you. The old woman called for the bartender who poured her a shot. She tossed it back. Mistakes? Helena asked. Such terrible mistakes, the old woman said as she shook her head. The way Yellowstone was handled. So many mistakes. We weren't prepared, a lot of us, when we got the news. We should have told the public. I should have told the public. Instead, I just dug a hole. You're a shelter baby? Yes, to my eternal shame, I am. She called the bartender over for another round. I wasn't prepared. Fear. I let my cowardice lead me to betray the entire human race. Others, it was their ambition, or their greed, or their lust, or their whatever. She pounded another shot down. Maybe all those centuries of peace and plenty made all of us soft, and those of us at the top, well, we were the softest of them all. We went from the leaders of an enlightened, peaceful society to cowardly, depraved, porky scum in moments betraying everyone. She looked at Helena. Oh, things would have still gone to shit, and anarchy and all the horrors that come with it would probably still have happened, but maybe it could have been at least a little less shitty. One thing I know for certain is, had I tried to do, I don't know, something I would at least be able to sleep at night. At least I could say that I tried, but no. Dug a hole. Wound up a porky, but at least I deserve it. The Terrans have every right to want me dead. The old woman drained her shot glass and called for another one. Oh, feel free to put me in your article. The name's Jocelyn Hernandez. Nice to meet you. Holy shit! You're her? Lucky. I think I would know, dear, Jocelyn laughed. You are definitely not porky scum. I mean shit. You went up against the fucking Morgans. It would be a lot more impressive if I actually won, she laughed. Yeah, but you are still standing. It takes quite a bit to take me out, it seems, Jocelyn said. That is what makes my initial cowardice even more shameful. I could have done something. I did do something, or tried to, but it was already too late. She knocked back another shot. I will tell you my secret, dear, and please put it in your article. Everything I've done, everything, is out of guilt. I've simply tried to atone for the unforgivable, that's all. I'm just a fucking shelter baby who has spent their entire life post-Yellowstone trying to somehow make up for something that I will most certainly burn in hell for. Put that in there, dear. Actually, I have a few more things you can put in there as well. Oh, okay, Helena said, pulling out her laptop. But why now? Why me? Why now? I'm old, tired, and quickly running out of time, it seems. Why you? You are here and are writing something singular. It appeals to my vanity to be memorialized in it. Running out of time? Memorialized? A reporter is asking questions when the Jocelyn Hernandez is offering to spill the real dirt. Take advantage of an old woman and some whiskey and start typing. Boy, do I have some shit to tell you. Roberts was sitting near the fountains watching the water while Chalia sat next to him holding his hand. Sure enough, she got herself an open-ended daily contract out of this with a hefty bonus. She just sat there silently, gently holding his hand. She knew what a client needed, and right now this was it. Easy money. Hey, whore, take 5, a flaxen woman said as she walked up. Excuse me, bitch? Chalia, why don't you take a little break? Roberts said with a little smile. Chalia just got up and, glaring at Gloria, walked off. Quite the scene there, killer. You okay? Gloria asked, genuinely concerned. Well, a shipboard romance hitting a mine is hardly noteworthy. Yeah, but damn, dude. Got something to say? Nah, at least you got rid of the little bitch. Yeah, Robert said, that I did. You actually told her your first name? She asked, and it sort of slipped out. Fuck, that pussy must shoot out rainbows or something. Gloria suddenly fell silent when Roberts glared at her. Okay, then. So, moving on, Roberts said calmly. I take it you have a way onto the bridge? Yeah, that's set. The big problem I have is keeping him from dragging me up there early, Gloria chuckled. That little piggy is ready to go to market. Great, then all I have to do is get arrested Saturday night, Roberts said simply. Actually, the whole little scene Helena made is perfect. Me getting messy drunk over a lost love makes perfect sense. I just get all drunk and trash a bar while yelling her name, and there we go. One stunner later and off to the security office with me to sleep it off. Really stupid of them putting the cells in there, don't you think? Sounds like a plan. You just pretend to sleep it off till morning, and then we hit the security control center and the bridge. The ship will be ours. With a little help from our girl Jessie, of course. Then we little Trojans open the gates? Roberts smiled. And then finally this nightmare will be over. Yeah, you okay? You really don't look good. I'm really worried about you, killer. I'm capable of completing the mission. That's all that matters. That bad? That little cunt. It's not just that, Roberts said quietly. Do you ever get tired of it? The hate? No, I don't get tired of hating mainly because I don't. Don't what? Hate. Don't bother with it. Waste of effort. You don't hate the Federation? The Porkies? Nope, Gloria said matter-of-factly. Since we are getting all touchy-feely, do you know what I actually did during the Federation War? You flew mores, didn't you? Yes and no, Gloria said, looking off into the distance for a moment. Ever hear of Reapers? Aren't they a class of mores? Calling them a class of mores is like calling an AK a paintball gun. They are something else entirely. They were lengthened, had enhanced FTL and cloaks, not to mention a whole lot of classified voodoo stealth and a whole lot of other shit. I can't say how far they can jump, but they can jump and they can carry any warhead or missile in our arsenal. Any of them. Gloria smiled her trademark predatory smile. I had a career as a suicide sled driver measured in years when most don't last months. A lot don't last weeks. When the Reapers started to roll out, I was one of the first in line. They didn't want them to just go poof or worse, get captured. They wanted the best suicide jockeys they had. Anyway, I was a Reaper. Everyone talks about the total ruin that a carrier or a Sovngarde battle group wrecked, but those fast strikes and deep penetration raids that we did don't get a lot of press. Gloria paused and looked at Roberts. See, when the big boys took out a system and went to town, there was warning. Hell, a lot of the time they even broadcast evacuation orders before they went to town. We didn't do that. I would enter a system solo, fully cloaked plus stealth. Fuck, a lot of the time even the missiles were cloaked. We have those, you know, cloaked nukes. I took out cities. No warning. A lot of the time they didn't even know I was there until the nuke went off, and those nukes were big. Yeah, we targeted starports, logistics centers, vital infrastructure, or whatever, but those things, they were in cities or entire cities themselves. I've killed millions of them, Roberts. Millions. Men, women, children. Didn't matter. Nukes don't care. Ever see what a 1-gigaton cobalt bomb does? It isn't pretty. She paused and looked up at Roberts with empty, soulless eyes. Jesus Christ, Roberts whispered. I hated the bugs when we fought them. I hated the Federation at first, but when you start doing shit like that, it makes you think, and during those long, deep penetration raids, I had plenty of time to do it. I'll be honest. The first few times I sent one of those scrub cutters down range and listened to the screams and chaos as I slipped away, it really bothered me, but after a while I realized something. What? Roberts asked, kind of not wanting to know. You don't hate roaches. Well, I don't anyway. Me, I hate people, not animals, not things, people. Cletus, you know that asshole who runs with Dwight's gang? I hate him. If I ever meet him alone in a dark alley, he isn't leaving it. Pierce Lagrange. I hated that little shit. He would call us porkies when I was growing up and then beat my ass when I tried to protect my kid brother from his bullying. He got killed by the bugs, by the way. It made my day when I found out. But when we had those hyper roaches get into the ship, I didn't hate them. Even when they got into my underwear and I had to free bush it for weeks until we could get into a friendly port. Oh, I wanted them dead. They pissed me off, but I didn't hate them. They were just vermin. You kill vermin. You don't hate them. The Federation. Vermin. They are a stain on the galaxy, an infection that needs to be cured, just like the bugs. Porkies? They are just the genetic trash that we sifted out of our bloodlines, and the sooner we can burn that trash, the better. It's not hate, killer. You see some moldy bread, you throw it away. You don't hate it. What's the difference? Roberts asked. What makes them vermin or an infection and not us or the Empire for that matter? Well, I've thought about that too, Gloria said matter-of-factly. The way I see it, the Collective and the Federation, they can't do any wrong. Just ask them. Well, you can't actually ask the bugs, but you get my meaning. The Federation, they are always in the right. They are always right. They are always completely justified in anything that they do. They are never evil. They don't even have the concept of it. It's a dangerous mental illness on a galactic level, she laughed. Look at the meltdown they are having over that info we dropped on them. They can't handle it. Now we and the Empire, we can do wrong. We can do evil. The concept is very real for us. That makes us different. It makes us think, make a real decision when we decide to do something fucked up. When we accepted that bullshit truce with the feds, you didn't hear any of that right or wrong bullshit from the brass. They justified it with risk and profit and costs and gains and things like that. You didn't hear any of that moralizing bullshit. That is what makes us different, makes us sane. Those officers that handed me my targets when I was a Reaper, some of them couldn't even look me in the eyes. They knew what we were doing was pure evil. There was no justification, no moralizing, no bullshit. They just handed me my orders while trying not to throw up. And when I got those orders, I knew goddamn well what I was heading out to do, and I knew exactly what I was doing when I pulled the trigger. She looked at Roberts and smiled. The feds, they would try to make it pretty, gloss it over. make up some bullshit excuse to blind themselves to what they were doing. It makes them capable of anything even shit worse than anything we would do. They are a disease, one we need to wipe out utterly, every single last one of them. Gloria, Robert said, shaking his head. Just when I think I have finally reached an understanding of exactly how bug-shit insane you are, you go and reveal a whole new layer of fucked up. Oh, thanks, sweetie. Seriously, you are unquestionably the most fucked up person I know. I mean it. Yeah, but I cheered you up, didn't I? You know what? Robert said in surprise. You did, you sick fucker. How the hell? Sometimes it helps to know that there is someone just a little more fucked up than you are. Gloria laughed and punched him in the arm. Look, you just got a little too close and wound up catching a raging case of the porkies. I told you that they were a disease, didn't I? Just hang in there, killer. We will be delivering the cure in just a couple of days. And I will personally cure the source of your little infection. Nobody hurts my family, she thought to herself while smiling at Roberts reassuringly. Don't worry anymore. I'm on the mission and nothing will distract me this time, Robert said with a grim smile. Good to hear. Now roll around in some hooker snatch and get the smell of that porky off of you. It's kinda gross. Classy as always, Gloria, Robert said with a chuckle. Oh, and thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. No problem, killer. I always look out for family. Hey, Helena, I got something for you. Actually, it's something of yours, Jocelyn said as she handed Helena a small box. Helena opened it and exclaimed in joy. My camera! How the fuck did you get this? I'm Porky Slime. We have our ways, Jocelyn laughed. It's a nice one, and it would be a shame to wind up in the hands of somebody's kid making Galnet videos. Thanks, but why? Well, it belongs to you, and to be honest, you are going to need it regardless of where you go next, Jocelyn smiled. Speaking of, what are your plans? Well, I think I'm more than done with this fucking ship. Paul said that there is a launch leaving tomorrow. I'm thinking I'm going to be on it. Well, you are a reporter, right? Yeah? A good one? I like to think so. A brave one? You read what I'm going to print. What do you think? Well, why don't you hang out for a few days then as my guest? You have your camera now, and I assume it has a recorder as well. I'll feed and water you and give you some interviews. Wow. Yeah, okay, Helena said, eyes wide with astonishment. But I don't need to be brave to do some interviews, do I? I'm willing to bet that one hell of a story is going to play out on this ship sometime in the next few days. Something that you will really want to witness. Something big. What are you going on about, old woman? And spoil the surprise, Jocelyn laughed. Something is going to happen that really needs to happen, and you want to be here to catch it. At least I think that's what's going to take place. Jocelyn shrugged. If I'm wrong, then you have a nice few days getting some exclusives that most people would kill themselves trying to get. I'm ready to tell tales and name names. Helena just shook her head in astonishment. This goddamn ship wasn't letting her go just yet. She didn't know what was going on with Paul, and she had no idea what Jocelyn was hinting at, but she did know one thing. She was a reporter. She was a reporter, and there was a story here. She just knew it. First Counselor Morgan, then Paul, and now Jocelyn. She wasn't even sure what she was chasing anymore, but the old woman was right. Something was about to go down, and she was not going to miss it. She set her jaw and slammed back another shot. She was going to see this one through to the bitter end. And then she was going to drag the whole stinking mess out into the light, goddammit, no matter what. Tales from the Terran Republic. An inconvenient truth. Colonel Caron steeled himself as he entered the meeting. This wasn't going to go over well at all. Good morning, he said to the assembled officers. Let's get this over with, General Gregg said impatiently. Okay, Karen replied as he opened the gun case he brought along and produced a Harbinger assault rifle. It doesn't look like much, the general said, looking at the weapon with disdain. This is the Harbinger assault rifle, currently in production by the Juan Empire. I know what it is. Why are you wasting our time bringing it in here? Because we need to look at this. The Empire, during this Great War, recognized the advantages of chemical projectile weaponry and started to use and adapt our current armament to better suit themselves, and this is the ultimate result of their efforts. Again, we know what the thing is. Why did you drag it in here? Because it is superior to our current AK-47D in many respects. Nonsense. We are projectile technology. There is no way that those Wigglies can make anything better. Karen sighed. It was going about as well as he expected. Actually, it was going a little bit better. If you would review the information that I submitted for... We don't need to review the information. That thing is not suitable for Terran service. This thing is more accurate, lighter, has better recoil, has truly innovative optics, is much more easily adapted to fit other species' physiology, more durable, and more reliable in a wide range of environments. More reliable? Hogwash. The Kalashnikov has been in service for more than 1,000 years. Tell me about that thing's reliability in a few centuries. That is precisely the point, General, the colonel said calmly. We are using 20th century technology in the 32nd. Our line of AKs are incredible to be sure, but woefully behind the times. This, he said, hefting the Harbinger, is a truly modern interpretation of the projectile weapon concept. It fully utilizes current materials technology and design to produce a weapon that makes our AKs look like the 1,000-year-old relics that they are. If it is so wonderful, then why is it chambered for 7.62 and designed around our magazines? Sir, that was a purely logistical decision, and you know it. During the Great War, we were producing mountains of 7.62, and it made perfect sense for them to produce a weapon that could use it. I predict that they will in time abandon the 7.62 for another caliber, as we are already beginning to discuss ourselves. The currently produced Harbingers have already abandoned our magazines because they were identified as the main source of failures. Their weapon is more reliable than our magazines, people. How would it look if we dropped our AK, the symbol of the Terran Republic, over some wiggly garbage? Are you suggesting that we continue to cling to an outdated design purely for the sake of appearances? Colonel Karen said, failing to conceal his irritation. How would it look if we are surpassed in projectile weapon design by the Empire? That's already happening. Not only are they producing the Harbinger, they also have perfected gyrojet ammunition and have a sniper rifle that threatens our 50 BMGs. We are in danger of being completely outclassed by the Empire if we haven't been already. Their rocket slugs are nice, Horace, General Ashton said to General Greggs. I know they are, Marge, General Greggs replied, but gyrojets are too inaccurate and bulky for regular service. Our gyrojets are too inaccurate, General, Karen said, bracing himself. The Imperial gyrojet slugs are very accurate and reliably so. In fact, more than one Special Forces unit has unofficially obtained them, and— Which ones? General Greggs snapped. Which Special Forces units are carrying wiggly garbage? I don't think I want to answer that here, but gyrojet weapons, especially gyrojet sniper rifles, are hidden in more than one armory as we speak. That's bullshit. Sir, I am willing to bet you lunch that if you did a surprise raid of Special Forces armories, you would find more than one of them, and I also am willing to bet you dinner that you wouldn't be able to confiscate them without a fight. The Imperial Karelk sniper gyrojet is one of the most amazing weapons I have ever fired. I am not a sniper, and with one of those even I was able to hit targets at 700 meters. 700 meters isn't impressive for a sniper rifle. General, you are being intentionally obtuse. I said I wasn't a sniper, and just picking it up and sighting it in, which was a fully automated process that took seconds, by the way. I was reaching out and sending love letters at that range instantly. Our snipers that have used them love them. How are they even getting them? Well, Karen smiled, coconuts and, other things. They are trading Republic military hardware, aren't they? The general snarled. I wouldn't know for certain, General, the colonel said, looking away with a smile. But during the war, there were a lot of contact between our special forces and theirs, and despite their current advances, there are still many things that the Juon absolutely love and would happily trade for. White phosphorus grenades, for example. I also think that the Empire just loves having projectile weapons that we would lust after, and are more than happy to give us a taste. I'm pretty sure that the trades, and in some cases outright gifts, are at least secretly approved at the highest levels. Rumor has it that the Cyan Empress herself is absolutely tickled at the current turn of events. I received this gift directly from the Imperial Armory. Okay, so it looks good on paper, but it has not seen a lot of active service. They only started to appear in the last days of the Great War. They need to be baptized in fire before I would begin to take them seriously. Are you familiar with the attempt on the ambassador to the Federation's life recently? The colonel asked. It was thwarted by someone with a Harbinger, and the performance of the weapon was very impressive. In the reports in front of you is an account of the incident and what the driver and one of the Harbingers was capable of. The driver was a retired decorated Terran Marine with years of actual combat experience. I think that might have more to do with it than some Juon pop gun. Yes, but that Marine obtained a Harbinger based on his individual assessment, and he does give credit to the weapon's built-in optics package for being able to detect the target with a wide-angle scope scanner combo, and then instantly zoom in to make well-placed, very accurate shots at impressive range. That's a Kalish with years of real combat experience making that assessment. I had the pleasure of interviewing him when he was here on Terra getting a prosthetic eye installed, and he gave this weapon glowing praise. In fact, he had certain enhancements made to his eye so that it would better interface with the Harbinger's optics and electronics. Yeah, I don't trust all of those fancy optics and electronics, the general grumbled. Too much can go wrong. Just drop one of those fancy toys one time and crunch. The Harbinger can be dropped over 30 feet onto a hard surface with nothing other than cosmetic damage, and the optics will auto-align. Oh, and it won't discharge by accident either. General Greggs just made an unhappy face and remained silent. Look, General, the colonel said with a smile. Why don't you just take this one out to the range? Put a few magazines through her, see what you think? There certainly isn't any harm in it, is there? Yeah, okay, we'll see just how great this wiggly shit really is. The following morning, General Greggs went to the firing range with a certain piece of wiggly garbage in tow. He fired round after round through the weapon, even going as far as to run through a tactical course. He also put that alleged 30-foot drop tolerance to the test. He might have also exceeded it out of annoyance. Around lunchtime, he looked down at the piece of garbage in his hands, and then looked skyward. God damn it, he yelled.